You can. I've never seen it before, but you know that's what it do.
It's like mayo, you know.
You mix cultures, and then all of a sudden you build a new cuisine. You know, that's how it works.
Like ratatouille, you know.
Yes. Okay. Okay. How do you go? Was it good?
That's good.
Okay. Okay. I've never seen this before. Like a sausage with kiri cheese, but you know, it's a good start. All right, and then the other ones, nothing can go wrong. Basically, you have macaron. You have this is called petits écoliers in French. It means little students, I guess. Like because you see, you have on the it's
there's a figure.
Yeah, because it's like it's very old school. So there's like the logo is very known.
So go with the bucket chocolate. I'm not sure if it's like
this one. I'm relaxed because you know I was afraid, like I was a little bit stressed out for you guys with the cheese, but this one is I know you'll have a good time.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah,
it's very good.
Nice. Anything relatable that you guys know, like that you might have at home?
I mean, in Brazil we have like, it's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like chocolate with a little bit of, what's the name?
A biscuit.
It's like a biscuit. Yeah, it's like a biscuit.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't go too far to say it's the same thing, but it's the same idea.
The biscuit, like underneath, is like very. It's a typical, you know, boys and girls at school, like when they're
very good.
when we're kids. Yeah.
There's a funny thing about the French cuisine in Brazil is we have a lot of influence from French cuisine, and then we copy and then make it like
Brazilian.
Yeah, okay.
And then, for example, we have croissant, but then we take the croissant, open it, and put cheese inside, the ham, a bit of salad, and eat.
Salad in the
Yeah, and then we can also do the sweet, and then like it's too salty, right? Then you open another croissant, put Nutella, nuts, and croissant.
You thought it's bread or what?
So make it. I'll not say. We make it better, okay?
No, you should. No, you need to think of the baker. You know, he wakes up at 4 a.m. It's ancestral technique, you know, the croissant. Like he's learned it from his father, from his grandfather, his great-grandfather, and then he comes up with the. Everything is about balance, you know. Like all the ingredients, it has to be perfectly balanced, and then the masterpiece is out. It's the croissant, you know. And then you go in and you put some salad and some Nutella, and the guy just wants to die. You know, he wants to retire.
We just ruin the cuisine of every place.
It's kind of like you take Mona Lisa and then you're gonna draw on it something on top of it. Just let it as it be. It's a masterpiece. Just let it like this.
I feel like the majority of the desserts are like they take a carbohydrate.
Yeah.
Put a lot of
generous.
Put a lot of sugar. Put a lot of butter.
Yeah.
And that's it. Masterpiece. Take it. And it's good. It's good. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, you have a point. You have a point.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Very fluffy.
Yeah.
I like this one. In Brazil, we would stuff it with something.
Yeah, with salad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's missing Nutella.
It's missing Nutella.
We haven't tried. Is this sweet?
It is sweet.
Wanna half it?
It's very sweet.
Yeah, I wanna
actually.
half it.
It's probably one of the sweetest we have here on the table. Yeah, I don't think there's a smell to it.
It's very hard. Sounds like a piece of sugar,
Yeah,
you know? Like a hard piece of sugar.
It's quite sweet.
It's a little bit more plain than this one.
Yeah.
I like this one better
Than this
the
one?
muffin. Yeah.
And then you have the very famous
This one's
macaron.
famous.
Actually, I'll give you a try to the pronunciation, the spelling. Can you say it for me?
Macaron.
Okay.
Macaron.
Sounds like you're saying the name of our president, because he kind of sounds like that.
Macaron.
Macaron. Pretty good.
Macaron.
Pretty good. I guess you have chocolate, strawberry, and I don't know the last one. Maybe
What do you
Vanilla,
recommend?
probably?
maybe vanilla or something. I don't know.
What do you recommend?
I haven't tried them. I think all of them are good.
What's the most classic
I'll
here?
try the vanilla.
The most classic? Maybe vanilla. I would
Vanilla?
say. Yeah.
Sure.
It's I'm not actually sure of the answer here. Good question.
Macaron is very good. I really like this
Yeah.
one.
It's good.
You
It's not that sweet, right?
It's not that sweet.
And the better they are, the better the balance is. You know, if they're really sweet, it probably means it's pretty not the best. Yeah.
Very good.
I heard that's very hard to make it.
It's kind of like a luxury pastry in a way. You know, like they spend a lot of time making them and stuff. That's why they're so expensive.
Maybe if we win the tournament, we can afford.
You can bring like five or six to your parents when you go back or something.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed you guys actually went for the cheese, so good of you.
So we're gonna take on more macaron.
You can take as much as you want. You can take as much as you want.
It's good.
All right, awesome. Well, thanks for watching. French tasting.
Looks like P-Vision is also getting their camera work done. Look at this pose. There's a lot of vision. You can see by where he puts his hands, he's drawing a lot of the eye down to this area. It's very dangerous. We'll see what he wants to do after that, because naturally most... Oh, yeah, get on there, boy. Spread. Oh. Oh! We got to get in for this one. Look at the face of the esport player. Yes. Oh, this is sensual. That's very good. Oh. How do you get him to look so sensual in these?
I guess it's his natural talent. He just looks like that.
That is natural talent. Can we get him to just do one little wink to the camera? I think that would really help.
You can wink to the camera.
Just one little...
Just wink.
Just wink. Just one wink. That's a wave, dude. Ah, damn. He just ain't got the riz. What can you do? What can you do? Look at this. God damn, they high up. I like those pants. That's very intense stuff. What game do you think they're in? Maybe they're in League of Legends looking down on us like they always do. No, it's fine. Don't worry about that, you know? No problems here. What game are they from? We should ask. She looks extremely serious. I'm not going to talk to her, though. She is a master of her craft, and I will not be around over there. You'll have to bleep that out.
But that's your master of the craft.
I have zero master of any craft. That's why I have this dog job. Thank you so much, puppy. Absolutely.
Oh.
What?
Don't undersell yourself. Come on, you're good at this.
Thank you so much, puppers. That's my boy. What pose are you going to do? They making you do a pose?
I like the crap pose, you know what I'm
Crap. Having like a pain face. Hernia! That's a good one. It'll hype people up. A lot of experts here looking as cool as possible. Look at this. We have Collapse. He's doing the classic come and see me at the bar move. And he's flipping us off. Don't do that on camera. We have to blur that now. That's very nice. And we're getting extremely mean mugged by the camera crew. So let's try to leave Collapse alone here. As now, let's go film these guys. This is Team Spirit, the defending champions of last year. They're all casually talking. Let's see if we can see what's on his phone. I want to leak this to the internet here. Here we go. Casually zoom in on his WhatsApp. Hey, sorry about that. No problem. Don't worry about that. You guys ready for Media Day?
Yep.
Now, this is the best Media Day man in the world. This is Team Spirit's media manager. I recently saw a video with him putting a pot on his head and smacking it several times. You're the best media guy in all of Dota 2. How's it feel to be among fellow professionals?
Yes, yes.
Very good.
Yes.
Thank you. Another banger interview. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. I don't want to talk to Miposhka. This guy, an old clack, come here.
Hello,
come
my
here.
bald brother.
Welcome. You're not bald, is that? You look great.
No, not yet, not yet, not yet.
You can't say bald brother. That's part of getting in the brotherhood. How's it feel to be back, big dog? Welcome home.
Feel good,
Yeah?
good. But actually, I see that nothing changed.
Okay,
Yeah, and I'm like tired already.
You said you would never come back unless Team Spirit paid you a babillion gajillion dollars. That's true. Is this what happened?
No, it's not.
Okay.
There was like a different thing.
Okay. Different thing. All right. Well, we're happy to have you back, Miposhka. You guys feeling good?
Exactly.
Hell yeah. That's a picture right there. Cut and print, baby. All right, fam. We are here at Vici Gaming. They're doing what we like to call hero shots. All right. That's where we make them look cool. They take a picture, maybe a cross arm, maybe a look to the side, maybe a look to the right. Let's go check in on how things are going in here. Hi, we're filming you today. You doing all right?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Great. How's the hero shots?
Perfect.
Yeah?
Going great.
Does he look heroic?
It does.
Okay.
They're going naturals.
Now, what's your favorite shot to do with some of the players?
I like doing like just the typical.
Oh, the whisper?
Yeah, I like doing that one. But then like just switching it up a bit, you know?
Can we get a whisper? Can you hit us with a whisper? Just one. Oh! Okay, that was hype. You were right. That was good. All right, fantastic. Sir, what is your favorite thing to do on these? Oh, you got a catalog.
This one.
Look at that, the catalog. The cross. Oh. Oh, the mean mug. Oh, these are good. Okay, so you're going to go with the cross?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. There's better than that. What if you did... Oh, come on. That's it. The power pose? Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you show me one of those? The legend pose? Just give me a... Oh, God damn, look at those guns, baby. That's the one. Do that one. All right, great. Photos are very fun. Go take them at home. Another killer transition. Now, one of the things I heard we're doing here at EWC this year is giving out some things to the fans. I believe they're getting signed cards. I guess I can't say Pokemon on air, something like small pocket monsters of the players. And look at this. Let's go ahead and watch them signing. Hello. Sorry to interrupt, but we just want to look at your signatures. Incredible. Look at that. That's Jabs. Wow. What a great signature you have there, Jabs. How long did it take you to formulate that unique signature?
Yeah, maybe like 5 seconds.
Okay, that's really good. Could you do me a favor and make a mistake on yours? Because, you know, those are, well, they're worth more, like a factory mistake.
Mistake, he can make it special.
Can you make one really special so that we can extend the offer? What are you going to do to make it special for me?
Special what?
That in itself is special. Thank you so much. Yes, but I hope your Pokemon cards go out very well. Thank you so much for having them do this beautiful task, Jabs. I'll never forget the incredible signature that I've seen here today. Great work, Team Nemesis. And now say the Nemesis catchphrase. What a challenge! Okay, that was nice. Woo! All right, thank you.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Puff, blow the house down.
You guys not enjoy the larger map? How do you feel about it?
I think it makes the game kind of stale in a way where you don't really have to improvise much or like be innovative in that sense. It's like kind of you're playing a robotic gameplay every game that you just whoever clears the most camps under like 15-20 minutes is potentially going to win the game. That is what the game has become at this point, at least in my eyes.
I can see that, but would you agree that the old map was kind of solved in a way?
Yeah, but it was much more interesting to play those games and to watch those games. Even I would say you had to fight it out all the time. You know, the big comeback fights, or because if you wanted to really force fights, you were able to do it in a previous old map. But now it's impossible. It's super easy to dodge. You can just farm your way back in every game almost.
GH, you agree?
I mean, I partly agree with what Sumail said. I think the old map it was, I would say, 90% figured out. So whenever you were kind of stronger, the pressure points were really specific. You could go somewhere and force a fight, force rotations, force the enemies to do something specific. Now it's a bit more lenient when, like, the pressure points, they became a bit more. At the same time, you don't really care much for them. So you're willing to sacrifice some things so you can get your farm up. I believe the change makes it a bit more that you cannot force a team fight whenever you'd like to. So everyone can dodge for like 5, 10, 20 minutes and then look for the one fight that they would like to take, which makes it a bit less action-packed, a bit more on the stalemate side, until one team figures out perfectly how to close the map, and then it will go back to more team fights and more action-packed.
Yeah. Omar, Devi, is there any changes you would want to see in Dota right now?
Maybe just, I guess my issue was figured out by last patch, because I had an issue that actually you enter the game and you just cannot lane on offlane actually. You just forfeit it. I feel like it has been solved a little bit. It's becoming better, but I feel like it's still not there. I still have this feeling in my heart that sometimes, not sometimes, that safe lane are automatically supposed to win the lane. And now on offlane, you just need to figure out how to actually survive. Most of the times, you go to lane with the idea to survive than just to win the lane. And maybe they can make these lanes a bit more balanced. I mean, it's like you say, it's a coin with two faces, because you also have a safe lane. You also do it to the enemy, but I feel like it's just more fair if it's like balanced on both sides, where you actually get to play two full balanced lanes, and just better players should win. That I would say.
Yeah, I never think that much about whether I really enjoy a patch or not, or the meta. I try and just be happy with what the game is and try and do the best I can. I would say just more events, more players, the better. The casual player really like the crown fall. That's fun.
It's funny, when you said more events, I thought you were going to be talking about tournaments. I thought you were talking about
I think there's enough
more
tournaments.
That's a good point, though.
I think more stuff for the casual Dota player. I think if more people play Dota, the esport will grow in return. I think the game itself.
Agree.
I don't know. I've played competitive for like 4 years now, and I don't really remember like, oh, this was a fun patch or this was a bad patch. It's just you just adjust.
Do you ever? Okay, maybe fun aside. Do you ever think about it as like, this is a good patch for me, or is it always just a patch that you're gonna adapt to?
And I don't think I ever asked myself that question. Is this a good patch for me? I just try and do what's best, try and adapt. I'm sure some have been good and some have been bad, but you know, I don't see the fruits in thinking about it too much. Just have to adjust always.
So I'm always curious. You guys are an off-lane duo, right? What's when you guys first, start playing together? Were there any like problems or disagreements, or how did you guys get on the same page about how to play the lanes?
Actually, when we first started, I think we started off pretty good, I would say, right? I think we were...
I think mediocre. I mean, I was playing on individually a bit worse when I joined the team. So it's like, if one guy plays individually worse, it makes the lanes worse.
In general, though, I think our laning was
laning has never been problematic, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we do make some mistakes here and there. Like, our laning does vary. Sometimes we lane worse, sometimes we lane a bit better. But I think on average, our laning is okay. Okay to decent, I would say.
For sure.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
No disagreements.
All right, let's talk about some big life stuff.
Yeah.
Had some announcements. Samael said maybe this is going to be your last TI. You might be retiring. You put a maybe on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so why now?
Kind of tired, to be honest.
Yeah.
Competed too long.
I mean, you've been competing longer than, like, you're young, but Dota years, like, you've been competing since you were 16, 15?
15, yeah.
15. It's a long haul.
It's been 12 years around. I mean, it's more so like, no, I don't really feel like that I can't do it anymore. It's more so like my heart is not fully into it. So I don't see a point continuing in that regard. But for example, like if we somehow end up winning this TI, then I might think about going for the third one,
Sure.
But even then, I'm not sure. But that would be the only condition for me to keep going.
GH, you've also been doing it for a while. You've won a TI. Are you thinking about retirement? Does that even cross your mind? I mean, you took a break, right?
To be completely honest, of course, a lot of ideas cross our minds. It's just I don't tend to entertain them a lot, so I haven't made any decisions that involves this decision exactly, whether I want to retire or not. I'm just looking. Back in the day, I would look forward to 3-4 years. Now I'm looking forward to the next 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
So I think the timestamp of how long I look forward to it has changed a lot, because the more I grow, the more I understand what truly matters in life and how to allocate specific amounts of time to them. So I have some thinking to do. I haven't made my mind up completely yet, but I'm thinking about stuff.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Samael, looking back on your career, what would you say you're happiest about what you've accomplished? The winning TI? So certain teams that you were more proud of?
I think my time in EG, like I think it was post TI 6.
Okay.
That roster I really liked. Like I have really fond memories of that roster. Like we just had a good time living together, and yeah, I would say that. Other than winning TI, I guess. But to be honest, even winning TI, I didn't really feel that happy or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like at that stage, I felt like it was meant for me. You know what I mean? Like I took it for granted, kind of. Like it was like, who else was supposed to win if not me?
Sure.
So it wasn't much like happiness or anything.
I mean, at that point, it was so early on in your career, pretty young. You were also so much better. Like that was one of the biggest differences in player to player. Like the mid diff, that was one of the most extreme ones that I think we've ever had. So, yeah, I guess in many ways it did feel like it was just like it was guaranteed.
Yep.
And then you know, the rest of your career you had to work a lot harder for it?
No, I mean, I feel like that's one problem. Like, I was never really a hard worker in that sense.
Okay.
So, like, when the skill gap started closing a bit, and people just put more hours into the game, and I didn't. I never did. So yeah, I mean, I guess that would be my regret, maybe in a way. But I'm not sure. Like, even if I would go back, I'm not sure if I would actually put more work in. So maybe it's just the way it is.
I'm spending the next 2 months in Paris and already deeply regretting sleeping through 4 years of French in high school. But c'est la vie! To avoid being an ignorant American tourist, I found myself a French tutor to really help me learn the language. And there she is now! Everyone, this is Kitty, aka La Petite Sean. I had a little bit of Duolingo on the flight over. I'm excited to learn from you today. Where's your beret?
I don't have one.
Phone!
Look, I was told I'd be talking about Rainbow Six and Valorant teams today, but instead they put me with this Emily in Paris knockoff. I think I can make it work, but she called me her little dog? Okay, so we are at a flower shop. We call that in French des fleurs.
Des fleurs.
Okay, you know what? It's okay. We will try with another word, huh?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect. Fougère.
Forgery. I can't wait to visit all of these cute restaurants all around Paris, or brasiers, as the French call them, right?
Yeah, that's the words.
Okay, so if I wanted to order a baguette, what would I say?
You would say, voulez-vous
coucher
avec moi?
Avec moi. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Perfect.
I'm gonna go try it out. Ooh, this is really cute. How would I ask to try this on?
Oh, actually, you can say, je mange des gens.
Je mange des gens. Okay. Je mange des gens.
Non, on mange pas les gens.
Des gens mange. Je mange des gens.
Non, on mange pas les gens, c'est une robe.
C'est. Where am I messing
Vous
up?
voulez essayer la robe?
No. Je mange des gens, s'il vous plaît.
Non, on mange pas les gens chez moi.
Kitty has been the best teacher so far. I feel like I'm picking up the language really quickly. I mean, whenever I speak with real French people, they seem so surprised by how good my accent is. I'm doing très bon.
Oh là là, et puis ça y est, je suis américaine. On a compris que t'es américaine. On a compris.
Kitty, I did it! He even gave it to me for free.
Oh wow, that's amazing! Come with me, yeah.
What did I get? Do we get jam? Okay, so as I get it, the French don't really like the American tourists, right?
Not really.
So what can I say to have them truly embrace me as a local?
Just tell them.
Mbappé et Plumer!
Ils sont là!
Kitty, it worked! They've accepted me as one of their own! I'm off to see Paris, and it's all thanks to you!
Bon débat.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
book Esports World Cup.
A very good morning and welcome to the final day of Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup group stages. So we still have one full week after this, but after today we'll have cut 8 teams. We'll know which 4 teams will be in playoffs. We'll know which teams will have to play in a survival stage. A lot is at stake today. A lot will be revealed today. And a lot will be talked about today. And I'm talking about all of that with the people on my left. It's Effie and BSJ. BSJ, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, Shiver. I got my coffee. I'm energized. I'm ready to go. Mira?
Same. Brian? No, I'm really excited. It looks like there are a lot of contenders in this tournament in each group, but today we're doing groups C and D, and I truly believe the winner is in one of these groups.
The winner of the whole thing?
The whole thing.
All right. Big promises. Of course, yesterday we did finish Group A and B, so we can take a look at the SEC Rewind to see how that all played out, because it was exciting, but some of the series, especially in Group A, were just a little bit on the one-sided side of things, and I'm talking in particular about Extreme Gaming taking on Team Falcons, a rematch of the TI Grand Finals, and Game 1 definitely had some flares of it, Brian, but at the end of the day, it still wasn't enough for Extreme.
Yeah, it's been watching Extreme. It's been a tad disappointing throughout this tournament, because even though some of their games have gone late, it just oftentimes feels like they're not in control of the game, and they're often kind of playing the other team's game, and that's, for me, one of the telltale signs of a team that's going to struggle as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we had for Group B, we had Team Liquid versus Aurora, and we know Aurora's been on fire, and they are consistent in being a very, very strong. Team Liquid consistency, especially this group stage, Effie, seems pretty far away.
Yeah, consistency and Team Liquid are not two words I would use in the same sentence to use. While Liquid are an incredible team, oftentimes it's very hard to know what version of them that you're going to get and if they're going to show up or not, but they're not known for their performance during group stages, you know? So the true test will be after.
Yeah, and another exciting development, of course, that while this game was going on, we had another blockbuster of a match between P-Time and Nigma Galaxy happening, and basically the series with Aurora and the series with Nigma Galaxy, those two teams were fighting for the top spot in the group, and that ended up being Nigma Galaxy, because they did 2-0 their opponent, even though if you watched that first game between them and P-Time, you would have probably thought that P-Time was going to win that one, but that was an epic comeback, and we do have some of those here this week. So the Dota is good, the Dota is great. It's not the only game that's going on though, because yesterday is actually the day that our first title finished. Fatal Fury crowned their champion. The first key is locked in. Dark Angel playing for Na'Vi won Fatal Fury, beating out Mitsuhashi, who is playing for Virtus Pro, but the 1,000 points for the club championship go the way of Na'Vi. A fantastic start, and of course keep in mind that if you are rooting for a particular club, you need them to get at least one championship Otherwise, they don't even have the chance to become one, because you're basically not allowed to be number one if you can't even get number one. You know, we want consistency while being able to be at the top. So Na'Vi off to a great start there with Dark Angel. We'll keep you informed of what else is coming on all the other games, of course. But here we are focusing on the Dota, and we are going to show you guys how the groups have played out thus far. We did solve Group A, no tiebreakers. In this one, FE clear favorites there with Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons, since their formation in Dota, have just been one of the best teams, if not the best, for some of the years that they've played. So this one here is no surprise. They didn't necessarily have the strongest season, but it was still a pretty strong season from them. And this is about the time that you would want Falcons to peak.
Yeah, they are peaking at the right time. We said goodbye to Gamer Legion and Poor Rangers there at the bottom of the group. Then we are taking a look at Group B, where there were, in the end of the day, also no tiebreakers, with Nigma Galaxy keeping their fate in their own hands by 2-0ing P-Time yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these groups had a bit of a surprise. Rune Eaters getting third in Group A, and then Nigma Galaxy taking first place in Group B. I think that, you know, while a lot of these groups have shaped up to be very lopsided, where you see like 9-1, 1-9, 8-2, 2-8, like pretty big discrepancy between the top and bottom, there were a few surprise placements, and I think that's something that's exciting to see this early on in the tournament.
Yeah, especially Nigma Galaxy, such a fan favorite. I don't think a lot of people would have on their bingo card that they would become first in their group. Let's take a look at what's happening in Group C, because Group C and D are not yet solved. It is looking pretty solved, though, not gonna lie.
Yeah. I mean, there's like a clear, bottom of the pack, middle of the pack, and the top between P-Vision and Team Spirit, which coincidentally we're going to watch play today. It's going to be a banger, but between these two teams, I really do think there could be a winner here. They're both looking really solid, but P-Vision just look a step above the rest so far this tournament.
Yeah, they're the only team that did not drop a single game in this entire group stage. As we can take a look at Group D, which is considered to be the group of death. There is quite a divide here as well, but this is the group where most things are still undecided. Other than Brian, I see Insanity going out. The rest is looking still very stacked and very even.
Yeah, 1W is going to be changing their name to 1L, as they've been winning pretty much all their games throughout the course of this group stage. But their last game against OG was actually the game that they lost. And, you know, we see that OG is only one game ahead of 4th and 5th place. If you get 5th, you are completely out of this tournament. So I think this is by far the most exciting group because of this third. Like, obviously, the 1st and 2nd place matters. But at the end of the day, both those teams are advancing. We have 3, 4, 5. This is the only group with a really meaningful, like, round-robin potential for the tiebreakers. And the fact that OG gave themselves the leg up by taking a game off of 1W, who was previously undefeated, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and they are also the one responsible for the loss that Yandex had. So definitely OG having some good moments in this group stages. This is what we're going to see today on this stream. And we already said P-Vision versus Team Spirit. Super excited for that one. I want to focus our attention first a little bit on the second series of the day, because 1W and Yandex, we saw them just both sitting at 7-1, and that means that these two teams are in contention for first of the group. That means if this series goes 1-1, we want more, Brian. It's not enough.
Yeah, it effectively becomes a best of 5
yeah.
at that point. And it's not even the grand finals yet, Shaver. Maybe it's a spoiler, though. Even though I agree with Mira, P-Vision and Team Spirit are definitely up there for. I think P-Vision is my favorite out of all these teams. For if I had to choose a winner today, it'd be them. But I think that the crown will almost certainly be one of these 4.
I agree completely. All of these teams are in such good form right now. P-Vision, their drafting just looks absurd to me. Like they've been cooking on every single draft, and I do feel like they've delivered every single day that I've watched it happen. Whereas with Team Spirit, there's been a little bit of draft fumbles here and there.
Yeah, I guess for our first series of the day, which we are also having as our Sony story of the day, we got on one side the defending champions in Team Spirit, and on the other side, the team that people think will be the future champions. So very exciting match coming your way there. Before we get to that series, though, let's focus our attention on some of the meta things that have been going on here. In particular, the start of the group stage. You heard Tofu say that this might be the event with the most diverse hero pool yet. And here we see the unpicked heroes. The heroes that you see the slight hue over are not picked, but they have been on the radar. They have been banned. So not entirely forgotten any heroes, Brian, that you feel like, wow, I was not expecting this hero to be unpicked?
I thought we were going to see Faceless Void. Honestly, out of all the carries, out of all the slow carries, we were seeing him a decent amount in the last month. But I think right now the laning stage is so important in this meta of like range dominating lane carries turning into like summons offlaners. I think the main weakness we're seeing amongst all the carry heroes here is they buy Battle Fury or they're slow tempoed, and they would just get ran over by what we're currently seeing picked.
Yeah, but what a cool patch that a lot of the unpicked heroes on the screen, I believe we still will see at some point during this EWC, because heroes just right off the bat, I'm looking at Marcy, I'm looking at Faceless Void, I'm looking at Magnus, I'm looking at Legion Commander, Troll Warlord, and Tinker. I think all of these heroes will have at least one game at this tournament, and Meepo is a pocket pick for a lot of the carry players.
Yeah, might even see it today with Satanic in play.
So for me, quite a promising graphic, because only like 3 heroes on the screen I look at and think, okay, these are awful. You know?
Name and shame.
Name them. Slark.
Arcorden, Anti-Mage.
Chaos Knight.
Chaos Knight. I mean, Chaos Knight, yeah.
Yeah. No, we will probably see. I mean, I had Vengeful Spirit, and I don't even mention that, but I would imagine, I thought we were going to see her. She was definitely popping up in a lot of the high MMR pubs as a carry as well. We'll see if any of that happens today, though. We're focusing our attention on the first series of the day, the Sony story of the day, P-Vision versus Team Spirit, Brian. Epic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly so excited for the dynamic of this series because P-Vision, they've no one himself said in the interview, they just know how to get a gold lead. That's just something that Puppy's been kind of drilling into them over the last few months. And at the same time, Team Spirit's been the comeback team of old, and they've even made a couple comebacks throughout this tournament so far. You know, for me, this is almost a David versus Goliath in the sense that me and Mira, we've just been raving about how good P-Vision's drafts are throughout this entire tournament, and Team Spirit is the team that always finds a way to make a lineup that works, and they will give themselves a win condition. So I just hope they're still getting a chance to effectively play Dota when the game is 20 minutes in, because they're not so far behind with no plays.
Yeah, to me, Team Spirit very much feels like they're in the ironing it out stage, which is funny to say because they've done really well in their group. But a lot of their games that they've won have been comebacks, and that's not necessarily a situation that you want to be in drafts where you get mega creeped and you win the game, or you've lost the early game and you're down 10k net worth and you have to take the fight to make a comeback. That means that somewhere in your drafting stage you messed up the lanes or the early game, and versus a team like P-Vision, you can't mess up the lanes and the early game. So I do wonder what they have prepared today and what they've talked about, because Yatoro mentioned in his interview that they still haven't decided what to focus on in their draft. Is it lanes? Is it mid-game? They're still figuring it out.
They are, for sure. We are going to focus our attention first on P-Vision. This is a team, again, they have not dropped a single game, and they look so solid. They look very stable, and I'm sure they're looking quite confident going in today. Don't take my word for it. Let's take no one's word for it.
Hey, I'm here with no one of P-Vision. You've got a big match today. How are you feeling? Good. Okay, I spoke to 9 Class earlier and asked him about your guys' improvements recently, because I feel like your consistency has gotten better. He credited some of that to Puppy as a coach. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure.
What kind of stuff is he fixing? 9 Class described it as teaching us how to play Dota the correct way rather than maybe chaos. Does that sound about right for you?
Sound about exactly right.
So what was the chaos method like? Were you guys just individually making calls and going with the flow, and sometimes things go wrong? Was it like that?
I would say we haven't seen the whole picture probably, and he's shown us this, because like probably me and Duka on like previous team were like the captains both, and we were like calling lots of like probably everything on the team, and when Puppy came, we understood why this is good and why exactly we need to do and why we don't do some other stuff.
That's really helpful. That sounds like the perfect thing that a coach should do for a team.
Yeah, well,
awesome.
He's playing Dota for 25 years.
I mean, you guys have played for a long time, but yeah, Puppy is definitely very good at strategy. That's very helpful for you guys. 9 Class has been playing normal heroes lately. He's in a cage. Are you guys going to let him out ever?
Come again?
Like, 9 Class is playing normal heroes, boring stuff maybe. Why don't you let him play a little weird stuff, you know? You put him in the cage, you don't let him out. He's a trapped animal, you know?
True, but sometimes Valve trapping this animal because the patch is like they're killing their his heroes actually. On post for like Monkey Slark, that's all this crazy stuff that he was playing for. Nixis and all the stuff, it's all fixed.
But I think Valve brought you a key recently. They said, hey, no more spectating your friends' pub games.
True, but they didn't bring some heroes that is good ones, you know.
Okay, so he needs good heroes and the cage to be open, okay.
And the meta as well, because meta right now is kind of fast, so he cannot play the slow heroes.
Some hero that he can like slowly farm a hand of Midas
Dominator,
yeah, he did.
And
Not
then he
enough
become
time.
a core, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah. I'm glad you understand the value of your teammates. In terms of your upcoming match against Team Spirit, very good team, how do you expect it to do? Because I feel like both of you guys have gotten better recently.
I would say it's going to be just decent match, and we'll see who's going to win, that's all.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. Well, thank you for joining me, and good luck in your match.
Thank you, bye.
A decent match. He could be a little bit more confident than that, but I think that comes with the territory. I feel like P-Vision has just this air of respecting everyone that they go up against. That probably is part of the reason why they're so successful. Never underestimate.
It's a little bit better than Boom's interview where he was asked, how are you going to do it against P-Vision? He's like, we're going to get O2'd. I think he's a bit more confident than Boom was, but at the end of the day, he's a very insightful dude, but I feel like going into games, you'll get a different post-game interview from him than you will a pre-game interview, because before the game, he's just like all eyes on the prize, but afterwards, he's willing to share a bit more ideas usually.
Yeah, I think they also just know how good they are right now. I can kind of feel it every time one of their players talks to us, and you don't want to come off as unlikable, I guess, or not humble. But it is important to respect the teams that you play against. And while P-Vision are looking like the strongest team this tournament, everyone's left their tails right now.
Everyone is on their tail, and Team Spirit will be on their tail very, very soon. Team Spirit only dropping one game in this group stage so far, only in the first series that they played, so they have also improved. And everybody always, regardless on how they do in a group stage, they respect Team Spirit because Team Spirit is considered a championship team. They step up when they need to. They also are your Kadia title defender.
Team Spirit, one of the undisputed best teams in the history of Dota, are back at the Esports World Cup to defend their championship title. Their run through the Esports World Cup 2025 really highlighted the dominance of Team Spirit and why you should never count them out. After finishing first in the group stage, they went on an undefeated run through the upper bracket, knocking out the best teams in the world without dropping a single game. The team has been through some changes since the Esports World Cup last year, and their current roster consists of Yutoro, Laurel, Collapse, Not Me, Rue, and with Maposhka returning as their new coach. While they've had a rocky few months, a constant of Team Spirit is that you can never underestimate them in extremely high-stakes events. Where other teams fall due to pressure, Team Spirit thrives. Esports World Cup 2026 will be a chance for Team Spirit to prove that this still holds true.
Never count them out, not in a game, not in a series, and not in a tournament, no matter how they perform throughout it. It's literally that respect that has been there. And if you're wondering, like, what is it like for the players? Well, Collapse actually for EWC feels something very particular.
How are you feeling about your play right now? You've been a fantastic player since your breakout, obviously winning TI. Do you have like ebbs and flows about how good you're feeling about your play?
I noticed like I have some buff on Riyadh, like on EWC tournaments, like from the first one maybe.
Do you feel it, or do you just feel the results?
I feel by the results, and also it's like I feel just like in the air, Just I feel some buff, so I can win. I'm playing better. Sometimes I can like solo, just win games by solo and just something like this.
Okay, well, we'll see that happening.
Some strange feeling, I don't know.
Well, I'm happy. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in your matches.
Thank you.
a buff that makes you feel like you can solo an entire game. I need me some of that, Effie. That sounds powerful.
That sounds awesome. I would like to win some pubs feeling like I could solo the whole thing. But there are so many games I can recall off the top of my head of Collapse like turning impossible situations. He's already had Aegis snatches in this tournament. Like there was one game where he snatched 2 Aegises in one game. Like he is right that there is something in the air for him when it comes to EWC.
Yeah, I mean, some of these teams, like P-Vision, for instance, it's like fundamentals, it almost looks like, is how they win. But other teams, Team Spirit being the most notable one, just have this like X factor where at any given moment, a player can step up. I think it was really displayed at its prime when they won their first TI. Like there were just games where they were behind and Yato would just get a rampage out of nowhere. And the most important part about this for me is that it can be really anybody on their team. And that's something that we'll have to keep an eye out for today if P-Vision lets their guard down.
Yeah, it's actually also very cool that even though since that TI there's been some roster changes, but they keep that vibe of always being able to close a game out, no matter if they're up against Mega Creeps, like we saw in the very first series where there was a Mega Creep comeback by them already. And we're looking very much forward to this upcoming series between P-Vision and Team Spirit. And to get it properly started, we're heading over to the stage.
And here we are, friends. Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We're here with you. It's a hell of a day, and we are at the one that matters here in our groups. The final day of it all. And from this moment on, Slacks, it all gets super complicated in survival. So I wanted to get our emotions out of the way just for the beginning. Yesterday, I'm sorry I wasn't here with you. I'll tell you the story.
What happened?
I got dressed. I was ready to go. I went to the door, and it was locked.
Oh, no.
I heard cackling on the other side of it, like as they're running away in the hallway. I don't know if it was Suns fan or somebody else.
Okay.
But all I'll say is I just got stuck watching Dota in my room the entire day.
I'm so sorry.
But I missed you because I'm watching you on the stage. You're doing great as always.
Thank you.
And I have a warm heart, and I wanted to draw something as a thank you for being a wonderful host.
Oh my God!
This
beautiful.
is for you, Slacks.
That's beautiful art.
It's you and me.
Look at that.
And Roshan behind us saying, "Great."
I'm really
Thumbs
going
up.
to treasure this forever. Thank you so much. That is so wonderful. I'm going to put that in my nice little forever box right there. Thank you for that. I loved it, Milos.
Well,
all right.
We got games to go through. Survival and game. No, it's okay. It's okay.
I love it.
I'll deal with it.
Go ahead.
Today is about trying to make it out and escaping survival stage. And our first match between P-Vision and Team Spirit, that is one for the age.
Oh, we got P-Vision Team Spirit. I'm not joking around anymore. All right, these are the best 2 teams here, baby. I'm not going to say that in front of all the other teams. They haven't arrived yet, obviously. But in this group, it ain't no thing, all right? Everybody knew that P-Vision was going to be, you know what? Forget it. I'm not going to get into a whole speech. You guys want to see some teams. I know you do. So let's make some noise for our first team heading to the stage. It's P-Vision! P-Vision, baby. Everybody said this team is going to win. Top of all the tier lists. Top of all of our hearts. And here they are again. They have not lost a single game at all. Nobody in the groups has that record, all right? These guys are invincible so far. They have no one touching them. 8-0, baby, and they're looking for that 9-0 here today.
We'll see if that'll matter against their opponent, our EWC 2025 Dota 2 champions, Team Spirit! Yes, you heard it right, ladies and gentlemen. Our champions from last year are back. And they're at number 2 right now in their group with a singular game loss. They had a rocky end to 2025, but recent resurgence. I'm going to tell you, that deadly combo, Miposhka back as coach, and then the unknown entity, not me. I'm going to tell you that name is a lie because he is him, ladies and gentlemen. And he's on to show you what they've got. They do face their toughest opponent yet in the groups. So today is a big test for both.
Absolutely. Both these teams know each other so well. Both of them are always on the top of the brackets. And today, there can only be one winner to skip through survival and head to that top slot. So please, let's get those keys in, if you would, please. Captains, get ready to shake hands. Now, let me tell you a little something about Dota. These two captains hate each other, all right? They're always on Telegram, talking smack. There we go. The handshake is made. Fantastic.
You're shook.
I got the jibblies right now. I'm feeling it, baby. All right, guys, let's get ready for one of the hypest games we've had so far as we pass it over to the panel.
We got P-Vision with an 8-0 record and Team Spirit with a 7-1 record. And for the people already doing the math, that means that if Team Spirit 2-0s this match, they are top of the group rather than P-Vision. So a lot at stake here, because being able to skip the survival stages is a grand prize, let me tell you that. Of course, P-Vision only needs to win one game in order to do so. We'll see how this goes for both of these teams, Effie. This is the toughest opponent they've had within this group. We always knew it was going to come down to this.
Yeah, for sure, but I can imagine Team Spirit feel like P-Vision is this big wall to climb right now. Like, they are definitely the team to beat here. They're the team that everyone has on their radar. But Team Spirit are the kind of team that could wake up one day and just be the best team in the world. You hear it from pro players all the time. I heard it from Seb on this panel, but Team Spirit in top form, you can't win versus them. Good luck.
Yeah, I think going into the series, you mentioned, Sheaves, that they only need to win one game on the side of P-Vision, and what I think is funny about this format with the best of twos is the reason that is because Team Spirit lost a game to Mouse on the first day of the tournament. So I think the difference between these two teams Mira was talking about is that Team Spirit, they're always leveling up throughout the course of the tournament. I always expect a team like P-Vision, like they usually show you their cards at the start of the tournament. If P-Vision's looking top form, if they're going to win the tournament, you'll usually know from day one. And so today, it's like, I think this would have been a completely different match 5 days ago. And I think Team Spirit's got the best chance having it happen now.
So you're saying Team Spirit is happy that they have their toughest opponent at the end, whereas P-Vision, they might have rather seen it the other way around.
I think you're going to get the exact same P-Vision no matter when it was, and Team Spirit's going to have leveled up at this point. So I think for P-Vision, like, obviously they're not thinking about these kind of things like, oh, we should have been facing them a day before, but definitely I think this favors Team... It's giving Team Spirit the best chance, and I say that because even though Team Spirit's the defending champion, they're one of the most legendary teams of all time. Like, man, if you guys have not been watching this tournament, like P-Vision, they're the one team I've watched where not only are they executing, there's like lanes they're winning that they're not supposed to be winning, but then there's also these draft strategies where just looking at it, I'm like, I know with my Dota knowledge that they're favored, but then I can't even explain why sometimes. And then you get into the game and there's like this 15-minute period where, or like 15 minutes in the game, it's an even game, and then suddenly it's 8K because they just hit this timing and they're so synchronized. Like they're a Coddle team, they're a Wisp team. Like, it's just these heroes that it's not individual understanding, it's the whole team rallying around them.
Well, I got a tiny bit of an update for you, Brian, because I did see just Faceless Void being picked, so you... not in this draft. Come on, guys, we're not even in a draft.
I was about to say, on the first pick Faceless Void.
No. PG game will play, so it's no longer an unpicked hero, so your prediction there came true for sure. And I want to talk about our upcoming draft as well, as I want to know what we should be looking out for, Effie, here. Is there any player in particular, any role in particular, any hero in particular that you feel like is key to winning this match?
Yeah, so I think for a lot of this tournament, the 2 and 4 flexes have kind of been king in that first phase. Obviously, we have the usual suspects like the ranged carries, the lone druids, the Drow Rangers. Are you solving them? Are you dressing them within the draft? But for P-Vision in particular, I think about the flexes between No One and 9 class. They have this Earth Spirit that they can play on 4 and 2 that looks fantastic. They have this Coddle that they can play in 4 and 2, and they've only played it on 4 this tournament, but the flex to 2 is always there, and they tend to build their drafts around these.
Yeah, I'm actually curious if Team Spirit leaves IO in. Pretty much everybody's been banning it against 9 class. You know, we talked about a story of the tournament has been 9 class not playing the Monkey Kings and the Slarks. He's still his own unique player. He picks heroes that it's not that nobody else is picking them. We know some teams are also picking IO, like GH for Enigma Galaxy, for instance, but they're heroes that are very particular playstyle that require everyone on the team to kind of like buy into the game plan. IO more about like the global map movements, Coddle about the macro play with the sustain from Illuminate and the team balling around that. And I just think personally watching the Coddle, there's so many things you have to factor. He pushes waves, he stacks camps so you have to invade them, and then he also creates this insane amount of sustain that you have to be able to actually do damage through. You see them go like Coddle plus like a Largo, like one other sustain hero, and suddenly it just becomes very difficult. So I'm surprised. I'm not surprised per se that they left it in on the side of Team Spirit, but they kind of know what they're getting into. They've left both in IO and Coddle.
Yeah, we also see them taking quite a while to remove Lone Druid from the pool, and as a first big team, that's a big decision, so it makes sense. But they seem to be preparing for a Shadow Fiend opening pick for themselves, or at least trying to bait P-Vision into banning out the Shadow Fiend, who's now also taking some time. There is indeed the Shadow Fiend ban. So let's see which hero they'll go for as their opening pick, with the Drow and the Earth Spirit and the Shadow Fiend banned, some of the most banned heroes already. I think the only odd one out that might have given them pause, Effie, is the Hoodwink. We've seen Hoodwink a lot, so I don't think it's that surprising to see her banned, but to see her first face banned, maybe that's a little bit more surprising.
Yeah, I've noticed Puppy does this thing where he'll kind of single out a player and think that they have really strong heroes or one really strong hero, even if they're not necessarily in meta. For example, versus Mouse, he just banned all of Crystallis's heroes. So to me, this says that he's identified there are players that have less heroes to work with, and this is the threat that he sees from the Team Spirit supports, the Hoodwink.
Yeah, we have actually Treant Protector ignore.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, they prioritized Bane over Treant Protector. I think it's because it trades really well with the likes of the Coddle and the IO. Maybe they're thinking like that's our... I'm telling you, even though these heroes are not being picked or banned yet, they're being considered on every single stage of the draft. And so P-Vision actually ends up going for the Kez. I'm wondering, out of all the carries right now, because a lot of times against Bane, you want to pick a carry that has illusions or like multiple units of some kind so that you can wake yourself up from the nightmare. You can still do damage while you're Fiend's Grip. If you're going to pick Kez like this, I assume they're going to go for a save, whether it's... I think the most likely one is Ringmaster that we've been seeing against Bane. Is there any other reliable Fiend's Grip cancels or saves, Mira, that you'd be prioritizing against the Bane?
I mean, there's things that are less popular, like the Shadow Demon and the Oracle, that maybe we would see a team like Yandex or Liquid play, but I don't necessarily think we'll see come out here. So maybe that is part of the discussion of the Bane.
That they don't really play the heroes that are
that's not
generally
really their
good against
style.
it. That makes sense. I mean, these teams, like, obviously they're scouting very specifically. I know Team Spirit often adjusts their opening to the team that they're up against, which some teams will just be like, here's what we do, hope you figure it out, or maybe don't hope you figure it out, but Team Spirit, they usually cater to the exact team they're playing.
You know, I do find this Kez opening quite curious from P-Vision because they haven't done it this EWC so far, and you look at Team Spirit's bans, the Axe was in the very first phase, which is also kind of an anti-Kez hero. You secure that ban early on, and Yatoro did bust out his first Kez versus Reconyx the other day. So maybe there's some scrim information going on that Team Spirit would have picked Kez. P-Vision decided to pick it early, and they also think it's a great hero against Collapse's hero pool.
Yeah, I also think I think Kez is like top of A tier for carries. I think S tier is literally Drow, Shadow Fiend, and Lone Druid, and I think they might be arguing like, oh, all the top 3 carries are already banned out, so there's limited slim pickings left. And by taking Kez, you're going to be stuck taking a ranged carry that I think most of the other ranged carries, we saw TA, for instance, played against Kez. A lot of them struggle against the parry mechanic, the gap closing mechanic, the burst damage. And Kez with any sort of buffs, Kez without any buffs is pretty insane, but if you give him an IO overcharge, I wouldn't even mind if they end up going for something like Invoker. I think Team Spirit could even just take Invoker here because of the Bane Nightmare setup on side lanes.
And you know, if they do take the Invoker, that opens up the Faceless Void potential.
True.
Which is an EWC Yatoro specialty.
And Faceless Void's quite good against Kez. Because one of the few heroes that can actually lock him down and take him out before he gets all of his free Satanic, free Dispel, free Silence, and Invis and everything off.
We don't see a lot of Tidehunter this EWC. It was very popular just a couple months back. What makes him good here?
It's extremely good against Kez because Tidehunter has his built-in Dispel versus the Kazurai Katana, which is where all of Kez's damage comes from. So he is one of the melee heroes that doesn't get bullied the same way as others do versus Kez. And also that shard, the Tide of the Deep, whatever it's called. I keep forgetting names. But it's really good against Io as well.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why Tide mentioned, for all the reasons Mira mentioned, later on the Kazurai Katana automatically just gets dispelled, but also in the laning stage, Kez is like a chip damage hero that attacks you a bunch of times and having the built-in damage block as well. So Tidehunter does to some degree deal with both stages of Kez's game. What I'm seeing a lack thereof right now for Team Spirit, it's like Willow kind of does it, but they're not. Okay, you have the Ravage, you have the Tide Shard, you have the Willow spells to follow up, but through this IO heal, I don't think this is enough. So where is the finishing blow coming from? And I'm just, because you can't really pick a hero like Faceless Void, for instance. They have all the lockdown right now. I think Yato's hero has to be a lot of damage. Or I think Yato and Laurel's hero both have to be a lot of damage. I wonder if Laurel whips out something like the Lina that we've seen a couple times. I want to see heavily fixated on damage because they've done so much for control in teamfight right now.
I still think the Invoker is quite solid with the Bramble set up on one lane and the Nightmare set up on another lane. That could be the damage solution. But I want to talk about Lilo a little bit and her dynamic with Io. She's a hero that's become popular more recently, but I do think she can provide you that little bit of early game damage boost versus Io before he gets a lot of the sustain in, and she kind of functions as an anti-relocate hero in the sense that if she's ready and the relocate's coming, she can layer her Brambles on top of her Terrorize and buy her team a very valuable 4 seconds.
That's a good point. Against like Willow and Dawnbreaker, these global teleport ins, it is nice to just have stuff to throw on the ground that is often some pseudo-reliable. So they do go for the heavy sustain line. We talked about Coddle plus Largo, something they ran a couple days ago, but now they're doing Io plus Largo. The one thing I like about the Grimstroke is, first off, you usually want Grimstroke to be in lane with carries that have some sort of innate gap close. Traditionally, it's like Anti-Mage, Ricky, PA. Kez is just the better version of all of these. He has a lot of other aspects of his kit, but he also has that, so he'll utilize the Inkswell, but then also Phantom's Grasp, I think it's called, the second spell for Grimstroke. That's one of the few spells in the game that is not removed by Tidehunter's Kraken, so you can actually reliably silence him.
The Embrace, I guess.
Yeah, the Phantom's the silence, yeah.
Where he shoots his wife.
Yes, his wife will shut Tidehunter up before he ravages, for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of like a soft disruptor ulti with much lower cooldown, so that's actually a really great point. It is also quite effective against the Bane. You have immunes to cancel the Fiend grip early on, but I do like this Largo quite a lot. You talked a lot about the sustain on this draft, Brian, but I also think the way a lot of Largos have been playing in the late game, they're taking catchy lick talents, I've noticed, in that catchy lick range, so you can also have a means to reposition away from the Fiend's grip later on. You can also dispel the Brambles from Willow. It's a really good solution here.
And there's still the Invoker that we talked about. So they got the synergy there. Potentially a Faceless Void ban incoming as well, because it seems like Team Spirit is very much in agreement with you guys on how you talk about this draft. Is there any other hero other than Doom that can really help stop some of the regeneration coming in from P-Vision? Because I can't see anything.
Yeah, the thing when I look at P-Vision's draft is you need to go through the sustain, but then you also need to have like staying power. The problem I have with like a Faceless Void is if the Chrono doesn't get like 2 kills, then
everybody is back to full health.
Yeah, then what do you do from there?
Yeah.
So I think I wouldn't mind. They have 2 options. They have like sustained damage carries like Terrorblade that just dish it out. A lot of the prime ones are the SFs and the Drows that are already gone. But then you could also maybe go something like the PL that we've been seeing prop its face up, because right now, P-Vision's draft doesn't really have a way to kill illusion heroes, and so if you take the long fight that way where you wear them down, I think that could work too.
I think I like the TV suggestion a little bit more than PL because in the late game, if Grimstroke gets his Ags, then you always have that PL illusion, which is really strong. And I think just a carry that can buy an early Scotty could be very useful in TV. That's one of his natural items anyway.
I always forget about the Grimstroke Ags. Yeah, I mean, that honestly might be another reason why they picked it, is because Illusion Heroes are pretty good against their draft, so Grimstroke gives them everything we said, plus that if you do pick an... Okay, they banned Leshrac. They want PL. I'm just saying, they banned Leshrac. There's no other reason to ban Leshrac.
But if we're aware, surely P-Vision's also aware, then it's going to get banned.
I mean, then the question is, do they think they have another answer to it?
Ooh, yes.
Sheaves. I mean, I guess I don't want to say it's the only reason. IO Lesh is quite a duo. So that you know, if Quinn were here, he would be talking about how good that duo is for the former Gamer Gladiators.
Is it really needed for IO to have another combo, or you feel like it's enough with Kez?
I think they do need a mid-game combo. Like right now, Kez is going to be the guy you tether when you get Aegis and you're trying to go high ground. But somebody to run around with that's just going to dish out a lot of damage. You have 2 enabling supports, and you have Largo, who's also an enabler. So I think they do need to solve the 0 to 20-minute damage problem.
Do you think Faceless Void is off the table here, Brian? Like, I know it would give their draft a lot more greed and a lot more cooldown dependence, but it's so hard to not be tempted when you have that Invoker.
Yeah, I mean, if you're... I wouldn't be surprised if they pick it, but I do think it makes the game one mistake away from losing at any given point, which, if there's a team that I would trust to execute and a player to do it, it'd be Yatoro, but I guess I would prefer not to put myself in that position.
It's very intriguing that the 2 stunning carries in Tiny and Sven get banned. To me, this says that P-Vision believe that the only way to get Invoker into this game is to just get him those Sunstrike kills with the stunning heroes on the sidelines, and they're comfortable outside of that.
Yeah, they might actually go Alchemist, I'm just realizing. Like, having a stunning carry that hits a mid-game timing. They kind of have damage issues right now on P-Vision for the early game.
Can you guys tell me why, or if, maybe Ember Spirit would still be good or not good for P-Vision? That's a Morphling, by the way. That's unusual, but I want to talk a tiny bit about the Ember Spirit because this is one of the most picked and still incredibly successful heroes of this EWC.
I love that you asked that question, Sheaver, because you know what the best carry in the game against Ember Spirit is?
Morphling?
Morphling. So I think they actually factored that into their last pick because Ember Spirit has been the premier mid laner, and even if you can dispel his Flame Guard, they don't really have hard lockdown for him for a while until like Tide Shard and once again limited damage. Ember Spirit punishes that as well. I think both teams are relatively low on their early to mid game damage unless they're able to chain a bunch of spells on you. They both hit, like, I think combo breaking is going to be a big thing this game, whether it's like Force Staffs, Glimmer Capes, you know, Catchy Lick. I think a lot of times it's going to be, does this team manage to burst the guy with a symphony of spells? When I see Morphling and I'm looking mid,
that is super
that
cool.
Largo mid or is that Nightstalker mid?
It's a Largo mid. Wow.
They're taking a page out of Gamer Legion's book, who did that earlier on. You know what? That was very successful when he did it. It was against Earth Spirit that time, but it did look very good. What do we make of it?
Oh, go ahead, Mira.
Sorry, I just think that this Night Stalker was a great pick against Team Spirit's heroes. Like, Morphling is also that early Scotty buyer that we mentioned that could give them a lot of the anti-heal, but Night Stalker will always give you a way to play into Morphling with that silence and just try to run at him in the early game. The same applies to this Night Stalker running at the Invoker, so P-Vision are saying we're not even going to let you reach those item timings, and we're just going to win early with this Night Stalker pick.
Yeah, I literally laned against IO Nightstalker recently, and it's a surprisingly strong lane. You think of Nightstalker as kind of a creep for the first 5 minutes of the game, but IO tends to get him past that stage. I don't think Bane Morph is going to punish it too hard, and then once it hits 5 minutes, I think Nightstalker is one of the few heroes that can threaten to boot Morphling out of lane. You're not going to kill him, most likely, but you are going to force him to be low and potentially pressure his tower with any sort of extra rotation. I guess they don't really have that rotation. Like, I don't think a Largo is going to, like, walk to your lane. I guess all you can say is this. Team Spirit, like, they have really amazing team fight, but, man, this map is terrifying to play. You're against a Kez who's going to be playing off map. IO Relocate's going to bring 2 extra heroes in. You have Nightstalker vision at all times, so P-Vision's going to get the fights that they want. It's just a matter of is Team Spirit going to be able to brace themselves for it.
And to answer your question, Sheaves, it was just such a strong Night Stalker pick that I think they wanted to pick it regardless, and that's why they flexed the Largo. And now you just have to play through your offlane. You have to play through Noticed on his Night Stalker, and no one's going to take more of a, I'm going to farm my items and I'll join in and I'll give you the auras, but Noticed is the playmaker for P-Vision in this game.
So what do we expect coming out of Spirit? Because if there's all this stuff happening on P-Vision's side of the map, and they will try to encroach obviously on Team Spirit's side of the map, like how are they going to try to make sure that this Morphling will get the time that he needs and the Invoker will get the time that he needs?
Go ahead, Mira.
It's just a very classic Team Spirit game where they're going to have to weather the storm. This Night Stalker did create a lot of problems for them. The one thing I can think of is if you can get this Invoker some Sunstrike kills early, maybe he can rotate, but otherwise they're going to run into this really difficult mid-game timing against P-Vision.
This is not a fancy answer, but in the spirit of Maposhka, the coach for Team Spirit, I think Rue is going to need to tank some ganks as Bane, because at the end of the day, you lack map mobility. Compared to P-Vision, like if we had a map mobility score, it's like 10-2 in this game. So I think that there's gonna be times where somebody on Team Spirit just has to let the Night Stalker ulti kill them, and I actually think it just has to be Bane, and that's how they're gonna get past the early game. But if they manage to stall this game out, I think they scale better on the side of Team Spirit, and their team fight, there will be a point where you can't fight into them.
Let's find out if Team Spirit can manage to stall the game out, or if P-Vision will run right over them. It's time for game number 1 of this 2-game series with Sunspan and Kezu.
Welcome! Game 1 indeed, P-Vision versus Team Spirit, and this is going to be a doozy and a half.
Oh, hell yeah.
I've
been waiting. This time I fully believe you. Like, this is some of the best games I think that we will see, and it is towards the end of the group stage. Very important matchup here for both the teams, because you want to go straight to the playoffs here, Shannon. You don't want to do some, other stuff, or suddenly you have to play some other team, single limb, none of those shenanigans. Play clean and move on.
And for P-Vision, that means a single game victory in this series is enough to do just that. Spirit have to 2-0, but in the meantime, they are pretty comfortable in that second position as well, and they've played extremely well in this tournament so far, despite the single game loss that they have suffered thus far. Yeah, we have some interesting picks. Kind of a last-minute switch up as Noticed Night Stalker last pick in the off lane, which moves Largo, played by no one, to the mid lane.
Honestly, a lot of very cool things here. Like, first of all, you pick the Morph into the Largo because, Largo in the offlane, he doesn't pressure very much. It's one of his weaknesses. So you get a very nice Morphling pick because you think he's going to do well in the lane, but then they swap it up in the end. So it's like, one-upping each other. And yeah, IO Night Stalker together. The whole P-Vision early game draft, my god, if you're Spirit, you need to play incredibly well to not get dumpstered on your map early on. There's no one with a lick on the range creep to make the Sunstrike miss. I like.
Nice little cheeky play. Does have some thick cheeks on that Largo as well.
Oh, he does.
But yeah, they have a lot of healing. I mean, IO, Largo on the same team, especially when it's a mid lane Largo. Like, what do we expect to see?
What we're expecting to see is early game aggression. Look at all of their lanes. Largo does very well mid against the Invoker. Night Stalker IO as well against... Like, Morphling doesn't pressure much. He just wants to farm on his own. And then your safe lane is Grim Kez. Sure, it is up against a Tidehunter, but I play Tide against very good Kezes, and they can maneuver around the Anchor Smasher. Like, even though Tide is a good answer to Kez, Kez still free farms in this lane.
Yeah. So you were very excited to see the Morphling pick. I was not, of course.
Of course not, because you hate like half the Dota heroes.
No, it's just Morphling and Terrorblade. There was just a period of time for like 2 years straight that they were just picked every single game. So it's just, I need a break.
No, that's true. But you've had a break from Morph for a while. This hero's been
not
dead.
enough. Give it another year.
No. Because what I like now is that they changed like his base stats, which means you don't have to skill like attribute shift early on. It means you can go adapt the strike, you can go waveform, you can actually play pretty aggressive. They also buffed the innate more, where the more agi you have, the more attack range you have. I don't think it's like crazy changes overall, but the thing is also, this is a Yatoro special. You know, in these big tournaments, you're gonna get the Yatoro Drow, Yatoro Faceless Void, Yatoro Morphling. So I'm all for it.
It's funny. I was excited in part to see the Morphling only because of the new set, which he did equip initially and then changed last second to this.
I mean, maybe he hasn't like played it in pubs. Like sometimes you have a lot of this feeling where, you remind yourself, when I've played this skin, I've won all these amazing games. I don't know if it's that, or if you just, actually, this skin is garbage.
Mostly placebo, as the Sunstrike coming for nobody, but 9 class will be taken out eventually by Yatoro if he can find one more right click, make it 2.
Yep.
First blood to Yatoro.
I mean, they got the level advantage and just immediately get to play off it. think here, if you're P-Vision, this was certainly not a kill that you wanted to give up, because Nightstalker IO, you know, early on, sure, it's not that you're going to beat up the Morphling, but you want to damage control through this lane. Don't give up anything and then play aggressive in the nighttime.
And speaking of nighttime, let's talk about the Nightstalker. To me, this hero is a hit or a miss. And based on your reaction thus far, Satanic, a lot of damage. Will dodge the Sunstrike. Shadow Realm.
Very fire.
In the air. He's going to be able to survive as a result, but look at the pressure being made. We'll have to be gifted some tangos. Yeah, Nightstalker feels like it's either incredible or terrible, and there's not much in between. Has that changed at all?
I would say it's still similar, but it has a lot to do with like the overall state of the game and what tempo you can play in. And I like it a lot with the P-Vision draft here this time around. Obviously, you know, you're good against Morph early on. I will say once Morph gets to like his 3rd item, 4th item, he can just stand his ground and, you know, honestly just kind of kill you. But I do think that P-Vision are very much equipped for a good Nightstalker game.
No one in the mid lane, 21-3 versus Laurel's 14-2, so great start for P-Vision there.
Also, like,
from Spirit's perspective, if you're giving the early game to P-Vision, what's their game plan?
Well, their game plan, I don't know if they can stop it as Satanic.
He's just dead. So Anchor Smash takes him out via collapse.
This is one thing that I need to talk about, because usually when you pick Tide in this matchup, it's because, you know, you get Kraken Shell, level 1, you get level 3, you have level 2 Kraken Shell, and you just kind of withstand the pressure. But they're going a completely different route. They can just play aggressive with the Stark Willow +4. Notice taking some pressure.
Away from Yatoro. Sunstrike does hit, but it's shared. Noticed. Likely will be able to walk away.
Still overall a lot of pressure, but yeah, you can see the full stat build, but even so, Yatoro and Rue doing a very good job up here. But like talking about the early game, I don't know if Spirit can really push back all that much. I mean, they are doing a good job in the laning, as Not Me will take a death to his name.
And Collapse won't be too sad about that. Gets some nice solo XP. As you can see, his CS is top 2 already in the game, so he's having himself a great lane overall. It's more action mid lane. No one, just a bit of harassment. And in terms of the 6-minute rotations for the power runes, which team do you think has the advantage?
It should be P-Vision. I think just simply the fact that, so you have no one mid who's winning the lane. I also like what he has queued up currently. You know, phase boots into an urn, probably a vessel. As 9 Class is here with a play.
Yeah, Laurel, good timing from 9 Class. Gets all the spirits right on top of his face with the frog stomp to help out. Good kill from P-Vision.
Very, very nice moves. You can see in the meantime also notice that he has perfect lane control. This was right before the nighttime. So if you're P-Vision and 9 Class, you kind of have free real estate. You want to keep playing with the frog at mid, you want to rotate to Noticed up top later again. You absolutely can do either.
Well, Nightmare. This is going to be a pretty difficult hero to take out, especially with the IO nearby. No one. Icewall not going to be there really, but they get the Brambles as Not Me making the rotation. That was needed. And 9 Class. Sunstrike does destroy him, so 2 kills from Laurel. So despite that death, he's right back in the driver's seat.
Cannot stress enough how much these early kills actually matter, because P-Vision, they have a super aggressive early draft, and if they're in a good position, they can definitely run you over. So very, very big counterplay here on their respawn.
And talk to me about this Grim. I mean, normally we think of 2 things, which is the Inkswell targets.
Yep.
And, well, we don't really think of Soulblind targets as often because I feel like that's kind of an icing on the cake. It's more the Aghanim Scepter later in the game, the Dark Portrait.
Yeah, it's definitely a big bonus. I think, first of all, I like Grim a lot more than, you know, what the hero used to be. I think with the innate, where if you click people or if you have any spells on them, you see them in the fog, it makes it super nice and easy to trade. Satanic.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's gone.
You don't even need the Sunstrike. This lane is going swimmingly.
Spirit are getting some outplays on the lanes currently. As hold
top
that.
Lane, yep, Silence right on top of Laurel, so his double kill will be thwarted, nullified as the tier 1 tower now being pressured from P-Vision.
This is a very, very heads-up move from Noticed. I love that. Like, Morphling in the top lane, sure, if you go up against him, it's like a 1v1 farm fest in terms of the CS, but if you go mid, what is Morphling's answer? And what is Tidehunter's answer? They don't want to move from their lanes.
Yeah. Satanic left alone for the time being. Gonna get stunned under his tier 1, but happy to farm away at the moment.
I think also, so what's nice with Grimstroke is we've seen a lot more people go for like the silence, which is quite nice against the Tidehunter. But like on all of this, losing your tier 1 mid tower minute 7 in a greedy draft that's a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. Might be in some trouble again. Satanic getting ganked now from Yatoro. Coming through the gate. Sunstrike does hit, but you can see Collapse is the one taking the brunt here as more rotations via no one with all the heals to work with. You can see the power of this Largo, already level 7. Usually in the offlane, you're not going to be able to do anything like this. Probably wouldn't have the ultimate by now.
Absolutely not. He'd be lower level than this, but Rue did a very good job. He stole the enemy Wisdom Shrine, then TP's bottom and takes his own. And I do think that when you're the team that needs time, stealing a Wisdom Shrine is so damn strong. Like, because it is the supports, they need to back up the course to make the moves in the early game. So both 9class and Ducalis definitely will be slowed down here.
And what is the theory behind the IO pick, other than the fact that you have this double heal core? Well, not core, but...
First of all, I think the hero is very good. It's also a hero that is nearly permabanned against P-Vision, and it works so well in this draft and with how you also want to play at the moment.
Satanic, he's going to take the Ravage, Sunstrike as well, so another death for the Chicken Man. That's 3 for Satanic already. And Collapse continuing to dominate this lane, despite that little death he had earlier, is going to be very happy with how things are progressing so far for Spirit. Ducalis trying to find his way in the tree line, but Collapse and company, they will surround and take him out.
Okay, yeah, a lot of these early moves. I do think that Spirit are getting more out of this early game than honestly they deserve. Getting multiple kills in this bottom lane, trading the top for the bottom pressure at the moment, and taking P-Vision safe lane tower. I'm not gonna lie, they should be very happy with how the game is going at the moment.
But we've had P-Vision games where even behind, it doesn't feel like they're rushed at all. And if they get to that mid to late game, especially with the likes of Kez, I mean, how good is their late game? Because just looking at the heroes, it doesn't seem... No, Jinxwell not going to be there in time.
Nice timing on the TP. Their late game is still honestly quite good. Like, you've got Grim against Morph. It's a good illusion. Obviously, it depends a lot also on like the itemization. Can you force your Toro to like buy a butterfly MKB where then the illusion kind of owns himself, or is it going to be something different? But a lot of Night Stalker drafts is also about the mid game, the post laning stage. Because if you're P-Vision and you run somewhere, let's hold that 9class in the Bramble.
Full Bedlam, 9class actually dead. Straight up. It's going to be a trade.
Will be a 1-for-1. But yeah, Night Stalker owns the minute to 20 mark. He's usually like the king of the map, just using your ult against these heroes like Bane, Willow, Invoker. None of these heroes can really stand their ground early on, so even if P-Vision are slightly behind early on, I would absolutely expect them to take over the map within the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, notice working on a Blink Dagger as his first main item after the drums. So just looking to be ultra aggressive. We'll see how that works out for him. I mean, it kind of aligns with what their lineup wants to do. This does seem very early-centric overall.
Yeah.
With a little bit of Kez in the late game.
Because they definitely, like, eventually what they want to reach is like the IO Largo together as, let's see, we have got a sleeve set up, but I think this is more pressure than really anything else. Because they don't have the easiest playmake, right, on P-Vision. If you're Spirit, you're happy keeping a very stale map where not much is happening, tied bottom, Yatoro stays top. Most of the plays kind of have to be initiated through the Night Stalker. And him having to go drums Blink, it's not a bad build by any means, but it is very early game centric.
And does the build change at all for any of these heroes based on the positions? Like Largo, for example, has a Soul Ring going for Spirit Vessel. We don't see that in an offlane very often.
Typically.
Okay, Terrorize onto 3 with the Sunstrike. It is going to hit the IO. And that's the death of 9class.
Very nice job. He's just protecting their own area. As not quite done yet, there's Laurel throwing out a random tornado into the Meteor.
Yep, looks like Not Me will be the eventual trade of supports.
We have revenge tonight.
Okay, still, we're seeing some really good things. Like, this is just players understanding kind of the limit that they can play on. You know, Not Me in the jungle gets a Terrorize into the Bedlam just with a Sunstrike combo. And while it is a 1-for-1 trade, it gives a lot of space to Team Spirit.
Collapse can take a nice juicy stack here, though, with the help of the Meteor Hammer from Laurel.
Also gonna have the Consecrated Wrap soon. And while they do have good heroes to like deal with what Spirit have, need to say it again, I do think that this current state of the game is beneficial for Spirit.
Yep, first grip of the game. Adaptive Strike with the Sunstrike as well. Lots of strikes, in fact. Waveform to finish the job at Ducalis. A little bit too late to the party. Won't suffer the consequences, though.
Yeah, nice play. I do think that Rue is, like I said before, he's getting off a lot of good plays. First, the double Wisdom Shrine steal. You get a lot of sacks going for your Tide. Now finding this play on notice close to his tier 1 tower.
So after the Meteor Hammer, it's going to be Boots of Travel for Laurel. And, of course, the Blink for the Tide after the Consecrated Wraps. Nothing too crazy.
I'm still looking at how P-Vision want to progress the map currently. Of course, you have IO, you have Night Stalker ult available. It looks like they are eyeing Collapse here.
Yeah, very tanky with the wraps. We're going to see the nighttime come from Noticed. And he's going to be able to get the slow with the Void. Terrorize is coming.
Good
it
one.
hits 2 as Collapse. That's enough distance to get away. Nicely done from Not Me.
See if they can turn this into something else. Relocate up top, but doesn't really look like it.
Yeah, Spirit able to dodge 2 sides of the map now.
Need to commend Spirit on their map play here. Like, a lot of the time when they want to keep an open map, they're playing like a 2-1-2 split. You have one of the cores that is always bodied by one of the supports. Saw it there with Not Me down bottom, very good Terrorize. And at the same time, Rue up top protecting Yatoro.
And 9 class.
Needs a
Spotted,
target.
Bramble, Sunstrike. Should be a kill. Nicely done from Spirit. Collapse actually changing his itemization. So after the wraps, we'll be going for a Yules. Very interesting.
Okay, I mean, it is obviously a good way for him to, first of all, gives you a relocate cancel, which is quite nice later on. And I think also when this Night Stalker like runs on you, you can Yule him, then still find a position to also get the Ravage off for yourself. So actually, I don't really mind it. It's also a good item when you want to play like a more open map, right? You get more mana regen, a little bit more move speed. If they gank you, it's easier for you to get away. No one hasn't really found a real entry into this game yet. He does have the Vessel available and will get the 14-minute active rune.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like Largo, once he gets that second item is when he really starts to pop off. I mean, question is, does that change with the build that he's actually going? Because Spirit Vessel, like we said, is not the norm. You're going to see Kaya, you're going to see Ags.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be like the Kaya, maybe some Kaya Sanj if he wants. You could look at a Lotus potentially. I think it's quite good against both the supports. Like if we look at both Bane and Willow, they don't really have any counterplay. If you pre-Lotus, Bane can't really play. If there's a Terrorize, you can always take that off as well. But at least, even though there's been a lot of games that went, or a lot of kills rather, that went Spirit's way, it is only a 2k gold lead.
True.
Interesting. He just got to TP away. I don't know if the Inkso wasn't available, but Not Me getting out scot-free, even with the relocate being used during all of this.
Mech now online for 9 class. It's so weird to see him play these kind of, I mean, not that IO is a standard. It's not a 9 class.
No, like his Kogla and IO, I do think like over time, this guy got to calibrate, you know, from being the weirdo hipster monkey guy who just jumps around on trees. He's starting to definitely develop his overall hero pool.
Kogla makes a little bit more sense just because you can kind of roam free, you can be greedy with farm. IO, you not really being
I guess the thing with IO nowadays is that you can play it again with maxing spirits. It's quite good. So if you do have a good lane, you can kind of do this, or when the game slows down, you can just farm some camps and be chilling. He was also like some 25-game win streak, as hold that for a moment, Satanic.
Yeah, already uses the Echo Slash and Collapse. It's going to be hard to do this without Rue. Will he be spotted? There's the Fiend's Grip. They get everything they need. Just a single Fiend's Grip is more than enough, so a great pickoff for Spirit. As noticed, able to get out just fine. They're going to turn their sights on a Not Me, so it'll be a support for a carry. Not exactly what you would write home about if you're P-Vision, as no one's going to get gushed. Tornado not going to hit. They get the EMP, though, and now no one out of mana is going to pop the wall. No big Ravage coming out from Collapse, hitting 3, as 9 class gets the mech, keeping no one safe for the time being, but he dies shortly after. Noticed. He's going to get Nightmared. Was that just in time for the relocate? That was really close, as Notice dies as a result, so 2 core kills in favor of Spirit. 3 if you count the Kez from earlier. 9 class comes back with the relocate. And the Tornado is going to clip him, and Ducalis is linked up for the time being. That's going to be a 4th kill overall, and likely a full team wipe in favor of Spirit. Absolutely disgusting display from them.
Yeah, just the like the understanding that they're pressuring bottom and they do attack mid at the same time because they know if something happens there, they can TP over. I didn't quite spot what happened at the end with the sleep on notice. I don't know if Rue got like a dodge on like the overall relocate towards the very end. But I think just the understanding here that after killing bottom, you can still fight mid, and obviously there's reinforcements, right? You see Collapse, he's like TPing over and making this happen because, yeah, I think P-Vision, they're definitely struggling here.
Oh, bottom. Oh, boy. We got some trouble for Satanic trying to kill off Laurel. He is ticking down. He does fall. This is really close, though. Satanic will go down to the Anchor Smash. So another death. I mean, yes, they lose the Invoker, but that's 5 deaths on Kez already. He's going to turn things onto Collapse now. His rotation's coming through. He's outnumbered, but he is quite tanky. Not me in the area with the Bramble. Still has Terrorize at the ready. Just the threat of that's going to be enough for him to be able to walk away.
Yeah, they're not dealing any damage really to Collapse with the build that he currently has. We'll say though, the play that Satanic got here, definitely worth it for him. Like, you're behind. I think there was a streak on Laurel. He got like 600 gold. And like you said, he has 5 deaths, but his net worth is still very, very good on the Kez. Obviously, you'd prefer not to be 1,000 gold behind Yotoro's Morphling. Needless to say, that guy is the hero of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yotoro now with the Manta style. To go along with the Vlads that he picked up earlier will be a Hurricane Pike. And yeah, I wanted to ask about the itemization in terms of late game versus the Grimstroke. Do you avoid certain items? He looks like he has Butterfly queued up.
I mean,
is that the right choice?
You want to avoid going Butterfly and MKB together as they're finding
Yotoro. Linked into the Crippling Fear. TP is coming. He gets the Attribute Shift off. There's the Raptor Dance. It's more than enough. As the Terrorize a little bit too slow. Notice gets the kill. Big one onto Yotoro. First death of the game.
Honestly, I'm happy for them that they find this play because their draft absolutely can do this. Probably could have done that even earlier as well. Noticed, looking on Not Me. Was very quick on the silence.
Get gushed for his efforts though. Now stuck inside the Bramble. Double root indeed. Sunstrike not needed. Well, they get the trade. Obviously not the one the Spirit wanted, but still. Could be worse for sure. Like you said, they should not be up in this early game, or at least that was not the plan for P-Vision.
They're gonna bleed another hero here on Ducalis. But yeah, to go back to the Morphling itemization, so we see that Yotoro has a Pike queued up. You need to play with Pike or BKB against Night Stalker, very important. Wait, hold up, they're not done yet.
Oh no, Satanic, another grip reserved for him. Sunstrike, there's the Ravage. Io trying to heal him up, but it's not enough. 6 deaths on Kez. As they're going to try to turn this around a little bit. Notice does find himself a support, but now a Meteor coming for the Frog, into the Gush, into the Anchor Smash, and into the Death. So it's just dominoes falling over and over for P-Vision.
This is without Yotoro. I don't know how Collapse does this sometimes. Remember the Axe game he played the other day against Necro? Like, he's top net worth again on this Tide. Obviously, Tide is incredible against Io when you get there and you don't have to play against like Io Slark, Io Ursa, like these combos that kind of own you. But still, like, it's another one of these performances where also Rue, there's some overperforming going on from these players.
Absolutely. I mean, when's the last time you saw Satanic die 6 times before the 20-minute mark? That is a rarity.
It's definitely been a while, but they just have their number in a lot of these plays right now.
Yeah, and like you said, Yotoro hasn't been needed in these fights, really. He's shown up for a couple here and there, but for the most part, just been left uncontested.
It matters a lot because when you have this Morphling come out, like, they have heroes that can deal with Morph. I would say more so in like the early game and the mid game. You can collapse on him with the relocates, with the Night Stalker silence. But the more you get to like the mid game, the 20-minute mark, the 25-minute mark, Morphling starts itemizing against Night Stalker to not die. Like, first of all, it's to farm, but then it's to survive. So this is absolutely not the spot they want to be in.
Yeah. Well, see if Satanic can make a comeback. We have seen many of those for this lineup. Again, they have yet to lose a single game at this tournament so far. They're going to turn things right on top of Laurel. He gets demolished. Relocate used. Satanic desperately needing that kill.
Well, and that is the power of some of, you know, their overall mobility. You have Night Stalker, you've got the relocate.
Oh, this is great news. They can go for Roche.
Yeah,
they don't have to worry about Invoker for 40 seconds.
You just got the fresh Desolator.
So where's Collapse? That's all we care about.
He is alive. He's got Blink. He's got Yules.
Oh, boy.
Guys, we know the drill.
Little early. Collapse. Instinctual. Goes into the pit, pops the Kraken Shell, gonna dodge the entirety of the Raptor Dance as Roche is not happy with this display.
Oh, it's daytime now.
He's gonna try to go for Roche himself. He's already at half HP. His nose gonna get a silence on the back line. Grimstroke ult connecting a bit as Satanic. He's pretty low, gets connected by 9 class, and Collapse still working on this Roshan. He's getting quite low himself. They're away from him. Yatoro gets the Aegis. They get the kill as well. And now 9 class will suffer the consequences along with Satanic with his 7th death as Spirit. The Roche defenders, so good at it. Ducalis will be another one to fall for P-Vision. Technically wasn't Collapse stealing it, but he did start the trend here.
He's always the reason why this team gets Roche one way or the other. Like, either he steals it or he makes 5 people hate him, and then Yatoro's like, don't worry, bro. I got the security.
A single casual waveform just taking that for himself. All the hard work was Collapse.
And this is the stuff that you're going to see in like the most high-skill matches, like understanding that you can go here, and even though you're not fully like stopping them from roshing or like you're not going to be stealing it, you make so much time. It turns into the daytime. Look at how much space and like effort he's just tanking overall. Notice as well is forced to jump in during the daytime, and then Yatoro's like, yeah, bro, nice layup. I got this one.
Well, they do get him, which is probably therapeutic if nothing else, but Yatoro basically had nothing to do other than waveform, and then he could just clean up.
Oh man.
The table was set by Collapse, and Yatoro went ham. He devoured that buffet.
Now it's a 10k lead with the Aegis on hand. Want to see what type of like plan even that P-Vision are looking for here. Definitely not an easy game to execute from this point onward. They do still have a lot of power spikes that are coming. Obviously their scale is like, you know, nothing bad at all. You have Largo, you have Night Stalker, you have Kez. If you can get a couple of BKBs going your way, I think that would be one kind of timing that they'll be looking for. And of course, the Dookie Duke Aghanim Scepter on the Grimstroke, always very good against the Morphling.
Is Satanic going to have double-digit deaths this game?
He very likely could. He's at 7.
He's not far off. He's going to need to turn this around if P-Vision are going to hold on at all. Remember, they only need a single game in this series to secure top of the groups here.
Yeah, Spirit ain't having any of that. They like to place very high and well at EWC. I want to get the 2-0 here.
A Spirit with the Aegis for another 2.5 minutes.
Jules as well on
how much do they want to get out of this? Obviously, just taking the Roche in general is a great deny.
Yeah. No, I believe that they should be getting, instead of 2.5 minutes, there's a very high chance you're getting all the tier 2s and outpost control, which then just gives you the overall map. There's no need to really push for a Rax. You could hit the high ground to force people back, but I think closing out all the tier 2s would be the main objective.
Yeah.
As Collapse found himself stuck in a tree line.
It happens.
Not as bad as one of the PGLs where he got stuck on a cliff for 6 minutes. I feel like that was maybe also Tidehunter. I think he just ended up using a Ravage because nothing happened.
I vaguely remember that. Usually it's Arteezy, but...
You know, Collapse doing his best effort to take the record of the Cliffman.
Still tier 2's up and running for P-Vision.
Cute little animation on the Froggy Frog. Want to see later, you know, because you can turn into the Largo, maybe steal the Croak, give it to Larl if you want. I don't know if that's like his main target. I think turning into the Kez is also pretty chill if you want. Of course, Night Stalker, you can steal the Silence.
I mean, surely he doesn't want to turn into Largo in a fight. Can't be that good.
You can steal the spell and like Croak
I'm
and
not
just turn
saying it's
around.
bad, it's just that surely there's better options. Like even the Night Stalker would be better, I would think.
Honestly, I don't really know. I think if you want to make Larl pop off, which I don't know if you need to help him do that because you're already owning anyway.
He ain't no support. That's a Morphling carry right there, tell you what.
Let's see Yatoro though, bro. He's big picture type of player.
It's true.
But honestly, at this point too, I think his ult is kind of a bonus. He might just go rampant even without it. As 50 seconds left on the Aegis, did clear every single tier 2 tower, and they picked up a gem.
What's the Aghanim Scepter timing here? Oh my god, I was actually memeing, but he has a greedy enchantment on Grimstroke, so he's only 1,000 away from Dark Portrait already. That's kind of crazy.
I mean, Grim farms fast. You can clear waves with Inkswell.
Still. Now they find themselves a little Night Stalker meal.
Yeah.
Delicious treat. And this is what I'm talking about with Night Stalker. If the game doesn't go extremely well early, this hero feels like
it feels bad to have on your team. Like, you might as well have just picked any other offlaner.
They definitely expected this game to go better because Night Stalker, even with not the best early game, if you find ways to go on the enemy draft, like collapse on a guy, you have the relocate. I do think that maybe it has a bit to do that no one is playing Largo. Usually he's, I think, a lot more of a playmaker for the team, set up the tempo, set up the place overall, like get all the relocates going. But this
maybe
time
a little
around,
bit too cute from P-Vision.
I mean, maybe. Like, you did last pick this Night Stalker to make a lot of things, you know, happen in this early to mid game, and I don't really think that happened as Yotaro, with the end of the Aegis going for a lot of pressure.
Yeah, we'll get the tower. Well, it is fortified, so maybe not. They're going to play it safe. 13k lead has truly ballooned after that Roche fight.
Yeah, and
now Shiva's online for Laurel.
You have full map control. As P-Vision, they still have two pretty good wards out. You can see the one here on no one and one on the bottom side of the map, but Collapse, walking around with a 13k gold lead and a gem, you will soon say goodbye to most of your map.
Laurel finds himself a frog now. Delicious treat after delicious treat. Even a Fiend's Grip, this BKB completely useless against that combo. And 9 class, don't think they spotted him. Just on the outskirts of the dust.
He's taking the correct way. It's got a couple more seconds. We'll make it out.
Yeah, it has the Holy Locket, Glimmer Cape, and Mech. And for no one, saw that BKB. It'll be Ags next, so... Man, this is tough to see a comeback without Kez going crazy.
At this point, my eyes are on the Dark Portrait.
That's
I
true.
think you get the Morphling illusion. I'm pretty sure if you're 9 class, you're tethering that one. You're not tethering a hero anymore. You're tethering that illusion and trying to make it go ham. The only thing with Morph Illusion is it's honestly, like, it doesn't have the highest HP. Of course, it's going to have a Butterfly, which at that point, it's going to be quite strong. Rue trying to set up, but of course, Night Stalker noticed. Just kidding.
Collapse with the Yules. And this has really paid for itself over and over. Not Me gets that one.
That's why,
like, dagger.
Top tier vision is so, like, there's so many small things going into it. Like, look at Spirit. They're warding their own triangle because when you're up this much gold, you understand that the enemy team, they need to start being creative. They're going to farm your top jungle. They're going to try to squeeze in here or there. Without this ward, you're not finding this kill on a random Night Stalker in your own triangle. But this is just game sense and understanding of what the enemy team can do.
Well, they have the Axe, so the question is, do they just wait for Spirit to come high ground, although there's no Aegis, so they really aren't in any rush. Do they go for a smoke play? It's going to align with the Butterfly, which, weirdly enough, the Grimstroke is going to be kind of happy about.
Yeah, at least about this timing, it's definitely one of the ones you're happier about. I would assume if you're P-Vision, I don't know if you need to smoke necessarily right now, but you need to be contesting the second Roach. That's going to be the name of the game currently, where also you see them use a relocate in the top lane, you know, push out some more waves, squeeze in a little more gold, try and get no one closer to his Aghanim Scepter.
And Laurel just looking for anyone to leave the base for P-Vision. No one connected to Io. Gonna lick off Collapse. The rest of his team nearby. There's the Yules.
They want to force something
into the
here.
Bramble, into the Anchor, and they get a Nightmare onto the Kez with a Grip as well. Meteors, everything used. Satanic is already dead. They couldn't get anything going for P-Vision. They're going to lose some buildings.
Again, it's just perfect setup. They have a ward on the, you know, the gate outside the base. They see Satanic walk in immediately, and they just get it. This is 40 seconds down without him. No relocate available anymore as well. This is a free Rax.
Yeah, not even Dark Portrait used. It's daytime. They find another Yules play onto the Grimstroke. Will he even have time to use the Dark Portrait? No. 45 seconds with no Ducalis.
This is bad news,
This is
Shannon.
2 sets at the very least, if not more.
Honestly, I think without the Grim available, even if Kez respawns, you can just keep going.
Another Anchor, this time onto Aya with a damage coming out from the Dark Willow as well. Sunstrike not needed yet again because the damage is overwhelming for Spirit now.
All right, who's dying next? Let's keep up the 1x1 train.
Well, I want to see the Dark Portrait at least once. He's going to be up in 15 seconds. This is an Alacrity Morphling.
Just a
now,
casual
for the Mega
damage.
Creeps. Yeah, no big deal. An Aghanim Scepter by Laurel. Okay. This is going to be Cataclysm, it looks like.
Yeah, you've got the Ravage. You know that some people are definitely going to be stacked up. There's no summons, no illusions to tank any of that. as the Spirit will play this very cleanly, get nearly everything apart from one melee racks. Now Roche, of course, is going to be theirs for the taking.
Radiant are scanning.
Satanic, we've seen this so many times. The only one not smoked right now.
They are scanned out.
Showing. Yeah, they are aware, but again, Spirit at the major advantage now. 30 seconds till Roche. Obviously, just wait for that.
Man, it's just a tough one to also contest here. Like, how do you do it? You know, Spirit, they have outpost control. Of course, there aren't any buybacks available yet for them, but even so, like, you have incredibly fat heroes. Yatoro as well, getting very close to Ascadi. You have Rue, who's getting close to an Aghanim Scepter. Also, I love that collapse. In my opinion, this is an underbought item, the Krelos Crozier. Like, just the passive, where you reduce enemies' like health restoration by 30%.
Yeah.
We see a lot of Kautos, we see a lot of Necros, there's Ios in the game. It's like also, you go very fast, you have a Ghost Scepter. It's quite nice. I do think this is an item we should see more, especially when there's heals in the game.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
There's the Roshan Belch, one of your favorites.
That's right, P-Vision, they're going to try to go for this, but see, Spirit are already ready. They're going to try to go onto the Dark Willow to start things out. Looking for the Ravage is collapsed, going to reset a little bit, pops a Crozier. Buyback instantly from the Dark Willow. So P-Vision get a single kill. Can they get more?
Relocate.
No one with the BKB. Noticed. Also hounding the Dark Willow, but there's a grip, this time reserved for the Frog. Going to be canceled, but eventually Yatoro just finishes the job. Double kill for him. They already called GG. They know this is over. As a Cataclysm is going to be there for the style points. Triple kill for Yatoro. Make it an Ultra and make it a Rampage. Beast mode enabled for Yatoro and the likes of Spirit, who are now one game away from securing themselves #1 in the game.
Oh, this is going to be a spicy next game because Spirit, they are like, this is some prime form. You know, they bust out the Morphling after a long time. I think Rue as well had a lot of small but crazy plays in this game, starting from the Wisdom Shrine, setting up all the correct, you know, sleeps into the grips around the map. And if you're P-Vision, I think you definitely did not get going the way you wanted, especially with this early draft, like the Io, the Largo, the Night Stalker, you didn't really get any plays going. Spirit, masterclass.
Felt like it was a little all-in on the early game for P-Vision. If things didn't go picture perfect, that they were going to suffer the consequences, and they did just that. In the last second switch to Largo mid, Night Stalker offlane, talked about it. If Night Stalker doesn't have a good time, he is a completely useless hero in the mid to late game.
Yeah.
They have to be the ones that are setting the pace, so that was not the case here.
Definitely big credit to Spirit. If you're P-Vision also, you need to step up. Like the gameplay, it has to go up. Like what Spirit did in these lanes, I think is not normal. Like 304 deaths on Satanic's Kez in the safe lane by like minute 10. Yatoro having a full free game. He has 1 death to his name. You picked offlane Night Stalker to at least pressure this Morphling a bit or play with more relocates. They did not get those plays going.
No. A lot of Sunstrikes hit and collapse. I mean, again, despite the scoreline, 4-2 doesn't look that impressive. This guy absolutely owned this game on the Tidehunter. That Roche play, which we'll get the highlight, I'm sure, coming up next.
Oh, this better be a highlight, bro.
It is just sickening how consistent he is at doing this. Didn't get the Aegis steal himself because they killed Roche and he died first, but Yatoro was the greedy boy and took it for himself.
There just has to be like a rule. When this guy is alive, you need to either kill him first, stop roaching, find him, do something. Because you know that this team, it doesn't matter if someone is dead, if there's something they don't have. If they have just a sliver of any type of chance to contest, they will be there.
And they will almost always... I mean, I wonder what their percentage is.
It's too much.
Their success rate at taking the Aegis. It is absolutely absurd. As we go to the panel...
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Something in the air indeed, Brian. There's something in the air for Collapse at EWC. It's just magical.
Yeah, there's been a lot of series so far where we go in with a team that we're like, on paper they could win, but in general the results have just gone the way that we would have expected, and this was such a pleasant... I wouldn't even say it's like a surprise, but I'm like excited to see that Team Spirit won that game, because first off, if they lost game 1, then game 2 wouldn't have mattered. Now we're effectively in a best of 1 to decide who wins the group, but that was an awesome high-level performance from Team Spirit. It was honestly a good performance from both sides, but I think they threw more punches effectively in the early game.
Yeah, the story of this game was, can Team Spirit weather the storm? Because we saw this really strong early mid-game timing from the double sustain heroes from P-Vision, but they didn't have to weather the storm. They were the storm. They were setting the tempo at some point in that early game. They made all these tiny little moves at the start that we're going to look at earlier, we're going to look at later, that gave them a bit of that lead, but P-Vision just could not play into them at a certain point, and I really liked that they were able to bring their Morphling through the gate and play off of him early on. And P-Vision, they were definitely caught off surprise.
Yeah, I know we're gonna look at how Spirit will be able to set the pace, but I wonder why P-Vision was not. Because is it the Largo? We haven't seen them do Largo mid before, Brian. Did you feel like it played out the way you wanted it to? Obviously, it lost, but did you feel like it still had the impact that P-Vision wanted from it?
I mean, I thought what was really cool about the Largo mid was that, you know, we were talking about pregame, is Largo going to rotate to Morphling's lane, or like how are they going to do this? But they actually brought the Night Stalker IO to Largo's lane, so they almost treated him like he was an offlaner in the sense of how they rotated the early game. I don't think the Largo was meant to have, like, it wasn't the pick that was meant to win them the draft. Like, the Largo was rotated to mid, I think, in order to enable this Night Stalker, but at the end of the day, it did not have the impact you wanted because you bought this Vessel, and you did get one crucial kill on Yaturo's Morphling before his Manta came out. But, you know, you mentioned that, like, why weren't they aggressive? I honestly feel like there were so many small plays from Team Spirit, whether it's Yaturo going through the gate, whether it's Rue going towards the mid lane. Like, there were just so many cool rotations. And, like, this was by far the most enjoyable early game for me to watch. Like, I know Team Spirit came out on top, but there were just... It was literally like watching a fight where they're just throwing punches back and forth nonstop.
Yeah, and I do think they just showed up very heavily on lanes today on Team Spirit. Like, for P-Vision's draft to work, and we could have seen an entirely different game if the lanes hadn't gone so well, they needed to get a couple of the early game kills, group up early, and take advantage of Team Spirit's heroes needing more scaling and more time. But that lane on top with Bane and Morphling actually ended up doing really well against the Night Stalker, which maybe they didn't factor in, and that Tidehunter also had a fantastic lane. So you had two side lanes that won, and sure, you got a kill on Invoker in the early game, but because the side lanes were able to move their supports around, Invoker also had a good start.
Yeah, so let's take a look at those moves that the supports were making, because those were instrumental to having Team Spirit be in this position.
Yeah, I just want to shout out Rue in specific because he was everywhere on this Bane, but this is him setting up for the kill on No One's Largo after Laurel had died in that early game. And we see Not Me also joining from the side, but this was essential for Laurel to get back into the game after him getting killed earlier on. And this isn't the only time we're going to see Rue pop off here in this early game. He actually goes and steals the Wisdom Rune, enabling Team Spirit to get a double Wisdom Rune. He actually just walked for free behind the IO Night Stalker and did the last second Nightmare. In this clip, we're going to see Not Me catching Satanic's Kez with that last second Bramble, clipping him, and then they were able to take advantage of Tidehunter's level 6. In this clip, we also see Not Me just getting the kill on IO between 4 heroes, and sure, they get the trade, but that is a trade you take anytime, Brian.
Yeah, and meanwhile, throughout all of this, we see at 12 minutes into the game, they're taking like a 5-stack Ancients. I'm just looking at all these early game rotations, and I'm like, when did he find the time on Rue to stack these camps 5 times amongst all of these ganks? The fact that they were able to, like Mira said, they had a good start to the top lane that allowed Rue to effectively rotate between mid and bottom, and then also in the meantime be stacking a camp. Like, there's just so many little factors that added up there, and I think for me, it's obviously Rue's a very good player. I think he massively overperformed this game. Like, this is the type of thing we talked about in the pregame, which is that any player at any point for Team Spirit can step up. I feel like multiple players at multiple different points stepped up, and for Rue specifically, this might have been one of the best early games I've ever witnessed.
So where do we want P-Vision to take this? Because this was an outplay, right? Because we looked at the draft, we're like, okay, on paper, this should be P-Vision early and then Spirit late. That's kind of like their plan, and it turned out to be Spirit all the way, basically. So with the plan of P-Vision, there wasn't much wrong with it, per se. How are you going to adjust from it? This is also their first loss, Effie, so we don't know how they do with adjustments.
It very much was. I do think this is not the most difficult adjustment because their draft was very one note. It's like, we have sustain, we're going to run at you, and we're going to heal, and you're not going to be able to do anything with your late game. It's just a matter of making sure that you can fight at all stages of the game, and they could just change up their mid hero, not have a Largo, have something like an Ember Spirit that can play tempo, and it would make it easier.
I mean, based on what Team Spirit's done this event, which is like good performances, but nothing mind-blowing, if I was P-Vision after that game, I'd be like, okay, you got us. Like, I was not ready for you. Came ready to play today, guys. I'll just say that I always appreciate the little item choices that players make. This was a really cool Yules pickup from Collapse on Tide. It's so amazing defensively against the Silence of Grimstroke as well as Nightstalker, but also Willow as a support. Like, if you don't have Bane there, and you don't have this Yules, there's no setup for kills on the map, but because you have this Yules, that's what item Willow usually goes for, and it sets up all of her spells, so it kind of gave them this extra kill combo on the map, and I think P-Vision, they just weren't ready for this. I think that's why Satanic died. There were multiple times where, if I'm looking at on paper at Team Spirit's draft, I'm like, they don't really have the setup necessary in order to kill me. They have a bunch of soft disables. I'm like a mobile guy with a dispel and everything, but yeah, just well played over all around.
I have a Morphling question for you, or rather a question about Morphling.
Okay.
This was the second game we saw Morphling, the first win for Morphling. Could it have been any other carry, or was the fact that Yatoro was Morphling a big deciding factor here?
I would say it was a big deciding factor, and I really liked the confidence certificate there, because I don't think many heroes could have been able to out-CS a Nightstalker like that. And also, the self-sustain and durability of a Morphling is what enables Bane to move around. Like, if it's a typical carry hero that gets bullied out of lane and needs the babysitting, you don't move around like that on Rue. So definitely a really cool pick. It was the second Morphling game at this EWC, the first win. So there's something there, Brian.
Yeah, there's a group of 5 carries. It's like Life Stealer, Morphling, Weaver, Tiny. They don't really jungle very fast, but they're also really good at staying in their lane. And you wanted a hero that, what like Mira said, is self-sufficient, but also the bonus of the Morphling is against IO specifically, you want a carry that it sees a reload coming on top of it and it has an escape plan. They managed to 4-man gank him one time, but that illustrated it required a lick into a Nightstalker silence into like a perfectly timed ink swell. I mean, it was just, that was the Morphling. What he always creates is you need a very specific answer in order to be able to kill him. And Yatoro, I think better than anyone else, will recognize your draft is kind of awkward when it comes to killing Morphling. And the Nightstalker pick was amazing for P-Vision's draft, but it did not solve that individual problem unless they got momentum, which the Morphling also stopped. So I do think it was a very pivotal pick.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few heroes in Dota that even when they're not good and they're nerfed, I was talking to Brian about this in the green room, but they fill you with dread. Like, they fill you with a sense of despair when you're playing against them because you feel like you're racing against the clock. And Morphling is one of those heroes that if you don't win the early game and you look at the enemy draft and they have a Morphling, you just, all your hope and optimism is like slowly going out the drain. And I feel like that's what it must have been for Paravision.
Well, it sounds like they have a lot to recover from. This is their first loss in the group stage, as we said, and it's an important series. There's only one more game left between these two teams in this group, and this game will decide, because there's no chance for tiebreakers in this group. So this one game will decide which one of these two teams gets to skip the survival stage and is instantly locked in to top 8 here at this EWC. A lot of pressure on this upcoming game. Let's find out how our commentary team of Sunsfan and Kezu feel about this series in particular.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hi there, Sunsfan here with...
That's me, Kezu.
Well, it's just Kezu, but yes, welcome to another series of great dotes. We have P-Vision versus Team Spirit.
Yep.
I mean, one of these teams is undefeated. That's P-Vision, Spirit. That's correct, right?
Yes.
Just double checking. You
Why are
don't
you
never want to be
joking?
wrong here. What do you think about this series? I mean, these are two top dogs of the group.
True. I mean, like you said, P-Vision, they're still undefeated. To me, they look a little bit better than Spirit. But at the same time, without throwing some shade at the other teams, I don't think these two teams were tested that much yet. So it's a good test for both of them to actually play against an S-tier team.
That's right. Now, has Yotaro shaved his head or changed his hair color today?
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
No, he is not.
How do you know? Have you seen him?
No, but I can tell. He waits for the final day. That's when he comes with like Super Saiyan hair, or like blue hair, or a bald head.
Okay, nobody cares anymore. This has gone for too long, so we'll see you guys for the next series. Thanks.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
We're getting ready for game number 2 between P-Vision and Team Spirit. A unique situation for P-Vision. We don't know what they're gonna do when they're a game down, because they have not been a game down yet. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, when they were 1 game down, they did not lose a single game since. And we know what they're doing. What's coming our way in the draft, that remains to be seen as we're narrowing in on that one, Effie. I want to know what they should be doing, what they should be addressing. Is there anything in the opening that you would like to see changed? Because we did see Team Spirit prioritizing that overall first pick Bane in this game in particular, and we saw Rue on Bane, and you highlighted him specifically because he made it look S tier.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job, and conceptually it's a great hero versus P-Vision with a lot of the strategies that they want to run. The IO being an example, the Kez opener that they played didn't necessarily work out. So if Team Spirit run back this starting Bane, I don't think we're going to see that Kez into IO follow-up. I do think they're going to fall back on their Keeper of the Light that they just look so strong on here.
Yeah, there's so many dimensions to drafting that I remember saying this in game 1 as a carry's perspective, that if I'm playing against Bane, I'm either picking like an illusion guy or I'm hoping one of my supports has a reliable Fiend's Grip cancel. Otherwise, my game is just generally really hard to play. And I think P-Vision might have gone a little bit too all in on their own draft. And there are times where there's a healthy blend of dealing with the problems that are presented to you by the enemy team's draft. I think because P-Vision played around their own timings almost entirely with their draft, that means that it will fall pretty flat when you lose momentum or steam in the game. Like even just as simple as they open Bane, you have a reliable save from Fiend's Grip. Like that's the kind of simplicity that I would like to see inserted back into P-Vision's draft. And so I'm just going to be keeping an eye on this game because, you know, Kezu mentioned neither of these teams have really been tested yet. Mm-hmm. And I think it's like in theory, it's like, okay, yeah, you're not going to underestimate your opponents, but at the same time, these are things they're probably have been getting away with, where they're allowed to play for their own draft, and you have to step it up and think about what Team Spirit's ready to bring it today. So what problems is Maposhka going to present with Puppy in game 2?
Well, we have a slight change in bans, only very slight. So of course the teams changed sides, but now first pick going the way of P-Vision. The only change in bans is that the team that has first pick, instead of banning Axe, they banned Doom. We did see a Doom ban in the second phase, of course. And of course the change with the Willow position for most likely getting picked up first.
That's really interesting to me because I thought the support that P-Vision would try to steal was actually the Bane, but they go for the Willow instead and they double down on the Hoodwink first phase ban. To me, this says that they think that the offlane is the problem actually, and that if they ban Hoodwink and take Dark Willow, then there is not a strong enabling support for Collapse. But I still think there are some that exist, like the Techies, for example.
Yeah, I do think there are potentially other options. I think what's really fascinating for me right now is...
Or the Rubik, sorry.
Yeah, Rubik's a decent answer. I'm just thinking maybe Treant's power is purely in the two carries that are banned every first round, the Drow and the SF, because
there's a high chance of that.
We've been seeing it more and more that teams are banning the carries first round and then they're just skipping Treant Protector, a hero that's been picked or banned pretty much every game thus far. And I guess, there's times as you go on later in the tournament, if you ban a combo piece that you're effectively banning two heroes, I think people think they're getting 2 for 1 by banning these, and that's why they're doing, or effectively 3 for 2, I guess, by banning SF and Drow together.
Yeah,
and Rubik, go ahead.
Do you also think that's, if you would pick Treant first phase, you kind of lock yourself in a little bit in terms of what type of laning partner you'll give with the Treant and maybe what type of offlaner your enemy team can play into it, whereas with these two picks, world's your oyster. You can go anywhere.
Absolutely,
with it.
yeah. If you have Treant Protector, you are like, okay, what ranged carry are we going to pick? But like you said, we virtually know nothing about what the guys are going to do. I think it's funny because sometimes you get the, okay, let's just pick Drow. You know exactly what our strategy is, but can you beat it? And then sometimes it favors teams to just say, okay, we're revealing absolutely no information. Because Rubik and Willow, they're kind of just standalone strong laners. Like, it doesn't particularly say anything about their lane duo or their counter matchups in the game. I don't really factor this in too much. It's like both of them offer unique things, a little bit of damage, a little bit of team fight. What do you think so far, Mir?
Well, they do end up banning the Treant, so maybe it's just a team-specific thing for later down the line, but I definitely agree. I mean, taking this Rubik as a response to Lulu, I think was just taking that strong support for Not Me before they could take everything out in that second phase. He's had some exceptional performances on it, and you do have good spells to steal from Lulu. She's not the best steal, but she's pretty solid for Rubik.
I have to ask if there's like, or I have to imagine if there's any block picking happening with Rubik. Like, is there anything that P-Vision would normally go for as like a synergy with Willow?
They're not really that big on the Underlord, which is really the only counter pick that I can think of for picking Rubik.
Yeah, because it's nice to lock in Nami's hero, but why now, basically? Like, why prioritize Rubik over all the other heroes? It's like, it makes sense as a pick, but I always wonder what's the reasoning for it being the best pick on that spot.
I think that, like I mentioned, P-Vision are kind of targeting this offlane by banning supports. So you ban Hoodwink, you take Willow, and you're essentially saying we took the best two enabling heroes for Collapse. So they wanted to lock one in before they get banned out in the second phase.
This reminds me of the Mao series where Puppy banned 7 carries against Crystallis, and he still left his hero to last. And then there was like nothing left. Okay, let's pick DK. So I guess that's probably what they're, like you said, if they don't pick Rubik here, then P-Vision has the 2 bans, not for the 5, which they banned the Treant Bane, but they could have banned 2 4s, and there's likely not too many good options left.
Yeah, I think for sure that's what it is, and we see a Winter Wyvern come out, and this hero typically is a response pick to heroes like Lone Druid, but I think it's also a very effective response versus lanes like Axe, where they want to just chip away at you. They want to press Battle Hunger, they want to make sure you're never at full HP. Winter Wyvern, now that you go level 2 heal, you can counteract a lot of this style of lane.
Okay, I also, hats off to Puppy for this one, because if I'm a carry and I'm against Bane, I need a Fiend Script cancel. If I'm a carry and I'm against Axe, I need something that prevents me from dying to Blade Mail Call. Like, yes, I can play around it, I can buy SNY, I can buy BKB, I can position myself, but it makes it so the heroes that traditionally would just die to that no matter what, I can pick them in the draft. I can itemize not purely for the Axe. There are 4 other enemy heroes in this game, so the Wyvern Cold Embrace prevents that combo. It's like, I think the laning stage is a big part of it. You have the sustain to go through the Battle Hunger, but for me, it's much more about that mid to late game. If we have Wyvern standing behind the carry, it just makes Axe's job a lot more difficult. You often don't want to pick Kez into Axe. Am I saying it's great? Not necessarily, but I would say this matchup's way worse for Kez without the Wyvern than it is with it.
Yeah, I think this Wyvern kind of makes Kez's life easy, not just on lane, but for those blade mail calls that you talk about. And now this Wyvern is actually looking like the most important hero so far on P-Vision's draft. So now if you're Team Spirit, you have to think to yourself, we gotta jump this guy. Like we gotta pick some Laurel
Storm
Ember,
Spirit?
some Puck, something that can just run at this backline nonstop.
I thought they were going to go Storm because I think it's a little bit harder to counter. I think Puck is quite susceptible to maybe like a Viper. This is a sick Viper mid game. I actually think no one's going to whip out the Viper response because 2 ways to deal with Puck or 3 ways to deal with Puck. One is to have so much sustain and beefiness that Puck never does meaningful damage. Another one is to have insta stuns, and the third one is to just dumpster it in lane. I don't think we'll see the no one sniper. That's like another option for really slaughtering the Puck. I think against these specific heroes, Viper's the best, but then maybe giving away Viper ult is bad against Rubik. I wouldn't personally factor in the Rubik with my pick here.
Yeah, I think Ember can be solid enough. Even we've seen no one have some great games on him, especially versus Puck. But I just do want to say they had to take the Puck here because if you don't Puck, you're getting pucked on 18. That's how
Puck or be pucked, I think is the saying.
You gotta puck them before they puck you.
Exactly. Only one meaning to this.
Only one. But the Phoenix does come out for Team Spirit. It gives them that little layer of coverage, you know, some long range damage to follow up on the call, some team fight control versus the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, taking their time.
This is a tough pick, I think. Like, there's just there's a lot of different approaches you can take here. You can take the lane dominance, you can take the map movement gameplay, like the Ember Spirit. Like, Ember, the thing about Ember is I think he's, yeah, okay, I didn't love the Ember because I wanted a hero that wanted to, like, play around his team. I think on the map right now, if you're by yourself, you're probably going to die no matter what hero you are. So I would rather having a hero that leads the charge and has follow-up from his team. Slardar makes a bit more sense there. We've seen teams go for like Slardar, sometimes like Earthshaker as a response to this Puck mid.
You think for sure it's mid Slardar?
I wouldn't say it's for sure, but Slardar generally struggle. Slardar is almost all right click in the laning stage. Like, yeah, he has Slithering Crush or whatever, but his crush is only as powerful as the amount of times he can hit you afterwards. So picking him against attack speed slow 5s like Crystal Maiden or Phoenix is not ideal, in my opinion.
Agreed. I mean, if I'm Phoenix and I'm playing against Slardar on lane, I'm pretty happy. But if I'm playing against the mid Slardar who's got an early blink and is forcing me to press dive or forcing me to use Supernova.
You might even have to Supernova.
Yeah, when I don't want to, that's miserable. So
yeah.
Definitely a good fit in the mid lane here.
They banned the Centaur, so it looks like Team Spirit's anticipating the Slardar mid as well.
On the same page. On the other side, we got the Terrorblade already removed. What would you like to see Yatoro play this time around? He is going to get over a last pick, so he is going to see which offlaner he will have to deal with on lane.
It's kind of an annoying pick for him right now, just because of this Winter Wyvern. That's going to be, like, kind of countering a lot of that physical damage. And you're playing against Kez plus Slardar. You know you're going to get burst.
So I was thinking, okay, Wind Ranger seems premier, so they're probably going to ban that. It's a hero we haven't seen too much of, but I'm predicting a Muerta pick.
Ooh, that's a nice pick here.
Yatoro. It goes through the Wyvern Cold Embrace. It's a ranged hero that has a defense mechanism against Kez right clicks as well as Slardar right clicks. That's what I actually think that's the best pick. I don't know. Muerta's fallen off quite hard, but we have started to see teams dip into the B and C tier carry heroes. So I imagine it's on P-Vision's radar that they're probably going to pick a ranged guy or girl in the case of Muerta. They have a Willow. Centaur would have been nice. I think any setup stun hero for Willow in lane. Underlord would be okay too.
The ultimate Willow combo is... Oh, they still ban out the Ember. Just respecting that side as well. But is the Mars. We have seen Mars come out a couple times. I don't think it's been very successful. They go with the Pangolier.
Okay. I mean, this Pango can be played mid, it can be played off lane, but it does feel like when it comes out, no one just wants to run it on the mid lane. The thing is, I think I would still like to see it be played on the off lane because you're playing against a Puck. It can go very wrong for you very fast.
I think TA now becomes an option. Muerta is still good defensively, but then you have nothing to hit the roll.
Ooh.
They go a completely different route.
That was one of the unpicked heroes today.
It was.
In the graphic as well, and she showed up. I mean, on paper, it's fantastic. Not even for the hero dynamics or interactions that you'll probably mention, Brian, but just for the map play. Like, there's actually not that much wave clear coming out from the Slardar and Kez draft early on. Like, sure, it's going to exist later, but Naga could create a lot of wave issues in this game.
If Naga gets... It's a weird timing to say, but if Naga gets to Treads level 5, then that's the point where the illusion time is about 100%. You're actually getting meaningful Riptide procs when it comes to pushing the lane. Like, it's very difficult to Slithering Crush and kill the illusions in time. A lot of this lane against Willow Slardar, what Naga does best out of all the carries is she just shoves the lane and leaves. And there's no tower pressure from these heroes on the side of P-Vision. If Yatoro gets to that point where he can just send 2 illusions at the wave, he's jungling camps, Rue can just leave him alone, they can play through Collapse. I actually think those first 4 levels on Naga are going to decide this game, quite frankly, because I think if he gets there, then they don't have any answers.
And it's quite the good carry matchup against Kez, right? Kez isn't really known for clearing AoE damage early on. He's kind of big single target burst into disengage, which you can't comfortably do against a Naga.
Yeah, Naga also, the build historically, and I think he will go this game, is Manta into Orchid, and that just destroys Kez on the map. Like, the big thing for Kez is there's very few heroes that can represent meaningful kill threat on him from the carry role, and that, especially when you're playing the map. Like, yeah, you have like the Ursas and stuff that'll burst him in team fights, but there's very few that will set up the kill on the Kez. And so basically, I'm looking at bottom lane. If Yatoro has the start that Naga can get, they actually nerfed Naga's early game because in 7.41 she got some meaningful buffs and she was getting picked a lot in pubs and had a really high win rate. They nerfed like her base attack speed and stuff like this. So that's the only question mark I have. If he gets to that Manta Orchid Butterfly Heart, I think Naga's unstoppable this game.
Let's find out if this Naga is going to get unstoppable and if Team Spirit can punch their ticket to the playoffs or if it will be P-Vision instead. Before we head into the game, we're heading to our casters, Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, welcome to game number 2. Sunsfan here with Kezu. We've talked a lot about Collapse and his Aegis steals throughout his entire career. Do you have any idea how many that may be?
Wow, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked because, everybody, I've got my brand new. Oh, look at this. So light, too. My Lenovo Legion. So you want to know Collapse's Aegis steals? Yes. Okay, when did Collapse steal Aegis last? Says here, yesterday, his 47th Aegis. It's a record.
Damn.
This guy is pretty good.
It's definitely a record. Nobody steals as many Aegis as...
You want to hold this? It's very light.
Oh, wow. You're right. Okay. Not bad.
Are you giving it back to me?
If you want, I mean, you can cast the game at some point.
You're the caster, I'm just the analyst. I gave you the stat.
I appreciate the stat as we get into game number 2 between Spirit and P-Vision. We have some interesting picks. You let out an audible gasp when Naga Siren was selected.
Did you try to emulate the gasp I let out?
No.
Okay.
I was just saying you gasped.
No, this is the thing with Spirit and Yatoro. I am a little bit of a fanboy because this guy, just love watching him play. And I think he has very specific heroes that come out, specific scenarios calls for specific heroes. And I do think this is quite a good Naga game. Like, outside of Pango, none of these heroes really deal with it very well. You also have a lot of good combinations. Like, you can always protect the egg or set it up even with Song of the Siren. And also, Axe loves having Naga in the lineup. Like, later on, Axe wants to play on pickups, you want to follow up damage, Naga always gives that for you. So, honestly, I think it's a very, very cool Naga pick. Also, the first one of the tournament. And who else better to do it than Yatoro?
That's right. And P-Vision on the other side, again, they need to just win a single game now that both teams are in the exact same position. Yep. Whoever wins this game is top of their group. But P-Vision have had 2 attempts at it now. Is this going to be enough for them? They have a lot of physical damage going on here. You got the physical damage of no one on the Pangolier, Slardar, of course, and Kez on top of that. So I'm sure itemization coming out from Spirit will be a lot of armor-heavy things such as assault, and I mean, is this even a blade mail game? A lot of times we don't see Axe even pick that up.
Lotus is very good. I do think it is a good blade mail game. It depends a little bit. Like, you want to go either Helm of the Dominator or blade mail. I don't necessarily think he needs to go Dominator. It's more something you do in lanes where like you want to split up. So I could see more the Phase, Stick, Bracer, go Blade Mail, Blink, and just play on that. But yeah, armor is definitely something you need to get against this dire draft. You're playing against Pango and Slardar and a Kez who will dish out all this physical damage. So, you know, Lotuses, you talked about the AC, whether it's any other items you can get out like Vlad's or, you know, on the neutrals, if you get some Medallion, all of this is definitely what you want.
Yep. Ducal is playing the Winter Wyvern. We're used to seeing that coupled with a Drow type hero, but it's going to be the Kez instead. Do you think there's any different interactions between the two as we get into the later stages of the game?
Honestly, it's just very, very strong. And to go back to the Blade Mail part, like, Winter Wyvern makes Blade Mail a lot worse of an item, because obviously if you jump the Kez, like later, if Ducal just drops the Cold Embrace, like the Cold Embrace, you know, Satanic isn't going to be hitting into the axe, so we'll see what he's going to do, as Collapse is going to take the wave and farm the wolves.
Yeah, last game we saw Collapse on this hero. It was... something to behold.
Oh yeah, I mean, he just destroyed the entire game, and that was against a last pick Necrophos. Like, that is not normal. And look what he's doing right now. Because he's farming the side camp, he can actually steal the Water Rune, and you can tell that you just throw the tip up because who does that? No one does that.
Yeah, that's true. Well, not literally him.
Yeah.
Nobody does that.
Okay. Yeah. As he all chats Mimo Hodom. You know what that is?
Yeah, that's definitely English. For sure.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's usually that comes out when the cat's on your keyboard.
I think that might mean suck it.
Oh, I see. This Collapse going to get gone on a bit by Satanic. The Battle Hunger applies to him, though. Collapse will be able to walk it off. Not me playing the Rubik this time around. How good are his steals?
They're pretty good. Oh, like, let's see. They are decent. I think you're definitely looking most at the support. Collapers.
I didn't think he was in trouble here, but Satanic getting him onto very low HP. He's going to get Cold Embrace now. Back to respectable amount of HP, but the Battle Hunger and the right clicks kind of nullify a lot of that heal.
Well, it's still quite good for a P-Vision.
Lotus is up as Collapse. He's just dead.
Oh, he overplayed for sure there.
Okay, Satanic gets first blood. Meanwhile, a couple more kills happen in the bot side of the map. Just supports biting the dust is now Notice versus Yatoro.
It's definitely the type of lane where Yatoro is happy the longer this lane goes, but Slardar Willow can definitely pressure early on, and they can win. Like, you can max out the stun, which is kind of what you want to do on the Slardar anyway. I think Willow is quite good at trading. Obviously, Phoenix is a pretty strong +5, but there's some downtime you can play around when there's no illusions, when there's no fire spirits, you'll be quite happy. But yeah, I definitely do like the Winter Wyvern Kez combo. We've talked about it a few times.
Not me now getting gone on. This top lane very aggressive for P-Vision. Looks like he's just going to die. It will be to Satanic's right click. A much better start, let's say, than last time around. Satanic, how many did he end with? It was 7 last count I saw. I can't remember.
At least 7, maybe 8. He did lose like more than half his treads on the courier that Collapse did get to kill, so that does matter. But I do want to see what Not Me is going to be able to cook up on the Rubik. You talked about the spell steals. It's definitely more so the Terrorize, the Winter's Curse, Cold Embrace, I think as well, especially against these heroes. Like, the triple physical is what you want to be doing, because Rubik, to me, has looked quite atrocious in this tournament. He's not as good as other 4s, so you gotta have the correct steals, and you need to play very well.
And what kind of build can we come to expect from Yatoro?
It's still very, very similar. Like, when you play Naga, you have to go Manta style.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of people that go for the Orchid after. And I think it's just when you think of itemization or in general, or how the mid game is played. So Naga opens up the map. With Manta, you do it even more. Then people need to split. Then you get the Orchid for your own mana region, but also to actually pressure on the map, which is very, very good. And I think after that, you can look for some different itemizations. I think Butterflies is always very good. Same with Hard, Skadi. Later on, you want a Bloodthorn to just completely decimate people with your illusions.
And Collapse after that death is back into the jungle, and it will be a first item Blade Mail. Love to see it. Nice Collapse now, found by Ducalis. Ducalis is the one taking a lot of damage. I mean, Mud Golems are excellent for this. He's going to get a Courier as well and be able to walk away, although TP, Bramble does hit with the Shadow Realm to follow as 9 class, able to bring Collapse down for the 2nd time this game.
Well played by 9 class there. Good read, and also with the pre-Shadow Realm just to buff up all this damage initially. As we see, Satanic did get his Courier, so he's got the Treads unlocked, he's got the Urn as well. This is what we saw Pure do as well the other day. It's just great early stats. You nearly always go for plays with this hero as well.
And 9 class back towards the mid side. As the 6-minute power rune about to spawn, Ducalis We've gone on by Collapse now. As you can see, the Swashbuckler doing quite a bit of damage. They'll actually be able to get this kill on the puck. It's going to be close. He gets to the high ground. Laurel going to be able to take out 9 Class in turn as no one now completely surrounded. Although they're going to target Ducalis instead, as he will bite the dust. So 2 dead for P-Vision, and even the Chicken Man coming to play. They'll get the kill on Rue, but the question is at what cost? The first Rolling Thunder from no one puts Collapse back onto the high ground, and that's going to be not the greatest from P-Vision.
Really good overall rotation by Spirit, and again, these are the small things as Yatoro has a Fairy Fire available.
Oh boy, Crush. He does miss an attack. Fairy Fire. Lotus is not going to spawn on Yatoro. He desperately needed it, so Notice gets a solo kill onto the position 1.
That's a big one. I also think that's the type of play they needed, because earlier you saw Collapse, you know, he's respawning. He just TPs to the mid lane. This is why it's important that you look around, like what is actually happening. You don't need to, you know, brain that TP into the top lane just because you're the offlaner. Looks around, but in the meantime, P-Vision, double Wisdom Shrine by the looks of it.
Yeah, this is much better start to their game as Collapse still only level 4. He's going to take a full Raptor Dance from Satanic under the tier 2. He will dodge one of the Echo Slashes and the Blood Grenade, it seems. To call us a little bit worse for wear, but here comes 9 Class out of nowhere. Doesn't do that much damage at this stage of the game, so Collapse does survive. But again, these Wisdom Shrines, this is starting to stack up. Start of a bad lane for Collapse. And then again, every time we say that, he somehow finds a way back in the game.
He knows what's up. But it's still very nice move from them. You know, you get to invade into the Wisdom Shrine, you steal half of a stack, you make him go low HP, and Collapse definitely suffering when it comes to the level department. Not even level 5 yet, where Satanic is starting to push on to level 7, being already level 6.5.
Haven't talked about Rue. I mean, Phoenix, haven't seen Phoenix that much this tournament.
It's very good against the 2 supports, and also against the Slardar.
Yep, Ducalis gonna get bursted by Laurel. We're gonna see the first coil of the game. As the Amen Rune spawning, Not Me looks to be the sacrifice coming out from Team Spirit, but the Illusory Orb is enough to outclass 9 Class, and Laurel gets that haste rune, so now he can play around with Satanic a bit. We'll get back to lane.
Laurel's just getting all the active runes. First the Amplify, and now the Haste. Absolutely the 2 best runes we can kind of ask for at minutes 6 and 8 here, with still continued pressure onto no one. This is half a tower down at minute 8. Like, this matters. Like, these early little chip downs on the tower can definitely swing some of these matchups, because in the start, you're obviously not going to commit on a full HP tower, but 10-minute rune, if you bring a couple heroes, you win a fight, this half HP tower might just be gone.
Every time we pan over to Collapse, he's either getting pressured out or in the jungle.
Yep.
A rough start for him. Bottom net worth of the cores, but I mean, looking at just the net worth alone, though, you can see no one is pretty far down there as well.
Yeah, it happens like from a lot of these mid moves, right? Like the first time Collapse goes there, steals the water rune, then he doesn't get the active rune on 6, he doesn't get the active rune on 8. But I've been very much liking how Satanic is moving here in this early game. He's been mid a couple of times, he's invaded the Wisdom Shrine, now he's going into the off lane. And this is very good and needed pressure into Yatoro's Naga here.
So now some pressure to this tier 1 bot. Satanic and the rest of P-Vision should be able to clean this up relatively easily, as Kez will be going for the Mage Slayer, so I assume Pango will not. It'll be the Diffusal first.
Yeah, definitely just Diffusal, allow Pango to play around other things later, as they see Not Me, who's very deep here.
Yes, he is. In the corner now. Swashbuckle mostly misses there, it looks like. Attempting to TP, but the Rolling Thunder will cancel that immediately, so eventually they will kill him off.
I like that he cancels it just to make sure that you don't bounce him onto like the low or high ground towards the side there. 10-minute rune, let's see if Lara can go 3 for 3 on this one.
Trying for it. Does not get it here. Pressured out by Ducalis now with that Arctic Burn and the Blood Grenade, really doing his job. And Laurel will be able to eventually lose your orb into the tree line. Satanic, though, with the Raven's Veil, giving him vision and the kill. What a bait from P-Vision. Very nicely played.
Yeah, I was initially wondering, like, what's Ducalis up to? But he's just slowing him down, kind of baiting him to linger a little bit longer. Then Laurel, of course, getting himself stuck in the trees. I do think he would have gone down anyway to Satanic, who found a very nice route to connect onto it.
Noticed on the Slardar, second in net worth, which for a Slardar, I feel like the early game can be a struggle at times because it's not exactly a great farmer.
No, it absolutely can, but against this lane, like Phoenix Naga, not the strongest lane, doesn't have the most pressure, doesn't really have like very high kill capabilities. It's more the type of lane where you want levels, you want gold, you want to prolong the game. And I think if you're noticed, if you just pay attention to where Laurel is on the map, you're not really dying. Like, a Rubik isn't really gonna gank you, nor is an Axe who's being shut down, so it's all about Laurel's early game with the coil here, so I expect Notice to have a very good time.
Yeah, Notice only about 400 away from the Blink Dagger, and you can expect the aggression to come. It's going to align pretty nicely with the Diffusal Blade coming up from the Pango, and Satanic. I mean, I'm not sure if he's even wanting to participate in fights, but Kez is definitely a hero that can do that, and he's going to have Mage Slayer as well.
Oh, you definitely can. I think you're like the type of hero you generally win your lane, which also means you can constantly push your lane, which makes it easier to look to other sides, maybe TP to the mid-tier 1, go to most of these active runes. I do also wonder if he wants to go for a specific or different item build later. Like maybe if it turns into an incredible Naga game, maybe there's some Battle Fury or Mjolnir route later on, or maybe you just commit to the Deso, you know, with your Slardar, with your Pango, play on like speeding up the game, taking faster rolls, just taking faster towers.
Are we seeing Battle Fury ever? Is that
no, not really, but perhaps, you know, maybe there's this type of hero. You know, Naga is a hero that drastically changes the game.
That's true.
So you might have to think about some itemization.
Satanic opening things up onto Laurel. Collapse in the air.
Nice
yeah, there's
curse.
the curse, though. Putting the puck in a precarious spot, and the last right click is enough. As Ducalis claims the kill, and now Collapse on the run. Kind of stuck in no man's land. Pops the Blade Mail. As the Cold Embrace comes out from Ducalis. Satanic looking to finish it, though, with the Echo Slash. Gets a nice call from Collapse, but he's not going to have any backup. So the Chicken Man will claim him as no one finds a little juicy stack here.
You can see it in both these games. Like when either team has a small edge or they know like what they get away with, they just fully execute. Satanic being one of the best Kezes, I am very impressed with his early game here.
Look at that keyboard. It's got some nice keycaps on there.
Yeah, they gotta be dripped out.
That was a Pudge head, I believe. One of the
yeah, and that's a dead Rubik, level 4.
Looks like it. Notice level 10 versus the 4, yeah. One is greater than the other. So showing off that Blink Dagger now.
They are TPing top. In 1 minute, you've got a Wisdom Shrine available. Looks like Notice did cancel it after all.
There's that Pudge again. What is it?
Yeah, there's a...
Axe.
That's Grogu.
That's, yeah. That's random. That might be copyrighted there. It's all good.
Yeah, we'll keep showing it. It looks fancy. I like it.
Not sure what the orange one is.
I don't know, actually. We'll get a full screen on that later, of course.
Yep, of course. Let's get a nice zoomed-in picture at some point. No one on the Tier 1 mid. There are some TPs coming in from Spirit, but it'll be tough to defend this.
It's going to be a free tower. Like, you've got the shield rune as well, and if you're P-Vision, you know that you are so far ahead currently in this early game, and you're going to want to keep up the pressure. There's a Naga on the enemy side, there's an Axe on the enemy side. These guys, they all need a lot of gold and a lot of time, and it's not really changing anytime soon. Like Manta for Naga, it doesn't change the way the game is played. It's only going to be Collapse's Blink and then maybe later the Orchid. So for P-Vision.
Good lord, I looked at Collapse. The Blink is so far away.
Yeah, shouldn't have looked.
Holy jeez, 1,500 away from that. So that's going to put them on the... Okay, the curse. It's a solo. Actually, no, it does connect with the Wyvern.
Silence.
I think the Satanic is coming in, but he's completely outnumbered. Might have bitten off a little bit too much to chew. The egg is placed as well. Is now the Pango on the run. They're going to get the nice call into the chop from Collapse. Going to try to turn this around onto the Pango as well as no one falls. So somehow these are just gifted to Spirit. A little bit too greedy from P-Vision. And just like that, they're back in the game.
I don't know if the last minute could have been any worse. Not just did they give up 3 kills while being ahead, they lost both Wisdom Shrines. Like, Yotaro went aggressively with a song, stole that one, then they got their own one up top. Rue was level 4 when we watched him a minute ago. He's level 7 now.
Yep.
He actually has a Dota game to be played now.
Crazy. All right, let's look back at Collapse. He's, oh yeah, a lot closer to that Blink Dagger now. Yeah, it felt like they overstayed their welcome, and then this is the domino effect, right? One person coming to help another, and then no one coming in to help Satanic.
Yeah, and it's like...
And everybody ends up paying the price.
Yeah, sick egg on top. You get the call. You get a dunk from Collapse as well. First one of the game for him.
Yeah, it needs a little bit more of that, as no one is not happy with the turn of events. I mean, they were in a pretty good position to kind of snowball this slowly in their favor, but you see the Raven's Veil stolen by Not Me.
Well, it's quite good on Rubik too, as he just uses it and runs the hell out of there. Time to buy dust.
Well, you do have the shard coming out pretty shortly. It actually already is online for for notice.
That's quite nice, of course, you know, helping out your stun, making sure you apply the corrosive to everybody. It's also nice against illusion heroes because it just means you can start with the Blink Crush, they're gonna have to Manta, then when they walk away you can still apply the actual corrosive phase on the real one. So I've always been a big fan of this shard. It's also quite good for like his overall draft, right? You're playing with the Kez, you're playing with the Pango.
As notice, we'll be opting for the BKB, no big surprise, and after that is when it kind of opens up on what type of build you want to go for. He's opting for the Lotus so far.
I do like it for now. I would assume that also it has a lot to do with, like, first of all, Naga Siren, right? The way Naga kills heroes later, Ensnare, Orchid. At least one of the two, sometimes both. So Lotus overall is quite good. Maybe if some of the supports can buy it, then you can skip yours. Could also be the type of game, you know, he's looking for. A BKB and Aghanim Scepter later is quite good. Bonus armor, bonus status resistance, always very nice against these heroes. Looks like Satanic for now. He will just go for a Dispel of his own, honestly.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like he's itemizing for the Naga, at least not yet. And maybe that's the play until she's a problem.
Yeah, I honestly think that it's quite good this way.
Late game, you're not going to get Battlefield, so it would have to be Mjolnir, I assume. Because Radiance doesn't have the... I mean, not that you would ever go Radiance.
Oh yeah, the Radiance
doesn't work against
garbage.
Illusions the same way it used to.
Yeah, it's quite weak. So they're just more playing around the fact that you just kill the rest. And you can kind of ignore Naga, I think, for a long time. It's more about, can you survive her map play? And I think that's where the Manta comes in, that's where the Lotus Orb will come in later. So definitely don't mind this type of idea from P-Vision here.
All right, Collapse, Blink Dagger online. He is a hero all of a sudden. 1-3 start for him. And it's not me. Will be picked off quite easily from P-Vision. And again, they're really invading this triangle over and over and over.
They are, but I'm looking, I do feel at the moment, they are happy, of course, they're ahead, like 1k gold, right? Also soon Active Room coming out on 18. I wonder how they will look to speed up the game. Like there is definitely an easy Roche for them to take. Obviously, they don't have the best like tower-taking capabilities, but you could look to pressure out Spirit, and Spirit are incredibly good at this situation.
Oh, they find the Rolling Thunder into the Crush. Terrorize will miss the phase shift in time, but they have the Bramble and Laurel. Not enough to get away. Big kill for P-Vision.
No, they still got him. That's very nicely done. Even with a, you know, slight misplay of the stun staggering there. Because you need to stop Spirit from being rats on these side lanes. You know that what they need is time.
Well, Yatoro does get the Orc. I mean, when does this hero start becoming fearsome? As we're going to see Ducalis get, well, not quite chopped.
A little bit unlucky. You would love to have the chop stack in this game. Its bonus armor is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's true. Against
the dire draft.
Is it third item for Naga when you start worrying?
Orchid is like the first time that you need to actually pay attention where she is. I mean, I guess Naga's game doesn't really change, right? You continuously play on map state, and when people split, that's when you can be really aggressive. Team fighting is never really that much up to you. So I think until he has like hard, maybe Butterfly, I don't think we'll see him all that much.
And the Orchid already, they're optimizing for this. I mean, Kez eventually is going to get, he has the Manta. Slaughterer will be getting BKB. Pango, that's the interesting one. Do you upgrade your Diffusal a little bit earlier to get that Dispel, or do you itemize for something else like... I mean, we used to see Lotus back in the day, not nearly as much now.
Yeah, I think you still can. Any type of Dispel is good. Personally, I wouldn't really mind a BKB either, just because you're also playing against, like, the Puck. So we'll have to see what he goes for later. But I do think it's something that you don't need until, like, 4th item, maybe. It seems for now he's queuing up the Aghanims, and honestly, I don't blame him. I think he needs to deal with Naga aggressively, not defensively.
Right. I forget who we were casting, but the other day, as we're going to see Yatoro getting gone on, will be able to sing his song and TP out. Would have been a huge kill for P-Vision. Might have to settle for Rue instead. Corrosive Haze will give all the vision they need. Pops the egg, but they should be able to get this quite easily. But the Axe Call comes in from Collapse at the last moment. The egg does die, though. And the Raptor Dance to follow means Collapse will fall as well as not me. So a really good attempt, but ends up hurting them now even more than just a simple Phoenix kill.
Who wasn't in the call other than the Winter Wyvern? Because it was, I thought it was only Ducalis who could hit the egg. I guess maybe Satanic got a dodge off with either like a quick Raptor stance or a Manta style. Because I don't blame Collapse here for this play in here. Like going for the egg, you know, into the follow-up stun, because it looked like he could potentially have gone for a save here. So we see Collapse coming on the left. Yeah, he manted it.
Yeah, you're right.
And he did not know he was there, so that is just really nicely played by Satanic. I think that egg would pop. Like, Ducalis alone is not getting off like 4 hits on that egg during that time.
Yeah, that was super close.
Nice, Satanic in the zone.
Yeah, just needed a warm-up game.
True. Instead of having 7 deaths, he has 7 kills.
That's right.
He's flip-flopped that one.
Somebody told him you should be getting more kills than deaths, and he's like, oh yeah, forgot about that, my bad.
Yeah, that's definitely what Puppy said in between the game. Have you tried killing them?
Very toxic. Tier 2 tower will be going for P-Vision. And Butterfly looks to be on the menu for Satanic, so against the Naga Siren, I mean, the Bloodthorn, I assume, will come out at some point, though.
Definitely, and that's also where it's going to be important that the supports also look at a type of Dispel. You have the 9 class who's queuing up a Yules. I do think you want multiple Lotuses later if you can. Like, that is how you destroy Naga. Naga never really wants to commit. It's always about the Ensnare, the Bloodthorn, the type of, you know, kiting and poking you. So they do get the shard on Ducalis.
Laurel gets the Illusory Orb onto 3 with the coil to follow, has to get out. He's being pursued, though. They actually get the Corrosive Haze, so they have the vision now. Another Illusory Orb that should be enough of a gap to get away.
Yep, Puck doing Puck things.
Will be a Parasma into an Octarine, so going for big ticket items on Laurel.
That's definitely what they need. We have seen Laurel pop off in a lot of games in this tournament. I mean, I guess that's a good and cool thing about Team Spirit, right? You can count on kind of all of them when needed to have one of those pop-off performances.
Collapse. Almost having a game-changing call there just a few moments ago. We'll be opting for the BKB.
It is quite difficult.
Wow, he's actually queued up a Ghost Scepter after that. Interesting.
Honestly, I don't mind it, because it could turn into like these type of situations where you're kind of forced into a fight, and if you Ghost Scepter, you're not really dying to anyone.
Yeah.
Like, all these 3 cores aren't going to be killing you until there's like a Nullifier later. Only the Bedlam is kind of a problem. Okay, will this be a free Roche?
Collapse, where are you? It's Roche time!
They do see him on a ward farming in the jungle, so I think for now they can...
They seem safe.
Heart rate at the steady.
Collapse, oh wait.
Oh wait. Your heart rate up, heart rate going up. Just kidding. We got it for free.
Yeah, they'll get there in time. And it's Pure, or Satanic rather.
Pure is here.
Satanic.Pure.
Now, of course.
We'll get the Aegis.
He gave you a freebie out there.
Oh, Bramble actually canceling the TP and the Terrorize to follow. Laurel absolutely destroyed. They have been on top of him. 4 deaths to the Puck's name.
Nicely done. I do think that you can tell that the top teams, they know how to close out the map. You have a gem that's being queued up by Ducalis. You're up 3k gold as a hold up. Mr. No One.
Into the Orchid. Do they have enough damage to burn?
Golden Embrace.
Crush comes out at the last moment into the Curse as well.
Curse.
The counter Curse right on top of the Pangolier. The Song trying to get out, but the BKBs are mitigating all of this damage.
Oh,
and Yatoro gets the Song off just in time. They kill off the Pango and they get away with murder. And the Crush misses as well. So another TP out as Rue looking to find a kill. He just evaporated to 1 right click.
He nearly got him because he has the crippling crossbow and like all the damage coming out onto Ducalis. I can't believe that it was a 1-for-1 trade and Not Me gets out with Stolen Curse. Like, I don't care that he doesn't die. The fact is that he lives and keeps the curse for the next fight.
Yeah. Yep, not too shabby. See a replay here. Okay, 9 class, apparently. Okay, there we go.
Not this one. Placing a nice ward to end up catching no one here. And you can see the power of the Orchid. Like, if Notice isn't this close, and they don't get this counterplay with a very good curse that was stolen here. And he barely got that Song off also.
And he actually dodged the shield crash with the Mantis style.
Look at this crush.
Yeah, that's as close as it gets. Needs to get that Chasm Stone, I think.
Would have had that one.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more casual Chasm Stones for any hero with AoE.
I mean, it's just sometimes hard to slot in just because, I mean, it's an item slot. That's one of the problems. There was a while we saw it a lot on like Snapfire early on as a support, which I think is quite good, obviously, for the globs. It's like more when you can build it into the bigger things later.
Yeah, I guess Collapse will be getting Shivas at some point in the game.
Oh, it's going to be a necessity, I think, that you get it.
I mean, that's the worry I have for P-Vision, is that they're just very one-dimensional in the damage department.
It is true, but it's also when you're overwhelming in that damage department, you can still, like, you can cut through some of the rest, because it is a lot of minus armor. Like, it is Slardar and Pango, and I think also at some point, as a Collapse looking for a call, like, Slardar has one of the strongest 25 talents. You know, we don't need to talk about, like, it's still quite far away, but undispellable corrosive haze. Generally, anything in Dota without counterplay.
Not me. He does have curse, but he's going to get blown up. Man, that would have been a really good curse. Just didn't have the vision. So they delete it. No longer with that potentially game-changing ultimate steal.
That's a good and quick kill, and they immediately also killed the Observer Ward that they just placed with this fresh gem that Mr. Notice is currently running around with, which is going to be a secondary gem, a secondary ward. So this is already... Basically, you got half the gold back from the gem. And if you look at Spirit's vision on the map now, there isn't a single Observer Ward. It's all going to be, you need to get the lanes out, you need to have illusions swarming, and hope that you can place wards that aren't easy to find.
And Yatoro getting pretty close to, I assume, wait, what? Did he not finish Heart?
Might be on the courier, he might just have too much gold, he just buys 7 items at the same time.
He has Oblivion Staff and Bloodthorn in his backpack, or his stash rather. So where's the recipe for the Heart? Okay. Well, either way, this is a shit ton of farm out of nowhere.
He's got it on his courier. I guess he's just waiting for everything to then come out at the same time.
Okay.
So yeah, he's basically getting a double item timing. Of course, the Heart will help him stay alive.
See that? That's
like, you can see it sometimes like Alchemist if his courier dies, but not really on like normal heroes.
Is he trying to hide it, and then when the Aegis expires, they smoke and take a fight?
The 2000 IQ play.
Yeah. I mean, how often are these players, like, how fast are they clicking to see inventories?
You click all the time. I think especially, like, any type of downtime needs to be used to understand where are enemy heroes, what are they building, what are they buying.
All right. Now, Satanic only has 30 seconds on the Aegis, so we'll attempt to go for this Tier 2 towers. The BKB now online for Collapse. So in terms of the buildings, P-Vision still leaving a little bit to be desired with this Aegis. I mean, do you think they got enough out of it?
I think they're fine that the game is, because they're progressing it in an okay manner. You got bottom tier to tower, and you are taking a lot of the vision away still.
The double item into smoke.
Well, that ward, I think, did spot the smoke, so P-Vision should know this, but this is still a very good move from Spirit, because you push in a lot of the ways, you force in P-Vision to retreat to their own side of the map, so they are split at least for the time being. And now, even if the smoke doesn't hit, it could give you some space, push in some more lanes, or get out some Observer Wards for the secondary Roche. As Not Me, of course, will be the one to throw out the Observers.
And he's working on a Ghost Scepter as well, so we might be seeing multiples on the Spirit side. Now counter smoke from P-Vision. No one leading the charge, noticed, ready to pounce on the first target. You can see Yatoro and the rest of Spirit kind of dodging this unknowingly. I'm sure they're aware that something is happening. A little bit too quiet on the map right now. Rue, he's gonna pop the smoke. Has the egg red, he's gonna get crushed and destroyed. He's out of the fight already. Now they get the counter initiation Collapse, already taking a ton of damage with Satanic. With that BKB, needs another right click to finish it, but
he's burning out.
He does burn out eventually to the damage over time from Satanic as Notice gets the double kill, and that's 3 dead for Spirit. P-Vision, big fight for them. That opens things up a little bit more.
Honestly, this Ducalis Winter Wyvern is a big problem. Even with a good call, like, I don't even think Ducalis' spells made that big of a difference, but it's just the threat. Like, where is the damage coming out from Spirit? If there's one Cold Embrace, like, Collapse nor Yatoro are really dishing out any damage unless there's a Bloodthorn, and even that you can dispel with a Lotus Orb. There's Yule Scepters available. Like, Ducalis just blinks out. It's just immediately find Ruin. Like, just look at the call. It's honestly not that much damage. There's too much teamfight coming out from P-Vision right now.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for that much damage coming out from the Phoenix. I mean, if he could replay it, I'm sure he would egg right away.
Yeah.
And then the call to follow protects it, and potentially they can turn the fight, but just over from the start for Spirit.
Even so, like, you're playing this into a double BKB, at least currently, and on it, like, Kez is not bad at killing the egg at all. He has really high attack speed, especially with the butterfly, the BKB to boot. You have even more attack speed from the Alert and Champion. He's also going to go for MKB. Like, Satanic is going to start shredding people.
Oh, he already is.
Yep, and it's going to be a lot worse.
As Nullifier's next on the list for Noticed, he's 2k into it, so the Ghost Scepters are going to be countered completely when that comes through. And you can see another potential kill on it. Oh, he does get the egg off this time, though. And there, Laurel comes in with a nice coil onto 2, but the egg does fall collapse. Gonna get countered by the curse immediately as no one gets chopped eventually. So they find the 2 kills, another chop for collapse, and somehow they turn this around. The Spirit showing some signs of life.
How was this a 2 for 4? Satanic had an amplified damage, but I think he went to kill the top tier 2, not really expecting something to come out there. As, yeah, how does Collapse keep pulling out like stupid numbers? Just gets to barely live the Blade Mill, gets to chop some people in the head. Not the type of fight I'm expecting P-Vision to lose there.
Let's look at the replay here. So Egg comes out early this time.
Collapse is TP, but I think it's a long TP from him.
Yeah, imagine that Egg doesn't even go down there. Very close.
I mean, Satanic is maybe a little closer. You can absolutely take that fight, but Collapse just goes ham.
Really nice telekinesis. That's the shard showing the range, giving him that extra mobility to get that second chop.
When you go on people this close outside their base, you gotta be sure that that is a quick kill or that you can disengage.
Call us in the tree lines, trying to protect Satanic from potential danger. Nothing imminent.
The other big part is too that you dropped the gem. Like, the reason why you could keep up the map play all this time is that you're pushing in the lanes, and they killed, I think, like at least 3 or 4 observer wards. Now you're handing the gem to the Naga Siren team, and you gave up a few kills.
Oh, no one. The shield crashed back down, so he still does not have a dispel of any kind.
He has it soon. Like you said earlier, he is looking at the disperser on the Pango. He's quite close to it.
Yeah, a lot of quality of life changes to that. Being able to just use it on enemy and still dispels you.
Yeah.
Very nice.
MKB completed for Satanic, which means all the eyes are going to be on the secondary Roche. Which means also buybacks are going to be highly valuable and very much talked about here from both sides.
And Collapse, I think, is ready this time for a Roche defense.
He's got enough items to be a criminal once again.
Roche is now up. Notice it's going to spot it. And Naga can spot it anytime she wants. Notice gets a little bit of vision here onto Collapse. And yeah, this second Roche is going to be pivotal for both sides.
The Spirit are very, very good at this. They understand.
Which team do you think needs it more, if that makes sense?
I believe it's more on P-Vision to get it. I think there's a slight pressure building. I don't think they feel bad by any means. They still feel great, but I'll say it's more up to them to make sure that they get the Aegis on their side.
It is scary to go into that pit, though, with a Wyvern. The curse is crazy. But then on the other side, you have Song, you have Egg, you have Coil. A lot of AoE from Spirit.
Ducalis was drawing perfectly on the map, kind of understanding that Spirit are in a smoke. There's 2 ways that they can be going. Looks like also Yatoro is deciding to not go for the butterfly, as there's already a completed MKB on Satanic. We'll look to go for the disperser instead.
Who's the first team to get a pick-off, or do they just straight up try to go for Roche?
I wonder if P-Vision will just wait for Roche to like move to the bottom side. Then if there's a team fight there, you kind of have some of the buyback advantage and you can set up the area first.
Which they're going to get on the aggressive with the smoke now.
Yeah, they are doing that, scanning the Roche just to make sure that Spirit aren't sneaking it in the same time.
Spirit now with a counter smoke as they do the old clockwork roundabout.
Look at Laurel.
Yeah, they do spot Laurel. Just getting the smoke off of a couple of heroes. As the crush comes in from Notice, they find a connection onto the puck. Look at the damage, just dead. Just like that, Laurel, 80 seconds, but in the pit, Collapse. He wants Roche.
6 seconds.
Rolling Thunder coming in from Notice. The BKB pop from Notice. They're able to get to the pit, and now the Song comes out. He's going to be outside the pit, but Satanic kills off Yatoro right away, and now Collapse with the call. Can he steal another Aegis? He gets it again. How does he do it? Unbelievable. He gets the battle hunger. He's trying to finish the job. The buyback came out from Laurel. Is now Notice on the run. P-Vision trying to run away here as Heads gets stunned up. It's going to be able to use his ult down to get some HP back, but the counter Raptor Dance coming in from Not Me, doing massive damage, and now the Coil as well. The chop number 1 from Collapse brings Satanic to his knees as no one called up. Notice is still there. Collapse is completely surrounded here, obviously having that Aegis. Is he going to be able to get that Rue actually just dies on the sidelines to a random shield crash, and just like that, it's a full team wipe of Spirit. So they lost the Aegis in the end. The buyback comes out from Laurel. It looked really good at first for Spirit. What happened?
They paid a huge price. But I think the fact that Yotaro just died so early on in this fight, they're just running out of juice eventually. Like, what is that? 48 damage on your Naga? It was Rue who's actually like just leading the charge there.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, but P-Vision just
damage.
like
Wow.
they just got a very nice, good initial go, even with Collapse getting the Aegis again. Like, they just keep the fight going like way too nicely. And I think this initial go on Laurel is very good. Like when you have this Roche standoff, it's a lot about this like mid-wave, how can you control it? And even with the song and like the Sunray, look how fast Yotaro just melted.
Yeah. How does Collapse do this? I mean, it wasn't a snatch, so it's not going to add to his stats, but this was effectively one.
Could have been maybe slightly faster on the curse there by Ducalis. But even so, it was a great fight for them with Not Me. Stealing the curse, pushes himself out, very good telekinesis, and then also stealing the Raptor Dance. But still didn't really change the outcome all that much. And yeah, it was a very costly fight for Spirit. Sure, you got the Aegis, but you paid with 6 lives for this one and a buyback?
Yeah. And the Aegis, technically.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens, I suppose, when your position 1 is not able to get anything off, really. I mean, he pops the song, but the BKBs were still up and running, so not having any effect. A little bit unlucky. I thought he was going to get pushed outside the pit as Collapse. Well, he's going to get cursed now. It's Not Me trying to steal something, but it gets nullified and destroyed by Noticed. As Collapse now being pursued by Satanic with that Raven's Veil. Yotaro going to get help with that coil on the other side.
Collapse dying.
Just gets bursted by Satanic. That Chicken Man is out of control at this point. The BKBs are down and out. As Laurel in no man's land again does find a kill, but now he's going to pay the price. That's effectively a dieback for Laurel. 90 seconds on the deck. P-Vision, they don't lose a single core.
No, they're finding all the right moves at the moment and all the right connections in this game. Sure, you lose your 2 supports, but this is Laurel out again. And it's not just a normal death. It's a death where you know he doesn't have any buyback available. This is an 11k lead, and I mean, from the earlier play, you know, this is what Spirit does. They take risky plays. This time it did absolutely not pay off on the Roche. Yotaro trying to cut some waves, but honestly, not really going to do all that much. Top lane is pushing in. Satanic has a Satanic to his name as well. This Kez is a major problem.
Yes, indeed. And that's the hero I fear more than anything. Naga is just, I find to be very annoying in these games, and can kind of pressure quite a bit as Yotaro.
And very soon
face the wrath of the Chicken Man. A Rolling Thunder coming in from no one as well. Able to find a connection.
What?
Satanic gets the tower, will exit for the time being, of course. Remember, they don't have the Aegis. As Song.
Don't look for an egg to call.
Egg as well. They're going to try to time this correctly with the Sunray to follow as Collapses here as well. They get the stun from the egg. Where is the call exactly? They'd be able to burst down Ducalis in the meantime. Yotaro out of mana, though, has to exit. If that's it, then Spirit not going to be too happy.
Okay, decent execution. Wasn't the best stun onto Satanic, but of course you're kind of like forcing some of the backlines to come a bit closer. Maybe Ducalis finding himself slightly out of position. But P-Vision just unlocked one of the most OP Exodia talents on Slardar here. Undispellable now against this Radiant Draft. Sure, you've got decent armor coming your way, but if you have Haze on you, Naga only has 10 armor. If you get lucky shotted, you're going to start being literally around neutral.
Yeah, I was wondering why Collapse wasn't opting for a Shiva's, but that's because Laurel has it already. Don't want to double up on that. So, goes for the Krella again as Noticed. He's going to notice Collapse in the area. You can see Rue easily rolled on by no one. They're going to go for the support, so the Rubik will bite the dust next. Just like that. No supports to work with for Spirit.
No one's also doing a really good job at covering the front.
Gets nullified. BKB from Notice, trying to finish the job before the song comes out, but is down for 25 seconds anyway. Just needs a bash if he can get through the evasion. There's the bash into the swashbuckle. Another death for Yotaro. Has buyback, but if he has to use it at this point, it's going to be a rough road.
These are all just big moves, and you can definitely tell the strength coming out from the P-Vision's heroes here. It's very hard to deal with them. There's just a lack of damage overall from Spirit. Also want to commend No One. He's covering his ult very well against Not Me. Keeps trying to steal his ult, but he's always just roll-upping for like 0.1 seconds, so you can never get the Rolling Thunder.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
At the very least, that means he can't use the roll-up in more meaningful situations.
Well, it's not really needed to do so.
Yeah, I guess so.
Seems a little bit too easy. All of these heroes are very difficult to kill.
Satanic on the buildings now. Gets called up with Laurel to follow it up. They actually have so much burst damage. He's getting super low, trying to go for the Raptor Dance. A decent amount of HP comes back to him. Is he going to turn their sights down with the Laurel, who gets bashed up and killed off again? Collapse next on the list. A good attempt from Spirit, but just too much to handle from P-Vision's side. They had Yatoro available to buy back, but now he's going to respawn naturally without 2 cores. So you're just getting megaed now.
I don't know how you can hold. And I also don't know how Satanic was able to live through it. He has like 1 HP, gets off the Satanic and just heals nearly to full. Now, I don't care that this is Yatoro. I don't know how he holds this 3v5.
No. Not happening. They will get megaed, but again, we've seen Spirit level up against Mega Creators before.
They've come back from worse situations. It's definitely a tough one, and remember, this is a very important game.
Yeah, with this victory, P-Vision, if they're able to hold on, will secure first place in the groups. And Satanic working on the tier 4s now. 40 seconds for Laurel, 30 for Collapse. And the rest of Spirit just waiting it out in the fountain. If they start to bleed, they're able to get some pickoffs with Notice just blowing somebody up, then they're not going to have a true 5v5 defense at any point the rest of the game.
There's so many ways for P-Vision to just protect each other. You have Lotus Orb, you have an Aeon that's going to Winter Wyvern, Cold Embrace. Here's the roll.
Rolling Thunder again, just to buy some time here. Yatoro does get off the song. And it does catch the Kez. Rolling Thunder again, no one. Gets to the other side. They find the Yules onto Collapse. As 9 class will be isolated, at the very least for Spirit. They get something, but not nearly enough.
Yeah, 9 class kind of just giving his life to make sure that Collapse doesn't have a follow-up there by canceling his blink. Should give them an absolute free disengage.
And Raven's Veil, there's the call from Collapse. They need a lot more damage on top of this, but Notice onto the backline looking for the supports. As there's the curse to hold him in place. Satanic now getting all of his life back. Focusing on the egg. It's going to be close.
Oh,
he gets it. Delicious egg to be consumed for Kez. Satanic now on the outskirts of the fight as the rest just focus on Collapse. And Laurel is there, though, doing a ton of damage. And Yatoro, that's the issue, as he just cannot stay alive. They call it GG despite the buybacks coming out. And P-Vision, #1 in the groups.
Yeah, on these guys, they definitely leveled up in the second game. I think from the laning at the start with how they're moving around, early gem, you keep taking over like all this map. And yeah, I think Spirit, looking for this last pick Naga, it was annoying, but I don't think it really did what they envisioned it to do. And yeah, I think you just have P-Vision. They stepped it up in this one.
And they looked extremely, I mean, it was very close to start the game, and I mean, Collapse had a rough start, but then as usual,
yeah, he finds a way.
Some plays to get back into the game. They take 2 Roches that they shouldn't have really had, or was it 1? I'm losing track.
I guess they had double ages, right?
I think so. I feel like they did, but either way, it just wasn't enough. P-Vision had been on another level of everybody throughout this entire tournament thus far. Game 1 was the exception, but not the rule, apparently.
No, definitely. I think it's just like this time around, again, you had no one on a more playmaking type hero. I think the Largo and the Night Stalker combo in Game 1 just didn't really work out, but you can tell when this team has an early game aggression that is easy to play through, I think P-Vision are the scariest team in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Satanic doesn't have a start like he did in Game 1 where he ends the game with 7+ deaths. I say plus because we just genuinely don't remember anymore.
Yeah.
And there's no way for us to look it up. Maybe we can get out that Lenovo laptop
I'll
and
check out my Lenovo Legion.
And Satanic, he ends this game though 16-2, just completely opens up with the Chicken Man.
I really like the itemization. I think, you know, like the early Lotus Orb, I think noticed as well, like 6-1 and 24. I think he had perfect itemization. Same with Satanic. I mean, probably the same can be said, I think, for most of them, which is just when you're in the zone and you understand like what needs to be happening, I think that's definitely what they're displaying here. They did have 1 or 2 overplays, you know, classic team spirit, finding the type of ways where they pressure you to maybe overstep a little bit. But apart from that, honestly, quite clean display here.
I have to say, though, even though Not Me ends the game with 13 deaths, he had some great steals in this game that gave Spirit a shot. But P-Vision were just more crisp, I feel like, as they've been throughout the tournament thus far.
This Winter Wyvern is a problem. I think this hero needs to be respected a bit more, especially with the Chicken Man, like comboed up together. Like this Cold Embrace and all the curses, it just, even when they're not being used, they're constantly a threat. You need to play around it, you need to think about it, you need to try and smoke on this hero and make it happen. So yeah, I think Winter Wyvern hero we're gonna see quite a bit more.
Yeah, I would think so, as we see the end stages of this game where P-Vision were just winning every single fight without putting out much of a sweat. But yeah, they end the game with pretty good performance from everybody, I would say, and they end the groups as the #1.
Yeah, and I think at the same time too, if you're Spirit, obviously you phased up P-Vision. You did pretty well, like 1-1. Honestly, it's fine. So I think Spirit, we'll still see them in the playoffs.
Yeah, let's go to Slacks with an interview.
Absolutely, we are here with no one. So good to see you again. Congratulations on that. Man, you guys only lost one single game in the entire groups. Are you happy or are you disappointed that Spirit was able to steal one game from you?
I feel like for now I'm disappointed a bit because yeah, I wanted to play Largo, but we just lose 2 lanes so hard, so we cannot play Dota.
You had to be kind of serious, huh? Okay, fair enough, fair enough. You have faced Team Spirit so many times. You must know this team so well by now. Is there a specific strat where you're like, okay, we have to really focus on Collapse, or do you just know them so well you just play your own game? Is it more about countering them or being you?
It's all puppet job. Yeah, Puppet decides what to do. We're just puppets of the puppy.
Damn, all right. Very on brand for Dota right now, very well. So this is a pretty rare thing. Most teams don't come into a big competition like EWC. Everybody knows they're the team to beat. Everyone knows they're so good, yet they do so good in groups. What the hell is going on with the other teams? Did you feel pressured in this groups, or are you just that far above everybody else?
No, to be honest, I think maybe we have the weakest group of all as well. And this was the first opponent that we met in the groups. That's how I felt, at least in the games. Yeah, so the main series will be in playoff right now.
Okay, so you're expecting things to get a little tougher now that you're out of this group, maybe face off against some people. Who do you think is the best team besides you guys right now at this event?
I think all 8 top teams can win this tournament, to be honest, who will go to the playoffs. So there is no only one. It depends on the day, on the draft, on the feelings of the players. I think Yandex can do it, Falicons, we, Spirit, because I'm sure these guys will get through as well. One win as well is super strong.
I like what you did there. There's no only one. I like that. Very good, very good. All right, well, thank you for an incredible series. It was a pleasure watching you guys play. Last, please give it up for P-Vision one more time.
Сейчас потом.
Right, I don't know what that meant, but thank you very much. All right, let's go ahead and check out how that game was for the panel as we get ready for our next.
Thank you very much, Slacks. A lot to break down here with this game 2. We ended the draft talking a lot about what Naga Siren should be doing, or rather what she was working towards to be able to become that unstoppable force that we sometimes see Naga Sirens get to. We did not see her become that unstoppable force, Brian.
Yeah, the thing about Naga that's different than most of these map playing carries like Terrorblade or Phantom Lancer is that she doesn't really carry the game later on. The way that Naga wins is through the map control aspect of things. And I mentioned when the draft came out, like, I'm looking at level 5 Power Treads Naga because that's when she starts the snowball. Because the snowball for Naga is that you always have the lanes pushed into you. You're always playing with less information. You're scared of the Manta Orchid timing. You don't have your dispels yet. But instead, Notice actually gets a solo kill on him, on Yatoro at level 5 at that point, and suddenly you're losing your tower. Kez hits his Manta before that, and the game just looks completely different. I feel like Naga's formula does require her to get off to a good start.
Yeah, you mentioned that Naga does feel like a weaker laning hero and that she's been nerfed in the laning stage, Brian, but typically you look at Naga plus Phoenix versus Slardar and you don't think that's the lane they would struggle in, but they did, and Naga losing that side lane, whereas we saw how the offlane was targeted within the draft stage from P-Vision, that one was expected to lose. Suddenly you're playing a lane down on a last pick that you thought would give you a lane up.
Yeah, I think this also speaks to why they picked Kez where they did, because I think Team Spirit purposely picked Axe early in the draft saying, we're kind of block picking your Kez. It does feel like there's just these carries right now in the meta, the Drowsy SFs that are getting banned, the Lone Druids, but a lot of carries right now, the reason why we haven't seen Naga Siren is because every hero has like a win condition, a situation that they thrive, And I know on paper, I literally learned this lesson myself like a few weeks ago, and I was hoping that Yatoro was going to show me how to do it. Like, Naga just feels like a really weak laner right now, and they have targeted that with her nerfs. And when a hero's formula is like I think this is about as good of a lane as Naga can ask for. You have a solid heal support that will help you trade. You're against no tower push, no illusion clear, and yet you're still losing. So for me, I really think this should be a lesson, or it can be a signal to everybody that I think Naga might be one of the few heroes that it's hard to say in Dota, but unpickable right now.
Yeah, definitely didn't look great in this scenario, and maybe we'll see it in action another time, but it definitely did not work out. I want to also point out that the 18th pick that we talked about for P-Vision was the Slardar. That's their most important pick, and we noticed on this Slardar pop off, I think.
Yeah, he always delivers from his item builds to his gameplay. I mean, there was one small moment that I don't even know if it was intentional, but Team Spirit were gearing up for a smoke and he was standing on the high ground and he just breaks the smoke as an offlane Slardar and then goes back to farming. It's little things like that that really add up, and this Slardar winning the lane just made the game so different for them. I do feel like a different game could exist. And P-Vision, fantastic job in this game too. They've shown us that when their drafts aren't one note, that they just look like such a monstrous team. And I do want to shout out how well they played around Laurel's puck too. There were a couple of times where they just chased that puck down and killed him in that early game. There were also moments where Laurel was trying to play the map and he would get clipped by a bramble into having his TP terrorized. It's things like that that really add up, and all of a sudden your puck, you needed him for the map play, can't provide.
Yeah, I think Puck still at a sub 30% win rate. Why can't people make Puck work?
I'm a firm disbeliever in this. It's like the third, fourth pick of the draft on your side, and then the enemy team has a response pick. I just feel like Puck is... We're learning... It's like easy to say in hindsight, right? But we're learning that Puck seems punishable, whether that's because you shut down the Puck specifically, or you just pick these kind of greedier mid laners. It's not like Pango's a horrible laner or anything, but I feel like every laner that plays against Puck is just getting off to a really good start, and teams are realizing, let's not try to beat the Puck, let's just play for our own tempo. And then we're seeing, like, I don't even think of Willow as a hero to catch Puck, but 9 class, he had a couple sick TP moves that game Mira was mentioning, where he cancels a Puck TP, he like kills Collapse when Collapse is level 5. These type of plays just blow the map wide open, and then it feels like Puck's playing this annoying split push game, and you kind of, to what end is the question.
Yeah, and it kind of needed to be Naga on the side of Team Spirit that needed to play the annoying split push game, but he needed to do so successfully. It didn't really work out that way. I believe, Brian, you're going to showcase exactly why and how important it is to have those fights go well.
Yeah, so I had a couple clips. They actually show the dynamic of this sort of draft. So if we look at this first one and we zoom in on the map, we see that Slardar is showing himself in the bottom lane there, and that means that when Team Spirit sees their triangles getting invaded, they're going to protect their ward, and they're going to play around whatever, you know, fight they can take where they have the numbers advantage. So they go on Ducalis here on the Wyvern, and then even though he ends up getting cursed on the Puck, there's just not that extra follow-up from that early blink Slardar, and Team Spirit's one of those teams that every time you give them this opening, they're going to take it. Really nice egg placement, Collapse doing the, you know, poor man's axe, walk into call there, and this goes their way of Team Spirit. Now, if you take the next clip, where if we look at the map this time, we see that Team Spirit is the ones that are completely separated on the map. We have Rubik here, we have Puck up top. So now P-Vision is the one that feels very confident to simply run at Team Spirit in the lanes that they are showing. They force the song first, they're going to continue pursuing, and Team Spirit gets a little bit of save your buddy syndrome here. But it just feels like when you're playing, like, they even the game on Team Spirit, you notice how they're actually slightly down on P-Vision right now. Sick Manta dodge by Satanic, by the way. But when you have all your numbers, it goes well. And when we see these type of drafts, like, this is what Team Spirit's going to force you to do over and over again. Because we go to the next clip, it's the same story. We see that Kez is actually going to be top without, like, he's not with his team on Satanic. And even though you don't have a Naga Siren, it just shows that even when you're down AK, even when, like, your carry is literally dead, if they don't have the numbers and you manage to get the combos, like, you can win fight at any given moment. And this, for me, just kind of tips my hat to P-Vision with, there are so many ways to mess up this game. I feel like a lot of teams
would end up letting Team Spirit back into the game with these crazy wonky map movements. And you just see, like, you're bound to have these 1 or 2 slip-ups. You're even going to get the Team Spirit Aegis steal. That seems to happen every single game for some reason.
Oh, yeah,
but yeah, P-Vision's on top for a reason.
Yeah, they are on top, and the man that we had the interview with earlier is maybe even a step above the rest. It is no one with the MVP for this series, Effie. Well-deserved on his Pangolier here in Game 2. Of course, also playing an okay Largo in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, he said it in the interview. It's like, I really wanted to play Largo and I wanted to make it work. And I hope that they don't bench it forever, that maybe they'll change a thing or two so that we can see it again, because it is a very cool flex and other teams have shown us that it works. But no one on his Pango, like, what more is there to say about this guy? He was in a situation where he could have gone for the Slardar mid, which is more comfortable against the puck even, but he goes for his Pango anyway. And we saw the difference being night and day when he can set the tempo for his team, be the one controlling the backline, the one going in.
Man, this looked like a miserable Axe game. I think for no one, he was the catalyst for pretty much all these plays that we're watching. That's just what Pangolier does. He's so disruptive as a hero, and they didn't really have damage answers for him in this game, so he had pretty much free reign, driving the wheel, one might say. And even outside of his ulti, he's got the disperser. I really like the atomization from all of P-Vision here. The Naga net Bloodthorn combo, that is the way they're going to kill you. That's their main source of damage. And they have like a disperser, a Lotus, Manta, Satanic, on Satanic, and then they even have the Wyvern's Cold Embrace. So all these fights, yes, they're pushing their buttons amazingly, but it's just so important to note that all these little items add up so fast.
Yeah, and it also just takes me back to the draft. We've praised P-Vision's drafting over and over, but I think they did 2 things that were really stand out to me in their draft phase, which is they layered the Wyvern with the Kez, which is not something I think of as a cover hero, but it does cover most of Kez's counters, and it shut down the offlane at the same time while targeting Not Me's hero pool at the start. They ban the Hoodwink, they take the Dark Willow. Every draft, it seems like Puppy identifies one player that he wants to kind of make the weak link through the draft, and this time around it was position 4, and we saw the difference in that Game 1 and Game 2, just the difference of having the Willow versus the Rubik.
Yeah, and we have now got our top spot locked in here for Group C. We already knew the Group C was not going to have any tiebreakers, no fancy shenanigans, but we also knew that if Spirit couldn't 2-0 P-Vision, it would be P-Vision at the top of the group, and they didn't get to keep their clean record, did drop a game, but they do get to keep their top spot and therefore secure top 8. Not all games are done yet in this group. There's still a Mouse versus Vici going on the B stage as well, but it's set. We know what's happening. Also, Mouse versus Vici, yes, they are fighting for 3rd, 4th place potentially if Vici can 2-0, but to be honest, I don't know who's ahead right now, and if you know Dota, then anything can still happen. We can take a look at the schedule of today as we did get our first series done. It was a tie. Wonderful to see. Now keep in mind, if our next series is a tie, 1W and Team Yandex, they will play again because both of these teams are sitting at a 7-1, and that's very good. But we need one to rise above the other, and a tie wouldn't cut it, Brian.
Yeah, it's effectively a best of 5 that you can skunk them in 2 games.
You can what?
It's like a ping pong term, Cheever. But basically, it's a best of 5 that you can win if you win 2-0. That's basically what we're dealing with the 1W and Team Yandex game. For me, these 2 teams, I'm very excited to watch them play as well because they're a very different type of skill than what we just watched. P-Vision's a lot about the lanes and the momentum from there. Team Spirit's much more about like the team fights and the comebacks. For me, I feel like Yandex and 1W, we're gonna see a farming game, farming efficiency, a lot of GPU.
Exciting.
Oh, as a carry player, I love it.
Well, I am looking forward to it. This is already a we just witnessed the potential grand finals, and we're going to witness another one in a little bit. For 1W and Yandex, we're also going to find out how our commentary duo feels about them.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, every move.
Hi there, Suns fan here with Kezu. We have 1W versus Yandex. The lights are bright for us here and also for the game. You're probably seeing this in between game number 1 and 2, and there's been a lot of pauses. Yep. I would just assume because 33 is in this series, and if the lights are even on a little bit,
it will be paused.
It will be paused
Many
for
times.
his very sensitive constitution of his eyeballs. So back to the series, what do you think?
That's a great intro. 40 seconds of lights and one player. I'll bring it back to sleep. So 1W and Yandex. Honestly, I don't even know who's favored. Yandex are really good, as are 1W. And this, like in the other one, I would have favored like P-Vision overall. But in this one, honestly, I have no idea.
All right. All depends on the lights. See you guys.
All right, time for more trivia. I've got Mouse, I've got Panto, as well as Chrysalis joining me. 1W team, got to get used to that. We've got Ari and BZM, and we have both Collapse and Rue here to talk about some of the past. Do you guys remember last year's EWC?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it should be pretty memorable since you guys won it and everything. First question is, what was the most picked hero of the Esports World Cup 2025?
Do you remember anything? Maybe Chin? Was it Hoodwink? Tree bounce trick shot? Or was that too old? Bane?
No.
Lion?
No.
TA maybe?
No, might be more in Rue's category. It's a support hero.
Shadow Shaman.
That's right, Shadow Shaman. He remembers.
Shadow Shaman.
Shadow Shaman, 39 picks. That was with the broken.
The insta
NA
killing Roche,
version.
of course, yeah. I remember.
This next question, we're going to ask all the players, and they might get it right, they might get it wrong. I expect you guys to get it right because the question is, how many total matches did Team Spirit lose in EWC 2025?
1. The groups, I have no idea, so I'm going to say 2. 1.
That is correct.
Yeah. Oh shit, I was going to go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and have like be like wrong, but I just got it.
Yeah. You just stopped at
full
1,
accident.
so I thought that was great.
Full accident. I'm a Juggernaut. Extreme Gaming. We were playing versus Extreme, yeah, I remember. I thought they lost to Gaming, but no.
No, they almost lost to Game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they should have lost.
Yeah,
that
they
game.
should have lost to
And
Gaming.
then it went to 69 minutes. Game ended up choking.
That's the one I remember.
Yeah, and then they got 2-0.
That's a harsh way to put it.
What was the Shopify Rebellion roster of EWC 2025?
Hellscream.
Yep.
Timada.
Yep.
Scam?
That's right. It was Scam.
Oh, wait. This roster. Scam. Why? Wait. Scam, Hellscream.
Yep.
Yopash? Was it
Yopash,
David?
maybe. Oh, I remember now.
Yeah,
Yopash.
Yopash.
It was Yopash. Was it David Lama?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
The right one? Can you?
Saberlight. Of Collapse. Amar.
No, Saberlight.
Go through all the offlaners Shopify Rebellion had. He is now on Nigma Galaxy.
Lama.
Vailama.
The Vailama?
Yeah.
Really?
Vailama. Yep. Tomato, Yopaj, Vailama, Hellscream, and Scam.
What a roster.
You said it, not me. I didn't say that. All right. What player... This question always makes me laugh. What player had the best KDA ratio at EWC 2025?
Yutoro.
It was not Yutoro.
Amar.
No. Eiffel. That's a good guess, but not quite.
It's probably, Lara or Yutoro. No. Maybe Collapse. No. Not us? No. Not from our team, right?
Not from your team. You're correct.
Bro, I think it's GPK.
Yeah, it's GPK.
It always has to be GPK.
Of course.
Even though he's like losing tournament, he's gonna be like top 1.
Of course. That's what he does. GPK.
Really?
Yep. He had a KDA of 10.43.
GPK?
That's right.
It's always GPK.
It's always GPK.
It's always GPK.
Did you watch EWC 2024 by any chance?
Not sure.
Okay. All right. So you have to carry this question.
Yeah,
What was the most banned hero in EWC 2024?
Sand King.
No, wasn't.
I remember we banned Sand King like all games.
Yeah.
And one game we didn't ban. We got smashed and kicked out of tournament.
I guess other teams felt differently about it. So 2 years ago.
24. Okay, we played that together.
2024.
We played that one together.
The most banned hero.
Dark Warden.
Ooh, that's close. Not quite. Chrysalis?
Monkey King.
Ah, Monkey King. He gets it right.
Yeah.
Well done.
Because
of course
he played
the character.
Monkey.
Yeah.
Monkey King.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
Why though? It's because of GQ? His playstyle? I don't know.
I'm not sure. It had 174 bans. We're done. Thanks for watching, I guess. I don't know how they're going to close this out.
Can we get going? I've got to get to the Dota tournament before it's over.
Dude, it's only the end of week 1.
Oh, okay.
Either way, I will need paid for this. I don't work for free.
I don't have regular money, but I do have this.
Okay, let's go.
You are watching Dota 2 live from Paris here at the Esports World Cup, and we're getting ready for potentially the final game of the day, depending on how they do and depending on how other teams do. We'll have tiebreakers today, potentially. We're talking all about a series that is also potentially our grand finals. I know, a lot of potential in this one. We got 1W and Team Yandex going head-to-head. An absolute blockbuster. It's a 2-game series, and I got 2 people here to talk about it. I got Effie, I got BSJ. I think this is the best series of the day. I want it to be the Sony series of the day. You went for the other one, but this is mine.
I vetoed Jushiver, as what we're going to see in this game is a lot of GPM and a lot of farming, but in 2 different ways, actually, because Yandex has had one of the, if not the lowest average game time. They get off to an early lead, and if they have that lead, they will run at you nonstop and close out the game in about 30 minutes. While on the other hand, if 1W has the lead, you feel like you're in that movie where the room is collapsing on you and eventually you will get squashed, but you have to wait for your inevitable death. And today, I hope to see the former, because that's more exciting. So that would mean 1W maybe falls behind a little bit early and maybe stalls the game out for 60 minutes. Mira, what are you hoping for?
I would agree with that notion. I mean, I feel like it would be doing a disservice to Team Yandex to call them a GPM team. They're very much a fun team to watch. Like, they do like to run at enemies. They do have interesting picks. And while they do a lot of map efficiency plays, they tend to group up more and hit earlier timings. So as a spectator, I would obviously like the former, as you mentioned, but 1W are a rough team to go up against and do that. 1W have really stood out to me in this tournament on one thing in particular, is that they are excellent at staggering fights and making sure they are never taking a fight as 5 against the enemy 5. They've just been constantly making sure there's a dead hero on the map before they make any plays, and maybe that's why their games go a little bit longer.
Yeah, and we saw in the groups that 7-1 is looking nice at the top, and we'll know that one of these will go to the first place and one of these will go to the second place, but you also saw the bottom half of that group. We don't know yet who is going to get eliminated in that bottom there. So that is going to be a very spooky. We're focusing our attention on 1W first, and that's with us taking a look at how they got here to begin with.
His current version of 1W Team was created when they picked up the former Tundra roster of Pure, BZM, 33, Ari, and Whitemon. The roster is one that should be familiar to any Dota fan out there, and they are definitely no strangers to winning. Their road to EWC was done under the name of Tundra. Regardless, it was as expected, very smooth and painless. With first place finishes at Dream League Season 28, as well as ESL 1 Birmingham 2026, 1W Team earned their first place at the EPT leaderboard and a direct invite to the Esports World Cup 2026. With all this being said, you might think 1W is by far the best team in the world.
That kills the Shadow Demon, kills Triple S. That's a dieback for him, leaving no one for last. All Pari Vision will fall.
They certainly were one of the best teams in the world, and perhaps they still are. But the last few months has been a bit of a reality check for the team, with several disappointing results. Time will tell if 1W Team will be able to step back up to their former glory here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
I feel like time has told already by now that 1W is back to where they were. At least they're making a strong case for themselves. They've got 4 titles in this season, 4 number 1 finishes. That's amazing. Yandex has got 3. They're right in their heels. They won the most recent tournament. They're doing super well for themselves as well. And I do want to focus a little bit on maybe a particular little rivalry here. Effie, we got 33 versus Saxa.
Yeah, this was a former offlane duo that crushed everybody, being split into 2. Probably due to maybe a difference in ideas. That's usually why offlane duos tend to break. And while Saxa did bring a lot of that former Tundra energy to his team, I would associate him with more active play than 33.
So Saxa plays the map macro-wise as well, but I'll never get this out of my head. There was one game that they were winning, and he was Nature's Prophet support, and he TP'd on an Alchemist who was farming a camp next to his own tier 3 tower at 12 minutes into the game, and then denied creeps in front of his face. Like, it wasn't a TP gank, it was just TP and deny his creeps. And for me, that was one of the most signature plays that a team like this makes, because they are super aggressive, whether it is by killing you or whether it is by invading your farm. And when it comes to this matchup between the 2 teams, I'm actually looking a lot at Pure, because I think he is going to allow 1W to get out on the map, and I think that he's up against a very scary lane duo between DM and Saxa. And for me, when Pure is having a rough game, that is the most for me, Pure's performance is the most telltale of how 1W is doing.
For sure, I agree with that entirely. Not just from the team dynamic being that way even before the patch, but in this patch, it is the safe lane bully patch, and you need your safe lane to come out on top. If at any point they aren't, it feels very, very difficult to play the game. And there are a couple of moments this tournament that come to mind. Like, there was a moment where 1W drafted a mid Nature's Prophet for BZM, and they had Pure on his Kez, and Pure was playing more like the 2. He was going in first, tanking a lot of spells, dying in some of these fights, but BZM just carried the game all the way to the late game, and I think that dynamic can be replicated also for 33. If 33 has a more difficult game, Pure can be the one making space for him to make a comeback.
Yeah, I want to focus a little bit on the most veteran player of the 10 players we'll have on stage. I am talking about Saxa, and also Purge is talking to Saxa.
Hey, I'm here with Saxa from Team Yandex. You guys have been playing great so far this tournament. How are you feeling as a whole, skill-wise?
I think skill-wise we feel great. We feel in good shape. Just I think some of our players have been sick, so that's kind of like the only part that's kind of holding us back a bit, but overall we feel pretty good about our gameplay.
That's great. I'm curious how much your guys' strategy has changed from the start of the tournament till now. I know there's not that many games being played, but do you feel like you came into this tournament knowing what the meta is, or has it changed based on games so far?
I think it hasn't really changed that much. I think the heroes we still valued are still kind of the same. The only difference is, I guess, we try to break some of the Imba heroes, like Londroid, for example, we played in the last series 2 games, so I think just our priorities in what heroes you want to play against has changed a bit.
So I feel like in some past tournaments, you've been a part of some teams that did break metas in terms of like itemization, like Wraith Pact is an obvious one, or there was that one tournament you bought Solar Crest a ton in your pubs right before they happened. Yeah. Is that kind of development still happening often in Dota 2 tournaments, or is it very like patch dependent?
I think, yeah, it happens, definitely. I think maybe...
Are there any outliers right now that you can think of?
maybe Essence Distiller is a big one. I think this item is should be bought almost every game because just the vision it gives. Other than that, I'm not really sure. Yeah, I can't really think of it.
I struggle with that item personally because I don't necessarily know when I need to use it. I mean, there's obvious reasons. This guy's invisible or whatever, but to use it a lot to like this, they might be here. I need to make sure they're not here before I go up a cliff type thing, or is it more like team fight initiating? Like, what's the best way to use it in your opinion?
I think, just to catch somebody is the best one usually. I think also if you're doing like, let's say you're doing an objective like Roche and you're doing Roche and you can just put this thing on the stairs and they have to pass through it and it's going to give so much vision. I think there's many different ways to use it and I think it's almost always going to be useful.
If somebody's smoked and you hit them with Essence Distiller, do you just get vision of them or do you get spot their team?
I think you get the vision of the area and you get like vision of the hero like a little bit. It's like he's still smoked. You don't actually see him.
It's like charging an invisible hero kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. How do you expect to do in this upcoming match? 1W is who you're playing against. It's the best other team in your group. Do you think you're going to beat them?
I think they're a tough opponent. I don't know. Maybe 1-1 and we play a tiebreaker again after.
Okay. Well, we'll see how that goes. Good luck in your match though, and thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
That wouldn't be the worst scenario in my case. I love Saxa and hearing him talk about how he intends to, or how he tries to break the game and find the little ways that you can abuse items or find items that should be used more. Effie, anything in particular that you've seen from him this tournament that Saxa has been on top of?
I think for me, when I think about Saxa, I think about like how he's enabling his team for success in the first 10 minutes. I know we were talking about items, but for me, I think more about heroes and what heroes he's going to get his hands on. Because if he gets that Keeper of the Light, it feels like such a wall for the enemy team to climb, Brian, because he's stacking that triangle, he's moving at the correct times, and he just opens up for so many combinations with his mid laner.
I like Saxa so much because I mentioned that Nature's Prophet game where he TP'd in and denied creeps. He also went earned Silver Edge. That was his build as support Nature's Prophet. So he's one of the few players I've seen from the support role that's really experimenting with the items that he's buying. Yeah, he says go for the Essence Distiller every single game or whatever, but I don't think I've ever seen Silver Edge rush on a support in my recent memory.
He's only the only Shadow Demon, I think, of EWC so far that still sees something in the hero.
Maybe we'll see it come out here. I want to talk about their Kryptonite because both of these teams only dropped the one game. Both of these teams dropped that one game to OG, which is a team that is sitting at 4-4. So it's not like, oh, that's the other, super high expected to do well team. It is a team that we expect generally to be in the middle of the pack. How were they able to take games off of these giants?
OG, for me at least, is one of the highest absolute value between their skill floor and skill ceiling. On their best days, we've seen them make it far in tournaments, and then on their worst days, they drop out in the bottom 4. So I think largely for OG, it's just they have that skill factor, and sometimes it's that consistency with their drafts. But I think there's a reason that they took games off these teams because they've often gone 2-1 or 1-2 in best of 3s in these tournaments because they're a team that's hard to beat twice in a row.
But it's also noted that the games that these two teams dropped to OG, they were late game games. They went very long and very far, and I think Yandex in particular, it's funny to say this because it's not like they're drafting deathball lineups, but they're ending in 30 minutes, and they don't have a lot of experience at EWC going into that 50-plus minute territory. And teams like OG, they thrive in that chaos.
So what are we going to focus on for this giant match we got coming on? Is there a particular lane we have in mind that we're gonna look at? Is there particular heroes that we're gonna be wary of? We heard Saxa talk about, they have tried to let Lone Druid through 3 times in a row. They beat it, Effie. You talked about it yesterday. Do you think they're gonna do it again against a team like 1W? Could be risky.
Yeah, I think Yandex are not afraid of Lone Druid. They've solved it. They've beaten it 4 times in a row now, and they're okay to let it through. For this series in particular, I think these mid support flexes that are the story of the tournament are still the story of the series. We have to look at that Earth Spirit, we have to look at the Keeper of the Light, and Snapfire in particular.
I think they might ban Lone Druid today because I know DM in his interview said that he specifically believed LGD was a weak Lone Druid team.
He did say that, yeah.
So perhaps it's something like we know how to break these heroes if you're not a master of it. One thing I really like about how they've broken the meta is, first off, DM is one of the most signature Enigma players in the world. It's a hero that's been propping up against a Lone Druid. It's just a really strong offlaner in general, but also Phantom Lancer. I was really surprised to see not many other teams picking Phantom Lancer. They've used it a couple times to success on Watson. Really good against all the range carries right now. So I think they're one of the few teams that I would feel really confident they don't have to pick the broken early carry for Watson, that he has these like situational picks and he understands these matchups as they scale really well.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Enigma. I think a lot of teams have been banning out the Enigma against Yandex in the first phase. That generally means that there's a lot of heroes left in the pool that we normally don't get to see. Are there any more of those heroes that we feel like they should be banned that are not normally banned, like the Enigma, that comes to mind?
I would ban the Nature's Prophet if I'm not. Now that I'm thinking about it, both teams use this hero. So sometimes, a lot of times you ban the hero that you feel that the other team utilizes better than you do. So I guess my eyes are on Nature's Prophet this series.
We're going to find out what's going to happen. Both of these two teams very familiar with facing each other, even facing each other in a best-of-5 grand finals at ES1 Birmingham. It has mostly been 1W that comes out ahead. Will today be the same? We are going to find out. But to find out, we need to head over to the stage to get the players on.
Welcome back, my friends, to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We're back in, and game number 1 was already great to set the stage for today, where each one of our two teams, in the game that they won, absolutely smashed it.
Absolutely, man. That was what we came here to see. Two talented teams that have faced each other a billion times, absolutely dominating in the game they won. It's like the one that you didn't see. Maybe you thought that other team was bad, but every game is different in Dota, Milos.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. But our next group, where we're going to move on to Group D, it's been called the Group of Death. 3 teams that are fighting for 2 spots. We got 2 teams at the top fighting for the #1 position. And guess what, Slacks? They're up next.
Oh, here we go. All right. We ready to welcome it in?
Let's do it.
All right. Head it up, my friend.
Let's bring them on. Our first team to the stage, 1W. Well, it's 1W, but they got 7 wins here so far with a singular game loss. The win train does not seem to be stopping anytime soon. They set expectations high last EWC when you knew them as Tundra, but the name might have changed. However, ice cold in their veins, as we've seen in every game so far. This is the one they've been waiting for the entire group stage.
These guys don't take breaks. These guys don't ever take a breath. Yeah, sure, last season we saw what happened, but they're back again. This team is back to their full strength. So let's bring out some heck of an opponent for them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Yandex. Now you might recognize some of these Yandex guys. In fact, Saxa used to be on Tundra back when they were here at EWC. New team, new time, same revenge. I know that guy, and he's petty as hell. He wants to come in here and absolutely destroy them at EWC. But no, as Tundra may have fallen off a little bit later in the season, there was a team that picked up all that slack, and you're looking at them. So, 2 iconic teams from the last year gonna go head-to-head in what is sure to be an incredible battle.
I'm telling you, this might be a preview of a final.
Don't you put that on them. Don't you put that on them. Preview the final? I believe that could actually happen. All right, gentlemen, are you ready to put your keys away? Absolutely, please. Keys to the stations, my friends. And we will have to see if they will actually handshake. I don't know on this one. This one is ready. Will we see the hand? Professionalism. I can't believe it. All right, guys. Well, let's get into this star-studded match here for you. Before we do, though, we'll head to the panel to get their thoughts on the next series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. 1W and Yandex have taken their seats, and we are getting ready for the action very soon. And I do think we got a nice, battle of the Dota later on. But first is the battle of the brains, Effie.
It really is, and I'm so excited to see where this goes because I was thinking about it this morning, and I don't really know what direction these teams will take. They're going to fight for a lot of the same heroes, but they might go in different directions entirely. We might see the witch doctors come out on one side, whereas the other side just stays true to the coddle, the IO. It's curious.
Yeah, we are at the stage of the tournament where it's the pick your poison mode. We know full well, like Saxa said, coming into it, and it's been solidified what heroes are the highest priority. But yeah, my favorite part of this tournament Zaxa also said this, is you get to pick the heroes you think you can beat, and you can break the meta that way. And for these two teams, it's like, yeah, you've been breaking the meta so far against teams that are not quite your caliber, I would argue. So at this point, have their strategies against the best heroes really been tested? I don't think so. So I would love to see the Enigmas, the PLs, specifically for Yandex, because I'm wondering, is it only because you are better than the teams that you were playing against before?
Yeah, they're definitely a little bit of their head and shoulders above the rest in this group, and it is interesting, especially since we've been calling this the group of death. And yes, there will be death. Of course, there's two teams that will be eliminated, and it is not yet clear who the second team will be for that. But these two teams, have they truly been tested? It makes you wonder, because indeed, I agree with you, Brian. Maybe they just haven't yet.
I mean, we were praising LGD yesterday because they broke the record for the longest loss against Team Yandex, which was 32-55, and then in game 2 they beat it with a 33-43.
Wow.
Like, we are not exaggerating with how fast this team is winning games.
And you know, this was, in my opinion, the hardest group in the tournament. So the fact that they've looked so unchallenged up until this point is even more impressive. I want to talk a little bit about support picks, actually. You did mention a lot of the cores that you would like to see, but I think there are some support picks that if they're let through, you can build your entire draft around. In the last series, we saw Train Protector basically ignored completely. You cannot give this away to Yandex at all. It just opens up way too many of Watson's heroes, and Malady just pops off on it completely. And heroes like Snapfire, which are like the 20th most contested, other teams don't think about her that often. She cannot go unignored in this series when you have two really good mid Snapfire players and two really good support Snapfire players.
Yeah, I think Trant, last series I think we saw one ban on him in game 2, but that's, I think, Mira, you hit the nail on the head that Trant's all about his lane pairings, and the fact that Watson has so many options from the range carries. I think he might be the best TA that I know of.
Agreed.
And having those extra 3 or 4, and Terrorblade also, these are great pairings with Trant. And so a lot of teams, it's like, okay, no Drow, no SF, we feel confident not playing against this, but I would not give that away either.
There's also the Bane that Whitemon has looked monstrous on. That Bane has put 1W through so many pick-off, late-game macro situations, and I do think that is something that Yandex can look to steal. And of course, there's the Keeper of the Light. Ari himself said he thinks they're probably the best cuddle team. They understand the hero better than everybody, but come on, you're playing against Zaxa. He's also an excellent Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, and Nature's Prophet and the Enigma that you guys both mentioned, that's already removed from the pool. So is the Bane that you talked about, and I did want to talk about potential first picks, because a lot of heroes that you just mentioned, all first pick material. So a lot of that is going to be considered by both of these squads, as we have got first pick on the side of 1W. So they are going to be going for that overall last pick for Yandex, who has so far banned out the Invoker and the Bane. We're still waiting for one ban coming out from 1W before we see those final bans, but it's already quite clear that it's going to be very different from our previous series that we've had, because both Invoker and Bane were not in those first phase bans last time.
Yeah, I thought the Bane Invoker might be considered a pairing as well, something we've seen very commonly from 1W. Every time you play Invoker, you want the reliable Sunstrike setup, so obviously it's BZM. I think he's widely considered the best Invoker player in the competitive scene. I actually thought if you banned out Invoker, you didn't have to ban Bane, because also you're not really afraid on DM to play the Summons heroes, which tend to do quite well against Bane. But yeah, they're giving a lot of respect to Whitemon, saying it's not just about that combo, it's about all the other things you're doing too.
Your Lone Druid still untouched in the Vanning phase.
Yep, just like
covered by
Darkseer,
the Enigma.
Shadow Fiend, Drow Ranger.
Yeah,
Keeper taken out in the first phase too. Lots of respect on these support heroes.
Yeah, you were talking about the pivotal support heroes. It's one of those where I couldn't have predicted exactly what they would ban, but none of these are surprises. I think the Axe might actually be the most surprising ban out of all of these. Maybe they're planning on going for Drow right now, or Kez, and they want to get rid of the Axe. I can't think of any other reason, really.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a Kez to start with, because I feel between Axe and Centaur, and you're playing against 1W, you're playing against 33 in particular, that Centaur has been much more problematic than the Axe for a lot of the teams.
Or you could just go for Lone Druid, because it wasn't bad. Now, we've seen Yandex beat the Lone Druid time and time again, but as we said, that was against a different caliber of team. Can they beat the pure Lone Druid?
And I actually thought they were going to go Underlord, because DM was saying, like, they did do it yesterday or 2 days ago, and it is Lone Druid's worst matchup, according to the stats.
Yeah.
But Centaur has been an absolute premier offlaner this event, and I think for good reason. Anytime you have a hero like Centaur is innately a very greedy hero. I think a lot of casual Dota players will think of him as a blink initiator that can maybe save with the late game card, but this hero wants to play on his island and use his ulti to help occasionally, and the fact that people are often able to go for this Helm of the Dominator into a Heart of Tarask second item, this allows him to just spam double edge in order to farm, and I think he's just a premier pick right now, and that's why he's getting picked here.
Yeah, I also think that they probably would have liked to go for the Underlord, but you only have one ban left, and we talked about the Centaur as like 33's #1 hero this patch. So if you're not stealing it, you're giving it away, or you're wasting your only ban left in the second phase.
Actually, that's a really good point, because I think if they would have almost certainly taken it on 1W if you don't take it there. But also, because you pick Centaur has been the best offlane pick against all of the ranged people. Like, because the retaliate in lane, the gap close that you offer your entire team with Stampede. So now I think they effectively forced out the Drow SF bans, and then you have the Wind Ranger access available as well. And Centaur is absolutely unplayable. Was it Nightfall we saw yesterday full to zero himself on Retaliate Aura?
I mean, I can't remember properly, but it does check out.
It was pretty funny to watch. The Retaliate Aura talent is pretty wild at level 25, but it is an unplayable matchup, so I think they're actually doing it to simultaneously deny pick, like Mira said, and enable Watson's hero pool.
There's still the Templar Assassin and the Terrorblade that you could play in response to Centaur, but those are definitely harder to make work, and they go for the Hoodwink, who was ignored in the ban phase. It would have been her or Dark Willow to play with the Centaur, but this lane is basically unbeatable. There's not really much you can pick against it.
Yeah, I'm actually interested, because I would agree that's an incredibly strong lane, and Lone Druid's also widely considered the strongest safe laner just purely off of laning prowess. So I think even with Lone Druid, you need to invest fully into lane strength here for Whitemon. All the premiers are taken out. Maybe Clockwork? We haven't, like, the fact that he's just in there.
They'll select the Willow first.
But that's your 4, right? So you still need to find a 5 hero that can play into Centaur plus Hoodwink. It was kind of tough. I mean, I guess Wyvern is an option. Stocks have been going up.
Yeah, I think the main concern always, because I think LGD have this problem, is you need to be able to kill Centaur at 20 minutes into the game, because this guy will have 3,000 plus health. And so I think Willow makes sense a lot. You mentioned like her and Hoodwink being the best 2/4s right now, but she also offers a lot of damage. So they go for Earth Spirit. I was wondering how the mid game or the mid lane matchup dynamic was going to go here. That's likely a mid Earth Spirit, because I guess Willow could be 5, but I think that'd be a bit of a weird flex. But my idea was, like, if they don't pick their mid here, then Yandex will probably pick their safe lane duo, and then they'll leave the overall last pick for Chira. But now that you see this Earth Spirit, is there anything they think they can pick to punish it?
I mean, there's all the melee punishers, like the Huskar, the Necrophos.
It's really good against Lone Druid as well.
We've seen Lina punish it. We've also seen actually Largo punish it, but that was just the one time and still lost the game even if he won the lane.
You could also mid Slardar versus Earth Spirit and do pretty solid.
I'd be down for that, yep.
There are options here for sure. Ember Spirit is also the best Spirit brother against Earth.
True, and still with an exceptionally high win rate at the CWC. Taking a lot of time to think about it. It's not just this one they're selecting, there's also the next one. They take 2 picks here, and they also have to consider what 1W wants to do with their 4th pick, which is their most important pick in the draft that they can protect with 2 bans afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really cool if Yandex stole one of the really strong laning 5s like Lich or Winter Wyvern, but that would take them away from their specialties, like Witch Doctor, that other teams don't play.
And we said Wyvern was good against Lone Druid himself as well, right? But they'll go for the Undying nonetheless. And the Lina does come out to counter the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, they're telegraphing so hard that they're going to be picking Watson a ranged carry, but like so they're going to see two bans obviously on top of the Drow and SF, but the Lina, yeah, I like that a lot because you just need the bear kill to be convenient. You need to have a hero that either can teleport like Underlord, you can pick a mid bots builder like Lina. I'm anticipating the magic build for Lina, the like Kaya into bots Ags.
I have a very important question.
Yes.
Because we have seen Lina against Earth Spirit a couple times and she does well. However, wasn't it Watson that like reinvented/invented Lina carry to begin with? Is that even anywhere on the radar right now, or is that dead?
I think it's like, in theory, it's possible, but I also feel like the ranged carries right now are not like Maelstrom buyers for the most part. They're usually the stat builders, but like I don't see why not. It's definitely an incredibly scary lane with Undying Lina, but I think with the way the map gets played right now, you generally want your carry to... Lina's not really a lane dominator. She's strong in lane, but she isn't oppressive the way that like a Drow and SF are.
Well, still a Largo, but this one is for 33.
Yeah, I mean, from his usual suspects, it would have been the Largo or the Darkseer, and it's really hard to pick Darkseer blind. With the Largo, you know you can play for the sustain in the mid-game. You're going to have this Earth Spirit going in. You're going to be able to back him up with the damage amplification on his Bull Belly Blitzsong, which is a pretty cool combo. But there's no usual, I'm going to make Largo's life easier hero. Usually it's the Keeper of the Light, you know, with the stacks, with the bonus mana. It spanned out this time, so this last pick really should try to combo with him a little. But that's a tall order to do from the position 5. We know this Willow's probably the 4.
I think the only reason that Lina might get rotated to carry is if they want a Huskar here. I don't know if that's... I actually don't know how good if Chira Jr. plays Huskar, but I was just like looking through matchups and stuff, and I know Huskar's really good against Lone Druid. He's also really good against Largo. So it would potentially be a sick draft win there, but sometimes you can overcook, and you know, for all we know, Watson hasn't played carry Lina in a year, so you don't want to do that, I don't think.
We got still a carry ban coming out from 1W with the Kez, and now also the Tusk ban.
I love the Tusk ban. Lone Druid synergizes really well with the tag team because your bear and the hero itself also both count for the tag team. So you kind of have like 60 base damage as Lone Druid when you combine the bear and the hero, but you're getting double the value out of the tag team.
It's probably just going to be a Lich or Wyvern with the Tusk taken out. I mean, you need something that can right-click the Centaur, and Wyvern does allow that, and the Lich would just be a nice combo with the Largo plus Earth Spirit.
We no longer like the clock that we mentioned earlier.
I think the Tusk was better, but I think Clock is still a viable option. It might even be their ban here.
Okay, the Terrorblade was the other carry ban, so only carry bans for a 1W.
And there's still the TA
for sure.
Watson. Can't forget about that. I don't think he's busted it out this tournament yet, but that was his most played hero during qualifiers.
Okay, I was just looking around. He hasn't played Huskar on Chira Jr. in the last 8 months in a competitive match.
Okay. We do have that clock ban coming out as predicted, and we got a hero needing for 1W, a support, a hero for Whitemon. A hero that they don't need to think about too long because they only got like 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
And a Lich, as you said, Effie.
Yeah, you know, you just put the armor on your green boys. You got a couple of them that really like that frost armor, but mostly you just need something to help you on lane, and there wasn't much left.
I like Clinks a lot. For...
Been a little while since we saw him.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of them this tournament, but they were, I think, the first couple days.
Yeah, exactly. Not like yesterday and today. He seemed to be absent, even though he was so dominant in the first few days.
Yeah, I think the problem with Clinks is he's easier to collapse on than a lot of other carries right now, but I think it's going to be difficult to do that given the pressure from Hoodwig Centaur and the Undying in lane. You have a lot of like meat shields for you, so I was just thinking maximum damage. They might just go the TA route.
But I would still, if they have it in them, I think Huskar is like a free win here, to be honest with you. But yeah, they end up going, is that Slardar?
That's mid Slardar and carry Lena.
It actually is carry Lena, wow.
There you go.
So we mentioned the mid Slardar earlier. Like, it is just a fantastic hero to play against Earth Spirit mid, but I didn't think they would actually flex this Lena the way that they did. It's very cool. It makes the Lena stronger by making her physical damage more relevant, because now she's kind of a magic damage hero. It's going to be able to do a lot for them with that early Blink Dagger, and it's obviously their anti-Lone Druid, anti-Bear hero, but it is a bit riskier because Lena is still untested as a carry this patch.
Yeah. And the question is if it's gonna work out. And we did see some Maelstrom buyers here and there, but that was against the PL. So I don't know if we're gonna see that. But if Watson's playing it, Brian, we have to believe it.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious Maelstrom Briars of the patch are Nature's Prophet and Windranger, and both of them, what they have that Lena doesn't have is Windranger has Windrun in lane. She's very hard to gank. And then Nature's Prophet just plays off map because he can teleport anywhere he wants. Lena doesn't have these luxuries, but also, so I think Lena's much more punishable, but at the same time, you're playing with a Lone Druid lineup. Lone Druid just wants to hit creeps for the first 20 minutes. Largo generally wants to just hit lane creeps, or creeps in general, for the first 20 minutes as well. Yeah, you can go like a Meteor Hammer or like an earlier utility item to run around with your team, but I don't think they have too much punish for this. So I think that's why they've elected to, like, I think Lena does have weaknesses that these other meta carries don't, but I don't think they can really exploit them here.
Prophet was first phase banned, so they had that foresight already there for 1W, but yeah, Windranger could have been an option there. I feel like this was strategized beforehand.
It's kind of like that Night Stalker pick last series where it's like the Largo got rotated mid and it wasn't about the Largo, it was about the Night Stalker. So I think that this Lena is a substitute for the other carries in order to allow Chira Jr. to get this awesome Slardar game.
Effie, is it good?
I think it's good. I mean, I think Largo's going to have a really rough lane and a really rough time entering this mid game, but the window for failure is kind of high for a carry Lena, but I think Watson can pull it off.
A very important game here between 1W and Yandex. Can one of the two 2-0 the others? We're finding out together with Kezu and Sunspan.
Thank you so much indeed. This is a really hype match. Yandex versus 1W. Some would call it a doozy, absolutely, as we are in a pause because 33 is in the house, everybody. We got the lights on right on his face, which means the pause needs to come. It's just tradition at this point. Kezu, what do you think the meta is on the light situation with these teams?
You got to emulate what you got at home, which is near darkness, but not full.
Yeah, you can see a little light on Whitemon's face that is probably not acceptable for him.
That's
but
too much.
For 33, it's okay, apparently. As long as it's not him, A-okay, as we have a smoke on both sides. Yeah, what do you think of these lineups? Lena carry. Very cool.
I'm a big fan. I'm a bit intrigued to see what he will build. I haven't seen it yet, but I would assume that you could tap into a specialist array on Lena. We heard lots of talk about the Maelstrom, which I think if you want split damage, then pumping out a bit more magic could be good. But I think you want stats on heroes, so I think specialist array could be kind of cool. Of course, Watson, like they talked about, he was one of the OG Lena carry guys, so I trust him to know what he's doing.
Okay. DM will be able to get the bounty, but he's going to take some damage in response. We see a Lich picked. I'm very excited about a lot of these heroes. The one hero we won't mention is Pure on Lone Druid. Nobody gives a shit.
But what I can tell you is that Yandex have been destroying this hero like 3 or 4 times.
That's true.
In this tournament, so they know what's up. And you know actually what's funny? You know both teams have 1 loss each to their name. Do you know which team beat both of them?
No.
OG.
Oh. Gee.
So it takes, you gotta, maybe you need something crazy to beat, the teams out. But of course here, these are the 2 best teams in the group currently.
That's an interesting stat.
You're welcome.
What's their record overall?
They're both 7-1.
No, OG.
I think 4-4.
Wow.
So half the wins from the best teams.
I mean, that's the thing with OG that I've noted, not to talk about OG all of a sudden, but,
We are.
You brought it up. I feel like they overperform against teams that are just tier 1, and then when they're with teams that are supposed to be worse than them, they actually underperform, which is weird.
They're inconsistent.
Very inconsistent.
Now back to our game.
I'm sorry, I want to talk about OG a little bit more. What do you think it stands for?
Original gangsters. Was that something original ganjas or something?
All right, now we're back to the game.
Good.
You, of course, went over the line.
You needed
as
one
always.
laugh.
33 is playing the Froggo this time around. And been a very strong, we saw it mid, obviously, in the last series with no one. Did not go well at all, but that was more of a, they were kind of all their eggs in one basket kind of deal. Whereas this time around, you have the very traditional, at this point, off-lane Largo, very stable. You have BZM on the Earth Spirit, which is kind of that pop-off, ganking type of hero. I like the mix that they have overall.
I think both drafts are very, very strong. Overall, though, I would say, like, this is an incredible Lina game, not just against 1W's heroes, because if you think about it, against Lone Druid, you want to be on high range, or you want the melee guy that can man up. Lina fits, you know, the high range. Same with Largo. He doesn't. None of these heroes gap close very well. It's only the Earthward, and even if they gap close, it's into a Tombstone. You have a Corrosive Haze for more damage. You have Stampede and a potential card later on in the game. So I do think you have a lot of weight on BZM's shoulders and the two supports to like offset a bit of the early game and get those team fights going.
I hope they get the horse cart out of the Centaur eventually this game. I mean, the Tombstone save, if they want to go down that route, I feel like that was nerfed so long ago and we barely see it now. But I mean, if they take Tormentor, which they do have Slardar, so there's a good chance that they're the ones to get it first. They could see some valuable shards coming out. Because Boomerang as well, very, very good for Yandex's side.
Yeah, especially like they have a lot of damage, especially within their like two supports, but can't really ever count off 33 on any lineup or any hero that he's playing. I think he's looked very good on the Frog, and also, you know, croaking up an Earth Spirit is definitely very good. But CJ, we've seen him on the Slaughter before.
Yeah.
Not just in this tournament, also before. He is a menace on this hero.
He is against the melee, so it's going to be a little bit easier. As Pure taking a lot of damage to the Acorn shot, bouncing several times. We'll get back to his tier 1. Whitemon will do so as well. So DM and Sox are doing a good job of keeping this aggression on. Bushwhack canceling the healing salve with the blood grenade to follow. As Pure, he will survive. No, he will not. That was actually enough.
I'm pretty sure.
You do not see that very often.
That was perfect damage, I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
Like, if the tower would give any more HP regen than 1, he would have lived there. But Sox is sneaking in.
Crazy.
That's an incredible kill.
Soxa, my boy. What a beast. And they lose some resources with the healing salve as well. Just a very good start in that bottom lane then. And like you said, this mid lane definitely going the way of Chira Jr. at the moment. I mean, what can he even do as BZM here? You kind of just got to take it.
I mean, you're definitely outmatched in this matchup, but there are other lanes where we've seen Earthspirits buy bottles, as he's in a lot of trouble. Level 3 stun.
TP is coming. BZM, one more right click would have done it. Ari gets off the Bramble. Not going to get any of the water runes, though. I think he's going to get both here. Actually, could turn the sights onto Ari instead. The crush is there, and Ari, very low level. In that Shadow Realm, will save him for a bit. Gets through the tree line. Will live. Yeah, water rune control on Chira Jr.'s side. The Earth Spirit having to walk all the way back to base as well. So already great advantage.
It's good
Yandex.
respect there by CJ too. Like, he doesn't die for the kill. Maybe you could have, but then, you know, if the Bramble connects, you're gonna give up the kill.
Yeah.
Because now 33, he's alone up in the top lane as DM taking some pressure, but he is building towards the hell.
Bushwhack. Do they try to turn this around now? DM will have to hoof stomp there and get out, but DM does kill off Whitemon with a return, I guess. What in the world?
It's just a Blightstone, level 2 Acorn shot. He got at least 2 bounces as here comes the Undying.
Yep, and Pure now gets Bushwhacked to a tree. A double kill for DM when it looked like he was about to be killed off. Instead, he gets 2 kills thanks to the rotation of Soxa, who has been all over the place to start this game.
Yeah, he's been everywhere. And, you know, just from the thing earlier, there's pressure mid. So that's where Ari TP'd as they're trying to return the favor onto Watson in the top lane.
Yeah, Watson gonna get licked in.
Stick and
Ari
fairy
in the area with the Shadow Realm. Should be able to finish it here, and they will do so. So at the very least for 1W, they get somebody. Oh, now mid lane, crush onto BZM. You can see the Corrosive Haze is already there. Level 6 versus level 4, and BZM dead to right. So crushing defeat in this mid lane and bottom, and really the only saving grace is that top lane. But you can see Lina, despite the death, still doing very well in the farm department.
Yeah, thank God they were able to squeeze in that kill on Watson in the top lane, because you're down 3k gold now. 6-minute rune should also go CJ's way. And honestly, this bottom pressure, I mean, let's see onto DM, because I don't really see him dying in this lane, but, you know, pressuring him. Well, Ari is here, so
good
maybe
blocks
that.
coming out. Does get up the hoof stomp, and another Bramble coming in. Soxa with a beautiful Bushwhack onto 3 heroes, but it's not going to save the Centaur. Overhype.
Very much
Some
so.
would say.
They are finding good connections though. You know, with Ari in the safe lane and getting some kills. Earlier they find it onto Watson up top and now onto DM.
Remember, 33 and Soxa used to be teammates. Soxa goes to another level when he had to face off against former teammates.
He's kind of showing it here in this early game. All his spells kind of on point, very good on the rotations as well. CJ's really trying to work something here into this lane as he steals all the creeps apart from a little Johnny Cobalt.
And I assume Blink Dagger will be the main item coming out of him from the mid lane. See if he wants to rush it. I mean, is there any other build from a Slardar mid?
Not really. As Malady, I like his positioning here. Just like, this guy does this in so many games.
Puts down the tombstone. There ain't no way you're killing that. Although several members now of 1W have joined the party. So Malady eventually will tick away. They're making it really annoying though, so they're not going to get the fast one. They get the Sinister Gaze. Watson comes in as well. He's going to get the Laguna Blade, and 33 is dead, and he's going to get the Shrine. What the hell just happened?
Honestly, Wannabes, this is probably the best early game Undying play I've seen all year.
Disgusting. He wasted so much time.
Yeah, and he is instantly back up. No, got a free Aegis on Undying, you make use of that, they make it work for like 20 seconds, so then Watson again. We've seen a lot of these layups, you know, from the supports. They make space for 20 seconds, 25 seconds, and the carry's like, yep, thank you.
Yeah, what a masterful early game from Yandex so far. Really, only the death on Lina has been the smallest thing going the way of 1W.
Gotta see too,
trying to get some stacks off.
They're gonna need some levels on the heroes. I think the ultimates on your supports, of course, is very, very important because Lone Druid, as we know, doesn't really interact. I like that 33 is looking though.
Yeah, they're going to roll in with the help of the Brambles. Soxa in the area. How many bushwhacks are you going to get this time? Only the one. You get the lick back in as well, but Malady joining the party. They're going to lose the Slardar. No, it gets off the sprint just in time, and Malady puts down the tombstone as BZM, with all the vision in the world, Malady takes him out. As the tombstone now being pursued, but he pops his ult, and now he's a complete beast of burden. Double kill for Malady. They're trying to go on top. 33 as well. They get that kill as well. This is ridiculous. He does fall in the end, but my goodness, Yandex getting basically every trade to go their way.
I mean, Malady is cooking. I kind of love this guy. You know, he pops off in interviews. He's popping off in this game. I think great play up top, goes mid, gets the flash goal in mid-fight.
He's the same level as Pure right now.
Yeah, and Pure, he's been AFK farming the whole game, as you should on a carry, but like looking at all of this, it takes them so much to like try and kill CJ. No, even the Stampede comes out, and again, perfect timing on the tombstone.
This kill gives him 6. Well, not quite. I guess a creep died as well. That extra HP allows him to stick around a little bit longer, help secure a couple more kills.
Yeah, thank God for 33 that he gets the Frog Stomp off there at the end to ultimately squeeze in the kill. Gonna kill the Dominator creep, so at least, you know, for 1W, you've got your safe lane going. Well, that smoke was definitely spotted if any one of the Yandex players have their eyes open.
I was really looking forward to the Specialist Array. It's gonna be Maelstrom though.
Okay, unlucky. Maybe one of the next times. Still think this is something that Lina could potentially go for, but I think for Watson it applies. You don't judge his item build.
Yeah, we've been through this before. Sometimes you can.
Sometimes you can. You just gotta wait. It's gotta look garbage first.
Gonna take a chain frost. We'll put down the tombstone. Die shortly after. So this is gonna be just free gold for 1W.
I mean, good riddance. Screw this guy. Like if you're 1W, you just wanna get this guy out of the game as quickly as possible. Watson is pinging the top tier 1 tower. I don't think they wanna just give it up too easily here.
Yep, he's got the Laguna Blade.
Of course, the very classic Lina carry build. You max out your passive. You have very good talents for carry Lina. You have damage, you have magic resistance on 15 if you want. You get more percentages on your Fiery Soul at level 20.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Watson spotted by 1W. Gonna be far enough away that they can't really connect. No Chain Frost anyway. Malady comes back to lane, immediately gone on.
I don't know if this one is good. Let's see.
Yeah, he does not quite have his ultimate. Gonna try to go through the gate. The roll in, not quite there, but they have the damage. So another death to Malady. They really are hating on him. 4 now to his name.
I mean, okay, let's see, because the top tier 1 will still die. Like, this type of delay, I don't really think it did much. If they get to hold it tier 1, it's great, but we'll need to see if Yandex can pose a defense here.
And they're going to do just that, or at least attempt it. 2 supports on the high ground. Bramble going to prevent them from going any further, although now Blink Dagger being shown from Chira. Gets slowed up a bit, but they're going to find at least one here, surely. And it's Whitemon. One more bushwhack for the road from Soxa. I wonder how many bushwhacks, how many heroes per bushwhack this game.
He's probably on like 1.8 or something.
One.
Yeah, he's definitely quite high, but turns out, I take back what I said earlier. The 2 little plays that Malady went for here did allow them enough time and space for everyone to come back. 33.
Right on top of 33 with that blink. Corrosive Haze to follow. Soxa can't get the bushwhack this time. Caster Curse indeed. 33 is healing up, but it's not going to be enough. Watson joins the array here. Foray, rather.
Sure. I feel like I put Specialist Array in your brain and all.
Yeah. You did. I was really excited.
I'm sorry. You'll just get the normal
There's no chance he goes both then, I take it.
Yeah, I don't think you can. So they kind of have like similar things, unless in like late game we want to see a Hydra's Breath. Yeah, I guess you could, but then it also kind of depends. Do you need to upgrade your Dragonlance or not? Do you want a Pike?
Right.
Can you be greedy and go Hydra's Breath instead?
Yeah, Pure's Bear in a bit of a battle here with Centaur. And of course, we didn't mention, I mean, how good of a Lone Druid game is this? We've seen the Slardar matchup before. That can be a little rough.
Honestly, out of the Lone Druid games we've seen, I think it's fine at best. It's not good against Lina. It's bad against Slardar. I think even Undying is annoying for you, and so is Centaur.
So how is it fine? We'll get back to your definition of fine after this. Centaur gets gone on and killed off.
Because the hero itself is very good.
Oh, I see. So he's double S tier and he goes down to B, which is just fine.
Yeah, something like that.
I see. Okay, that's a good recovery from you.
Yeah, keep it up.
Very good analyst.
I am. Good caster, back to you. They're smoked.
Have a smoke. Yeah, I was about to say that.
Sure you were.
6K lead for Yandex. I'm going to try to find a connection here. And Chira going to try to backstab.
That's daytime.
Up in 3 seconds. God, big crush comes out with Laguna Blade. Lone Druid dead right off the bat. 3 dead, in fact, for 1W with no recovery in sight. 33 attempting to run, but the zombies are catching up. Not really, actually. The Frog is faster than them.
Holy days.
What is that camera view?
We need that again later.
They get the bash, and the kill goes their way. 4 dead for 1W. Yandex with the backstab, masterfully done.
Yeah, nicely done. You get a 3-man crush into at least 2 or 3-man LSA. Immediate combo onto the Lone Druid. Definitely caught 1W slip in there. Not something you see too often in the early game that you're that stacked up. Like, they were smoking for a while, too.
Oh, my goodness. Disgusting.
Just immediately dropping, like, 2 heroes. I mean, this fight is cooked before it even started.
Yeah. I mean, a single Laguna Blade and Crush puts Pure to about 10% HP.
Yeah.
He is a squishy boy without that ult.
I mean, just find the perfect... 33 is like, oh, oopsie.
There's a little light on his forehead. Maybe that's a bit of a misplay from him not to pause again to take care of that.
We'll get that fixed for game 2. Well, let's see. Pure, working on the only build that Lone Druid has, of course. Mjolnir rush into the Aghanim Scepter.
There he is. Close up of 33. Yep.
You see the reflection there?
It's just a bit, just a bit. Yeah, this is out of control for Yandex now. 9K lead. They have a great Roche lineup as well. In terms of push, how would you put this? I mean, Lina, obviously long range.
Quite good. Yeah, I think it's decent because like Centaur, you're very tanky later, you have Return, Lina is high range, and you have like Tombstone and good team fighting. Okay, Meteor Hammer is completed, so 33's farm will be pretty good.
He's gonna get ganked though. Hoof Stomp finds him, Malady there. Has a Flesh Golem, puts down the Tombstone, but a Terrorize comes out onto 2 with the Bedlam to follow. Chain Frost as well. They do separate successfully as Malady might live through the day along with the Centaur. Going to turn this around to 33 instead. And now the Laguna Blade reserved for Whitemon. They do take out the Lina though, but it's at the cost of 3 members of 1W and maybe even more if BZM gets caught. Bushwhack finds him into the Crush. And the bash had another one procced up, so Chira with a triple kill on this Slardar. He is completely dominating this game.
Man, all these plays are so expensive for 1W. Like, even though Watson dies, and I like his itemization, you know, he has the Maelstrom into the boost of travel. You can always just TP in on the Dominator creep. But even so, you lose 3 to 4 heroes in return. I mean, this fight was before BZM finished up the vessel. You really need that one. And also, he doesn't have Magnetize yet. We've seen it many times where Magnetize doesn't get skilled early, but level 10 and level 11, I feel like they need it in these fights. Like, imagine a Magnetize rolling here.
Yeah, for sure. They were so close to getting several kills, but I mean, they do get an important one. As the case has been this game, the cost is too high for 1W.
It's also Malady from all these plays. He has double bracer, treads, magic wand. Uh-oh, BZM.
This is still a replay.
Oh, sorry. I was testing some other stuff. I wasn't pulling a U.
Uh-oh, BZM.
Uh-oh, pure.
Okay, there we go. So
imagine
it's kind of a team wipe.
Imagine if in the replay I had talked about unknowingly what is actually happening. That would have been good.
Next time.
Next time. We will not see the Hydra's breath.
The only thing we can predict are the early game pauses for lights.
Of course, but those are very easy. They're like a given.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, I believe we will not be seeing a Specialist Array or a Hydra's breath, as he will be turning his Dragonlance into a Hurricane Pike on the Lina.
Yeah, very nice.
As DM's body is just forcing 3 heroes to run away from him. Not a good sign.
Yeah, that's true. 4 members of 1W on the retreat now. They've seen this blurst set that is Centaur in the courier outfit. You just can't handle it.
I mean, also now, actually, you've got a Lotus Orb completed on DM. So I was talking about the Magnetize, but if you're quick, you can just immediately dispel it and even, you know, kind of own all of it, or at least take it away from one guy later.
$10K lead for Yandex. 1W are really grouping up right now. Are they expecting a fight?
Might be just... I think they just want to be ready for Yandex to, like, for a potential play.
They do roll on him successfully, lick him in. The crush comes out, but that's enough damage. Great pickoff from 1W.
That's an insanely good one. I think especially also, if you look at their wards, like, they have a lot of decent control, like a mid-river ward that spotted CJ walk over to the top area. Mid-river in nighttime is the most dangerous area on the map. It's definitely something that CJ needs to respect.
Now, next time, that won't be so easy. Chira about 1,000 away from BKB. And for Watson, you talked about the Hurricane Pike. I mean, does he need a BKB this game?
Honestly, he could also play on, like, I think Satanic even later. I mean, BKB is great. It just depends on how greedy he wants to be. I think if they can get him, like, a Solar Crest and, like, a timed card, I don't really think you need a BKB. You can just play around, like, positioning maybe a Shadow Blade, a Silver Edge into Daedalus Satanic and play on that. I would probably like it a little bit more.
The lead has kind of been stuck in place as they're going to find Centaur now to terrorize. Not going to be there in time. DM gets the Stampede off. The rest of Yandex now catching up. The Whitemon sacrifice for 1W.
And they got owned by the neutral creep. Like, Ari was going to connect the terrorize and they just got congregated.
Not done yet. BZM trying to get the roll in, but a nice positioning there from Chira Jr. Malady turns into a disgusting golem, and they'll find another kill off the back of that. Turning around onto Pure now, already at half HP. Is the Laguna Blade available still? They find a support on the back line. Is Pure trying to get to the other side of the wall. He'll do so. So just like that, 3 dead in favor of Yandex. Another bushwhack, Saksa.
Okay, Watson stuck.
Okay.
We'll TP over the gate. I'm surprised he didn't yell about the Tombstone Shard, as Malady just went hopping into it.
Oh, I didn't even notice he had it. Did they take out the Tormentor?
It's 19 minutes.
He bought it?
Yeah. Dude, bro has been cooking this entire game. He's in 14
But how often
kills.
do you buy this anymore? I feel like I never see it.
Well, not very often. This is why. Let a brother cook.
That's awesome.
He has shards. He's about to buy a Blade Mail.
All right, I just had to... Now I have... Oh, Ari. He's going to die here. Whitemon in the area, though. Sharpshooter's enough from Saksa. Well positioned to the south as Whitemon really wants to find a connection. He gets the Sinister Gaze onto the Slardar. Then Chira now in some trouble. DM in the area as well. Chira does fall, but the Laguna Blade comes out from Watson from the south. They get 1 core kill as BZM trying to roll away. Does have the Magnetize onto several heroes. Watson with the LSA missing. And with that, I think Yandex tries to back off, although Malady will get a nice Lotus to try to back away here. And BZM continuing this Magnetize. But I think the fight breaks up now, so it ends up being mid laner for off lane. Favor for that is 1W.
Absolutely. 1-for-1 trade at this point is very, very good for them. BZM looking to work on a BKB. And like we all know, this is not really Lone Druid's strongest timing yet. You know, he's got only the Mjolnir. So of course he can kind of join fights if he wants to, but he'd still prefer to just get some more space.
Yeah, it will be a BKB for the next item on Watson.
Okay.
As DM, we talked about the Lotus already. It's going to be Heart afterwards. 2k into that.
Nice save from BZM here onto Mr. Whitemon. But yeah, I think with the BKB, it's going to be quite hard to take down Watson. And also, first Roche, honestly, it should just kind of go to Yandex. I mean, even if you go and try and contest it, you're fighting into an area that's just plastered with a tombstone.
We have to see if Collapse is somewhere in the crowd.
It might take over a PC.
Otherwise, yeah, I would think that this is a free Roche for you.
That would be a sick Joker. Like if you swap in a player for like 30 seconds.
That's right. That would be nice. Next Midas mode.
Yeah.
All right, so Undying already has a shard, so DM gets a free one. That's excellent.
Oh, what a dream if you're playing Centaur. Like, you're already very close to hard. Also, when you play against Lone Druid, it's really easy to rack up the stacks on your shard, because you can just keep using it on the bear. Counts as a hero unit, you just stack it up with your heart, and
Do you think teams ever talk about this idea of if a support is off to a good start and you're able to afford a shard and hold that thought? Crush finds BZM. Chira showing off the BKB, it's going to be a free one. What was I saying? The shard business.
A support,
hold that thought again, Kazu. Very important. DM
being
licked into the Chain Frost. Lotus, he's fine.
Okay, fake hype. Back to your great point.
Back to my point. I've forgotten now. Shard. That's right. Yeah, if you're off to a good start on a support.
Yep.
Did they ever talk about, let me buy a shard to give my core a chance to get the Tormentor?
It's not really something you talk about a lot. I would say it's more about specific...
More niche?
If you have like specific heroes where you're like, wow, if we get this now, yeah. Like let's say you're owning in the game. It's like minute, I don't know, 21. You're super owning and you can get your mid Viper a shard or something.
Yeah.
Then you can go in. I think then absolutely you're gonna do it. Otherwise, I do think that support items are actually very valuable. Like I would rather have 1400 gold on a support more often.
Well, the only reason I mentioned that is because I can't remember the last time I've seen the Undying shard actually be purchased.
Yeah, it's true. I think it's still usable. It's just
I'm not saying it's bad. It's just versus the original form of it.
Yeah.
It was completely bonkers.
No, for sure. It's just, he's just having such a good game, and honestly, it just makes sense as Pure is in.
Yeah, he does have Aghanim Scepter. Bushwhack is dodged, but
there's
Corrosive Haze gives them all the vision in the world. It's the bear or the lone druid. Pick a target, young man.
Nice.
Pure.
Double save.
And he's going to get saved by BZM, so they'll focus the bear instead.
He died from the bear dying.
Oh my god. I didn't. Oh my god. Oh no.
Well, it was a great try by BZM, and he nearly bailed him out.
How much damage does that do?
That looked like 450 pure damage.
Damn. On Pure himself.
Damn, pure damage against Pure. It's a counter.
Jeez. Well, that is truly unfortunate for 1W. Is there in a huge hole, 18k lead for Yandex. BKB now online for Watson as well, so they can get ultra aggressive. They can go for Roche at any time. I feel like they could have done this 10 minutes ago.
They could, but they're just continuously playing, you know, for the map play.
I see.
That's a lot of gold.
At first I was like, why are they focusing the bear and not the hero? But one Laguna Blade, he's low enough to die to the bear.
No, it's also so much gold. Like, you're not just getting the hero kill, you're getting the bear kill first.
True.
It's basically like a double kill.
Yeah, that was nice. Cheer up. Well, Whitemon, it was nice knowing you.
He's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
The lead continues to grow now. I mean, surely they go for Roche now. Or do they want to get some tier 2 towers first because they don't really need the Aegis to get those?
I mean, they definitely can do that first. I think the way that you go about it here, when you're up this much, is that Roche is yours at any point. You want to keep like a foothold on the map. You don't want 1W to like walk out on the map. Once you know you have them locked in with good vision, then you can do that. As Pure and BZM are farming on top of an Observer Ward. Luckily
yes, they are. Bushwhack finds BZM. DM in the area as well. Looking for the hoof stomp. Will not get it.
Good roll. But if people want to gain MMR, if you're ahead in a Dota game, you should ward exactly like Yandex are doing. You want to put wards on the outskirts of the map. You want to see these rats on 1W run out. You want to know where they are and go run at them and just keep forcing them back into their base. As there is your Chasm Stone. Of course, it's not casual because it's being built into the Shiva's Guard.
It's casual for now.
Okay. Give it not anymore.
Damn it. I thought we'd see a lot more of that when that originally came out.
Bring it up
Here's
again
the
next
free
game.
Roche, Chasm Stone. Who got first blood this game?
Actually, I don't know.
Saksa, how could we forget?
Kept talking about how big he is.
That's right. He's a tall boy. So first Aegis of the game goes to Watson. Having a terrific game on the Lina carry, which we don't get to see all too often. Has a Hurricane Pike BKB Maelstrom along with the Boots of Travel. So Daedalus is next for him. Chira. Going to be not going in here, it seems.
No, CJ is just dodging them for now, closing in on his own Agadams.
I feel like Essence Distiller has changed gameplay quite a bit, actually.
It is such a cool item.
Very good item.
Great addition.
The roll in from BZM onto several heroes. They're going to go for the bear first. Laguna Blade applied to BZM. Tombstone place, and I think 1W going to try to back away to get out of the radius of that. But the Stampede going to bring them back into the radius of 1W. BKB from Chira Jr. gets the crush onto 33. Watson with the LSA, and the right clicks from below. Should be more than enough, and now BZM. Nice block off by Chira Jr. And BZM bushwhack to a tree. Another core dead for 1W, and the LSA connection canceling the TP. It's all Yandex here in game number 1.
It is really difficult for 1W to really do anything. Also now Watson, level 20 talent unlocked. You love this one on the Lina. More move speed, more attack speed. As, yeah, DM, I think he's just going to be playing with his food here. 4,000 HP on the Centaur. I don't really know if they can touch him.
Yeah, that's a beast.
And like, even with Pure having his bear in the fight, if your hero isn't there, you only have one bear, and it dies within like 4 seconds against the Slardar and the Lina. As Watson is gonna need a creep wave to get some stacks, so DM, don't touch it. It's reserved for Watson.
Now Chira with the Aghanim Scepter, going to be that much more tanky in these fights.
Slardar mid looked very good in the last series as well. I'm a bit surprised that it died off. Like in that sense, of course, he had a great lane against the Earth Spirit.
Watson getting rolled on, but BZM nowhere close to the range needed. Yeah, I mean, it does help that it was against a melee hero, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, other than the Huskars and Vipers of the world, I feel like Slardar against range heroes is generally okay still, right?
He does pretty fine against most.
But it's not like you're gonna win the lane.
Yeah, no, and you just get kind of spammed by a lot of range heroes, and then there's like your... Probably like some of the heroes like Viper that are really annoying to lane against. But most of the other ones, you're fine. Of course, you want to play it into a melee. Melee, isn't that how you keep telling me to say it?
Thank you. You sound much more intelligent now.
Surely that's the one. Yeah. Great take by you.
Pronouncing words makes you smarter.
Yeah. Have you tried speaking a second language?
Yeah. I'm very bad at it, though.
That's good.
Bishura and the Maga Kasif.
Excuse me?
I just cussed at you in Farsi. Back to the game we go. 22k lead for Yandex.
Okay.
And Chira having himself an excellent game. They're going to be met by Lina, Mr. Watson. I believe the Daedalus is on the way, so this is a great timing overall.
Yeah, it is prime time to go. If anything looks bad, you can keep using Soul Rip on Watson, get up his HP. You have a secondary Lotus Orb as well now on Malady. You can always save him. And honestly now, with the Tombstone drop, you have full nighttime vision. You see everything. And it's really hard to jump into this.
Yeah, free tower. What can they do? 1W. All these tanky, look, 3 of the 4 behind them are just so tanky. There's a roll in, the kick out as well. Chira Jr. deletes Ari as Watson now with the Laguna Blade onto BZM, has to roll away with the BKB. And look at all the space being made by Chira Jr. on the back line. They get another kill, and this is just disastrous. 1W, surely this game's about to end. They can't do anything. The bear finally coming into play, doing a little bit of damage, but a little is not going to cut at this stage. 25k lead with still the Aegis. It's at least 1 lane. Probably 2.
Yeah, when will people stop playing Lone Druid against this team? They just seem to have all the answers game after game after game.
It's true. Well, ego is a great thing.
It sure is.
The lick in. Watson.
That's a dead bear.
Stop only onto 1. Is Watson able to right-click from afar? Corrosive Haze really helping his cause here. Terrorize. Not going to do a whole lot as the LSA into the Laguna is enough for 33 to bite the dust one more time. 50 seconds down and out. No creeps, actually. And now they do.
Here they are, and he's going to heal all the way to full with the Aegis. I mean, I love being the type of guy, where you look for a specific plan to come back, but I think it is really hard to come up with a realistic plan that you believe in here if you're 1-dub. As this could be...
BZM, they fake back. Sinister Gaze not going to do much here. They delete 2, and GG's just going to be called as game 1 goes to Yandex, and my goodness, they put on a performance.
They had this game from start to finish. Like, really, Saxa with some of the early rotations that they had. Melody with a super cool Wisdom Shrine play, I think as well, that set them up for success a lot. Honestly, I do think that this is the type of game that you can write off pretty quickly. It's like, okay, you play the Lone Druid again. They've beaten it so many times. Go next, try something else, because this series is incredibly important.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if I was to give MVP, it has to be a co-MVP between Malady and Saxa. The support duo was absolutely ridiculous for Yandex. We saw how many bushwhacks Saxa was getting early. He was in every single lane, it felt like.
Yeah.
Undying at that one play at the Shrine, I feel like that really capitalized their lead, and they never lost the lead from there.
No, also when you look at the lanes overall, I think it was just not that easy for 1W to play. Like, DM did very well on bottom. CJ obliterated the mid lane. Then you had, like you said, the 2 supports running around, Melody and Saxa, just continuing to ramp up the pressure. Watson set up for a perfect game on one of his best heroes. So yeah, I think game 2, 1-dub. Gotta scrap the draft and bring some better gameplay.
Well, I think the interesting talking point here is what happens to Lone Druid, because it's banned a lot, right? And if you're 1W, you apparently can't pick it against Yandex. So that puts Yandex in the driver's seat if they want to pick it, or if they just let it be banned.
I do think you can play against it too. Like, what they're showing as counters, it's not like 1W can't play it themselves. I think also, like, 33 not happy. I mean, this
was big.
I think, like, you're up 6k gold, and it's not usual you see a play, like, really hit like this, not against a team like 1W.
Yeah.
So I think next game, they'll come in more focused, slightly different plan, and we'll see a more even matchup.
I don't think we ended up seeing really any grab allies.
No, Johnson himself.
Yeah, that's
the one that you didn't see.
The one that I did. That's really sad to me. He's going to have to pick it again, because Malady started off the game just completely taking over. And from there, that's exactly what you want as a core hero, to have your supports kind of lead the charge for you early on and give you space to get to this point where Watson just hurts big time. And Chira Jr., of course, no slack himself.
No, like, his starter is really good, and if you look at 1W, generally speaking, they play around, like, BZM a lot with their 2 supports, but when your lane is this difficult, it's just so hard to play through BZM.
All right, Shiva!
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Kezu, here to break it down, and I think Yandex has solved it. I'm not sure if we're going to see a Lone Druid again in this matchup, maybe on the side of Yandex themselves, who knows. I do think we're going to see Lina in a carry position potentially more often. Looked very good in the hands of Watson, but I want to start with the real reason why Yandex won. Effie, the support duo, you already knew that there was going to be a lot of focus on the supports in this series, in this game, and it definitely delivered.
They really did. I want to glaze Saxa a little bit, because he's one of those players where it feels like you can't ban all of his heroes, but when he gets the most contested meta hero in Hoodwink on 4, he can single-handedly win lanes for DM. I mean, that felt so easy for him. He was getting like last-tick kills with the blood grenades. He was making sure that Lone Druid could not get off to a good start. Then he was going mid and owning there. And we can talk about Melody as well and his Undying, but I know you had a couple of things to show us later, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the side of Yandex executed so well. And I also want to say strategically going into this game that it felt like we were playing 6 days ago when it looked at 1W's draft. Like, they were just picking all the meta heroes that started out this tournament. And something we've been talking about is that the meta is going to get figured out. And what that means is that people are learning the responses to the heroes that are good. And, I think Puck, for good reason, has fallen out of favor because people are punishing it with these aggressive, greedy melee heroes. And we just saw the same story for Earthspear. We've seen it a couple times now. I think we saw Nightstalker have to get banned out to enable Puck. I think we're going to have to start banning Slardar to enable these greedy mid laners, because Puck and Earthspirit specifically, they don't do anything to shut you down. You're not really
annihilate. I mean, honestly, Chira Jr. worked him in this lane. I don't know if it's supposed to be that bad, but at the end of the day, you're picking it because you can get away with Slardar. Slardar has a lot of unplayable matchups. Like if you're Slardar against like Invoker mid or any other ranged hero with a slow, you just can't really play the game. And so my eyes on the draft are the fact that Yandex is using the flex of heroes like Lina. They're really giving themselves so many options to give you that cheesy last pick. We were theory crafting, they could put it mid, they could put it carry. What are their options? And when you have that many options to talk about, that means your draft is just really well put together.
Yeah, I mean, what you mentioned about the Earth Spirit, I think Earth Spirit is very strong in this patch, but his biggest strength is in teams that can flex him to 4 when they need to. That's why you don't really reveal, okay, we picked Dark Willow into Earth Spirit knowing that the flex will never come, because then he's in a position where he can get Huskard or Slardard or whatever anti-melee hero. Yeah, whatever anti-melee hero exists, you can exploit it. So I think maybe the mistake was Willow plus Earth Spirit. But honestly, for 1W, if it's only BZM playing Earth Spirit on that team, then maybe they should move away from it in this series, because you have to ban it against P-Vision, because if no one gets it or 9 class gets it, they're going to completely pop off. But it does seem like BZM is the only Earth Spirit player on this team.
It does. And I do agree with you, Brian, that it did feel a little bit like beginning of the group stage versus adapting to what has been happening a little bit on the drafting side. And I'm sure we're going to see in game number 2 a little bit of a shift on both sides, of course. But we are first going to focus on the Undying, I believe, a little bit more on Malady.
Yeah, as a core player myself, I'm going to appreciate when I get absolutely carried for the first 7 minutes of the game, as we are looking at the bottom lane right now, and he's going to be getting gone on here on DM, but just pay attention to the minimap, as you're going to see the Undying going through the Twin Gate at the start of this, the Foresight coming out from Malady. As we like fast forward a little bit through this, it's like, oh, they're gonna, this is wrapping itself up. Here's like, I have a retreat path. No, there's a Tombstone, casual Undying rotation through the Twin Gate. That's rotation number 1. Rotation number 2, you guys probably saw it if you were watching the game live. This is one of the coolest plays I have ever witnessed at the Wisdom Shrine specifically. So there's going to be some bramble mazes on the ground. I want you to see how Malady is going to walk in and out of the area of the Wisdom Shrine around the brambles. He's like doing a little like U formation such that he's not taking that extra damage, buys just enough time for Watson to connect, and ends up netting his team the Wisdom Shrine when there are 3 heroes from 1W there. And then last but not least, the Giga Chat Undying, with the start that he's had, he's going to be very high level. You just always right place, right time. Undying's real only impact in the early game is to walk into the middle of people and lay down a tombstone behind them, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to get level 6 from this first kill on BZM, and then he's going to, you're like, you're going to be able to bring him down, but that bonus strength coming out from popping that Undying ulti, and these little threshold things, one play leading into the next, and yeah, that's about the most you can take over. We saw Rue have a standout performance in game 1 for Team Spirit last series, and now we're seeing a step up from the 5 position for Team Yandex there.
An absolute step up, and to be honest, very scary. I think nobody wants to face an Undying like that. It gives me the question, Effie, was this outstanding performance from Sports on one side? Or was Lone Druid just figured out? Or, because is Lone Druid gonna be a factor? Because it could have been any carry that got shut down that hard, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would look at this as, let's just not pick Lone Druid against Yandex. I mean, they've beat it 4 times in a row, 5 now. Like, they're a team that are clearly very comfortable against playing against Lone Druid. And again, they have not been playing against weak teams. They are in the strongest group in this tournament, and they're still consistently beating Lone Druid. So I think maybe 1W is just trying to assess whether or not their Lone Druid could withstand it, or if maybe they fraud checked other teams potentially. But that doesn't seem to be the case. I don't think Lone Druid will be picked in that next game if he's not banned.
And do you think that in the previous series we saw the Hoodwink getting first phase banned? Do you think that's where we're heading?
I mean, you either take it for yourself or you don't give that to Saksa. I mean, he did way too much with that hero.
Yeah, like in the Team Spirit series in game 1, I was like, oh, Team Spirit, like they weren't really meant to win the early game, so this was like purely outplay coming from them. And going into game 2, it's like, okay, P-Vision, they can clean that up. In this series, like it's a first impression from one game. I think that Yandex is so
far ahead of 1W in terms of how they're thinking about the meta and the layers of these heroes. It's like, okay, Lone Druid, what does this hero do? He hits creeps for 20 minutes. Oftentimes, you can't pick carry Lina because she's very easy to invade, very easy to gank. A lot of carries just go through that twin gate and boot her out of lane, and she's useless. But that's something we can punish because they have Lone Druid. It's not just the lane matchups. It's not just like, it's everything I feel like they're thinking about. And I think they got absolutely worked strategically. They're gonna have to like, I don't even know if it's fixable. That's how I am seeing this series.
1W is considered to be one of the strongest teams here. I mean, you said it yourself this morning, Effie. Out of the 4 teams we got on this stage, one of them is probably the winner, and the rest will probably somewhere be in the top. 1W is one of those, so surely they're going to be able to adjust to something like this.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, for me, the adjustments that I bet we're going to see are not this first pick Lone Druid, but also maybe just not the Earth Spirit for BZM if they're unwilling to flex it. Because if BZM is in a position where he gets later picked within the draft, he can do a lot for 1W.
I guess to be clear, I think they will adjust by Tuesday. Like, I think if you give them like a day and a half, they will. I honestly, sincerely believe this is like a wake-up call where it's like, wow, we have not been thinking enough about the drafts coming in today.
The games have been too easy.
Yes, the games have been too easy. They really came into play today, and it's like, are they going to make adjustments? Is it going to look better in game 2? I absolutely believe that, but just strategically, it looked like the gap was too large, and it didn't seem like Yandex did any, like, it's not like they threw a curveball. I feel like that was just a smart, well laid out draft.
So based on this, you do think that Yandex will take the next game as well?
Yeah,
there's not enough time to adjust.
I personally feel that way. Like, it's one of those where, for all I know, you remove the Lone Druid and everything's perfectly even. But just from the outside looking in, it looked like a complete strategical outclass.
Do you share that vision, Effie?
I don't know. I don't think Game 2 is going to look at all like we saw in Game 1 because there are a lot of adjustments they can make that would give them an even playing field. Like, taking the Centaur for themselves when they have that pick open instead of the Lone Druid, I think would have given them something else. Because, like, the issues that I saw were the hero pool for the offlane being very limited, the Centaur steal into, like, picking Largo and not the best Largo game. I think things like that can be fixed by just prioritizing it earlier. So I don't think it's that dire, but I completely understand why Brian thinks so.
Well, we're going to find out one way or the other. Keep in mind that both of these teams, well, now I guess only Alex, they wanted 2-0 because 2-0 locks them into the playoffs straight away. Whereas if now 1W can get an extra win here and tie the series, they'll play again against each other in the best of 3 because we need to solve this tie. Both of these teams tied at the top spot, and that matters a lot. And if you're now confused by these numbers and by Brian mentioning what's happening on Tuesday, don't worry, we got you covered.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The Game Trophy is the ultimate prize for every Games champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
We're getting ready of game number 2. It is 1W and Yandex on the stage, and that game 2 is coming your way. It is draft time very soon, and I want to know what to expect. Now, we already talked a little bit about this because game 1 was strategically all Yandex. It was all theirs. They were on top of things, whereas 1W left behind in the dust a little bit, left scrambling, trying to find a way back into a game that against a team that is not going to be making mistakes big enough to make a comeback off of. Maybe this time around, though, they have had 15 minutes to think about what to do next. Surely, Effie, surely they'll come up with a better plan.
I think so. I mean, I would just look at the lanes if I were 1W. How can I draft the most ideal lanes for us so that we can play Dota later on? Because Team Yandex right now are the fastest team in the tournament. They draft winning lanes and then they go for the early game group up. They don't let teams like 1W who like to play them up actually play them up. Maybe there are other teams that have hesitancy going high ground, but this is not one of them. So when you face a team that wants to end around that 30-minute mark, you have to make sure you don't let them be strong around that time.
I have to tip my hat to Watson specifically. I think as we're going, I know we praised the supports in their play last game, but I think having a carry in this current meta that can just whip out PL, just whip out Lena, just kind of I think he's making their drafts much more dimensional than a lot of other teams from their carry role. We saw Yatoro whip out the Morphling last series, and that netted them a win on Team Spirit. I'm kind of making the maybe not so bold prediction that the versatility of carry players is going to be a pretty huge factor moving forward in the tournament.
Especially with a lot of them banned out.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like the bans are gravitating towards carries in the first round.
Yeah, apart from maybe right now, we'll see probably still a Drow Shadow Fiend banned. So far, this is exactly the same, other than who goes first. So we have got Yandex on the Radiant side this time around, 1W on the Dire side, and it is Yandex with first pick. That means they get 4 bats. The 3 bats, then those are the 3. And those are very similar to previous game, apart from the Earth Spirit. Lone Druid does get banned out by 1W. They still do remove the Enigma and the Nature's Prophet, leaving in actually the 2 carries like Drow and Shadow Fiend, as just mentioned, and the Tree and Protector still in as well.
Yeah, I think if you're 1W, you have to ban Lone Druid. You don't want to play against it. You're not like Yandex that are constantly letting it through and beating it. And the Earth Spirit ban is a bit of a surprising one for me, but I kind of understand it with first pick on Yandex because in that last game, they didn't have it and they were able to counterpick it on 18 or 24 even. So they counterpicked Earth Spirit with Lena and then they flexed at the very end with Slardar. In this game, they don't want to deal with an 18 Earth Spirit coming out from BZM after they've already shown their mid here.
Yeah, and I of course meant Treant and Nature's Prophet swapped around, but they both get banned anyway, so it doesn't matter. Centaur first for Yandex.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that this hero's getting elevated in his priority in the draft, because every time I've seen it, even when teams beat it, it felt like you had to pick 3 specific heroes in order to kill this guy who has 3,000 HP at 20 minutes. And if you don't have that, it's such a huge problem to address. And if you don't address it, you literally, he just runs you over because they buy an early shard. That strength stacks up really quickly. Heal reduction feels kind of hard to come by right now. We even saw DM go back for stop by for a Lotus before he went for the hard. So there is a bit of versatility in the way that this hero can build. And he's also just insanely good against all of the range carries. And quite frankly, I think we're seeing the result of a meta where the carry like Slarks, Ursas, and Monkey King type carries that pick on these really tanky offlaners like Centaur, they're just unpickable, it seems like right now. I think Monkey King might be the most pickable out of all of them, so I'm curious if we potentially start to see Monkey King go up in value because of these Centaur first round picks.
Yandex did first phase ban Axe previous game. This time it will be there as an answer to the Centaur. Another hero that I think we should keep on our radar just in case. You mentioned it many times before, Effie, the Keeper of the Light, still in.
For sure, that one's the big one here. But last time Yandex were like, okay, of 33's hero pool, we're going to ban the Axe early on, and we're going to take the Centaur so that we make sure he doesn't have his farming mechanisms, his ability to play behind towers, to farm the camps that free up the triangle for his own mid laner. And between Centaur and Axe, Centaur is much easier to make work than an Axe. Like, Axe drafts can go very wrong, but 1W just go for it anyway. It doesn't necessarily interact with the Centaur in any capacity. It's just that they want that ability to farm ahead of the tower for 33.
Yeah, maybe I'm underestimating Axe as a hero. I mean, we saw Collapse own with it 2 days ago, but I don't know. I just feel like this is not a worthwhile trade. From what I've seen so far this tournament, it's like a very much a vibe check for me right now. Like, the Axes have looked situationally impactful, while every single Centaur I've watched, win or lose, has had such immense impact in the game. So I think this is an uneven trade. I'm not sure why Axe is necessarily a response to Centaur either. I mean, I know both of them are very good against the range carry meta, and like Mira said, they do offer similar things in the laning stage and stuff, but I do think Centaur is more reliable. I think the biggest thing is that like a lot of Axe's bad lane matchups in the support role or dispels or like any form of save from a call, there's not really a support equivalent counter to Centaur.
And they're just picking it before it gets banned, that's why. It's not a specific response.
I wasn't thinking it. I'm saying the trade, like, why are you willing to give them Centaur for the sake of Axe? That's the part I don't really understand.
I think giving the trade protector would be a mistake, and giving Lone Druid for 1W, they're not one of the teams that have been giving it away to beat it, like Yandex. So maybe they're not as comfortable playing against it. I guess in that case, you would make the argument for let's give away Enigma instead of the Centaur, and just pick something to counter Enigma on lane.
Yeah, it might be another situation where the heroes that traditionally count Enigma, like Bristleback and Gyro, they're not really getting picked either. So these could all just be, you know, there's so many layers to this of why they think, oh, this hero is harder to deal with than this one. Wyvern being picked against Axe once again.
Are they in a Wyvern Kez just like we just saw?
I think that Watson would not do that.
Okay.
Because I think he's so versatile. It's not that he wouldn't do it, but I think it would serve them to like pick their 4 position here and hold off on Watson's pick. But I think he can be given more information.
The Willow is still in. If they wanted to go that same route.
Yeah, Willow's not bad. I mean, not the easiest Willow game versus ranged carries like Draw Ranger.
We've seen Mirana a few times. I'll be honest, mostly on the morning games, and both Seb and Lacoste are not a fan. Very strongly so, even. Or maybe a little bit different in the hands of Saxa.
Oddly enough, I actually put Mirana in like the coddle category, in the sense that if you're not building around Mirana, then she is really underwhelming. I think even more so than coddle in terms of underwhelming, because if you don't have the follow-up damage, if you don't have some heavy utilization of the vision of Moonlight Shadow, if you don't have catch that sets up the arrow, like, these are just things where Mirana, she's just kind of a worser version of every support if she doesn't have those things. I think she's really strong on lane. They have the Centaur set up. Even like Curse into arrow is actually a pretty decent combo. It threatens heroes like Puck and stuff like this.
Yeah, I was going to mention that I think they're going to pick Clockwork with the Drow Ranger, and Mirana, you just pre-pick her. She's a hero that can play against cogs relatively comfortably, and it can be as simple as Yandex just thinking they need strong lanes to win because they snowballed so hard in that first game.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess if you're going... Is there something you like more about Mirana as opposed to like Willow, for instance? Like why Mirana over Willow? Because I think they're both strong laners, right? Or do you think she matches up better against Clock?
I think Mirana just plays better against Clock, but I also think it's hard to be Willow against heroes like Drow Ranger that can like gust you away. They don't necessarily get caught by your spells. They're playing from a distance. It's a tough one. Like, she's not one of the carries that are comfortable for Willow, unless Willow's snowballing.
Gotcha.
We still see Willow coming out. Ari will play it 2 games in a row.
I'm a big Lifestealer fan here.
Yeah. Now Willow for 1W, that's a strong Willow game because you have a lot of magic damage versus Winter Wyvern, which is very important.
I didn't think they would do it. Sorry, Mira.
No, go ahead.
I just didn't think they would do it because Axe is traditionally a hard PL counter. PL like absolutely destroys the rest of this lineup. Don't get me wrong.
I got told yesterday, I asked this very question to Seb about Axe and PL, and he said the best PL players, they are able to make Axe look stupid.
Yeah,
They'll always have a doppel.
It's one of those in the laning stage, you just can't really do much to them. That's the thing. Like for me, I'm more so looking at the lane. In the mid to late game, it's really not that bad at all. Because
he didn't use those words, by the way. He didn't say stupid. Just want to point that out.
But PL can absolutely make you look silly because Axe is a hard committal blink stun meant to kill somebody at the very start of the fight hero, and if you blink call 5 illusions, you do look kind of goofy, especially when we're playing from bird's eye view and we can see which one's real.
Yeah.
I am shocked because PL has, if you guys watch like Immortal level streamers, PL's in like half the pubs. He's in like every game, and he's a hero that does require... It's like harder to play against PL than it is to play with PL, so I think he punishes pubs a lot more than he does professional play. But so far, Yandex is the one team that's repeatedly ran PL to success, and I don't think Axe is enough, so I hope that one win, like they're banning out Leshrac, I hope 1W does not, think, oh, we got it covered with just Axe. I hope there's a hard PL counter coming in here.
I mean, the Leshrac is the big one that you think about. What else could you pick against PL? Because Invoker's also taken out in that first phase, and that's AoE damage.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, it's mostly about heroes that are willing to walk into PL, and they're not like Ember's a great example. They have to ban it themselves because Yandex picks first. I'm just like, it's really hard without a hero list, but I don't think of counters as like Earthshaker. I'm thinking of counters of heroes that early game, like Primal Beast, for instance, they like walk at the PL and you just can't really do anything about it.
Does Puck count as a counter? I know she's been bad, but Puck would work. Dream Coil everybody?
Puck would absolutely work. It's not a hard counter, but it would give them answers for sure.
You mentioned Shaker, and I think that if Yandex pick a melee mid laner, we might actually see the Shaker come out for VZM.
Yeah, I
that
can
is
see
one
that.
of his preferred heroes. While we're waiting for this, I do want to talk about the drafts as they are now, because while it is true that PL and Axe have like nice dynamics on lane in the sense that PL can press Doppelganger and then you can remove the Battle Hunger, and then you've also got the Wyvern healing you. I still think it's a great matchup for Axe later on. I mean, if he's not being made to look silly like you mentioned, Sheaves. And this Drow plus Clock lane is very strong. Also, this is an Earthshaker steal, which is crazy. But okay, before we talk about that, I just want to say that the lanes on 1W looked very solid when they didn't in that first game.
We'll see how the mid lane is gonna look, because with the Slardar ban after the Ember, that Shaker definitely feels like a steal. What's Brian? Tell it.
Necrophos, dude. Just go for it. I actually think Necrophos is disgusting here. Like I was just thinking about, I'm like, ranged heroes that punish Shaker and buy like Radiance or punish PL. I think it's a sick I think this is like a really 5-head play to like ban out the ranged lane dominators and pick Shaker, but I think you missed one.
What about Huskar?
It's not a PL counter. That was my concern. But I think they have two favorable side lanes right now. Like PL's fine against Axe, but he does lose the lane generally. Like you're not going to punish the Axe. Then you have Clockwork Drow on the other side lane. I think if you were to just all in lanes with Necro here, I do think they have other options. But
I would love to see the Radiance buyer that connects to fights.
Would if they do go for that, would they still be on a timer? Like those Phantom Lancers still just eventually close out a game?
Yes, but it's one of those where if you're down by 20k all game, doesn't really matter.
What do you make of the qual?
I like it.
What do you like about it?
I like that it wins lane versus Shaker, and I really think that's the approach that 1W needed to take in this game too. They just needed to draft strong lanes for themselves. I think they do have win conditions within their drafts, and it is a strong Axe game, which was picked second. So all they have to do is not lose that 5k net worth advantage from the laning stage, and I think their draft will play itself, whereas I know it was an 18 PL, but it doesn't look like the easiest PL game to pull off for me.
I think the thing about PL is most games it's similar to Naga that we just saw. Like, it is decided in the first 15 minutes. If this game is remotely even, then Yandex is going to win, but I don't think it's going to be remotely even. I think they are going to fall 5 to 10k behind by 20 minutes on the side of Yandex. Like, if they don't, I think it's just going to be a massive outplay on their side. I would probably... this draft looks a lot better for 1W than game 1. I don't think Yandex got the better half of it this time around. I like the PL, and I like the idea of the Shaker. It's creative, but it's not nearly as much of a gotcha as I think they got in game 1.
So we feel like this game too, the adjustments from 1W are good enough to, if they play well and don't get outclassed in the laning stage, they should just be getting that advantage, and they should be able to write that advantage into a win.
For sure. I mean, in that first game, they really could not play after the laning stage. This time around, they can, and the big thing was Axe going to be exploited in the laning stage? Because if he gets shoved out of lane, then they don't really have plays to make, but I think Axe got away with his lane, which is the big one for me here.
Yeah, I think that's the big weakness of PL, is that you are not the ranged carry that's going to shut this Axe down. He should get a really good game on 33 here.
You guys want to put a timer on this one?
Because 1W tends to slow it down, I think they're going to get a pretty massive lead and then gradually end it at like 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
PL's too much of a problem, yeah.
I see Effie nodding along, going for about 40 minutes. Let's see if this is a tie and we'll go again, or if Yandex can pull ahead and take this one 2-0 and claim top spot in the group. We're heading over to Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiva. Indeed. Yandex versus 1W game 2. If you had to guess now, will there be a tiebreaker, or will Yandex 2-0?
That will be a tiebreaker.
You think so?
It's a tough choice for me, because I do like the chances of PL, but if 1W play well, and I think their lanes go as they are designed to, and the game gets played like very nicely, I do think it is in their hands whether they will win or lose this game. Because while it is a very, very strong PL game, Quap can pop off. Quap is quite good later on. So it's a lot about how do the early lanes go, how about the early rotations, can Saksa do what he did last game? I do think it's a lot harder with Marana to try and apply similar pressure as as the Hoodwink.
Yeah, let's talk about some of these new here. Let's start with the Phantom Lancer. What does it bring to the table? Why have we not seen more of it?
It's just it's always been a very specific hero. He has special requirements, right? But in this game, he is quite good. I would say Quap is by far the best hero that 1W have against him. You're in a very OG draw counter. You're very good against both the supports. They have barely any AoE clear. You can even just farm cogs all the time, which is also like, just bonus gold for you. And the hero is very different than it used to be. No diffusal. You're nowadays just like Manta, Aghanims into some Heart or Scotty. So very, very different hero, and needs a lot of time.
Explain the innate.
So the innate of PL is, first of all, I think something cool that people don't really know. So you have one doppelganger illusion that deals 0 damage, but with the innate, even this one deals damage. So first of all, it's a lot harder to understand which one is real and which one is fake. And when you spawn illusions, they are way stronger than they should. Like, the damage is really, really high with the innate, which also goes up. Very close on the brambles.
Yeah, looks like he'll be okay. Saksa will not, because that is a battery assault level 1 clockwork. I never thought I'd see the day. And 1W with the first kill of the game as a result. Watson still being pressured heavily here at the wraparound. He's missing a lot of CS.
Yeah, that's so sad. Should get this one.
Get these range creeps. 33 is very healthy. You can see Malady also quite low. Looks like he might just fall here. Early call picked up from 33. Fairy Fire not going to be enough to save Malady, so already a 2-0 start for 1W. As Sox is stuck inside the cogs. Another kill going the way of 1W.
This is why brains need to be turned on, Shannon. Look at these skill bits. You have battery assault in the top lane against a Mirana who is arrow level 1. Screw you, idiot. I'm gonna kill you. Bottom lane, you're Axe against PL. I'm not skilling Battle Hunger. You think I'm stupid? Boom. No, you go counter Helix, you go call. Screw your stupid doppelganger. And he's going Ring of Health into probably Vanguard on Axe. This is why autopiloting in Dota is so punishable. And if you actually think about what your heroes can do and what you're up against, it can look like this. This is beautiful.
I feel like not even with the pro players, they still go for the cookie cutter builds. But seeing this
not
on
white
two different
gold.
heroes, yeah,
Yep,
I mean,
not white gold.
I mean, 33 is obviously a huge exception to this in general, but yeah, that's awesome to see.
It just shows like full understanding of what is happening, because this top lane, this is gonna be a problem if you're the Centaur and Mirana. First, I mean, Mirana's already, I'm not gonna call it a grief hero, but if you're arrow level 1, you're not really adding much right now.
Yeah.
Trust me, I played with Yapsor back in the day. He would steal all my creeps with arrow.
Yeah, just go into the jungle, get some neutral creeps, no big deal.
Yep.
As Malady will have to cold embrace himself.
That's
now
a full wave.
Puts him in a very precarious spot as 33 gets off the call. Should be a free kill. And on the other side, Shadow Realm keeping the Dark Willow alive and not really threatened that much by Watson anyway.
Yeah. Nah, they are going sicko mode in their lanes.
Sox is still level 1. My goodness. Into the free line. No, Cogs not quite there, but the right clicks will suffice. So still stuck on level 1 Mirana.
Bro, Pure is more than nice than the most last hits on Radiant.
Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah, they are
15 and 14. Wow.
2K lead at minute 3. This is a speed run of like records. That's for sure.
Jeez. I mean, maybe they didn't know that they had to read what Battery Assault even did, because this hasn't been a spell in so long.
Wow, I have this. Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if it's like 33 telling him, yo, like this
you
spell.
should get this in
exactly.
This lane. Yeah.
This is Saksa. He's gonna go arrow level 1. I know him.
That's true. There's some inside knowledge there for sure.
Oh yeah, easy.
33 gets
snipe.
a courier that had the gloves of haste on it. Man, everything going wrong for Yandex. This is, I would say, a big arrow coming out from Soxa. That's why you go arrow early. Although he is level 2 now either way. But Chira Jr. getting that kill on the BZM. A saving grace perhaps for Yandex?
Yeah, you need that one. I'm surprised he found an angle on that one. Very, very nicely played by Soxa. Somehow he does it again. Steal the rune.
Yeah, 33 getting everything out of this lane still.
Body blocks. Courier.
Nice job. Malady slowed to a crawl, but he should be okay.
Oh, this is gonna be
in the mid lane. It is quite even on the CS despite that kill.
Now, this is gonna be an incredibly big Axe. You are not stopping this guy in this lane. Sure, Axe is very annoyed by PL like later in the game, but early and in the mid game, PL doesn't do anything to you either. So you're gonna, which is very nice for the Axe.
Should mention, first pick Axe.
True. After the yeah, Centaur into
first
Axe.
pick for 1W.
Exactly.
It's 33. It's gonna be fine here. I mean, I don't do the numbers like the pro players. Like, hey, it's pick 15. It's start 29.
It's 9th pick Axe.
Whatever.
And 8th pick Centaur.
That's so stupid.
The other cool thing, no, this is just pro.
Like a nerd.
What are you talking about? Yeah, whatever. This is why you're the caster. Anyway, Ash Legion Shield, super nice. Like, if you have a free game on Axe early, you're gonna immediately get a neutral item, more HP regen, as White Goat with the Battery Assault, running down the Centaur.
Yeah, even BZM blinking in, gets the Shadow Strike, so now DM is going to be slowed up. And Whitemon, not able to get him inside the car. I'm not sure if that's what he wanted to do.
He definitely wanted him inside.
Yeah.
So DM outrunning him for now. Well, the problem for DM is, sure, you don't die, but 33 has 6.5 times your CS.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
That's
pretty
minute
good.
5.
Yeah, and he can creep skip all he wants, which means, I mean, at the very least, Watson is able to get a lot of CS as a result of this, because he can definitely last it under the tower.
Yeah, he's at least getting like a little bit of space, as 33 of course is ultra maximizing himself. Active rune, BZM will take that one.
Just feels like this Ari will fall. It does feel like when you have this much momentum, the runes just seem to go on your side every time. So you get the free rune there for 1W. Tell me about this Earthshaker, what the purpose behind it is supposed to be.
I do think it had to do with the fact that they were toying with the idea, and they also mentioned on the panel, it was a little bit of a steal pick for 1W. That, you know, definitely could have been the case. And I think also when you look at how PL has hold that...
Yeah, this is a huge kill. Nice doppelganger right into... Okay, Echo Slam comes out.
Did
Very
deal
nice.
damage.
They do.
Like, when you think about how the mid game is played, or like later when these heroes have some items, Earthshaker PL teamfighting is ultra toxic. It's just illusions running it. You shake up with his shard, is just gonna Fisher totem on the ground.
Yeah. Now they're going to find DM in the cogs this time, and that's going to be an easy pickoff for 1W. 2K lead, 7-minute Wisdom Shrine should be theirs as well.
Well, Malady's trying to be a sneaky guy again.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get away with it, though, with BZM there to force him out eventually, surely. Yeah, we'll be able to grab it. So, 1W, both shrines their way.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As call from 33, but it was just on the creeps, and yeah, his CS is still insanely good. We can see the top net worth in the game right now is Pure, who we haven't even talked about, the Drow Ranger. Feels like this hero getting off to a good start, just it's so hard to fight back against it.
Nearly a given. You need like a very good like lane performance, or you need some like Darkseer +1, or you need your mid to pop off and go over to that lane, because yeah, Drow is an incredible hero and an insane laner. And they took the safe lane tier 1 tower. DM's net worth is the same as Whitemon. Been a while since I've seen that.
Yeah, that's not good. For those out there that don't know, not good at all.
Dota 101.
Yeah. Time to turn that Centaur into a
chopping the illusion.
hero, feels like. Yeah, he gets the move speed, 33. I mean, he's not scared of dying at all right now. Has the Ring of Health, has the whatever that chainmail is called now, Splint Mail, of course. The worst icon in the game. Still doesn't look like it's from Dota. And it's Chira.
What does it look like? World of Warcraft?
It's just a different game entirely, yeah. It's Chira Jr. found in the jungle inside the cogs now. With the battery assault, they don't have that much damage. But I think he gets out, although BZM joining things up. Gets the Shadow Strike, and now that... Oh, the miss at the last moment! And the TP should be successful here. Yeah, there's the building.
Well, he TP'd from his tier 3 to the fountain. I don't think he needed to do that, but either way, you know, living, forcing heroes away. 4K lead for the 1-dubbers here.
I was not expecting a series quite like this, I have to say.
You mean like Ultra Stomp one way and the other?
Yeah, I thought this would be like some 60-minute... I mean, it still could be, of course. It's not over by any means, but I feel like one thing for 1W that I appreciate is when they get off to a lead, they almost never give it. It feels like they're very, very consistent at keeping this lead and growing it, because, I mean, 33 is the biggest min-maxer in Dota. That's kind of his specialty. That and turning off the lights.
Oh, of course. No, they're definitely very good, I think, at understanding like what to do with your lead, how to grow your lead, and like to like not really hand it off. And I think here too, they've been doing this a lot in this tournament. When you get this tier 1 pressure going, when you win your safe lane this hard, it's so easy to bring your carry into this move.
Okay. Gonna get Echo slammed and will be killed off. It'll feel good for Chira Jr. It is just a support at the end of the day. Now, the question is, are they making stacks for this Earthshaker to try to get back in this game?
I don't think they could, because Whitemon was in the triangle earlier.
Yeah, it's blocked right now.
Yeah, he's blocking some stuff out. They have a lane ward top, they have a lane ward mid, at least for Yandex. They understood their assignment, you know, placing some defensive wards, which earlier spotted Whitemon walking in. It's a 5k gold lead.
I mean, when you look at this game as a whole, like, forget how the lanes have gone.
Okay.
Does this look like a good Axe game, just on paper? You do have Wyvern to counter it.
You have decent follow-up damage, so it's an okay Axe game.
It's an okay.
But now that he's 5k gold up, it's a Giga Axe game.
Yeah, now it's a different story, of course.
Yeah.
But do you think it's more the fact that they first picked it on 1W? Do you think they responded well enough from the Yandex side?
I mean, Winter Wyvern is a good response. PL is... honestly, I think their responses are okay. The problem is that the gameplay has not added up at all.
Right. BZM going for Watson. Shadow Strike onto the correct one. Into the Sonic Wave, and the Rocket Flare to follow. Watson, I believe, had a Lotus to stay alive, so should be okay here. Soxa forcing the rest out. So no kill there.
Yes, getting him quite low, but it does mean that BZM is now kind of off the map for a while, right? Like going down bottom, using all your mana, does have to TP back to base. And also, if you're thinking about what Yandex can do right now, you don't really have any items yet that change the pace of the game, right? You don't have a hook shot that you can smoke with. You don't have to shake your blink yet. So once CJ gets his hands on that, we should be able to see a blink. Because until then, the whole map is kind of 1W's real estate.
Yeah, for sure. Yandex trying desperate. I mean, for PL as a hero, when is it supposed to come online? Like, when do you start fighting with this hero?
you kind of
join... 2 or 3 items, it feels like for most.
It's definitely like 2. Like you go Manta Axe, but it's still more like you're not really engaging in the fights yourself early on. You're joining the fights that are starting. So for him, he's more like a, I would say, put him in like a TA territory where you keep farming until you have a couple core items, and then you can look to join your team.
Right.
So he's very happy if he just, you know, gets away with it. It is a great PL game still.
Waiting to see it.
Might happen. We'll see if Yannick can delay it until then. Once they have Moonlight Shadow, Winter's Curse, and the Shaker Blink, I do think we'll see Yannick pull out a couple plays.
Whitemon showing himself. Ari's going to join as well. But Whitemon will get taken out eventually. Terrorize only on the 1 as Ari going for the damage onto the Wyvern, but Chira Jr. is going to share some of that, gets the Enchant Totem and the kill. So Watson double on the PL. Manta style almost finished as well.
Yandex are finding some good plays here. Let's see about this one.
Echo Slam, they get the Fissure as well. The Stunlock is there in general for BZM. Triple kill for Watson. So despite losing 2, 1W walk in and just gift them more kills.
I like what Yandex are doing. Like, look at Division in like their own jungle and in the bottom lane. This is the only territory where honestly they kind of want to fight. So 1W, they need to be a bit more careful what they give away, because you have a very clean lead, and this is not the type of game that's just going to be a freebie. There's a Shaker, there's a PL. These heroes scale incredibly well.
Now there's DM trying his best to get back into this game. Has a Helm of Dominator, of course. We'll be going for Lotus as a secondary item. So against the Bramble, against the Gust, against the Shadow Strike. I mean, how does Quap... I'm assuming Ags against PL is insanely good.
It's ultra good. I mean, Quap is kind of like an infinite damage late game hero. So she is very, very good, as now there's a newly obtained Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, 33 is going to be the recipient of that. Already at half health is Chira Jr. with the Fissure. Easy pickoff, despite having the Blade Mail now for 33.
Trying to go for the same play up top on DM.
Yeah, so it's going to be an off lane for an off lane. One is not the same as the other, though. You can look at the net worth.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Absurd difference.
He's nearly being doubled up even after these 2 deaths to them. You can definitely understand it. If you're 1W, want to keep the train going, as Malady going for his Siggy play, what it seems to be, stealing the Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, he sure does love it. He's got a clock set to that every 7 minutes.
He's also getting it. Very nice. Like, even earlier, you know, he didn't get it, but he forced BZM there. In game 1, he absolutely owned in that area. Looks like CJ is going to go for an early shard on the Shaker. Can't really go wrong with either the Kaya or the shard. It's just very nice and easy setup. Could mean that you can just Fissure Totem, set up the arrow without needing to blink in with your main hero. Very nice.
Ooh. Oh my goodness. Damn. Just the sound cue alone was enough for him to blink? That is
instinct, baby. Pure instinct.
I don't understand. If this was a pub, that guy would be reported. 100%.
He's hacking.
That is insane.
Yeah, check him PC on that one.
How is that even humanly possible? And Soxa, nice arrow. Does hit onto the Shadow Realm Dark Willow, so it will be a kill eventually. And it's always a trade, though, it seems. And this one, if they can get it, is a bigger kill. But DM, good TP on the high ground.
I wonder what 1W will talk about now in the next couple minutes, because this jungle, and we'll see the blink out here.
Did he... Maybe it wasn't the sound cue. He could have just blinked after getting the creep, maybe.
There's also a chance that the ward spotted him on the edge.
Yeah, possible. Sonic Wave deletes Chira Jr. And a big curse comes out, so Malady able to take out Whitemon in turn. As Pure now on the run as Watson continuing to chase. Gets the Spirit Lance there as well as Soxa's right clicks and the Starstorm. It's enough and a counter initiation from 33, but the arrow's going to hold in place. Cold Embrace now onto Watson, still staying alive until the chop comes through for 33. I think trying to turn this around now onto Malady. A second chop for the axe. Nicely done from 1W despite losing their position 1.
33 came in really clutch there, because that did not look good. Like, if you're handing kills to the PL right now, you're going to suffer a lot. We all still know what this hero does with very high net worth.
Yeah, lights on somewhere.
Of course. Initially starting this fight quite cleanly, getting CJ out of it. I mean, this curse was also quite good. But 33 did get enough time to move on over here. Because Pure would definitely just die so cleanly to Watson.
Yeah. I mean, a 33 counter initiation here. Perhaps a half second earlier and Pure survives. There is a possibility of that, but still, they won't be too bothered by it. Other than the lights, of course, which is why we were paused.
Yeah.
Sure.
Giving the sign to DM, the gang sign. It's time for you to pause, brother.
5K lead now for 1W.
The game at least did stabilize for Yandex overall.
Now you say that, I feel like the lead is now growing again for 1W.
Yeah, I guess it's more so that the map stabilized a little bit. Obviously, in terms of the game, they're still in not a good spot whatsoever. Ooh.
Another dodged hook shot. A little bit off the mark for Whitemon.
Fancy footwork by CJ there.
Yes, he will be working on the shard now, so the fissure with the extra stun from Enchant Totem, always a classic.
Want to see also eventually, like, if Pure will want to work on an Aghanim Scepter. It is quite good to give you any more AoE clear, Saksa.
Stampede to try to give him some space. I don't think he's getting out of this, though. Let's see Saksa with the most emotion we'll see all day. A slight tilt of the head. And when it comes to the Roshan eventual talk, which team has it better? I mean, in terms of taking Rosh, surely it's 1W, but
it's definitely 1W.
Fighting in the pit, though, I mean, Yandex have some crazy spells. You got
you have
Echo and Curse.
Yeah, and also like 1W, it should be easier for them. First of all, you're ahead, means you have more items, more gold to inject into more damage. But probably more so the 20 to 25 minute mark. I don't think you want to be going there yet. You have no one really to tank, and you would give up a lot of your map control.
Yeah, hook shot this time hits Whitemon. Malady gonna try to walk it off. The Moonlight Shadow will help quite a bit. Might actually just get out of it as a result. Unless they connect. Gust not gonna be there. The dust, I believe, clipped him. Shadow Strike applied now, and in the tree line attempting to TP. A good attempt, but not enough. As we're approaching the 20-minute mark, where I assume 1W will have the advantage in taking that first Tormentor. Terrorize into... Okay, Sonic Wave.
Just a freebie.
And the Bedlam.
Nope, just take them out, because why not? In the meantime, they also made sure to defend their top tier 1 tower. Cannot stress enough. If you have this type of a grip on the game, you want to hold all your tier 1 towers. Because the top tier 1 is slowly getting chipped by DM, being very annoying with his Dominator creep throughout this entire game. Of course, needless to say, we're getting all the greedy enchantments on all of the players. Axe has it, Centaur has it, Winter Wyvern has it, Mirana has it.
I don't think we're going to get a big patch before TI at this point, but surely that gets nerfed, though. That would be nice to see.
Post, probably. Or you have like a little bit more of a setback, like we talked about. You know, it could... Maybe it should also like lower your spell damage output or something, like give you some type of drawback.
Very true.
Because you do have...
If it lowered attack damage and spell damage, how popular would it be?
I think people would still take it on specific heroes, and I would also say that that's like
as long as it's a choice.
Yeah, like I would say that just if you can nerf things, but people would still take it, it's a warranted nerf.
Yeah,
because people would absolutely still take greedy enchantment. It's a very like unique type of thing that you don't really get anywhere else. I mean, Dota is all about gold.
Yep, true.
As most of these players will tell you.
And at what point will Yandex be able to fight? I feel like they've been on the defensive the entire game. Looking at the PL, the Aghanim Scepter is done in 200. You can see Chira on the Earthshaker just starting his BKB now, just 1,000 in. So kind of a ways away. The Lotus also a ways away for DM, so it feels like they're not really getting any big itemizations coming in anytime soon.
I think 1W are the ones that are looking for a fight, like more so. Yandex can definitely look for like some chip or a poke, you know, a fissure into the totem, get some illusions out there. So Yandex are definitely the ones that I would say they benefit a little bit more from a slowed down game and keeping it at this pace. Do have the Aghanims completed on BZM.
Saksa, wrong place.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong
quite
time.
a few people. TP. Ooh, that was actually close. But 20-minute mark, we know what that means. Tormentor will be taken by 1W.
And the Wisdom Shrine, you bet. Look at how ready they are with the 2 supports, but this time around Malady making the correct call. He's not anywhere close.
And we can see BZM on the Queen of Pain has the Aghanim Scepter.
I'm also happy that Pure changed his item build. He had like 3k gold saved and wanted to go Manta style, which I don't think you need. I definitely prefer the Aghanim Scepter here. Give yourself some more damage output, some illusion clear. Also the hypothermia against the cold embrace heals later. And you also just farm way faster with the Aghanim Scepter. You can even just farm with some frost arrows on the ancients, whatever it is. Make it easier for yourself.
Yep, he's only 600 away from that now. And 33, the last remaining core we haven't mentioned, BKB, still a bit away. Both teams probably going to chill a bit until these big items are purchased up and good to go. The Lotus does come online a little earlier than I thought for DM.
This is a very natural move here. Let's see if Yannick can find someone. Active rune spawn timing is always a very easy way to try and use one of your timings, catch someone off guard.
Haste rune, they're going to try to bait this maybe.
And 1W are not biting on this one.
Yeah, Chira Jr. initiated on by 33 with the hook shot to follow. Shadow Strike applied to him. The Cold Embrace keeps him in place. The Gust is there though, as Pure getting all the right clicks he wants. Chira Jr. had no chance. It is a trade for Whitemon, but not even enough from Yandex's perspective.
Honestly, that was just a good read by 1W. You see a lot of teams that in that scenario, the first guy, like your Queen of Pain, just jumps on this haste rune and takes it, but very nice discipline, just waiting Daybreak to smoke, and 33 gets his own engagement, even though the enemy team were the ones smoking. There's the Ags. Love that one. Super strong on the Drow Ranger.
Lead not growing that much though for 1W, so kind of been stagnant at the 5k mark.
The good thing for them is that their important heroes, I think, are getting the farm, and Quap is a good answer to PL. It's going to be about the time, I think, later you're going to need Watson with, like, what's he buying now? He's got the Skadi queued up, and I do think eventually you need a Heart to kind of, like, match the Quap's damage output in the fight, like, kind of offsetting it. I think otherwise BZM will just plow through these heroes.
I mean, the thing I don't have a sense for right now is how good PL is late game. Like, let's say 45 minutes and beyond. Because back when it was more popular, let's say 2-3 years ago, it would start falling off at a certain point.
I think he's still very, very strong. Because now what's happening is that they're getting like some items, you know, like you have the Ags on Drow, you have the couple items on the Quap, so you deal with them quite well.
He gets pushed to the other side. He gets Cold Embrace, but he's just getting bounced left, right, and center. Killed off easily by 1W. And they're going to get Malady as well, in all likelihood. Gets off the curse at the last moment, but doesn't buy him that much time. And that should be a Roche now for 1W, one would think.
It's just that the Yannick's are finding the perfect start to the fight. CJ is the most important hero, like, for the Radiant draft. If there's no Shaker, there's no team fighting. You need this guy to stay alive, to keep the fight going for the PL. So honestly, most of the team fighting for Yandex will be around Watson and CJ. So need him to have a little bit better positioning or the Shaker, or to wait for his BKB.
Let's see, Watson, an ultimate orb away from finishing the Skadi. And then I assume after that you go some sort of damage, right? Daedalus, Butterfly maybe? I mean, I guess Butterfly against Drow is not particularly good.
I don't know yet exactly what he's going to go for. There's also a world, I think, where he could go hard, but I'm never a fan of going Skadi into hard. It's kind of like a forbidden dual combo, because it's like just very survivable. But to be fair, PL's the type of hero that if you just stay alive throughout the fight, that is how you win. You don't necessarily need to have 5 damage items to clean people up, but rather...
Feels like you need 1.
Yeah, I mean, at least his illusions are very strong. I need to see what he goes for after the Skadi. Butterfly obviously is good damage output.
You don't care about the Drow in that case?
I mean, I guess she won't really get to hit you all that much anyway. Obviously, she has multi-shot. Not sure if he's done the math on like what's best for him.
Let's see how much real estate 1W can get with this first Aegis of the game.
I think also that Orchid Bloodthorn could be something quite good on the PL. Obviously, if you can squeeze it in against a lineup that doesn't have that many Dispels or Lotus Orbs.
Yeah, I can see the Bloodthorn being quite good. I like that.
think also like a potential Silver Edge. You have a lot of options on PL. I think that's another good thing.
Silver Edge, really?
Just like
feels like Shard is a mini Silver Edge.
No, definitely it's true. I would say that's like more the defensive one. You can play more aggressive with other options. But we'll just wait and see, because honestly, at this point, this game is going to drag on.
How does the... So if you get the Shard on PL, I just remember the really old version of this. Might hold that thought. As they are. About to be in contact with each other. Pure. Obviously the Aegis in tow. Do they get vision there? Not quite.
Not quite in range.
Good attempt, but no connection made.
So about the Shard, what was your question?
Back in the day, the fact that I'm bringing this up, it might be Dota 1, I don't even remember, it's like so long ago. When you went invis with his old skill, the old doppelganger, you could tell that he used it because there's like a slight animation. Is there anything like that?
The only invis interaction I know of PL in Dota 2 that I've played is with their Shard. The only doppelganger I know is this one. You create one illusion that deals no damage, but takes the same damage as yourself. And that's it.
Yeah, but the Shard is with juxtaposed. The ult. So
you now create, you create one illusion, you go invis.
I don't know if there is like a cast animation or anything.
No, it just happens pretty much instantly.
Okay.
Illusion starts walking, you go invis. You also have some movement speed, which is quite nice. Obviously, you want to like start disengaging. As it looks like for now, he is queuing up the Orchid.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like he is survivable enough.
It's also, it fits PL's kit like very well. You're more like looking for pokes, maybe a BKB, killer support, disengage.
Yeah, BZM.
Does have a shield rune.
Front lining, Cold Embrace. Okay, get the Echo Slam on the other side. The hook shots are trying to save him, but 33's already dead. Sonic Wave comes out. It's enough to take out Chira Jr. So it's a 1-for-1, and now BZM taking the brunt of the damage from Watson's going to turn his sights to Whitemon instead. Pure very isolated right now, and look at this. Look at the illusion. That is a big Aghanim Scepter from the PL. Take out the Aegis now. As Ari with the Terror Wave comes out, but they're going to turn now onto Drow Ranger. No support coming out whatsoever from 1W.
Watson?
Actually, that's a lot of damage. Almost kills off Watson. Gets off the Doppelganger, though. Cold Embrace there. You can see the Shadow Strikes really starting to stack up. As Ari jumps in to try to finish the job. Not going to happen quite yet as the double kill comes first for Watson, but the PL eventually does drop down. I wonder how much damage was done from the Shadow Strike Ags.
Oh, a lot. Trust me. Also, they found a very good jump there initially onto 33. I even feel like Watson could have lived towards the end of the fight there, tanking some of the, like, Ari's Bedlam with his illusions. As the fight recap is kind of trolling us. Yeah, a casual 7,300.
Yeah, it's good. Very nice.
You can see the power of Watson. If he's not the first one that gets gone on and he just gets to keep creating illusions, he's a super nuisance for these heroes.
Yeah, imagine if he had Orchid there.
Imagine if he could cheat some gold into himself.
That's right. Nice. See the replay here. Now, pretty much right off the bat, Chira Jr. and Axe just trade lives, and it's a 4v4.
Yeah, just like, sure, Pure has the Aegis, but DZM gets kind of forced away. And Watson just gets to go ham. Like, they get Axe first, now the clock, then they just chase down Pure on his Drow Ranger. Also, of course, very easy setup on the Aegis with the arrow. Even with the Manta, didn't luck out on his Manta spawn.
And a Terrorize missing there, kind of a big deal as well.
So much damage still though from Pure. And I want to see the end, like those illusions. I feel like my brother Watson could have maybe tanked a bit, but Ari finds himself a very needed kill towards the end.
That's the most stressed I've seen him. Quite stoic in nature.
As the game is nearly even.
Yeah, somehow Yandex have crawled their way back into this game. And the question is, can they continue this momentum? Echo Slam back up. That replay, that fight was so long. Every spell's back up.
Yeah, we're back on a new smoke, new team fight. There are little things coming out though, like that starting the fight overall for 1W, it's not that easy. Like if you hook in, I think you're nearly instantly dying on clock. And even so, like if you jump in with Axe, it could be on an illusion, there could be a random Fisher that's like stunning the people that want to help you out. So I don't think that the game is getting much easier at the moment. There's a few good tools coming out for Yandex.
BZM working on an Octarine next. I mean, what's close exactly to coming? So Drow, Butterfly, not too far away. 33, it's just going to be an Eon disc, so not a crazy item, but that's almost done.
Yeah, I mean, that's also the other thing. Like in the mid and late game, it matters what actual items are coming out. Like what is it changing for the game state? And I think every single item coming out for PL is changing what he can do. Similar also, I think for DM, he's finally reached a state where he has a heart, he has a Lotus, he's starting to actually be a menace and staying alive.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing we have coming out for 1W will be BZM scaling. You know, him getting the Octarine, him getting the Shivas, because it's all about his spell usage and him staying alive.
Another Tormentor taken for 1W, and the shard goes to Ahri. It is a good shard for the Cursed Crown, but I wonder if they were hoping for... Let's see, who's the top net where that's pure? So BZM would have gotten it otherwise.
Yeah, honestly, would have done a little bit more. I think like bonus Brambles against a PL lineup, it's just going to be tanked by illusions. It doesn't really matter. Going for a smoke on smoke here.
Oh yeah, they're about to collide. DM going to lead the way with that heart, although Soxa might be the one to block the smoke. There's the blink out from DM. I think going to initiate. DM kind of isolated right now as the curse. Oh my god, Pure just destroys his teammate and Whitemon. They get a huge arrow onto the Quap as well, and just like that, 2 dead for 1W. And Yandex takes the lead as a result, and the question is, how fast is this Roche spawn? We'll find out in 5 seconds, because if it's a quick one, they can take that out before that Quap comes back.
Yeah, and they honestly will kill Roche pretty fast.
It is not at all.
It's just going to be another free kill.
Yep, okay, very good. Good slugger there.
I think this is the other problem when you play against a hero like PL. Generally, you can only kill him if you need to commit. Right? This is like a 30-100 HP hero with a Cold Embrace behind him. Whereas if you look at Yandex, it's a lot more chill. If you see any dot, blink curse with one guy next to it, we saw it there. That's a free clean. If you see a Fissure totem into arrow, that's how BZM died. It's too simple, and I think it's too stressful and too hard for 1W to get the goal that they want.
Finally, this tier 1 tower is going to die. DM with that return. He's got Shard now. Feeling good about himself. And is this an Ags game at some point? Not really.
Every game is kind of an Ags game.
At worst case, it's a save, but
yeah. I mean,
usually you want like a range right clicker.
Yeah, I mean, just think about how 1-win kill heroes. I think you need to hook shot and then get some claps on the guy or an axe call. So if eventually you're shutting down like the 1 or 2 ways that they can kill, it will always be good for you.
Yeah.
Maybe you won't be saving the PL, because I think PL will be saved by a Cold Embrace or a Fissure, and most likely he will stay alive.
I guess worst case scenario is just a mini Stampede for yourself, which is fine.
Once Watson gets this hard, I know we're talking about the PL a lot and it's only a 2k lead, but they are already having issues, and once this hard is out, he's going to have like 4k HP, with a Winter Wyvern constantly Cold Embracing him in the back.
Yeah, he's not too far away. Next fight, he will certainly have it. And then I assume he'll upgrade to Bloodthorn after that. And then, I mean, boots are not that important for PL, I would assume. I mean, is his shard not worth purchasing?
I honestly don't mind. I don't think he needs it yet. I think it's like... I wouldn't call it luxurious, but you want to build other things first. And also, like you said, you don't really need boots on this hero. Like with Aghanims, you have like a 1400 range charge on like a 3-second cooldown. You're constantly just zooming around. So he's definitely still got some slots to work with. I mean, I guess we can look at Pure. Like, Pure and BZM are going to be the ones, I think, that need to deliver when it comes to the damage. And it's 33 that needs to find a call. A good one.
Smoke from Yandex, or early BKB from Chira Jr. Oh boy, he echoed as well?
I think he got his blink canceled by the multi-shot right as he was going.
Goodness, that is rough.
Unfortunate timing for him, and quite fortunate timing for Pure there. But that was a free go.
Pure luck.
Yep.
Wow. All right, well that sets them back a bit.
Oh, luck or skill.
And now the issue, you don't have Echo Slam for this Roche fight, if it happens.
It is a bonus. I do think it, like in other games, you need it more so, which is also why I like the Shaker a lot for their draft. Like, PL, Marana, and Shaker are all very pokey heroes in nature, like from the mid-game onwards, right? Fissure, Totem, there's illusions running at you, so I think the Echo not being available is okay.
I mean, 1W know this, right?
They do.
Surely.
But even, I mean, do they know?
I'd have to see the replay. I actually don't know if they had vision.
I think they were smoked and moonlighted, so I don't think they saw it.
Okay.
They probably saw the BKB, right? Like once You saw that he was fissuring and then BKB'd.
Right.
But the Echo, they may not know.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, I mean,
attack.
based on how passive they're being, I don't think they know, actually.
I don't
It's actually working out for Yandex a bit because they can get more farm throughout the map, technically.
No, because I think it's very difficult. Like, you're playing into this Radiant draft, and you need a very specific go. Like, if 1W, like, engage a fight, and it's not good, it will be lost on the spot. Because, like I said, if you want to fight a PL, you need your first hit of engagement to be clean. Whereas Yandex, they can just toy around.
Yeah, look at this. They're still sticking around here. I guess both sides on across the river now.
It's a quick pause as they are back ready.
I mean, Echo's back up in 8, so we can go back to this Roche stalemate.
We got a couple of force staffs, of course, on 1W, so they can always try to, you know, delay the initial start of the fight. You have double supports, you've got the Pike on Pure as well. It's certainly not easy. It could also be the type of game where it is so hard to get this initial go that you're not really playing for it. You want to, like, just poke, force back, then look for a secondary round of engagements.
It's going to line with the BKB on DM now. There's Whitemon. His cogs are seen despite being in smoke. So Yandex very aware of this. That is one W. God, it's so weird to say.
Will they get a W in this series is a better question.
Indeed.
And they do need it to tie it up.
Vision of Malady. Did he take that talent for Rocket Flare or not? As DM. Oh, he gets initiated on by 33. The multi-shot to fall. On the other side, BZM already popping the BKB. Not to really any use as a big curse comes out. That is a lot of damage to 33. He's going to die to his own teammate's hand. 33 has to pop the BKB in retreat now. Valley's trying to finish the job. DM will do so. And now the BKB TP for the Drow successful. But again, it's costing you a lot of members of your team. Although on the other side, Yandex losing a couple members themselves. Support and mid for Yandex out. Meanwhile, offlane support for 1W.
It's
really, that's your initiators.
Yeah, it is a good hold though from 1W. I think right now if you get any gold and XP injected into BZM, it's kind of what you want. He is your best answer against what you're playing into right now with this ultra fat Watson PL. Because he's getting close to his Shiva. He got his 20 talent earlier with the Scream of Pain damage as well on the quad. Can maybe squeeze him into the 25 territory as well later.
They're going for Roche. Under the noses of 1W. Don't have to worry about 33. Ari.
Nice positioning. You always have to terrorize to try and go for a steal here. Whitemon as well coming over.
A lot harder to make work unless you have that Rocket Flare in there, which they do now. And Roche is going to belch as a result. DM taking a lot of damage. The Drow is ripping through him. A nice cold embrace to save him for the time being, but there's still enough magic damage to rip through him. On the other side, though, Pure gets destroyed by Watson. And that's the biggest kill of this fight. And Yandex, they still have 2 members up, and Roche is low.
Well, Ari,
1W, despite the Drow being dead, they have 4 members at the ready.
Yeah, Ari got Malady in the middle of it all. I think without any buybacks, they can't contest these,
Yeah, Sonic Wave finishes it, so BZM takes the Aegis as Watson applying some pressure. Don't know if he wants to fully commit here. Blockwork inside the pit will be the sacrifice for 1W.
Just dying to random spells and illusions.
Oh, did they pick up the banner, I guess?
I believe they picked up everything in the middle of that.
Watson pinged out the...
Nope. CJ got it.
There we go. Get something out of it.
Well, they did get the Aegis, which is the main thing that matters. And you also have a Catalyst on BZM. So, honestly, very many good things going their way to try and kind of punch back here on this one. I'm pretty... Like, Pure died to an arrow, right? I think Saxa set him up fully on, like, the Glacier. It must have been. I don't know how he otherwise dies in a stun lock.
Yeah,
as
that arrow
see it
right there. Boom.
Yeah.
Into Watson's right click.
Yeah, he just
dirty.
Gets blown up immediately. Ari did a good job though towards the south side of the screen here as well, killing Malady, who's had some insane team fighting with the curses. Here we will watch Whitemon just die to illusions and the Fissure and the Shard.
Yeah, disgusting.
Dead.
Okay, well, 1W coming out with that Aegis definitely... It doesn't equalize the game, but if Yandex had gotten that, this would have been very difficult to come back for 1W.
It's good right now. They kind of put themselves over this like, PL is still very strong. Like, Watson is the strongest hero of the game, but he kind of hit his, I would say, the Exodia moment was like 5 minutes ago. It's still here now, but it is slowly tapering off. You have the Skadi, you have the Heart to be very tanky, but they're getting their next set of talents on the Quap, on the Drow Ranger, and their next set of items, so they definitely can work with it. I mean, this talent on PL is disgusting. He was already hard to kill. Now it's a 6-second cooldown on the Doppelganger.
Yeah.
And all his illusions hurt. It doesn't even matter. Like, with the innate now, his illusions are so strong.
It levels up with his ult, right?
It's every 3 levels.
Oh, it's per level, so
Yeah.
I see.
So he is racking up quite a bit of damage.
So getting level 30 actually matters here.
Oh, it does.
And where is the room to grow here? So obviously the treads can be deleted and ags can be consumed. So what 2 items do you want to round it up? Because I feel like this is going late game. Extreme late game.
Probably, I could see like a Satanic also later. Maybe like Silver Edge Satanic. There's also like Daedalus +1.
I like that though.
Like, I wonder where he will take it. Like, I think you could go Silver Edge +1. I would assume it's like a combination of Satanic, Daedalus, Satanic, Silver Edge. Unless he wants a Blink to like get on top of the Drow Ranger. Because
how good is Silver Edge against a lineup that is already worrying about Moonlight Shadow?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, Silver Edge is maybe just not that great, so maybe scrap that.
I like the Satanic Daedalus.
Yeah, I think it's probably the best. Unless they do feel like all they need to do is like for him to immediately connect on a play. Because you're gonna play against Pure's Drow Ranger, who's already queuing up the Blink Dagger. As honestly, you need it. Like, Drow Ranger is very similar to PL in a way that you just need to stay alive. People will die. So all the Silver Edges and Blink Daggers are very good for you.
All right, going for the gold here. Everybody has the shard. At the very least, denying it from the Radiant side, as they are missing 2 shards on both supports. Unacceptable.
Very unacceptable. I'm wondering now if you're Whitemon, if you can swap maybe like going for an Aghanim Scepter on the Clockwork. Like, it's not like insane against the PL, but it's good. You can cancel multiple Blink Daggers that you're playing against, right? From Shaker and the Centaur. Because maybe you can start thinking about bigger pictures. He is obviously going for the Lotus, which is great to take off the Bloodthorn. So absolutely, I don't mind that.
Yeah, we're getting into late game territory now. Very, very even game.
Yeah.
With Aegis right now onto BZM just for another minute. I doubt Yandex are going to want to force a fight here shortly. They are smoked, though, a little bit early for this, considering the Aegis timer. Maybe that's part of the idea, is catching them off guard.
Well, they
see a counter smoke down from 1W.
Yeah, they have decent vision. They also have Moonlight Shadow if they do want to end up using it.
Yeah. That rocket form. They're going to get the stun right now onto Watson. It will pop the BKB. Trying to get the Winter Wyvern, but the Aeon Disc is going to save him. Meanwhile, the Fissure onto Drow. Pure is already at half HP. Has to try to get away, but of course, Watson's just going to continue to pursue. They force out his BKB. So it's a Wyvern for Clockwork. As a Starstorm enough from Soxa to kill off 33, and BZM getting silenced with the Orchid, getting brought back into his base, but that's going to be the Aegis. And now Pure still on super low HP, keeping a distance with that multi-shot. With the Fissure now, BZM continuing with the... looks like they're not going to go on top of him. Reinitiate, actually, BZM does. The Hoofstomp's not going to be there because he still had the BKB. A big Terrorize comes out into the Sonic Wave. BZM's trying to finish this off, but Watson gets the Lotus applied to him, and now he can turn the sights onto these supports. One of which who bought back here, but the right click's coming up from Pure at the last moment, and that's going to be the death of the PL. And now Centaur, left to his own devices, attempting to TP out, is fine. They finally get the Phantom Lancer. It costs a lot, though.
It cost them 2 buybacks.
2 buybacks.
It's very much worth it. You're starting to get like all these level 25s on the heroes. BZM with the Blink talent. You have also Pure with his 25 gets more multi-shot waves. Very good against the PL as well. And now you've got 70 seconds to clean up the map a bit if you want. Looks like Soxa wants to go for a Wind Waker, which honestly makes sense. This was a good fight overall because they did kill Malady nearly instantly, which is, I'm pretty sure this is their best fight. Like, taking this Winter Wyvern out of the fight is incredibly good for them.
And the Eon Disc for Malady, keeping him alive a little longer, but does get chopped in the end. The fact that Pure survived this was kind of shocking.
And very necessary so as well. And you could see BZM got a ton of damage out in this fight. Of course, did have the BKB to cover him on the respawn. Pure had great positioning, like going to base and then keeping to the outpost to come from the south side here to clean this fight up. ultra necessary. Just clips him barely with the silence. I like that Watson is queuing up the disperser. Kind of forgot about that one, to be honest. I think it's an ultra good late game item. More mobility for yourself for all the illusions, and another dispel.
Yeah, that's true.
Get some close-ups here of the rivals, of course.
That's right. Oh, and a Swift Link coming out for Pure.
It makes sense. Good late game item. It's all about the positioning. And honestly, him staying alive is quite good for his team. Like, obviously, Drow getting to hit is great, but also giving Drow aura out there to BZM who's getting to hit. Obviously, it's more about the spells, but just pumping up some armor into your allies with the Willow and the Quap is great.
This tier 2 being pressured just a bit. Chira Jr. didn't mention, he did get it a while ago, the refresher. As BZM arrowed up, this is going to be a lot of damage applied. Gets some distance though, and a Lotus applied to him, he will blink out. That was with very little commitment from Yandex, so BZM's going to have to be very careful. He's been known to be a bit of a YOLO type of person.
He's definitely been keeping it together, but as we can see, it doesn't take a lot from Yandex to force out quite a reaction.
Watson, 5.5k gold, obviously wants to retain buyback for these fights. So it'll be a while until he gets another item. Well, I guess he could sell treads to get a little injection as well.
Yeah, he's still gonna need quite a bit more. I think at least like 2k, maybe 2.5, even with selling the treads. Well, this is one of the more even games we've had lately.
Whose shoes would you rather be in at this stage?
I think maybe still slightly Radiant. I think like on Yandex. It's definitely getting like, it is getting closer.
71%, really? I mean, I don't even know why we look at this percentage.
Honestly, I'm not that surprised. I think at the least it should be 60-40 because it is still by nature just easier, I think, for Radiant. Because like even so, let's say the fight starts, there's a card available. If they find a good goal with a Fisher Arrow, like you can just double echo someone out of the game as well if you want to. Like I think if any of the cores die instantly on 1W, the fight is kind of cooked. But to reach that like type of scenario, I think it's just way easier for Yandex to have it as it is for 1W. Definitely eyes on BZM though. His scaling is working out quite well here for them.
Nice illusion rune coming out now. A few heroes that absolutely loves to see that.
Well, it's a very early Roshan spawn. And Saksa has a Wind Waker, so if they all in Malady, they can still try to save him. Of course, I think when he drops, there's still a lot of shit flying his way.
Yeah.
Queen of Pain, all his BZM spells, multi-shot.
Wait, I thought he had an E on this. We're going to see the arrow come in. Full arrow duration. 33 coming in with the counter initiation with the call as well. BZM staying alive. Gets the Sonic Wave on. It looks like nothing here as Pure getting got on by the Centaur along with Soxa nearby. The Echo Slam was off camera as Pure now on the run. The solo curse. They're going to surround tactics on him. The BKB runs out and the arrow finishes the job. 33 now has to try to run away. Hoof Stomp, not going to hit because of the BKB. Whitemon gets the cogs up. The buyback now comes out from Pure as 33 is going to be seen thanks to the sentry placed by Soxa. At DM. They're going to have to leave Soxa to his own death as he drops to the deck 90 seconds out. And Yandex now on the run. BZM gets Hoof Stomp. No more arrow follow-up though. Into the fissure. Do they have the vision? Doppelganger has Chira Jr. with the Echo Slam onto 2. Trying to apply some pressure now to BZM, but he's going to heal up thanks to the Bloodstone. And this is now attempted TP from the Centaur. DM out. As Watson will leave Malady to his death. Splitting the uprights to try to create a little bit of havoc for BZM. Looks like the PL will live in the end.
That looks like we got another BZM show on our hands because he is popping off. Did cost him a buyback, of course.
8,000 damage by Centaur. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he's just getting a lot of double edges off with like multiple stacks. Same with the Stampede damage is very, very high. So sure, you did have to use the buyback, but you're just getting an Aegis in return. And BZM now as well. I like the choice of the Bloodstone. He is like, you go full HP instantly if there's some PL illusions out in this fight.
Honestly, at these round of items, they are pushing 1W quite high up there when it comes to like their own strength in the team fighting. I believe that was a fight where they killed Malady first. Was queuing up a Shadow Blade at the moment to maybe help him out with some mobility.
I thought he had Eon Disc earlier. Did he sell it? Did he not have it before?
I don't think he had it.
I could have sworn he had an Eon Disc. Maybe it was...
I mean, I would be surprised if he had it and sold it to have
It's
this.
possible it was 33 because it was right on top of him.
It's only him. You were talking about the one mid fight where Wyvern got jumped, right?
Yeah. It must have been Axe like right on top and I just... I don't know.
Yeah, because now it does sound a little bit familiar.
Either way, Aegis now for Pure. They have the Cheese, they have the Roshan's banner, and of course the other Roshan banner from the second Rosh is on Chira still. Very important. And DM. 5k health, going for the upgraded Blink, so gonna have a lot more where that came from.
And people are starting to get really fully slotted here. Very low cooldown on the multi-shot as well for Pure, of course, with all of his talents. Late game on the Drow, very, very, very strong. You can see all the left side, just full multi-shot.
Now it seems Satanic is the final item that he is going to try to grab here.
I mean, it will help him.
And then you're starting to run out of space.
Yeah, it will help him stand his ground, of course. On Pure. He is dealing a lot of damage.
Hook shot missing.
Well, CJ's been having a pretty good dodge rate on that one.
That's true. Level 24 on the Earthshake. What is the 25 talents on him?
He's got the Enchant Totem cooldown. Yeah, and the Echo Slam cooldown. I think they're both fine. I mean, whenever you have Axe, you always take the left one.
Yeah, he does not have Axe.
Because I think also once you have Refresher, the Echo Slam cooldown becomes a little more redundant. Because like you kind of want to only fight with double Echo anyway.
Yandex looking for a fight. BZM onto the south side. Blinks right into them unknowingly though. Pure, pop the Manta, take off the Orchid. There's a hoof stomp from DM. Pops the Ghost Scepter to stay alive. Gets force staffed as well. There's the Curse. Is it enough to take out the Clockwork? Not really. The Drow is not in range. Eon Disc procs for Whitemon. Terrorize going to be canceled up. As you see, the Clockwork is just taking heavy damage just from the illusions and the Bloodthorn, but a nice Wind Waker to save his life. Whitemon, but the Fissure comes in. One more Starstorm for the road, and the Wind Waker from Sox is going to keep him safe. Sonic Wave clipping a couple heroes, but I think this is retreat mode for 1W, or at least a soft reset.
Ah, this is nice. It's been a while since I've seen a late game where both teams can play on a lot of poke, jump in, Wind Waker out, and when people stay alive, you still get the Fissure into arrow.
33 look for the call, only onto creeps though. BZM jumping back in with that Bloodstone activated, a little bit isolated right now. Fissure's going to be there along with the Echo. Arrow's coming as well. He pops the BKB, and he's able to blink out just barely, getting force staff blinks again. And now Watson, they find the clip onto the Drow Ranger. Look how fast Watson is. He's going after BZM. He's going to kill him. No, gets to the high ground again. Finally out of vision, but now the Aegis is down as Pure pops the BKB on top of his Glacier, taking a ton of damage now from Watson. Do they have the vision, though? Trying to get away. Forsap gets on the Glacier now, but that's too much damage. As 33 TP's out in the cover of his BKB. Great fight again from Yandex.
That chase down was ridiculous. He nearly got BZM towards the end of it, but Pure, after respawning...
He's dead for 2 minutes!
He chose the wrong way to blink out after respawning. He blinked right into Watson's hands. And they know there's no buyback available. Like, if you... Maybe you don't time it the second directly, but his buyback is still down for 2 minutes and 40.
Yeah, you should
know it's down.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see if BZM can put up another show.
It is hard to push into an Axe and a Quap with Ags. Watson already at half health here. The building damage is not particularly great. Sonic Wave, a hook shot from Whitemon. BZM blinking in as well. Whitemon with the force staff, Orchid it up though. Another Wind Waker. Keeping him alive. Eon Disc procs as well. Hoof stomp from DM. There's the Curse though on the other side. 33 with a call, but he's taking a huge amount of damage, attempting to get out, but he gets chopped to the ground himself. Does have buyback though. And now Bramble's being quite the nuisance. Feels like DM needs to just tank this tower to be able to take it, because Watson, going to be very difficult for him to do it alone. Still 50 seconds, no Drow, but this is such an annoying lineup to push into.
Man, they're doing a really good job
of the horse cart. Workhorse for the Centaur is BZM just brushing it off, and this tower's taking like no damage at all.
This is where the overthrow practice comes into play. My bro is just using
hook shot. Wide Mom gonna push the Centaur back in, but there's the Echo Slam right on top of BZM. They have the damage. He's dead.
Okay,
does have his buyback though. So 3 dead now, including the Drow from earlier. So that makes 4 if you're doing the math with me.
Doing the math.
And this is going to be a full set of racks, and they're going to have to force these buybacks out.
You're going to have to buyback something, or you're losing probably all sides of your racks here.
Yeah, they're waiting for the Drow to be up, I'm sure, and then they're going to buy back in full. And the question is, how much can they get out of it? First buyback comes out from the clock.
Okay, Ari.
Bedlam doing quite a bit of damage. Sox is actually just dead.
Any
not quite. There's the Battle Hunger. 33 chops him to the ground. And with that, everybody buying back except for Pure, of course. All they get is the support. So Yandex going to be extremely happy, and now a late game butterfly. Again, it's against the Drow, but once you eat that Ags.
Honestly, more so for him, it's more about his own damage output, I think, than it is for surviving against the Drow.
Yeah,
the guy who's killing him anyway is kind of BZM, who's really putting on a show, but now you have multiple win conditions. No buyback on Axe, no buyback on Clock, and no buyback on BZM.
Chira actually did go for the Enchant Totem cooldown, so I assume he's going Ags. Now he's
You'll eventually go Ags, so it's fine.
Interesting.
It's definitely the better of the two. Once you have Refresher, who cares? I also like the Yashakaya. It's all about getting your fish out there quickly, follow it up with the Totem. See what 1W can do here. 40 seconds for Saxa. Any hero being out of the game right now is a big deal.
And Yandex just, from their perspective, just got to chill. His 1W obviously looking for a pickoff. No Roche for a bit. We'll know in a minute. Malady blinks out. And speaking of annoying lineups to push into,
honestly,
Yandex is even more annoying, I think.
It's both of them. There's just so much stuff flying your way. They are doing a good job dewarding the map right now, though. 1W during this downtime. Another Wind Waker. I wonder if eventually someone will look into thinking or talking about a nullifier. Of course, that's a good way how you stop these Wind Wakers from coming out. But then the other part, it's annoying buying a nullifier at this point and slotting it into your inventory.
Remember, if Yandex wins this game, then they secure first place in the groups. If 1W wins, then it's going to be tiebreakers. You get to see this all over again.
It's a juicy one. I'm sure the viewers wouldn't mind, because this is a very good series.
Well, Fissure. DM not able to make the connection there. There's 33 with the Berserker's call, but they get the Wind Waker. Echo Slam onto several heroes. Dark Willow's first to fall, and 33 is already super low now. Able to get away to the north as DM getting saved by Wyvern. Clockwork dead to right, so no buyback for him. And a big multi-shot from Pure, just decimating everybody. Curse comes out at the last moment. Not going to turn into a kill, though, as BZM keeping the pressure on. Buyback now onto DM. They kill up the Wyvern, no buyback to speak of, as Pure, he's dead. Does have buyback this time, will certainly use it here shortly as BZM, having used the BKB, faking the Sonic Wave, trying to find the correct target, gets it off, but not able to get the kill. Gets up to full HP from DM. Looks like the Curse Crown's not going to be activated. Actually, the Lotus is there, and Dark Willow gets absolutely thrown about. 3 dead for 1W, only 2 alive now. And that's going to be their defense. 2 versus 4. Wyvern could buy back if needed.
2v4, you have no buybacks on these 2 heroes. Radiant have buybacks on at least 2 of the guys, so Watson could go ham. I honestly think Malady should just buy back. But even so, it's a 2v4. You need to hold for at least a minute until you get a 3rd guy.
Yeah, this is monumental task for 1W, as DM's just going to tank up these tier 4s. And we'll see what the cores can do. Pure and BZM.
He's got a Rapier queued up, but you don't have time, son, to get this one.
Yeah, Fortification, likely the final one of the game. Pure, not sure if he was spotted quite yet.
What can BZM do here?
Needs to get like 5 Sonic Waves right in a row. Multi-shot.
BZM has
really a good amount of damage to DM, but now the Ancient is exposed. BZM blinking in, gets fissured though, as Pure has to go back to Fountain. You can see the Ancient is already at half HP. There's no way they can defend this shortly. The Hoof Stomp hitting 2 on top of that. And now they're turning on to BZM. Gets off a nice Sonic Wave though to try to keep this game defended, but it's not going to happen.
There's
he
no
has to
freeze
blink
yet.
back to base.
Back
That's
door,
true.
back door.
Backdoor protection.
They're coming.
Save them for a little bit, but the creeps are coming.
They actually held for now. Are you serious?
3 alive
Okay,
now for 1W. 15 seconds for the Axe. Do they have anything left in their tank? They can just try to go for the throne completely. SPL completely ignoring everything except the throne, and that's going to be game. Yandex take it 2-0, and that means they are first in the group.
Nearly put a hold to that. BZM, gotta commend him, even though they're on the losing side. Doing a very good job at holding this one, but yeah, Yandex proving that even in these difficult games, they just know what they need to do to come back. Because their early game was not good. DM had like no game at all. They just found a couple of picks in the mid game, got a little bit of a comeback, and Watson on this PL. Honestly, big delivery performance here by him.
Yeah, he ends the game 19-3. Question begs a question. Why do we not see more PL right now? This looked like a masterful performance.
It's such a specific hero, but this CIS PL, it's always been the best one. You know, even DM himself, he plays a crazy PL. Nightfall, probably the best PL in the world. I think Watson's got something to say about that now as well. And yeah, honestly, banger of a game. 1W still looking very good, but you can see there's a couple of cracks in their armor.
Yeah, absolutely. And Soxa, he knows about those cracks in the armor. We talked about the inside information here, Kazoo.
Yeah.
I mean, he played with them for quite a while, at least most of the members on the team. And comes out on top of this. I'm sure we'll see them face each other. I'd be shocked if they don't later on in the tournament, but so far, at least at this stage, for the group stage, Yandex take #1.
There's definitely some things for 1W, I think, to take away. There's like some stuff here where you're up 5k, 6k gold. I do think they found themselves dying a little too much in this Radiant jungle early on, kind of handing a bit of gold and XP into the Radiant draft. And it's usually something 1W is very good about. You know, keeping their lead steady, not overplaying. But yeah, Yandex, they found those openings, and they definitely made use of their Malady as well. Some insane Winter's Curses in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Malady, I feel like if I had to pick a single player for MVP in this series, it's him. He was absurdly good in game 1 as well. Soxa as well, but this time around, I mean, Soxa had a really rough first few minutes. That was really bad.
Yeah, that was not the best bottom performance, but this is, again, you know, where some of the individual plays can come out, you know, with like Clockwork, like Whitemon going for the battery assault, not something you always see, but yeah, Yandex looking clean.
Yeah, when you get to this really late game situation, the heroes that they have, very difficult. Oh, 33, a lot of emotion there, actually. Somebody had turned on the light, I guess, and really rage baited him, as some would say. But yeah, Yandex, very good right now. Let's go to the stage and get a nice little interview.
Thank you, my friends on the commentary desk, and welcome back to the stage. A 2-0 victory here, and look at who we have with us from Team Yandex here. Junior, thanks so much for being on here with us. I want to ask you a technical question first. The Earthshaker mid, it's only been played 3 times and won in all 3 times. The third one was in this game here. Why the pick? What's the reasoning behind it?
Earthshaker 3 раза играли и сегодня выиграли, в том числе тоже. Скажите, в чем ваш секрет? Почему так получилось именно сегодня? Расскажите.
I mean, we wanted to steal Shaker from them. I think they really want to pick this hero. We just think what's better, and we decide Shaker.
So it's very much a target pick in this case.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
All right, very good. Now, you're moving on to the quarterfinals. You're going to be the big boss to kind of stop anybody going into that. Does it feel good to be back in the upper echelons? Because you've been thriving over the past year as a team.
I mean, it always feels good to be game. Just to play on stage, just in front of viewers, it's always good.
Do you feel nerves are leaving bit by bit as you head deeper into the tournament?
No, I don't have any pressure.
I love to hear it. And speaking of which, at this point, you and 1W have been playing against one another 1 in a million times. Do you consider them your big rivals overall?
I don't know. They're just good and they always coming for us and we for them.
Is this revenge for Birmingham? Not yet. Do you expect to play them in the final?
We expect them.
Very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's Chira. That's Team Yandex victorious. And thank you very much, Asal. Our translator. We'll send it back to our panel.
Thank you very much. Yandex taking this 2-0 victory means they are not undefeated, but they are undoubtedly the best team in the group of death. Congratulations to them to securing first place and therefore also skipping the survival stage and going straight to the playoffs. This game number 2, though, was quite crazy, quite mental here, Brian. This was a good one to end on, and we could see why these two teams are so close.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, 1W definitely showed us much more of what they're capable of in that game too. I still think Yandex, I think they were in a comfortable position that entire game. I think we all expected their laning stage to not go so hot. They did not draft for the lanes at all. And we did see a couple of those key slip-ups coming from 1W in the mid game there. And I think that even with even footing, I think if the drafts, I would even argue is slightly in favor of 1W in the draft. And I think if the drafts were reversed, I would almost believe that Yandex would have won. That's the vibe I got from that game, but it was very close later on compared to what I thought it would be. I thought the PL would get out of control, but well played from both teams at the end of the day.
Watching Yandex is so fun, and CJ's becoming one of my favorite mid players very, very rapidly. I think that the way he's been playing this tournament is so decisive. He has his own flair. He looks so good on the sliders, but stealing the Earthshaker was such a bold call by him, and it worked out beautifully. I mean, every player on Yandex delivered today, but I do think CJ is the most improved out of this whole roster.
Yeah, I want to also take a moment to talk a little bit. We're going to talk about them later as well, but to talk about the safe lane of Yandex with Watson and Melody. I feel like this is the safe lane. We knew that they were comfortable together. We heard the stories. They joined gaming together. We knew that, they're kind of like a package deal. They enjoy laning, playing together, and we've seen them do well. We've seen them do very well. But I feel like this series, they smashed it. They knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, Mira, backstage, you were talking about the fact that they look like more like Gaming Gladiators than they were on Gaming Gladiators. You want to talk about that a bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we're like, oh, you could say they have the Gaming Gladiators DNA, but when they were on that team, they did not look like this. I feel like they've leveled up together, and Watson is an extremely talented player, but he never really was in the right team to make him shine. And at this tournament with Yandex, he's been playing very fast, but he's also been doing it with hard carries. And in this game too, we've seen him in a position that we're used to seeing him in on previous teams, where he's the only one doing well in the game. He is the one win condition, and he has to drag his team through a hellish early to mid game, which is basically what happened. There was the ticking time bomb of the PL, but there was also every lane losing and him having a lot on his shoulders, and he really delivered.
Yeah, he delivered. Malady delivered, I think. Both games, we heard our commentary team say it, on the Undying and on the Wyvern in this game as well, Brian. Absolute shining star.
Yeah, there's one guy that I don't think he bought a single support item that entire
Great
series.
example, too.
Guys, just, once you're 18K, Malady was rank 1 on leaderboards for quite some time, especially before he was, when he had a reason to grind for that, before he was on a tier 1 professional team. This guy is something else. I mean, when I looked at his inventory on Wyvern, I'm like, Treads, Blink, Hurricane Pike. He was well positioned throughout the course of that game. There were a few cold embraces that I think might have gotten Watson in trouble, but I think that was an incredibly difficult game for him to execute. So I think it takes a lot of confidence to play a hero like Wyvern, who can effectively grief your team in multiple different ways, either cursing targets that you're trying to disable or by cold embracing your own teammates when they're trying to run away. But I think his Undying performance, that was probably the best support performance I've seen in the first 8 minutes, and I just watched Rue earlier own on that one game, so that says a lot.
It does say a lot, and still, it's not enough, because he is not the MVP. I am so sorry, Malady. In my opinion, maybe he got a little bit robbed, but I'm also a little bit biased towards support. But it is Watson that gets the MVP here. Well-deserved. Alina carry game. We did kind of see it coming as an option, but were we truly expecting it? Not really. If you would ask me at the start of the day, I'm like, maybe 5% chance. We saw it in action, and I now think we're going to see it in action more so. His PL, he delivered, he knew what he had to do, and overall, very much on the ball.
He's such a top-class player, and it just makes me so happy to see him on a team that enables him and understands him, because I feel like ever since he came into the competitive scene, he always had it in him, and he was always owning in pubs, but it just never translated to professional Dota in the same way until he found this team, and it really was just a matter of chemistry and all the pieces connecting. But having a carry that can basically do anything for you is so ideal. Like, if you want to play fast, he will play fast. If you want to pick him something like a Lina to carry flex, guess what? He invented that like 3 years ago, you know? You want to pick him something to play in the ultra late game, he can do it. So he's just owning right now, Brian.
Yeah, I feel like it's his early stages of his career. He was known to be the guy that was going to have 1,000 CS on Terrorblade, and seeing him on heroes like Lina and like Mira mentioned, if he's offering you, a lot of teams are struggling to find those crucial flexes in the draft that give you the gotcha pick, and I think in game 2 he was the win condition, but in game 1 he allowed for the Slardar on Chira Jr. to be the game-winning condition. And there are a lot of teams where in theory there's something you could pick that would absolutely destroy the game, but a lot of times you have some player limitation somewhere that makes that not possible. And yeah, I think he's shown a tremendous growth over the years.
Yeah, you also said that you think that 1W needed a little bit more time to adjust. Brian betted on Tuesday. They'll be back in action. Luckily for them, they have one extra day, because I think in the survival stage they get to be seeded into the second day because they get second in the group with this. So they got until Wednesday, but this is a team that we know Effie can adjust and will be very scary.
For sure. I mean, they looked a lot better in this game too already. That was an incredibly dominant laning stage, and they just had a very difficult late game scenario to be put in, because when you're playing Drow Ranger against PL in the late game, that's just miserable. I mean, you were talking about it, Brian, how it's impossible. There's no item you can really buy to help you. And with all that being said, the fact that it was that competitive at 50 plus minutes says a lot about them.
It does say a lot about them. We can take a look at the group standings here for the group of death, Group D. It is not completely over yet. Right now, OG and Virtus.pro are actually playing an incredibly important game, because as you can see, they're tied. And whoever wins this game 2 that they are playing right now on the B stage, whoever wins makes it through. Whoever loses gets their key crushed and gets a ticket home. It's a painful reality for them. Yandex gets a 9-1, and 1W now, of course, sitting in second place. And LGD there as well in third place, guaranteed after their 2-0 victory today against IC Insanity. So that is Group D almost done. As you were able to tell, there is no chance of tiebreakers in this group, but of course we will wait regardless until OG and VP are done, because after that is the only time when we be able to show you guys the bracket. And when I say show you guys, there will be a bracket reveal show, so make sure you stick around. I want to hear some final thoughts on the day we just had, though. I mean, obviously we saw 2 amazing series. I do think, Brian, that I'm a little bit biased, but if we look at both series, second series delivered a little bit more.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, at the end of the day, I think we were saying at the start of the day that these 4 teams were likely going to be very likely going to be one of the people at the podium at the end of this tournament. And I think that today showed it, especially, I think P-Vision talked about the fact that they experimented a little bit, giving no one Largo in the first game, and he just wanted to try it, but then it fell flat. I really do think P-Vision and Yandex set themselves apart from the group right now. And truly, I don't think any of these teams were tested to the fullest going into today, and I think that the meta was developing enough that when we see the best teams played against each other, and then they're all like, now we get a much better gauge of what is actually good with the heroes. Like, what are the counters that are worth being concerned about? And I think that homework that these teams have, like the next day or two, it's gonna be really important, because you can't afford to lose one game for free in a format that is so unforgiving like this one.
Yeah, single elimination all the way through from this point onward. It is indeed unforgiving. Do you think that it's a good thing that P-Vision dropped a game, Effie, considering they hadn't dropped a game before today, and Team Spirit made them drop a game? And obviously they can blame it on the Largo mid, but you know, sometimes it's nice to get that check and to be able to at least experience the process of adjustment and getting better.
For sure. I mean, for them, it's a good thing for them to learn, but it's also a good thing for other teams to see what works against them potentially if they have to face off of them. But going through group stage undefeated isn't as good for a team as it sounds, because that's usually when you have more margin for error, and you don't want to be exposed in what your weaknesses are far too late into the tournament. So P-Vision are gonna learn a lot from their series today, and they're gonna apply it in the next few days as well.
I know we said about all these teams, we're expecting to see them at the top. Now that we've seen them do well, P-Vision and Yandex, they do look very good. We also have Falcons and Enigma Galaxy, the other two teams that are directly seeded into the playoffs. Do you have a favorite? I'm gonna put them on the spot.
Out of all the teams?
Out of the 4 teams that are guaranteed in the playoff bracket.
I'm still sticking with P-Vision, with Yandex in a close second.
I like Yandex a lot, actually. They really won me over. They're so
Nobody believes in Enigma Galaxy. Come on. The dream.
To be fair, I did not fluke their way to the top of this group.
They did not.
Like, they looked good in the few games that I saw them play. Sumail's fitting quite well into the carry role, and I feel like Nigma in the past always found a way to lose the game. That was the sad reality. They had put themselves in a favorable position, but something's different about this roster where they're actually closing it out, Mira.
They are, Brian. Not anymore. That Enigma does not exist.
Yeah, we forget about that one.
It's a new era.
All right, well, we're obviously going to see who takes it in our grand finals next week, Sunday. But right now, there's also grand finals happening, just not in Dota 2. They're happening in Valorant on the STC Arena, and we are going to check in with Chris, who found Janero to talk about it.
Phenomenal crowd. We managed to make our way into the crowd here in the STC Arena. We've got Ian Chambers yapping in my ear here, Jenny, as usual. But Valorant concludes today. We just had our third, fourth place matchup going down. That was a great game, but let me know what's going on over here on Valorant today.
Yeah, a lot of upsets, I would say, here in Valorant specifically, especially when we're looking at the title defenders, which were Heretics. They had 1,000 club championship points last year by actually winning the Valorant title. This year, however, they made it out of the group stage just to be eliminated on that first game on the stage, which is quite painful. Vitality as well. They got eliminated in the quarterfinals. A lot of question marks there too.
Yeah, so I suppose with all these teams, they're not on the Dota side of things, but club championship-wise, these are teams you're expecting to be at the very, very top. But we have our finals today. We're already good to go on that front. How do you think that's going to go down?
Yeah, it's 100 Thieves against NRG. Honestly, the favorites, I would admittedly say, would probably be NRG. They are the champion defenders when it comes to Valorant. They won that last international. So 100 Thieves got their work cut out for them. But when it comes to the grand scheme of things, I do believe that 100 Thieves has more teams competing. So for them to be able to get that first win makes them eligible to be club championship winners, because of course you need that one win, right? That's all you got to do.
Of course. Well, let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Club championship heating up already here in week 1. We've got 6 more weeks to go, though. We'll check in you, well, quite a little bit more often, I would imagine, Jimmy. But thank you very much, and we'll speak to you a little bit later. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Chris and Janero. And we are going to continue on with the Dota because it's not yet done. We will have the bracket reveal show, but we cannot show a bracket without OG and VP finishing their series. Keep in mind that whoever wins this game stays in the competition. Whoever loses is eliminated. So a lot on the line. We're going to have you watch that game right here, so you don't need to move anywhere. And we'll, of course, be back afterwards. So enjoy OG versus VP.
Complicate things for Raven and his growers have been a very big part of finding some of these openings here on the side of OG. Tormentor is there, the side of OG actually looking to swing back up top, as the side of VP do back off completely. So what do they want to do with this Aegis right now? I mean, surely they have to look for an opportunity into the high ground. They're drawing lines up top. Maybe just a straightforward push. It would be best to get a pick off. If you could. They are smoked up.
I've got the refresher on the Beastmaster as well. Grab himself the Alpha Wolf. That is a lot of damage for the Terrorblade and for himself.
Yeah.
But we'll see if they can actually find the opening. Mid lane, Ember, they saw the slight.
Timado. This is kind of far out.
Hellscream is nearby. If you start the fight on Hellscream, I mean, I feel like that would be best case scenario.
Are they just gonna siege?
Yeah, they're just gonna see. I mean, they're gonna like force them back, I guess. That tier 3 is about to die, and well, VP is gonna smoke and do their own wrap around here, see what they can get. Why fight head on into the Aegis if you can surprise them? There's the Lincoln Spheres being replicated over. Moonlight Shadow. They're starting. They're going in with the gem first. Blink to safety, but they managed to find Skem to start this fight. He's going to go down. Natsumi goes right onto Tomato, but he's got a lot of damage. But there's the roar. Telekinesis to pull him back, but he goes right into the Magnetize. The second roar. They need to get Tomato to safety. They're trying their absolute best, but it's not enough. They've just surrounded him. He's doing a lot of... You're kidding me. He still lives.
Natsumi's
all alone.
Oh, no.
Saberlight, how do you keep him alive?
Just way too many Dispels on hand. It's all that Lotuses. It's the 2 charges on the catchy lick. It's just too much for OG to have to play into. They couldn't focus that damage down. And VP swing out with an 8K lead.
There's no way.
It's just too bad. It's all the Dispels.
Yeah.
He's standing in the middle. He gets the Satanic off. They get some control. Get catchy licked in the back. Right there. Saberlight's just always next to him, giving a lick. Keeping him healthy. Lick again. And it's just all so far away. Just not enough to kill.
I can't believe it. It's unbelievable how much he's able to keep himself alive. And during all of this, you have Abed and Fly just completely ripping through the back line. And it's just an immediate turnaround. The high ground crumbling here for OG, and it's potentially their tournament lives. Fortification's gonna come out. This is the last one that you've got. They're looking for Abed. He has a BKB at the ready. You have to open with a stun. Terrorize, it's not gonna connect. Able to dodge it out. Their respawns are coming through. Terrorblade's up in 7. They want the Mega Creeps, but is it too greedy to stick around? I think VP are going to take it safe and back away.
And that is just insane. That was OG.
I can't believe that happened.
That was OG with the Aegis, OG with a refresh, and it just is all for
so
naught.
good. They roared the Satanic, but his side gunner was hitting the Earth Spirit.
Still. Yeah.
And then they roar him again.
I don't know what you do here if you're OG, right? Because we've talked about what you've had to do. You've had to look for the back line. This Rubik was an issue earlier on. The Largo's an issue now as well.
The Largo is so strong.
How are you supposed to focus on all of these heroes at once?
You have to get the Rubik or the Largo. And then Tomato just gets to do whatever he wants in the fight, which is even scarier. I don't know.
The Largo's so tanky too. If you go onto Saberlight, he's like, what, 3.6 KHP?
Something like that,
Something
yeah.
like that. It's just so hard to kill him. Lots of armor as well because he's got the Lotus.
That Divine's coming for Tomato. He's got his Ag Synth available. He's just locked the Aghanim Scepter for the moment.
Just holding on to the gold just in case. This high ground defense has to be perfect somehow.
They know the buyback probably more important at the moment. Abed gets his level 25, a big pickup for him on the Ember Spirit. With the Croak of Genius, he's going to be doing a lot of work in these fights. Has that refresher completed. They're going to pop another Moonlight Shadow here on OG, see what they can find. Vision onto Abed mid. But the telekinesis, it's going to come out immediately. A great stun comes in from Yopaj, but he still gets the fear off. Can they take down the Ember? They do. Natsumi doing a ton of damage on Yopaj, trying to get Hellscream, trying to get the roll away. He does for now, but they're on to Tomato. The Gyrocopter needs help. He's trying to win, but he can't do it. They get the kill. Natsumi is too damn strong. Taking down Fly will be next. He gets the Sunder onto Tim's. Abed with the exchange, able to get out for now. This is the fight OG was looking for. Arrow! Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's what you need to get done, right? Like, they do manage to get the control onto Abed, but that swing from Yopaj into the back, finding Hellscream, forcing him to roll away, and interrupting the backline shenanigans. And that's what allows them the isolation onto Tomato. All those saves all you need to do is somehow break it apart, and this forcing of Hellscream away certainly played a pretty darn big part. Saberlight as well. Just not the comfiest there, didn't have the licks. He was trying to save Hellscream first with that lick. The damage was there from Natsumi. And again, a nice Sunder at the end just to ensure he wouldn't die, having to sacrifice his good friend Tims. But OG, back in the picture, they're still 8K behind.
It doesn't feel like it, right?
No,
like it feels like it's
so
anybody's game. Like there's no difference here. We're just gonna go right back up the other side of the graph.
The concern is still these racks. Like you've got 2 lanes of super creep shoving in. You've got some time until next Roshan. Respawns will be back up for it. And I have to say, heads up from Tomato again, holding onto that buyback, not fully assembling up just yet. You know.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gyro's going to be respawning here, so Tomato decides, okay, maybe I don't go Divine Rapier. He's going to take the Ag Synth and go for the Monkey King bar instead. He's just got to get to the side shop. He's going to hold his buyback again for now, but I think the Butterfly from the Terrorblade absolutely caught them off guard.
Yeah. Like you don't have that evasion pierce. You don't have a way of just going through that EHP of Natsumi. A little bit of a smoke out. Quick shout out as well, everyone from stream, hello, as we are going into a big fight here.
It's a good time to get here. Tomato, under the cover of the smoke, he's got the Lincolns from that Largo on top of him. They're just going to run back the other way. They're pinging the bottom lane of Rax. They just need to cut the waves. And then maybe they can threaten Mega Creeps, or at least force OG back into the base.
Roshan here, though.
Yeah, mid lane's cut. Terrorblade cutting the mid lane, though, as well. They're not going to let those minions end up towards their base.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
For everyone who is just joining us, this is potentially the elimination. One of these teams could be going home here, depending on who wins. As Raven once again continue to threaten these racks, just split pushing on this Beastmaster with the help of the Terrorblade illusions.
He's doing a lot of work.
He's going to get him sooner rather than later.
Abed's actually forced to go back just a tad bit.
That's the tier 3
falls.
Yeah.
And Roshan's up. OG's got the long smoke around, but they're going to have to come in from the low ground.
Ooh. Rubik went straight across. He's going to try and take the outpost. It's a smart outpost take because they know Roshan's about to move, but Hellscream's going to get found instead, and he is all alone. Quick pickoff for OG, and he's dead for 75 seconds. We've seen how big the Rubik has been in these fights with these saves.
Can they find more?
Scam gets the leap away for now. That call down doing some damage.
The racks are exposed now, by the way, as well, right? The tier 3 fell, creeps are pushing in. They've done a good job of just shoving the creeps away. Like, they've managed to cut through while the creep wave is running in as well. So you've got a 50-second window. Roshan switching sides. OG should be able to kill Roshan in that time period. They are setting up for that top Rosh.
They have to wait another about 10 seconds before Roshan will get into the pit. You do have to be careful because Tomato could push mid in and threaten the Mega Creeps on the bottom racks. They're going to scan. That is a scary high ground to go into. They've got great ward vision. Tomato with the Lincolns. They'll get him on the Yules. Gets Catchy licked. Safety number 1. Trying to get him out. Force Staff comes out with the Lotus. Yopaj forced the BKB. They don't manage to connect on this. And Rubik's coming up in about 15 seconds.
This is so...
Not a lot of commitment, though, from OG. They still have plenty in the tank here.
Yeah, no BKB and Yopaj is pretty good. Pretty
Your
big.
base. You got to go back and address the base. They'll get the D-wards.
Who's going to go back and repair? Maybe they can send an illusion that's pretty far. Natsumi's going to have to do it.
It's got to be the TB illusions.
They've got to keep an eye on that Roshan, though. The moment that gets picked up here, a full MKB on Tomato, that's going to make the difference.
Yeah.
You don't quite have that yet on Natsumi. So, Evasion Pierce now up in the Gyro. That should give him, again, a slight advantage in prolonging or surviving these fights. Man, it's just so tense.
We said in the draft, man, when it comes to the TB Gyro matchup, it's a coin toss. Whichever team gives this hero just a little bit more space in the fights is the one that's going to come out ahead.
I will say one thing though, when it comes down to like an ultra late game scenario, the one advantage Gyro has, it's a lot better of a Divine Rapier carrier.
That is true.
That's the one thing. Roche slowly beginning Tomato, the only one showing. They've always got someone outside to save.
There's no roar. They have no idea.
No.
It's going to go the way of VP. OG do not make it in time. Ice Path does come down to protect it, and they will grab all the goodies. Roche banner will be picked up by Fly in a moment. Or not.
Saberlight just giving everyone a bit of a dispel. So 2 lives up on Tomato.
Saberlight's got a BKB now. That's pretty huge.
Now, at least MKB's up now as well for Natsumi, so you can pierce through the gyro. It's all a matter of how you approach these fights now. Like, can you actually get onto the Rubik? Can you actually kill off Saberlight with his BKB? Because if these 2 heroes are alive, Tomato has so much space to just play his game. There is way too many saves on the side of Virtus Pro. Otherwise, if you just let Tomato and Natsumi get at it, as long as Metamorphosis is up, the Terrorblade has been looking a little bit better here. It's just that it's not in a vacuum. You have to think about all these other heroes. You have to think about that Rubik and that Largo. Just too much sustain, too much saves, too many dispels. I mean, the damage is right there. You can see Natsumi's got it. It's just, he can't do it alone. You have to remove that Rubik and Largo. Is there a world, and I think it's coming up here, Scam is starting to itemize a little bit more as a core. Octarine next. I would honestly like to see him shift. I mean, Magic is fine. If this game goes long enough, like a right-click Murano would be certainly helpful in split pushing the waves.
And we're going to find out. They've got the banner. They can place it pretty deep here, thanks to it being the 4th Roche. They do have to protect it from the illusions, but this will give them time to try and siege the high ground. Tomato, great use of the Swift Blink, goes right up onto the high ground. Lotus protecting him for now. This will be the last fortification here from OG.
Top lane is pushing pretty well.
He's gonna get the racks. He has to go back on Abed. Reflected Roar. Trying to catch him away. Abed comes right back in, trying to do what damage he can, but the Fear, it's already caught the backline, and Yopaj with a huge Magnetize just ripping through Hellscream, as well as Saberlight trying to get the roll away. He might survive, but can they get the Earth Spirit? He rolls back on over. He's found Fly. Tomato is all alone on the backside of this fight. He's going to get Lotused up, trying to survive, but Natsumi's coming in. They need to take down this Earth Spirit. Big Macro Pyre, but Yopaj, he will finally burn. He has to buy back. Natsumi's in. He's not healthy at all. The Sunder's going to come through, but Tomato standing his ground, and the Macro just rips him apart. The refresher from Fly, they were not aware.
They're tier 4s. They've got to fix this.
That is buyback after buyback being committed. But that Roshan making a massive difference in this fight.
They still somehow managed to hang on to the racks, which I guess this is the craziest part here for OG.
They need to force the buyback, right?
Yeah. It's so risky. Natsumi really wanted that kill on Tomato, but staying right on edge of the Macro Pyre, kind of hesitating to go in and out. It's so much damage. Tomato's just going back in.
Yeah, I mean, he quickly cleans up the racks. They know there's no fortification. They're trying to test the waters on the buyback status. But with this, it will be mega creeps, and you'll have a lot less opportunities to continue to rat now on this Beastmaster. Oh, Scam, you need to be very careful. That is a lot of damage coming through, and in comes the Ember, maybe. Catchy look to dispel. Onto the tier 4 as they go. VP are very close from securing their ticket to the elimination stage. The kickback, hold on. No BKB for 11, he gets the blink out. Magnetize is going though. Yopaj, he can carry the fight himself. But they're afraid to chase. They don't have their Terrorblade. They force them out of the base. VP can just reset. They smoke up right away, looking for their opening. Raven would be the best choice. It's gonna be close. They don't have vision quite yet. They're gonna back away.
If they see that amp damage rune, it's not gonna make the fight any easier for the side of OG. On the wrong side though, so Might not be able to snag it before this next fight breaks out. There's no way you're stalling this out for the next Aegis as well on the side of VP. Unless this fight goes really, really bad somehow. Still holding on for the Divine Gold on Timado.
The Ember is checking for the rune right now, so he's going to get that amplified damage.
Oh boy.
I mean, it's great on Ember, right? It doesn't need to go onto Tomato.
No.
Abed coming in right now. They get the vision on the Raven, the pullback.
Kickback.
What a play. Can he get the save to the BKB? Only a few more seconds. The missile's going to connect, but oh, he gets the blink out. That Essence Distiller, very good scouting on the high ground. That was so close.
You just have to be so careful. OG so far behind now. VP. Again, they've got the Mega Creeps advantage. They can pick and choose what they want to do. 2 minutes left, 2.5 minutes until we see that Roche timer come in. Doesn't feel necessary, but again, so much on the line that you really want to risk it. I mean, you've still got buybacks anyhow. You don't necessarily have to wait for the safety net of Roche. OG, and they're going to have to work hard to find some mistakes here. It's just so hard to play this game.
Yeah.
Again, you've got to find Saberlight. You've got to find Hell Scream. Easier said than done. All of these lifts, all of these catchy licks. Just giving Tomato so much room to play his own game. Even Fly with like the refresh shard, like that did so. The second macro pyre just instantly ruined Natsumi, who was already hesitating in that fight.
You can't move out of that.
No. It's a nasty amount of pure damage to kind of deal with. 20k lead for Virtus Pro as they've got the map in their control. And they are really just one step away from staying in the survival stage.
Very quick response from him. Gets the jump out of there. The lines are drawn. They know. Keep the lanes pushed. Keep OG locked inside their base.
If there's any org that does enjoy these kinds of games, it is OG. So you do have that. I mean, this is par for the course.
Yeah, that is true. I do feel like it is...
It's just a matter of what wacky things can you do in this game.
It's in the nature of both the teams.
I suppose. You've got tier 5s coming up in a few minutes, so that optimism with some of the baubles, well, we do hit our first tier 5s. So bauble, you might get some value here and there. You've got the heart being farmed there by Tim's. A heart being farmed
There's
by
the rapier.
Yoposh. There's full rapier.
It's finally here.
Okay.
Pull out the butterfly. I mean, it makes sense, right? You've got an MKB.
Yeah.
Double Lincoln Spheres being picked up as well.
This just feels impossible.
I mean, Abed has Lincolns and Aeon Disc, plus the Refresher, and Largo at all times, plus Hellscream. It's so hard to find the initiation on the side of OG, but it's not impossible. We've seen them do it before.
Yeah, it requires so much patience and like so many things to go right. You've got to be super
what a
on
Roche
point.
spawn. Literally max 3 minutes on the dot.
And that's, I suppose that's in favor of OG.
I mean, I don't know. Whoever just wanted to see a long game, we're in for it.
Come on, get some tier 5s up. Farm some jungle camps.
I mean, what are we looking for here in terms of tier 5 items? I mean, Stygian for Gyro, I'd imagine.
For Gyro, yes.
Same with Terrorblade, most likely.
Yeah, I would say. Maybe there's an argument for Minotaur's Horn as well, just to have another Dispel.
Yeah.
As BKBs are starting to shrink down. So, very dicey call as they're all farming for their tier 5s. Those are the main ones. I don't know if you really have a use for like Witchbane.
There's like Harmonizer for the Ember Spirit. That's a really big one.
Always good for the Ember. That's true. Even Earth Spirit, but I don't know if the damage is really worthwhile. I suppose it could be. Your Mirana would also enjoy a Stygian, but if you already got one in the TB, then you're probably looking at probably a Witchbane actually in a Mirana. Just having a Dispel on hand on your support would be pretty nice. See how many people keep bobbling here.
Shadow Prism, huh?
Probably not many options there for good old Tims, I suppose.
Good old Dazoon Blood Rights for Jakiro.
Outstanding.
That's a good one. Oh, and Hellscream's bobbling. We're ready. We're in for the long haul.
Spell Amp, is it? Cooldown reduction. All right. And on Yoposh, what are we getting? And his bobble.
I mean,
oh, it's not yet. All right,
we got pretty much everything you could want on the side of VP in terms of your jungle items.
All they have to do is really just march into high ground at some point.
They are going to sit out here and wait for Roshan, John. It's going to be another minute of this.
Yeah. It's nice. It's good for... Look, when your tournament lives are on the line, you do not want to mess up in any way. You know?
Yeah, walking high ground and giving a rapier to TB is a really good way to lose.
Yeah. It's like what I like to say. Never underestimate your ability to throw a game.
Hey, Terror Wave is online. It's been a while since I've seen that one.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. At least getting the secondary metamorphosis is nice. The fear could be useful too. How useful? We'll have to wait and see. And they're just going to be hanging around. Fallen Sky for Raven. So he's got a little bit more mobility on that Beastmaster at the very least. This is some high-end gameplay from Southeast Asia.
All right. There's the Stygian for the Terrorblade. Gets fleet-footed as well, so allows him to be quite fast. And the Harmonizer for Yopaj. That's a great one for the Earth Spirit. He's going to be very happy to have that.
Yeah. Pity about leaving the bobble, but it is what it is.
He wants damage, and he wants it now.
Yeah.
Roshan respawns. They knew it had to be soon.
So quick.
It's losing health and quick. They're going to bait the roar, head right up onto the high ground.
OG.
And see if OG walk headlong into them.
Oh, this is so scary.
Hellscream is here. They got vision of Tim's. He steals us. Okay, Roshan died so fast. They're going to get everything.
Refresh shard and fly again. Double macro pyre. Caught them off guard last time. Don't know if they're really
so
ready
good.
for it.
They're going to play some wards on the high ground and see what they can do. Tomato ready to go. Second Divine Rapier if he wants it. And here comes the smoke. I mean, you just send Abed onto the high ground to scout, surely, right?
Yeah, why not? With the Andex Cup, very low risk. Just get that information going. Abed's hanging back, though.
They're hoping to find someone outside the base.
Dead at work.
Ooh, almost. Tier 4, very low. You could sneeze on it and it would die at this point.
Pretty much. VP.
They still... Okay, so their fortification has refresh, which is big. Oh, they're on the high ground. Tomato. Protected, of course, by the Largo. Here comes Abed. Lots of damage here off the Ember Spirit, forcing them back into the base. The throne now exposed. Patient play here from VP. Buybacks for the whole team, but only 3 for the side of OG. A single mistake could cost them everything. BKB comes out. Yopaj, he goes for the kill. He doesn't get it. He has to roll away. The telekinesis save will bail him out. I don't even know what just happened. It looks like he got him on the enchant, but something didn't quite connect, and now Yopaj is all alone. He has no buyback. That's 125 seconds. The Tearaway fears them off, but they just get pulled to safety.
It's just too much in the back line. It's been the consistent issue for OG. You don't find that Rubik or Largo, you're really not going to find anything.
He's on the throne. Tomato wants to end the game. He knows he's got plenty of backup here. Natsumi, that meta freshly popped. You got to respect it. He did us so much damage. They jump in. Tomato with a swift blink. Tries to pop the BKB. He just gets shredded. Natsumi on a different level. He's going to have that second life, but no Satanic available. Does have the BKB at the ready. They could try to dive, force the kill on the Natsumi. He's falling low, has to sunder if he wants to keep himself in this one. The throne still exposed, but they have that fortification. Tomato just kills Tim off the flax. They'll buy back right away. Saberlight caught off to the side. Tomato's going to pop the BKB. It's going to end the game. The damage, they get the kill, but the throne is going to go down. VP maybe ending the life here for OG. We're going to have to check the brackets, but they are safe now, and we'll move forward to the next stage.
Yeah, outstanding play coming out from VP. Unfortunate for OG, who again have had a little bit of a rocky time overall, trying to find their identity. They've managed to get through qualifiers. They managed to get here based on their EPT points, but they don't manage to stay for too long as VP have proven themselves to be the better team. Look, they execute on these drafts really well. They managed to play around quite nicely. Actually, their execution here was just so on point. And I have to say, Saberlight has just been looking amazing. Like, he's always been a great player, I think, no matter what team he's on. But him making the Largo look good, I mean, that takes a lot of effort. And he certainly made that hero look like an absolutely broken unit in that game. Just all these catchy licks, all these ways of dispelling, all these ways of bailing out your team. It felt impossible for OG. It felt like you had no play because of how much backline save you had along with Hellscream.
Yeah, and Hellscream, I mean, Rubik is one of his best heroes, and this is definitely one of those games that kind of highlight it. He was able to just always save Tomato. They had a couple times, right, on OG where they managed to win some fights and start to turn the game around. I think they did a really good job on Raven, constantly split pushing. I don't know what happened in that final initiation. It looked like he got the enchant remnant, but then somehow Tomato didn't get enchanted.
Yeah,
I don't know what went on
weird.
there. It looked very odd because it definitely went on cooldown, so I'm not sure.
Maybe he used it on a creep or something by accident.
It might have just been super unfortunate. I don't really know. I mean, we'll have to look at it another time, but that was, maybe we'll see it in the highlights. But
mayhaps.
That is one of those things where it's like Yopaj risked everything for that. He went in to try and get the Enchanted Remnant, kick back, and it just, something went wrong.
Yeah, didn't quite pay off. And again, at that point of the game though, it just felt like you had to get everything right here in order to find that hope of a win for the side of OG. A really rough go for them. I think, again, if they just, it feels like, you know, if you're OG, you're looking back, maybe game one, should have tried something else with their draft. If they ran a draft like this, if they gave Raven something like the Beastmaster in game one, then you might not be in this situation. You might be, you know, clear-cut sailing through into the survival stage. Not quite the case. Just so much back and forth in the same. It was a very patient game as well, Ricky. Right, like we were, what, at 24 kills at 42 minutes? Like both sides were just very conservative, didn't want to make mistakes, didn't want to allow, you know, any opportunity to lose out on making it through on the survival stage. And they, Virtus Pro, again, they just had way more tools, I have to say. They really made that Largo look busted.
I mean, you can see the two fights that OG almost won. It's them getting the initiation. Like in this one, for instance, they get the initiation onto Hellscream, they isolate Fly, they isolate Tomato, and then we're like, okay, OG's back, right? Like this is how they win the game. But when you're just sitting the whole team behind your gyrocopter and Abed can go in, create tons of chaos on the back line, it's so hard to play this game. And I gotta give credit, right? Like OG, they held out as long as they could, but VP was the better team today. And getting this was the series. We said at the very beginning, they have to get a 2-0. Yep. There's no other option if they want to stay in the tournament. They had to get the 2-0, and they showed up today and they managed to get it done.
Yeah, and I have to say as well, like, this refresh on Fly, getting the shard every time, like, you look at Natsume, he's just walking back and forth, figuring out, what am I supposed to do? Am I going to try to kill this gyrocopter in a macro power? And then when the second macro power comes in, it's just, he's fully committed. Gets a Dezun Blood right as well. Like everything you could ask for, the AoE, it's just impossible. You can see just again how pumped up the side of Virtus Pro is as they get to stay alive. It's the survival stage. It's a long journey for the side of VP, but it's looking better here to close out in the EPT and the Esports World Cup for the side of Virtus Pro for sure, Ricky.
I mean, it's a long time coming for these guys. They've been putting in the work, and there's been like moments, right, where we saw in this group stage where they looked really good, but we always talk about, you know, can you consistently perform like that through the group stage to make it to the next time? And so, happy to say we've got an interview here with Fly. How you feeling, man? This has been a stressful couple hours.
Yeah, it's been crazy. The series was crazy. We knew what today is going to be like. You know, it's do or die for us. Obviously, we've been shaky. You know, just Virtus Pro, some inconsistency. But I'm really glad we showed up today. I think they also showed up, especially game 2. They made the game super hard for us. So it was a good series, I think.
John, I'm going to let you start this one off because I know you've got a lot to talk about too.
I'm so curious, Fly. You know, coming in, you said it's been a rocky year. What were the expectations like for Virtus Pro overall? Because you are a team and you're a captain that knows how to guide a team to excellence. But again, it's been touch and go. What was the expectations this tournament?
We honestly came in and we just said there's no expectations. Unfortunately, we lost TI quals, and it was a down moment for us for sure. We were sad for a couple of days, and then we sort of decided to talk all together, like, hey, you know, like, we just want to come here and play our best. whatever results happen. We know we're not going to beat like these tier 1 teams easily. But if we play without any pressure and just play our A game, we can definitely take games off people. And I think it shows sometimes. Today was thankfully one of them. So no expectations, for sure.
Fair enough. I'm curious, what was that journey like for VP in terms of, changing throughout the year? Like, what's different from VP now to, the start of the season?
At the start of the season, we had some different players. We had a little change up midway, and I think we've been growing as a team. I do believe we've gotten better, but we've never quite hit where we wanted to as a team. So it's been like a bit of a roller coaster. Sometimes like, oh my goodness, we can really like own some of these games and we have a lot of trust. Sometimes like performance is not there, trust is lost, it has to be built up again. Teams are complicated. There's so much ebb and flow that goes on through that and so many different dynamics. It's been a rocky but fun year, and I'm really hoping we have a good run this tournament, and just passing through this group stage is already a big win for us. I think our group was hella hard, not gonna lie.
Really was among the harder ones. Were there any surprises for you? Like any heroes that you think came out that you guys weren't ready for or didn't expect? Any teams that you think did better than you'd expect overall? Besides yourselves, maybe.
I think a lot of what you would expect happened. I think one win put on a really good show, because the last couple tournaments they weren't as strong, but now they're like back on form, ready for EWC, ready for TI. So that was a bit of a question mark coming into our group, but I could tell from practice they were already good. Obviously, people don't get to see that, but nothing too crazy. Yandex destroyed us. That was a fun one.
Yandex destroyed everybody. Yeah. I wouldn't take it personally. They absolutely bulldozed this group. So I think their average average win time was like sub 30 minutes. So yeah, it's not on you guys. That just happened to everybody.
Yeah.
So I would say, like, going into Game 2, you said they made this game super hard for you. You guys seem to have a lot of agency in how you could control the flow of these games. What was it about OG and Game 2 that made this so difficult?
So specifically, I would say they had like Beast and TB. So they kept pushing in waves, Ghost push, like Illusions pushing waves, Boars, Summons, whatever. And so we were never able to like fully close out the map. And it's something actually that we got better after losing to Yandex, like when we played against their Enigma twice and we kept sort of faltering to this kind of pressure. We looked at those replays and we took something from it. And I think if we haven't lost to Yandex the way we did, we actually would not win today. I think we did a much better job of not bringing too many heroes back on the map and like reacting to their pressure where, they're going to jump on the pushed wave with some Beastmaster and TB. They caught us a few times, but overall we were able to go behind Tomato and like cause our own sort of pressure points. Yeah.
That was amazing. Yeah, this was a heck of a series to end the group stage. You guys, like you said, you had to come in today and show up, and you did. So obviously, big congratulations. We're always happy to see you guys push forward and continue to improve, and that's, best we can hope for in the elimination stage. Fly, thank you so much for joining us, as always, and hopefully we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Boy, oh boy, what a...
We've got the grand finalists of EWC 2025 here joining us today. We've got Falcons and we've got Team Spirit. This should be a fun conversation for at least one of you guys, I suppose, to talk about the grand finals again. But both of you guys have been in a lot of grand finals. So the first question is, how do you prepare mentally for being in a big finals?
Answering Carl.
You shave your head, apparently. That's what your go-to is, but...
I don't know, it's like basic game, even, I don't know, not much prepare, just play, that's all.
Yeah, it's just millions of dollars, not a big deal.
Yeah, sometimes millions, sometimes no. Like, just playing, try your best, like basic. No need to like shake your hands or head, something like this, for me, no.
Probably the best not to think about the pressure,
just
right?
Play, that's all.
Yeah. You, Tor?
Yeah, I totally agree with my teammate here. So. Ask please, Mallory, I guess.
All right.
Well, there's not a really specific preparation. Like, just you trying to get the best rest you can. I'm considering sleep and then kind of just like, at least I'm like lying down on my team that they're having a good preparation as a like draft wise, and you just I'm just gonna do as best as I can usually, and pretty much.
Amar?
Well, first of all, you start by panicking because you're playing grand finals. You're a human being.
Yep.
And then...
I mean, he's always panicking against Spirit. That's like pretty much...
Yeah, it's like default. If I see Spirit, I'm panicking like automatic. Because I know they can one time become the best team in the world.
Of course.
It's impossible.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's the
One time
preparation.
Pico D for collapse.
Or Pico D for collapse. So you panic, it's grand finals.
Right.
You choke.
Wait, when are you panicking? Are you panicking the night before?
No,
you panicking right before you go on stage?
No, I panic the moment I know my grand finals opponents.
Okay, okay.
It's like the start.
At the start of tournament, because Spirit end the tournament.
Yeah, but like, it's most important when I play against them. So I panic before.
Okay.
Then I panic all the way
Okay.
till I sit down and it's about to play. Then when it's about to play, okay, chill. It's time to play Dota. That's all I need to think. No more millions, best in the world, all this mindset garbage. Don't exist.
Okay, so did you have that panic at TI for Extreme? They weren't Spirit, so...
No, at TI it was more chill.
More chill?
No. I was actually, remember I was panicking when we knew that we're going to play Spirit for elimination game.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You guys, yeah,
I
did play that.
literally was sitting outside for like 2 hours till like 2 a.m. and Amar was keep crying, holding his hand in the head and like just saying we're gonna play the Spirit. It's a misery. The destiny has been decided. We're gonna lose. Something like that.
No, we also have this fun story that we're not gonna play Falcons. First time we're gonna play against some heroic, as I remember.
Yeah,
then like sometimes in 1-2 hours they like say, okay, you play against Falcons. We say, oh, okay, like elimination game against Falcons, always fun. We're like, okay. We like some players like disappointed because of this. Like, why did they change? But like take it and lose it. That's all. Sad, but true.
All right, so it's been a year since the finals. What has changed about you guys? What has changed about your team? What has changed about your mentality? You're still panicking? Did you panic coming into this knowing it was a podcast with Spirit?
No. There is no collapse.
No collapse? Okay. So what's changed for you guys? I mean, you guys
we
swapped out a player, right?
We changed coach. We changed a lot. We changed 2 players. Changed 2 coach.
Coach, then 5, then 4. So a lot of changes we had.
Yeah.
So new year, new us.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah.
Not the same. Like I guess Falcons probably the same old stuff. They have old team, all the same.
Yeah.
But we a bit changed. Not a bit, like a lot of change. But at least we have Miposhka now.
I was about to say, bringing back Maposhka, is that nice? It was a nice reunion, I assume?
Yeah, all dogs in town.
All dogs is back.
Well, meanwhile, you guys have stayed the same. You guys have been the same. You guys are the longest running roster.
Yeah, and you're asking us about something new. I mean,
surely something has got to change year over year. You're TI champs now.
Well, the mindset didn't really change. It's just more like less stress generally. I mean, except Amar, right?
Right.
Pretty much. I mean, I wouldn't say, and actually something changes. Like it's just we're playing tournament to tournament, and like I'm more getting excited. It's getting like tiring, let's say. And Riyadh is like. I mean, I still respect Riyadh as a tournament, and I generally like to play it, but it's generally like. Let's be honest, like TI is like more as an achievement, it's like people respect more.
Sure.
Because you're writing down your name, right? And Riyadh is like, it's a second. So I'm more gonna be prepared for TI than this.
That's fair. Mar? Nothing changed for you?
Well, a lot changed. Like, we're not gonna pick Sand King, Primal, and Shaker because for some reason these heroes are garbage. So
fair.
There's a big problem. My mid laner cannot play his Dota heroes. I cannot pick Razor and Mars because I don't know what Valve decided to not give them facets. So
yeah.
I think
next time just take the photos of screams and just like leave here.
Yeah, I will pick Necrophos. It's fine. They can know.
We did talk about your hate for that hero.
Hate?
Yeah.
I love Necrophos.
I asked you about, you were playing offlane Ancient Apparition.
Oh, yeah, of course.
said,
I
"Fucking
hate
dog shit,
Necrophos.
you're
Of
a
course, I
Necrophos."
hate Necrophos if it's against me. I will pick Ancient Apparition every game.
But if you're playing it, it's all good.
It's the best hero.
It's the best
The
hero.
best shit. I just farm. I win any lane. But nothing really changed inside the team. It's just the same team. 5 NPCs, 1 NPC on coach. We're just gonna come, robots, try hard and play game. And when we lose, we're gonna disband. If we win, we're gonna decrease chance of disband.
Okay. Might still disband.
Yeah.
Maybe pull an EG, just kick one person.
No. Disband.
Okay, disband entirely. All right, fair enough. We've got the grand finalists of EWC 2025 here joining us today. We've got Falcons and we've got Team Spirit. We'll start with you guys. How do you deal mentally with getting second place?
I mean, I always saying I'd rather to not get second place. I'd rather have like third or fourth.
You're right.
I mean, the third is like the best because like at least you're getting to the last day, but you're not getting the second, which is like you're one step before getting to win. So I would rather actually have third place.
I'm grateful to be second. I don't know what these people say. Everyone says that they don't want to be second. I'm grateful. Give me the final day. Give me the grand finals.
Yeah, you just want to be in the grand finals?
I can be so close to winning. It's all fine. I can win. They're all good things. Now, obviously, if you lose the grand finals and it's your fault, now that's when it hurts the most.
Right. But it is your fault, usually.
It was only one tournament. It was Blast Slam 4. We lost against Thunder because I griefed on Mars.
Twice.
I died to level 4 Hoodwink as level 10 Mars, minute 10. So that one, my head. But generally, I'm still grateful and blessed I'm second place. More money.
That's true. More money. That's always a good one. You guys have not had many second places. You guys had that one at Arlington, Major?
No, we have a lot. Arlington, Wallachia.
They really got 3 times second place.
Yeah,
Okay.
like,
That's true. I forgot.
So I more agree with maybe Malorine also. Like maybe third, fourth, more fine for me. But second, it's always like a lot of conversation where we lose, like all this stuff in grand final, and it's always hard for me. So maybe better like to not go to the like this grand final and lose. I mean it's hard anyway, but just maybe better to not go. Like lose 4 place, 5, 6 is okay.
Yeah.
If you lose final, it's always depressed.
Yeah.
Even us as a team, because everyone depressed. Like not a single person like, okay guys, it's fine. We're like, oh, not everyone depressed. Everyone feel it. So that's life.
I totally agree with my teammate.
I see a trend here. Okay, final question. Who do you think are going to be the 2 finalist teams this year? EWC 2026?
PSG, LGG, and 1 win. That's...
Finals at the last.
Well, I mean...
Okay.
I would say Pyre is looking confident.
Yeah.
As long as I have Dukalis instead of Toby, but we'll see how it's going to be. Maybe he'll still come. I would aim for Pyre plus pair is going to be like Aurora or... I mean, Nightfall has to like get at least to the final.
Of course.
He's aiming for that. But he's probably not going to win, like as always.
Surely he's going to break that curse at some point.
At some point, but it doesn't mean it is easier.
Okay, fair.
So, yeah, pretty much. I would say Aurora is going to be like 3rd place. Probably Pyre is going to be in final. If they're going to get Dukalis, if not, there's going to be like some LGD plus potential Asur Spirit.
Okay.
Actually Yandex. I forgot Yandex against PSG is going to be in final.
Omar?
Easiest thing, Aurora against Spirit. One of them has to be a 3 times Riyadh Masters winner.
That's true.
One of them, you mean like Aurora?
Aurora have Mira.
No, Mira.
I mean, Mira is like fake, you know.
Fake. All right. What about you guys? Who do you think the finals are going to be? We'll start with you.
I would say Yandex for sure.
Okay.
And some random team.
Some random
the
team.
Second one, yeah.
Do you think the playing field's pretty even between most of the top teams?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's just a bit of luck and a bit of meta. Why Yandex
Maybe for no local
over
player.
everybody else?
It's just good. It's better than others.
Yeah. Okay.
6-7.
I totally
Collapse
agree with
also
you
pulled
there.
the 6-7 meme on me. I asked him, I was like, is this made it to Russian? He said, no. We just know the meme. I said, okay. Wow.
It's brain
I
rot,
totally agree
guys.
with you too.
Okay, very well.
Actually, I'm gonna use the strategy for the next time.
All right. Well, this was our podcast for the finals of EWC 2025.
Full agree with Capitalist.
Thank you. They all agree with me. Thank you very much, because I'm the host and you have to agree with me. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.
Hello everyone, this is Seb. We're here for the French food tasting with Nisha and Boxy.
Hi.
Hello.
I guess I have to say sorry for what's about to happen. Nah, we'll be fine. We prepared a bunch of stuff for you guys. There is, I'd say pretty common, pretty riskless, and then there is very risky, maybe trap cards. You don't have to try anything you don't want to. There is sweet, and there is, rather cheese side. You want to start with the
You can pick Nisha.
I mean, I usually start with sweet and then...
Oh, you start with sweet?
Transition into...
And then like...
You sure? I was
and
thinking
then
you
sweet
finish...
again.
Okay, okay, that's actually smart. As long as you finish with sweet,
Yeah.
so that you don't leave this room... You leave this room with a smile. Anything you feel like trying, and then I can tell you what it is?
Yeah, you have to explain
I mean,
what's going
just by
on.
the look, is there something that's appealing?
I think I like macaronis, but I didn't try them many times.
You know them.
So I'm always down.
Macaron, this is a classic. I think you have chocolate, strawberry, and probably vanilla, the last one.
They look nice.
Do you want to try one? Or?
But they are made with egg, yes?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Then no
So you
for
can
me.
try it. Okay.
No for me.
Box is not gonna try anything. I'm like alone.
Any, you rate it?
I like it. Like 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10? Pretty good.
Are they
It's
like
sweet, it's nice.
Are they dry?
No, it's
Because when I was a kid, there was this arcade place.
Yeah.
They gave us a bunch of like 10-year-old macarons they couldn't sell.
Okay.
And I was like, this is the hardest thing I've ever eaten.
Okay, no, it's not supposed to be like that.
No, okay.
I think the sweetest they are, usually the cheapest in a way. I think like the best macaron is like when it's very nicely balanced and you don't feel like it's overwhelming taste of sweet.
No,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Okay, what else? Another sweet or?
I'm down for like some cheese.
We get to
perhaps.
business. Okay. So this one is the softest. You take one, you can dip in it.
It's also cheese.
It is cheese. Is very soft. I think.
I'll take a bread.
Yeah, I think no risk with this one.
And
you're having a good time.
I'm trying the bread.
Eat lunch.
I like the bread.
Yeah, welcome to France.
Bread is good. What is this? Panna baguette?
How is it called? I think grissant. I think it's rather Italian, these kind of things,
Okay,
like where they have this crispy to dip. Yeah. You pass this one? We'll call this level 1.
No, I like it.
Okay, step 1 is fine. Step 2 would be comté. So in France, you have two kinds of cheese, I guess. It's the kind of hard paste and then softer or creamy. This one is very typical, not very flavorful, I guess. So you could try it with no risk.
So you would put this on like a sandwich?
Or you could just eat it like that, or with bread, or you can put it in a sandwich.
Yeah.
So just like eat cheese by itself.
Oh, wait, sorry.
I mean, you can have bread, or I think for the, how do you call them, like the connaisseur, if you want to cut it in half, or if you're going for a full, up to you.
And you're not eating anything?
I'm French, of course I'm not eating anything.
Yeah, you can have mine here.
I mean, it's fair enough. It's fair enough.
If you want to, of course, no pressure.
No pressure. No, I kind of feel like I have to.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll stop it now. If I'm eating too, that's it.
Was it good?
It's not too, it's like hard taste, right?
It's okay, not by itself, I think.
How strong is it on a scale of 0 to 10? Because I want to know where I can take you.
I feel like this is like a 7 at least.
It's a 7.
In strong.
It's like kind of, isn't it like intense?
Because compared to the next two, it's a 2 or 3.
But none of the cheese are like like blue, green.
No, we didn't. No, I mean this one's close.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Then you have camembert. Yeah. But this one is, I guess, a little bit old, so it's much stronger than what it can be when it's younger.
Like intentionally old. Or like
I don't know.
or it's been on this table for
I
a
just
week.
got here a few hours ago. It's from last year.
How do I do this? You can try it. You can take mine. You can take mine.
This is from the tournament in 2011, actually.
Yeah. You had it in your fridge.
Yes.
I do
never
need
opened
like
it.
some bread.
No, no fridge, no
have
fridge.
this.
I'll try another
I'll have
bread.
another.
The breads were pretty good.
What
I'll try
fridge?
one of this.
Outside rotting in the sun. No fridge.
It's so strong.
Yeah, it's
But it's good.
You like that?
It's good.
I think.
So you see, if you gave this one a 7, what do you give this one?
11.
This one was like a 9. It hit me
Okay,
hard.
it hit you, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
just, I like it.
Just wait in a few hours when you feel a bit dizzy, then you know what it is.
This is good.
Put something in the food.
Good luck for you guys in the practice room too. Okay, then the strongest is this one.
The monster.
So in French, it's actually a coincidence that it sounds like monster in English. It has nothing to do with monsters. It's called Munster in French, which is just a name. Do you feel like trying it, or is it too much of a stretch? I can maybe cut like a super small piece.
No,
You don't have to.
I
if you
think
don't.
it doesn't look appealing to me.
Yeah.
And like
It tastes exactly as it looks.
I think I'll skip that one.
Okay.
Let's have
Good,
another.
What about you,
I'm
Babsi?
testing another bread.
You wanna try it?
I'm testing the bread.
Very wise choice.
But I would like to see Seb try a little bit. It's good.
It's good.
So this is the last cheese, yeah?
Yeah. I actually don't know what
This
this
is
one
sweet, yeah?
Yes, it is sweet. And then you have the sweets that you haven't tried.
What is this?
Oh, this is a
Mini saucisson Justin Bieber.
So it's like meat.
It's like a mini sausage.
I gotta try it,
Yeah.
yeah?
Of course.
I think you like it.
It looks kind of weird though.
And then you can dip it in.
You just,
It's kind of hard as well.
Actually, some already tried that. I've never seen it before, but
no.
Dip in cheese.
it has
or what?
happened. Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
It's
I'll
not a
go
thing.
with bread again.
Yeah, it's not a thing, but you can try.
No, this is good. This is a good snack.
I mean, after the cheese, it's
Good
probably-
7. Good 7.
It happens. It happens.
The cheese is getting to him.
You feeling dizzy yet?
You can take my plate.
It's spinning around.
Yeah.
Then back to dessert. Typical French biscuit, I guess. Your typical lunchbox when you're a French kid and you're going to school.
Who's the guy on it?
Old school French students, you know? Like they were dressed like this.
That's how they look like? Yeah.
I guess so.
Is that your uniform when you went to school?
No, I came too late. But maybe a couple hundred years ago, I would have looked like that. This one, it should be good.
No.
And you can also eat the biscuit with all the chocolate. You have two versions of it.
That's illegal. But yeah, I have this at boot camp like every time.
Okay.
Cookies.
Yeah. I
So
bought
it's
it,
approved.
Yeah, it's good.
But you have it with like tea or with milk or with coffee or
No.
cigarettes. I don't know.
Sure. We would love other things. It's up to you, really. Like.
I'm
But this one is a good. This one is probably my favorite.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Nice. Then over there you have it's called Madeleine. This is very French typical. This one over there.
Is there anything inside?
No.
Oh.
You can cut just a small part of it if you want to try it.
I'm kind of full already, but
That never stopped you before.
It did.
Is it like vanilla cream or something? Or like the, what's it called?
I think there's vanilla.
Maybe it's just a flavor.
Yeah.
It's not stuffed with anything
No,
inside.
no.
Honestly, this.
Season 1.
That was made up. You just made that up.
DPLCDA S1 in China, as we have 2 wardsmen from Thailand, very smart. That tournament, and I kid you not, and Mike will back me up on this, that tournament would determine first pick, second pick, Radiant Dire by a 1v1 mid. We had to do that every single time. Some of those 1v1 mids went for 20 minutes. It was the most crazy thing.
Wow, that's a really good way to artificially extend your entire day.
My life is artificially extended anyway, so it doesn't disturb me on any level. Let's see if there are any blocks going on. Looks like both sides. Is there no blocking here?
No block. Maybe you can't block. I have no idea. Maybe that's the rules. No
Okay,
blocking.
maybe no blocking. All right, just Celavi, let the creeps lay where they lie. See how these races go.
Oh.
Nice hit from Abed already. Hit from Tai Long. Range creep. Can you get the deny here? Nah. Abed does secure. One mango forced out. Abed copying a little bit more damage here, Ricky.
You got the third raise, actually. Oh, also a third raise.
Oof. Abed.
Throw the double blood grenade. Do it.
No deny as well. So Tai Long already copying the better end of the trades here. 3-2. Getting most of the raises to stick. Abed already eating one mango. Down to 1.
We should really get rid of the SF mid and do something like Treant Protector. Really hype it up, you know?
Just something like absolutely insane. I'm telling you, we should randomize a 3-hero pool, let the players ban out 1 each, and the one that's unbanned is what both players will play. And that's it. That's the only modification I'd make. I think that would be pretty hype. Can you imagine a double IO mid? Just trying to get first blood on each other, trying to siege. Still very stable. Tai Long again edging out here early on. 6-3. Abed lagging a little bit behind. Down to just the 1. Still on the 1 blood grenade.
I don't think you can blame the lag here.
There's no way you blame the lag.
I don't think you can blame the lag.
There's no excuses. Tai Long doubling down on it. Gonna have that early advantage again. First 2 kills.
Oh.
Playing it safe still.
He's got the... Okay, so he was holding his raises here, waiting for the level 3 timing. He's going to prevent Abed from getting it off the same wave, which is pretty big. All right, yeah, here's the problem. So Abed really has to hold the distance here, cannot afford to come back to the wave.
No. Has to wait for that debuff to disappear. The stack damage.
Uh-oh.
Level 3 now up on Abed as well, but it's starting to get tricky. No chip damage onto the tier 1 at the very least.
I mean, I feel like these never go down to towers. I don't think I've ever seen an SF mid come down to a tower kill.
No. Even on the longest ones. I think the longest one we've had in one of the Dream Leagues must have gone for like 20 minutes. And I think in the end, it was like Bob dancing around like a maniac. So that was something.
You know what's definitely not coming down to a tower kill in 1v1 mid?
What?
Treant Protector.
You know, that is pretty right. I'd take that. You know, what else are the most unhinged 1v1 mids? Techies 1v1 mid sounds pretty fun.
I feel like it's less unhinged than it used to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, Techies mid is kind of like a pub stomper who's surf smurfing. It really does a lot, but in an equal, you know, 2 equal players on Techies 1v1 mid, that sounds pretty fun to watch. Then again, it could also just devolve to like reactive taser, run in, reactive each other, and say, all right.
Oh my god, you're right. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Abed.
Oh, he's really hurt. 19 to 7, 9 to 1. So many more
he's had to buy
resources.
3 salves now. I mean, I know that's kind of how this goes, right? Like, you just buy regen. Hold up.
The blood grenade.
Tylo.
No mana, no mana.
He's got the mana. He's got the 1 mango. He was looking for it, but.
Oh. Blood grenade
Another
again.
blood grenade.
Aw.
Okay, gets him with the fairy fire. Nice bait. Abed, despite being down literally half the CS, is asserting some dominance here as he hit level 4.
Stretching it out. Already salved up on Tai Lung. Getting a bit of a reset. Still have the 2 mangoes in Abed, just the 1 mango in Tai Lung. But again, this EXP and slight gold advantage for resources is going to feel a lot better for Tai Lung overall. This ramp up into 5, maybe you start to see again some good raises coming in. I would like to see some of them start to play around with, what's it called? That value point. That weird active where your souls get.
Oh, Feast of Souls? I mean, Abed has it. I was surprised he took it.
I actually quite like it. It's super value. Think about it. 30 attack speed for free. You just waste souls. In a 1v1, it doesn't matter. You're not thinking long-term here. Over the armor. Like, value point and Presence of the Dark Lord is really good, but investing more points, I find, for an aggressive play, you want those Feast of Souls.
Level 3 raise. Tai Lung, very spooky. Abed patiently waiting.
Oof, blood grenade on clarity.
Wow, he actually got it. That's pretty good. I mean, Tai Lung has a lot more stats. He's got the full bracer done, right? Just a difference in the net worth already adding up.
I mean, it is a big difference. 33 to 14, 12 to 1. Abed's just not been having too much to play with here.
Tai Lung's aiming for the late game, though. It's 60-minute tier 5 item timing, right? That's what we're aiming for here.
No neutrals, because you can't farm neutrals.
No. You just a leprechaun comes out of the ground and lets you pick from the bag.
You got to kill it first.
Yes.
It has like 2,000 HP.
You'll get there.
You know, 6 now on Tai Lung. Has the value point in the Requiem.
Oh.
Abed.
All right, he's going for the dive. He's got the blood grenade.
Abed.
Forts the tower. He's got him. Tai Lung gets the kill.
All right. It's 1 up. Just 1 more to go for Tai Lung. Abed does get a reset at the very least. No runes.
Don't take the root. Don't
no
do
runes.
it. All right.
There you go. All good.
Not backpacking the bracer. Kind of cringe.
No, it's pretty based. He's like, I don't need to be efficient. I just need to be better.
That is a valid strategy. Now, I have seen someone actually come back and win.
Yes, it has happened.
A 1v1 mid, despite being down a kill.
It's not the end of the world.
Oh my god, the net worth. Okay, that's not good.
Yeah, but Abed's been eating his net worth, you know, I guess, at this point. Like
level 4 raise. I feel like that's... Okay, well, he whiffed. Hold up.
Come on. No. Abed's still trying to hit level 6.
Oh, the blood grenade to cancel the salves.
Okay.
Okay. Abed, sick play on the comeback. This is where it all... Is he going to walk base now? He might have to.
I mean, he will, and that's going to be recovery for Abed. Right? He's going to be able to
hit the tower.
Soak some EXP.
Just hit the tower.
Yeah, if he just hits the tower down, that could be one way to win out in this.
He's going to drag the wave.
Oh, he's going to try. Leave those runes alone. Very nice.
It's a really smart way to deny as much XP as possible.
Are you allowed to TP in this mode?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, all right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm going to say yes because he just did it. Not because I was confident at all.
No, we did see Abed do that as well, yeah. Let's see, Abed, again, he's still struggling a little bit in terms of EXP, but it's got the creep wave dragged all the way back at the very least.
Who needs items when you have mangoes, you know?
Word. Now, for sure.
Dude, he's going for the dive. He's going for the dive.
Tylon?
He's got the boots. He wants to.
Abed, pretty good. Requiem.
Nice. Gets the Requiem.
He has 20, so.
Dude, this is... Okay, Tylon. Totally planned. He's fine. More salves coming out.
Yeah, Abed's going to go for the full reset. Tylon's going to get that bonus. Solo EXP, solo gold. Double bracer, full wand. Tower just getting sieged away.
Yeah, good luck TPing in.
No Requiem. I mean, if Tylon sees him, could you channel a Requiem yourself? Abed, can you get the raises?
He's got him. He's actually going to get him. He's
there
so
you go,
dead.
the blood grenade.
Oh my god. Here we go. 1-1. We're back. Now, greedy there from Tylon to play so aggressive.
I mean, he wanted the tower. He wanted some sort of angle. 20 seconds till the respawn.
Here's the thing, though. Abed has committed a lot of resources for this.
Yes.
Tylon's going to come back full health with all his items.
Yes.
Tranquil boots. All right, that's kind of cool.
Feast of Souls on the tower. Look at it. Half HP.
He's owning.
But he did go for the level 2 presence of the Dark Lord. Legitimately, I think in a 1v1 mid, you just need the one value point. And they're not going for more armor. You know, once you're close to 0, you kind of lose efficiency on minus armor anyhow. Beyond 0, it's like, it's not the most efficient use of damage buffing. Attack speed starts to play a bigger part, but so far, it's alright. Abed having himself up, his tower now under siege.
Drops the Tranquils to hit the tower.
Oh, that's very base Tylon. That is, that is so base.
Yeah, nice salve. I got Tranquil boots.
Oh. Raises. More mana on Tylon. Again, relatively better position for him to start playing around here. Controls a wave.
Oh, dude, he dropped the Tranquils mid-auto attack. All right, Tylon's cooking.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
Tylon. Always active, always regenning up. Abed's just constantly flying out salves.
He's got bracers coming and a clarity. He'll be fine. Double raise. But again, Tranquil boots, all the difference. Drop the Tranquils, pick them up, yeah. Oh no.
Oh, Tylon.
This is good stuff.
It's just never going on cooldown.
He just literally never has to buy a salve. He's got them, but like he just doesn't have to like worry about it.
No. Nice raise. Connecting.
All right, this is the catapult that probably ends the game. He does have a fortification on Abed here, but Tylon might be able to just aggressively push this and get the tower with the catapult. Well, maybe not. The creep's dying very fast, yeah. And then there's going to be the fort. So I was lying. I just made all of that up.
Yep. Decent damage done to the objective. Kind of matching Abed's damage done to the building now as well. Salving up. Not the best man on Abed at the moment. Raises do miss. Tylon baiting out. And again, he's just so good with these tranquil plays. It's never on cooldown. Feels like. Abed. Bloody Tylon, man.
Dude, no way he can keep doing this. All right, he missed that one. He missed that one.
All right, there you go. Finally on cooldown. Would you call this cringe? Or is it based to play in such a youthful manner of efficiency?
I don't know. Tylon's the prodigy, man. I let this guy do whatever he wants.
Right? Come on, Abed. Showed him that old timer still got it.
He does have a lot of wand charges. Thank you, Abed. Thank you for continuing to use my favorite voice line.
Is a good line.
What do you think the team is saying behind the scenes right now?
I mean, they could be yelling stuff for all I know. I don't think they're saying. They're just watching intensely as it's 12 minutes in now. Tower starting to drop low, Tylon. His tranquils are down. He's getting full HP back. No, he got hit. All right, fair. Tailong. I mean, we're 1 kill away for both sides.
Ooh.
1.
He's all right. 16 wand charges. Is he going to go Dragonlance? Is that the idea here? Just to hit the building?
Looks like it.
I wish he had more of those Feast of Souls points, huh?
I mean, I'm telling you. In a 1v1? You don't... 3 points? Nah. 3 points in Feast of Souls. Yes. Siege. Right-click, chase, orb walk. I mean, seriously, just... Please, someone, get more points in. You're really doing nothing but right-clicking creeps and towers anyhow. Power treads for Abed. It's a little bit of a dream to get that right now. At least has the brown boots. If you can somehow find that second kill, man. That's all you'll need. Blood grenade down. Tower starting to drop really low here.
The tower is falling very low.
Tailong just wants the objective.
He's just T-posing on the high ground at this point.
He is.
Yep, Dragonlance queued up. He's gonna get it. If he need, well, he may not need it. He could potentially end it before that, but we'll see. Abed needs to keep this creep wave as far away from his tower. Oh, hold on, double raise. Nice, too fast. Says that's where the tranquils really come in handy.
Just that weaving in and out. Tailong gonna go block his creep wave. Tower down to how much HP now on the Radiant side? It's not the healthiest looking.
Not much is my...
An 8 of HP left. Whereas you're probably closer to a 6th.
Oh. Spooky.
Salves.
Immediate salves.
Blood grenade doesn't quite connect onto Abed, actually.
Uh-oh. Tailong.
Just some combinations left. Abed, Requiem looking for it.
I know that regen is tempting, but you can't take it.
This is a 1v1 mid. Come on.
You should have done it. It would have been very funny. 3 wards?
3 wards! To watch. To watch this 1v1. That's 3 more eyes than I have. Oh, come on. Raises not quite connecting. Abed now getting a little bit of tempo to push. Feast of Souls to chase.
Oh, high ground miss.
Raise. 1. All right.
Very nice. He did pop the tranquils, so he's going to delay his regen a little bit more. Did have to pop the full stick, so Tailong not stoked on that one. But he has the Dragonlance. This is what we're talking about. He needs this at some point. Or maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Maybe it's all a simulation.
1, 2. Blood grenade. Can you get a turd? Come on, off cooldown. Will you gun for it? No, creep wave doesn't last long enough.
Someone should walk into Roche. That would be the way to end it. Someone should walk right in.
That would be very based right now. Ward drop. Tailong again, his HP. Regenning up with the tranquils. Raises. Connects.
Can you kill your own wards for souls? Is that allowed?
Theoretically, yes. In practice, I don't know the hard rule for that. But theoretically, yes. Because that sounds... It takes you a lot of time to kill a ward nowadays.
Oh!
1 more! No mana.
Dropping the tranquils.
It's just going to heal up again. Tailong. The prodigy. With these micro plays. Abed's just so low on mana.
Now imagine not having a Kaya right now.
Yeah, if only.
16 minutes? Come on, guys.
Could you not get a Solar Ring in this game mode?
I have no idea. Is that even worth it?
Probably not, considering the HP trade-off. It is strength, though. It's not the worst thing in the world. Clarity up, trying to regen just a little bit in Abed. Tailong, fully reset. So he's got the full advantage. He's going to look for the raise. Self. I mean, the tower's set to fall. Tailong's just a couple of right clicks away.
He's going to pop the feast and go for it. He has the fort, of course, but Abed kind of out of resources, goes for the double raise, forced to pop the Requiem to get Tailong out. But I mean, Ty, you just go up and hit it, right? You got the Dragonlance. You just end the game here. I think he's done it.
There's not much Abed can really do.
Yep, couple more auto attacks. He's just playing with them at this point, and that is going to do it. Tailong will take Well, I mean, that's how it works, right? GG.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, someone tell me. I think so. Does anyone have the rules?
That should be it. I'm pretty sure. I'm not. I've never seen a 1v1 mid go to tier 2s, so.
I'd really hope not. I'm not trying to go throne here. Abed, press GG. Do it. Press the buttons.
There you go. GG's called, and Tai Lung does secure this higher seeding for the side of LGD Gaming, getting that third place spot and getting themselves the slot to play up against the 4th place in one of the other groups in our randomization. So again, theoretically, a better seeding start in the survival stage for LGD Gaming. Virtus Pro, I mean, look, this is just for a little bit of fun. The weighting does matter, but in the end, I'd say all of our teams are at the same caliber now that we've sorted out, except maybe Group D. I think I will always give an exception for Group D and what went on there, because, you know, frankly, OG, if they were in any other group, they would be up there.
I think, yeah, that's possible for sure.
It's just a little bit rough, but it's going to be interesting to see, because depending on who VP plays up against, they might be wishing Abed was a little bit more awake or less tired, or we're playing against an older player rather than the young prodigy of Tai Lung, who's dropping his Tranquils mid creep wave. So very well played to Tai Lung, but
he pulled it back almost. Like, you know, Abed almost got the return.
Got some good raises, and I like the value point in the Feast of Souls. I think just go all in on it. You know, just one value point in Presence of the Dark Lord. I'm a little bit crazy. Oh, just 1 point, but yeah, go for the right click. Trust me, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, it has been a long day, but I mean, that's the whole group stage. We are finally through Group A, B, C, and D.
It's my
now completely solved. But coming up next, we're
going to crush some keys.
We're going to crush some keys.
We're going to be crushing some keys, and it's going to be extra fun. Again, because of our trophy system, the teams that are eliminated all have their keys crushed down. They've been bringing their keys out on the stage. You've been seeing them on the cams as well. And we're going to get to that moment relatively soon, not quite yet. And of course, the winning team, the winner of the Dota 2 Esports World Cup, will get to pick 3 keys at the end of their journey to put on the base of their trophy as a reminder of the dreams they've destroyed. You know,
who would you put in there?
Oh,
if you got to pick, which 3 teams would you select?
I can't say OG 3 times, can I?
Probably not.
I love OG, but I would. There you go. Dreams crushed down. My goodness, look at that. Just taken away. No one crushing another key here as well. Isn't it great? Look at that. Hydraulic pressure. Doesn't that make you smile?
I want to see one explode again. That is what I'm really waiting for.
I
want one to explode.
I don't think we have, and I think they've managed to sort out the malleability of the keys that it would not like explode. They do give out a little bit. There's a little bit of give. So there we are. All these hopes and dreams being crushed. That's Nemesis right there.
The first 2 were Nemesis and Reckonix, I believe.
No.
Yeah. So coming up next, I mean, so these are the teams
dreams
at the top of the groups, right? So they're the ones who get to crush all the keys. So this is going to be OGs and yeah, I'm sorry, buddy.
Not OG.
You can ask them for that one when you're done, maybe.
They're going to put them in the bottom. Remember, all the broken keys are sorted at the bottom of the totems.
You think they'll notice?
I can't say. Where I will be tonight, I will have alibis. That's all I can say.
That's fair.
Right now. And see again, the keys are being crushed. Our golden keys. The hopes and dreams of all of these teams just taken away as Soxa just hands it over. And
that's the OG one right there for you, buddy.
No.
So I hate to break it to you. For all the OG fans out there, obviously a rough end to their tournament. They looked pretty good coming into today, and like we were, pretty hopeful. We're like, okay,
yeah,
they just got to get the 1 win. But VP was the team that showed up.
Yeah, and of course that's a different org as well, wind up. So
yeah, that's true.
You see what Mike has to deal with.
Yeah,
the Crusher is beautiful, and I'm sure we'll see that Crusher at work again in the survival stage because it's all single elimination. So it's going to be fun. It was a fun group stage. It was a great time casting with you, Ricky. And thanks for having me, and I hope Zach gets well,
Yeah, it's one of those things that we've known each other for a while.
Yeah.
We've gotten to cast some stuff for a long time, so it's cool to kind of do it on land for the first time, or I guess second time.
Yeah.
Kind of. But yeah, Zach will be back hopefully sometime soon, and you can catch some rest. But for everyone who has been tuning in, we just want to say thank you all so much for watching EWC 26. That's going to do it for the group stage here of Dota 2. We're going to take tomorrow off, and then we'll be back with that elimination stage. So you're not going to want to miss it. Until then, everybody, have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you then.
Omar, you've been on Enigma Galaxy for a while. Who have you learned the most from in all these various rosters?
I would say it's probably Kuro.
Yeah.
He's the person I learned from the most. I think he's probably the one who shared his experience and wisdom the most to me. So, yeah. I mean, I'm grateful I got to work with him, and he actually taught me a lot. Yeah, I would say.
What about inside the game or anything outside the game?
I would say both. I mean, I'm sure I grew a lot as a player. I mean, as a player, and he taught me a lot as a friend as well, like outside the game. Yeah.
What do you think the most important lesson you've learned from him is?
I need to play with my mid laner. You mean inside the game or outside?
Either one. It could be.
I mean, I would say actually the biggest one. It's actually not even the latest one. It's just been the topic of 2 years, I would say. Just patience. Like, I have a bit of issue with rushing stuff, so I need to have much more patience inside and outside the game.
Fair enough. Devi, you had a recent change in life. You're a father now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What has that changed your life in any way?
Many ways, I would say.
Okay.
I still play a lot of Dota,
Yeah.
but outside of that, there's not much time for other stuff. But it's great. Like having a little baby that's yours. That's always happy to see you. I think I've been the last 2 months since my daughter was born. I think it's been by far the happiest days of my life. Even though my wife was sometimes struggling with the postpartum, it's still it's just really nice to have family.
That's awesome. Has it changed your perspective when you come back to playing Dota? I was just talking to Seb about this, and he said it gave his whole perspective on life shifted a bit because now Dota was no longer the most important thing in his life.
Yeah, I mean, I think before, Seb probably he was just fully into Dota. He didn't have much else in his life. I think I've even the last few years, I've tried to balance out my life a little bit at least. Of course, I wish I had more time in my personal life for family and then individual hobbies. But I've tried very hard to keep some resemblance of a balance. So being a father now it's not a complete change. I did before that, try to spend time with family and with my wife. So I don't think my view on life has changed that much. I already valued family pretty highly. But yeah, I'm just a lot happier now.
That's awesome.
More motivation, I think.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's touch on that then. More motivation to motivation to succeed because now you're providing for yet another person and family, or
I would say so. Also, it's just harder to feel down when you. For me, it's harder to feel bad for me. After losing a tournament, you realize it's not everything. I can just pull up my phone, look at a video of my daughter. And it's like a cheat code.
Yeah.
You're tilted. Watch a video of your child. It's nice.
It's very sweet. I don't really have a way to transition off of that, but how are you guys enjoying Paris? Outside of the traffic.
It's the traffic. It feels like we almost didn't skip Riyadh because it's the
so
same
hot.
hot as Riyadh actually.
Yep.
But overall, it's a cool city.
Yeah. Devi?
That's great. For me, it's very close to home.
Yeah.
I live in Belgium. I speak decent French. I like French. A lot of my friends in Dota, my fans I think are from France as well. So to be able to play LAN here is really, really cool.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm in the bus or room. So
it's a classic Dota event life.
No, this one is a bit too extreme. So yeah. But at least I have a French with me, so it kind of helps. He speaks fluent French.
Really?
Yeah, even though he's from Beirut, Lebanon, he speaks amazing French. And he likes to show off too. Some people just talk to him in English and he just goes on.
This is your chance. Please show off, sir.
This is not accurate. I do not show off. The
Je m'appelle.
The issue is that I've been living in Lebanon for 30 years.
32.
Thank you, Sumail. When I got to like 18, 19 years old, I stopped practicing the language.
Okay.
And this is the only place I can just get some practice in. And so whenever I see a French person, I try to speak French. Sometimes I fail because it's not very practiced in it right now. But I try. And for some reason, Sumail thinks I'm showing off.
No. Dude, okay, you're ordering something, okay? The person speaks completely perfect English, you know, like everything is understandable. And when then you start speaking French, what am I to make of it?
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not trying to impress him. No, but I enjoy the country because this is my second time I've been visiting France, I think. Yeah, this is my second time. And Lebanon and France have a really close connection because of the colonial times. You want to talk about colonies? You like talking about colonies? Go on. There's a really big French influence in Lebanon, so this is the second time I've had the chance or the pleasure to use my language somewhere else.
Well, I'm glad we're here then. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me. And,
Thank you for having us.
Goodbye.
Morning, Dota fans. It is Slacks here at EWC Media Day. That is right. We have all the teams arriving to come take their pictures, get their makeup, do some interviews. It's sure to be exciting, and we're going to walk you through each one of the teams and see what they're up to. In fact, we have some teams coming in right now. Maybe we can do a seamless transition. Looks like one of our first teams of the day is Team Liquid. Wow, look at them. Look how happy they are. I've never seen a team so happy to do Media Day. Let's go bother one of them. You guys have a lot of cameras coming your way. Hello. Good to see you, sir. Are you excited for Media Day?
Yeah, I'm like super excited.
Oh,
Especially Media Day with you is like the blessing in disguise.
Well, I'm not doing it, so have a great day without me, my friend. Blitz, are you okay? What happened?
I shattered my ankle, but...
Doing what?
I fell on it, and then I snapped into it, and now it's just up and in.
Okay, well...
Like to see it on camera?
Yeah, show us. No, don't do that. That's going to freak out the audience. Sir, I'm so sorry. I would carry you to Media Day, but as you carry the hopes and dreams of the Dota community, we love you, Blitz. Feel better. Happy Media Day. Goodbye. The hardest job in esports, it's not playing. In fact, it's doing makeup for everyone that comes to EWC. These talented men and women make these gamers look presentable. For the first time out of their basements in 9 months, they are here to be on camera and look lovely. Let's go ahead and check things out. We've got our own boys here. Mr. Coach, do you get makeup?
Yes.
Yeah?
Can you tell?
I cannot tell. You look like you naturally woke up today. You feeling good? You looking good, bro.
Thank you. Like, I don't need makeup.
What's your routine? You moisturize?
Okay, so you need to cleanser.
Cleanser.
Then you have to do toner.
Toner.
And then you have to do moisturizer.
All right.
And then you're supposed to do one more, but I don't know what it is.
Are you a mewer? Do you mew?
Like,
Yeah? You mew guy? No. Sir, you look lovely. You don't need any makeup. We got more Aurora Gaming boys coming in here. Look at this fresh. God damn. Can we get a lush shot of this? God damn. This is good. Can I shake your hand, ma'am? You did God's work on that one. Incredible work. She's very busy. Don't tell her. All right. Hello, sir. Welcome to the makeup chair. How much moisturizer are you looking for here today? A lot. A lot, he says. God damn. That's the key to beauty right there. You get in there, Mira. Thank you so much. Wow. Incredible job by all of our makeup artists here. They have to go through so many people all day, and Dota players got to be in the top 10 worst. I can say that.
Introduce yourself, young man.
I am Nikolai, BB3PX from Level Up.
How old are you?
I am 23 years old.
There's no way you're 23.
I am 23.
Does anybody tell you look a lot younger than 23?
Yeah, that's always happening when I'm trying to buy alcohol.
Oh, do you buy a lot of alcohol?
Not a lot, just for holidays.
Oh, just holidays. How many holidays do you celebrate?
Maybe 2 or 3 in a year.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's not too bad. How are you guys feeling at this tournament?
It feels very nice. I appreciate that I came here.
That's good. And how long have you been with this team?
I think 3 months together.
So you're pretty happy to be here then?
Yeah, I'm so happy.
What is your favorite thing about Dota 2?
You always can do something new.
I've been watching Dota for a long time. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true, for real.
So do something new when I'm casting your team, okay?
Okay, I'll try.
And last question I've been asking everybody, I don't know why. If your team were to break out into a fist fight, okay, you fight each other physically, who would be the victor, do you think?
I think Darky will be the winner of this fight because he is crazy.
Oh, so it's a more, okay, it's the crazy aspect, not the strength necessarily. Okay, cool. Appreciate your time and good luck at the tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back, my friends, and as you see, we're on stage, but it is not for a matchup. We've already had all of those for group stage, and next up is survival, but also the teams that are already progressed onto the quarterfinals, those will be the teams in the #1 position in each one of our groups, which means we get to do something that's stressful, fun, and kind of silly at the same time. It's time for a draw show, Slacks.
Absolutely, this is the draw show, baby. We're going to tell you how things are going to be going from here on out. Now, let me give you a very quick little explanation, all right? If you got first place in the groups, you're already in the playoffs. You are safe. You don't have to go to the survival stage. However, if you are in the lower groups and have not been eliminated, you must face off against another team over here. When you beat them, you must then face off against what we're going to call the mini-boss, someone who has qualified above you in position 2. And then after that, the 3 of you, whoever survives all that, needs to face off against the main boss, the big boss, which we will bring out. So we're going to take all these teams and we are going to reveal what order this is right now. Are you ready to bring them out?
I'm absolutely ready. This is all about randomness. You will not be facing somebody from your own group.
That's right.
3rd and 4th. So that adds an extra layer of, are we even prepared for what is to come?
That's right. These teams have a lot of work to do, but the time has come. I know we have some representatives in the back that are excited to see who they're going to face. You ready?
I'm ready. All right. Gentlemen, 16 representatives from 16 teams. Come on out to the stage.
Damn. Here they come. I can't believe they were standing in the back without fighting each other. They are so peaceful.
You know how much MMR there's going to be on this stage in one go?
More than anyone in the chat has ever seen before in their
true.
pub games. For sure. For sure. There we go. All of our survivors. We said goodbye to so many teams the last few days. We're going to get things started here and get our first head-to-head coming our way.
Yeah, so I'm going to make it simple for you here. We're going to start with the teams that were at the 3rd and 4th position in their groups. So we're going to be drawing from my left-hand side here, and then we'll see who the mini-boss and final boss will be in every category of 4 teams. Simple as, we'll do it 4 times and close out our day. Our first 2 teams, though, to join us here on stage, LGD Gaming and Mouse Sports.
Ame! No, just kidding. LGD Gaming.
Mouse,
Mouse
come
Sports.
on over.
Come on up. Well, oh no, you stand next to him. This is for the winner side. There, you get away.
You two are going to play one another, of course. That's going to be big. Yamich and KJ. Anything that we should expect in that game?
This is going to be a very interesting match because it's going to decide who's the best assistant coach from Brazil. Go for assistant coach from there, so yeah, stay tuned.
Who's the best assistant coach from Brazil?
Osman.
Wow, that's all you need to hear. That's all you need to hear. All right, who's up? Who
Looks
they
like
play?
a tough match, absolutely. But they have to face off against the mini-boss. And that is going to be the winner of this match. Will face off against BB Team. That's Miero. Come on up, my friend. Oh, goodness gracious. Look at these 2 young gentlemen. Only one will survive to make it your way. I got to ask that cringe question. Who do you think it's going to be? Which team?
Which team?
Out of those 2.
LGD maybe?
LG maybe. Come on, Mouse. Come on. All right. Well, thank you for your opinion. If you could go that way, join them. That's right. Right there, my friend. You've got this.
Very good.
And now,
we got a big boss.
We do have the big boss coming up here, my friends. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage. The man that might be putting down whoever survives this. It's gonna be Nigma Galaxy GH. Hello. GH, welcome to the stage, my friend. You will be facing off against one of these 3. What is your prediction?
My prediction is we will be facing one of these 3.
Yes.
Bro, what the hell?
Thank you so much. That's not hype at all, GH. I know you're supposed to be nice. Okay, have a nice word for each of them. What do you think about each one of these teams?
I like them.
Great. Thank you so much for the hype, my friend. Well, you four can now exit through the front. Well
Go
done.
ahead.
We now know where that is going to go. Congratulations. There you go, my friend. Off you go.
Don't be shy.
All right, we're going to do this 3 more times.
Damn. Honestly, you heard it in the piece with Capitalist. We're like, oh, GH, he always finds time to talk. He always wants to find the space to speak a bit of French. He wasn't doing that over here.
He was being nice. That's GH's thing. He's a kind boy. He's not going to S-talk them right in front of their faces. Goodness gracious.
He'll leave that to the game itself, to the lobby itself.
Indeed.
But next up, this is our second set of 4 teams out of 4. Our first team, Vici Gaming.
Oh, there we go. Zin Q to the stage.
The other one is P-Time.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wits is on. Ay, 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 ay. You can say it however you want. What do you got to say to him? Let's practice. Easy.
No easy.
No easy.
No easy.
All
Oh,
right.
my goodness.
Wits, muy caliente, huh?
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Very nice. That's what we're getting out of it.
Unbelievably toxic.
Let's bring the mini boss out.
All right, a mini boss here today, although usually a big bad boss. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this match will be facing off against 1 with 33. There he is. That was my boss music. Thank you so much. To me, you're a Dark Souls boss. You know, you're one of the scariest one. Triple health bar, if you will. Who do you think you'll be facing off?
I don't know. We'll see, but would be fun to play against both of them.
Oh, would be fine to play against, but he doesn't even care. He didn't even look at you. I saw his eyes. He didn't even glance over to see who it was. Thank you so much, 33. If you could. What?
I said fun.
Oh, I know. Off you go. Goodness gracious. All right.
Don't check the subtitles.
The mini boss is gone. And now it is time for the main boss, my friends. The scariest of the scary. You've known him before, you've seen him before, and here he comes to crush. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Falcons ATF! All right, my friend, this is a scary lineup. Only one of them will face off against you. Any words for your potential oppositions?
No matter from which team gonna win, gonna lose against one win. And then, yeah, God bless, I got a free matchup.
Okay, God bless the free matchup. That is not all right. All right, gentlemen, please exit through the front of the stage.
Go
well
ahead.
done. Cannot wait to see it. Goodness gracious me.
See, now this is a different kind of smack talk.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm liking it.
Thank God ATF was on this stage to smack talk. All right, here we go.
Save the day. Well, we're halfway through this, right?
Yeah.
We're almost able to breathe. You can open up your collar a little bit. You can chill out on this. But now it is our third set of 4. Joining us on stage first, Team Liquid.
Oh, damn.
Ace on here. All right. Do you know who you'll play against?
Do I know it? No, I don't know it.
Thank God. It means that everything's clean. Good job, League Operations. Your opponent, Extreme Gaming.
Oh, baby.
Well, now that you know who you'll be playing against, you have formulated any thoughts, Ace?
Bring it on.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Bring it on. All right. He's ready for you. Final words?
Let's go.
Let's go! Fantastic. 2 very strong teams. That's going to be a hell of a match, but they will have to make their way through the defending champions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Team Spirit Laurel. He nodded so calmly, his eyebrows raised so slightly. What do you think about this matchup?
Interesting matchup. I guess, I don't know, we always have the same team, like play against Extreme or Liquid. They're 2 good teams, so I don't know, how best for them.
Oh, the best to you guys. Well, very well. Laurel, you're so sweet. If you could, please head over there. Such are the words of our mini boss, but I'm afraid the main boss is coming. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him, you gotta look up to eyeline him. It's Saska! Dun, dun, dun. Hello there, my friend. I forgot the Attack on Titan theme. Do you know it?
was the Attack on Titan.
That's what I should have done when he walked up. That's on me. That's on me. Any thoughts here for these three? Who do you think you're going to be facing?
I think they're all tough opponents, but I think I'm looking forward to playing Spirit.
Looking forward to playing Spirit. All right, well, we'll see if it happens. Thank you so much. Please, to the front of the stage. Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, we're not getting copyright strikes today.
No.
We're definitely on the zone for this one, but Slacks,
yeah,
I feel like we've run out of options.
Yeah, just come on up here, boys.
All right,
come on, welcome. Hold on, you two have to stay. I have to reveal who the final boss is. All right. Go ahead. Who do we have here?
All right, we got Rune Eaters, we got Virtus Pro. Thoughts on your opponent? He's jacked.
Best of luck to my opponent.
Good, very nice. Any final words?
Shout out to my boy Copy. It's gonna be sad.
Oh,
hell yeah! Copy, making that printer because they're gonna be bringing him out of here.
Thank you very much. All right, mini boss is. It's a flip of the coin. Who is stronger? Who is the mini boss? We're gonna bring out Nightfall. You're the mini boss, my friend. Welcome, Nightfall. Now you've faced these guys before. Who do you think will survive in this group?
50-50.
50-50, by God, it's a flip of the coin. Nightfall, please, if you could TPs to the other side. And then this is not a surprise, just come on up.
Come on.
Thank you so much. We gotta end this segment in something hype, please, from the bottom of your most excited voice. Who will you be facing from these three?
Epileptic Kid.
The Epileptic Kid returns! My God! Okay, fantastic. Well, gentlemen, please exit the stage. We have gone through all of those. Ladies and gentlemen, your bracket is finished. There you have it. How you feeling, Milos?
Honestly, it's good. I came into this not really knowing what to expect of our players, but I think they handle it very smoothly. Some excitement in there. But we have all this bracket in our brains, right?
Yeah.
We gotta visualize it. We gotta talk about it in depth, which is why the actual experts are standing behind the panel. So let's send it over to them. Take it over, Shiver.
Thank you very much, Slacks and Milos. I feel like every time a matchup got revealed, I'm like, oh, that's gonna be tough. And then I had that with every single matchup being revealed. So every single series is going to be tough. I'm here with BSJ and Effie. Effie, this was quite the reveal.
That was pretty entertaining. You know what? I think people should have been ruder to each other.
Ooh.
So whoever shows more killer instinct is going to win, Sheaves.
Yeah, that's how it works in the Dota 2 scene. It's not that you next month might be on the same team as one of the people you just insulted, and then maybe they'll be sad.
Yeah, I mean, you might end up in the reverse of Flies in Copy's situation, where they're about to play each other.
You wish them good luck.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, it's kind of funny how the storylines always come out. Like Lara was saying, he ends up against Team Liquid or XG a lot, and also Flies playing against his former teammate. There's so many teams that don't have that overlap. How does this always happen in some way? I don't know. It's exciting. I mean, every single one of those series moving forward is going to be an elimination series. A lot of hearts are going to be broken. I think there's going to be an opportunity for a lot of these teams to step up, and I'm looking forward to seeing who does it.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of underdog stories that can be coming through here, and it is pretty crazy that we to be honest, we have 16 teams left. We eliminated 8 teams and we have 16 teams left. So there are a lot of teams here for Dota 2 at this EWC. And that means that there are still underdogs in the tournament and there are still clear favorites in the tournament where we have the 4 teams that are still considered a clear favorite. But my question is, Effie, do you think that out of those 4 clear favorites, you have one team in particular that you feel might have the toughest opponents coming out of their 3, and we should be able to get the brackets to you soon?
I would love to see the brackets again, but off the top of my head, I think Team Yandex going up against potentially Team Spirit again, that's the one for me.
That was the one that caught my eye too, because it's not just Spirit in that one, it's also 2 teams that have a tradition of just slightly getting better as the tournament progresses. I'm talking about Extreme Gaming and Team Liquid. I absolutely agree with you, Effie. This should be the toughest, most exciting line of this bracket.
Yeah, there's arguably 4 of potential top 6 to 8 teams in that one bracket of 4, so that is pretty wild. I mean, at the end of the day, I think all the games are going to be unique in their own right. I was like hearing, we just saw KJ walk past us for LGD, and and they managed to squeak through in their group barely. And I think they were one of the teams that I was hoping to see more from this event. So maybe not because of that group of 4 specifically, but I am rooting for them as they move forward.
Yeah, they were a team that was considered to be they're in Group D. Obviously, we just also saw their 1v1 mid. They were in the group of death. So yeah, we can definitely see more of them. Their opponent, actually, in case you don't remember, and that's okay, we'll soon get those brackets, are Mouse, Effie. So they've got an opponent that, in my book, they should be able to deal with.
You should, but you know, Maus are an interesting team because when they get their heroes and they get their strats, I feel like they could surprise anybody on any given day. So you can't look at any of these teams and think, oh, that one's a free win. Oh, this one, no problem whatsoever. We should really prepare for 1W instead, for example. That you can't do that here.
You cannot. And then there's the surprise coming out of the group stage. Feel like we got to touch up on that as well. The biggest surprise, I think, for a lot of people, being on top of their group, Enigma Galaxy. I want to talk about their line of teams that they have coming towards them, which is actually the Mouse LGD line with BB Team in the middle there. How do we feel about a BB Team versus Enigma Galaxy? Because I know we've been praising BB Team on their prowess and their fastness, and basically I think Seb called them, and you'll like this analogy, Brian. He called them the test.
Oh yeah, the skill check.
Are you a tier 1 team? Then you can beat BB Team. Are you not? You're out.
Yeah, I mean, there was one interview, I think it was with DM, where they asked, like, how do you find these players? Like, what's the qualifications for becoming on a pro team? And he said the first thing is you got to be high skill enough. Yeah. And I think that's exactly what BB Team requires you to do, because all strategies are out the window if you just get obliterated in all of your lanes. And that's something that this team, it's kind of like Team Spirit, where even when they've changed their roster 1 or 2 players at a time, they always end up with the same identity. I do think Nigma could do that, though. I think Nigma, I think they might be finally back. I don't want to get ahead of myself too much, because every team is 1 series away from getting eliminated. So that would be honestly pretty devastating, I think, for a lot of Enigma fans out there, because this is truly the first time that they've put on a really impressive performance in a group stage, and they looked convincing to me, and I hope to see more out of them. Not that I'm rooting like against BB Team or anything like that. I think I think the stars are aligning finally after years, Mira.
It's really exciting. I mean, they also have the Lorinov mercenary buff. I don't know how long that lasts, though, because typically it's on a timer.
Does it have a linger duration?
I think it does have a linger duration of
at least one round. At least one round.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the buff is still here, and they're ready to go. No, but it's been really exciting. Seb had a lot of praises to say about Enigma and the way that they've been drafting, and it's not just that they're very high skill and they're good, but they've come in with really strong ideas and strategies, and they're executing them.
Yeah, I feel like I want to still touch upon 2 teams that we have seen their keys getting crushed, but they're 2 teams that I think have made a mark on the teams that are still on the top 16 teams. And the first one is OG. They are the only team to have taken a game off of 1W and Yandex. And I think that them getting eliminated is, I mean, first of all, brutal. Second of all, a little surprising, Effie.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, that group was tough, though. Like, that was an incredibly hard group, and it felt like every series you kind of had to fight tooth and nail. But the thing is, you can't really blame groups, because if you can't win through your group, you wouldn't have won the tournament anyway. But a lot of experience, I think, was gathered here for OG, and they've shown that their ceiling is incredibly high. And when they can get their drafts together and feel good that day, they look like the best players in the world sometimes.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, VP, a team that just took 2 games in a row off them in order to knock them out, they looked relatively outclassed when they were playing against the top 2 teams in the group. And while OG, like you said, took a game off of each of them. So Dota's a hard game. There's a lot of different ways to lose. There's a lot of different ways to feel like you're 1 step away from being a tier 1 team. And for VP to take those 2 games, I think VP is the more, like, they're better at what they do if you ignore the other team. But the problem is, like OG, they rise to the occasion, but then they also tend to fall to the occasion when you're against the weaker side of teams. So sadly, in group stages, I think that's why VP wins out. I think that often the consistency is what's going to matter early on.
The other team that I wanted to touch upon still, that for me was also a team that I was expecting to do a little better, though if you were to put me on a spot, I don't know which team they would replace in the 16 we have left. but it's Gamer Legion. They came in one of the first series they played. They had a Largo mid, and even though they didn't win that game, it looked good when they did it. And I'm like, wow, we can definitely expect some cool stuff from this squad, but Effie, they did not deliver.
They didn't, but they played better than I thought they would. And they've been on the up and up since the squad's formation. And the fact that they looked that competitive versus certain teams, and then if you talk to the players individually, they say that they've been winning in scrims. That's very promising. And North America needs a team that's going to keep trying and keep improving and keep evolving, and Gamer Legion is that team.
So what do we look back on from this group stage that we really have enjoyed as we are coming to a close of this group stage?
Honestly, I think it's the surprises like Nigma Galaxy getting first, like Rune Eaters getting in the top 4. I think they were the same group as Gamer Legion, if I recall correctly. For every team that surprises, there's always going to be a team that disappoints. But overall, I do think the groups were balanced relatively well. We talk about the group of death, but I'm not too surprised by all the teams that are moving forward, and I think we're set up for a nice bracket.
Yeah, we are set up for a nice bracket as we can set up the bracket. Of course, we're starting with the survival stage. So we're going to have the survival stage, which is this. And it will be played out over 2 days, on Tuesday and Wednesday. And we have got some cool series. I'm Liquid Extreme Gaming. That's just where my eyes go, guys. It's just there.
It is just there. You are right. And I mean, Extreme Gaming, they're second place TI recently. Liquid, they won one like 2 TIs ago, and now we're seeing them in the first round of a survival bracket. That is definitely unexpected.
I just want to say that we just saw that 1v1 for VP versus LGD. So LGD, by winning the 1v1, got to play against Mouse as opposed to VP playing against Rune Eaters. I'm not trying to take a slight on Rune Eaters. I don't know if LGD got the better half of this by playing against Mouse. I would be a bit more scared. I think Mouse, their floor, I think, is much higher than most of these teams. They do have solid lanes and they tend to execute what they do well, but I also think they have a potentially higher ceiling. So I think Virtus Pro got a bit lucky there with that specific one. And I think Rune Eaters took 3rd place in the group that Extreme got 4th. And that's how you end up with this Team Liquid versus Extreme Gaming. Extreme Gaming has been looking a bit shaky, and I don't think it's a surprise that they found themselves with such a formidable opponent in round 1.
Yeah, every single one of these series, you can make a case for either team to come out ahead and go to that next round. And it's a scary road. And as I said, it's single elimination, so there's no mistakes. You gotta treat it like the lower bracket. That's just as simple as that. For some teams, that's a buff. For some teams, Effie, that might be a little bit of a negative.
You're right, because I do think nerves always play a part in tournaments of this caliber, and there are certain teams that have looked like nerves have gotten the best of them, And we just saw Tai Lung from LGD play 1v1, and he looked fantastic, but there were also games that he played this EWC where I could really feel his tension through the screen. So I hope that the teams that often succumb to their nerves can get a grip during the survival stage.
They'll need to. They'll 100% need to. Thank you so much for both your thoughts today. As we have come to the end of today and to the end of the group stages, keep in mind we'll be not live tomorrow. Everybody gets a break, teams included. We'll be back on Tuesday though, and we are starting a little bit later than what we have so far. We'll be live with 2 different streams starting at 1 p.m. Of course, we'll be live before that to talk you through everything that's going to happen that day. So make sure you tune in on time, 1 p.m. and we're in Paris, so you can do the math there yourself. That's all good. We're not going to leave you completely empty-handed because we did have some crazy cool games coming your way today. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we're going to leave you with the SDC recap of the day.